Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. It's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and it starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's PJ Glasser and for Jenks. And coming up in the next hour, we'll start with our big takeaways from the Cowboys' rout of the Raiders. Are the Raiders really that bad? My goodness, they have 2 wins on the season, and they had, a total of 27 rush yards last night. We'll give you our big takeaways from that game. And then at 8:20, we bring in Tom Carroll, who covers the Patriots for WEEI, because I think a lot of us have a lot of questions when it comes to the Patriots. Are they for real? Should we trust them in the postseason? Should Drake May be named MVP of the league? So it's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, PJ. So not much of a game last night, but I don't think any of us had super high hopes for 2 teams with losing records on Monday Night Football. But the Cowboys do get the job done 33-16. Dak Prescott had himself a night, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and huge nights for his receivers. Most notably, George Pickens, 9 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown. So I think that we knew that the Cowboys offense certainly had this potential. But, is the bigger takeaway how bad the Raiders were last night?
Yeah, I think it has to be, especially because, we talked about it, how Vegas was averaging 15.5 points per game going into yesterday. They scored 16. But they're going up against one of the worst defenses in the NFL, and Jerry Jones at the trade deadline made the move for Quinnen Williams, which definitely helped. It definitely improved their defensive line. Their run, even though the Raiders didn't really try and run the ball last night, their run defense was still pretty good. They were getting more pressure against Geno Smith, but this is all about the Raiders, and this is all about Geno Smith, and moving forward, what Vegas is going to do. They need a lot of help on their roster, really. Brock Bowers and Max Crosby are the only bright spots. Those are the kind of 2 cornerstones that you look at that you can build around on each side of the ball. But they need a lot of help. They need to start nailing draft picks. And, the Raiders are going to be in an interesting situation going into the offseason, Chelsea. We haven't talked about this yet, but they make the trade for Geno Smith. And if you were the Vegas front office, would you try and go get a guy like Kyler Murray in the offseason? Would you take the route of going after a veteran quarterback? Or the fact that you're 2-8, do you think that Vegas should go after one of these quarterbacks in the first round next year? Because it's a lost year now. It's more of the same stuff. Every week they struggle to score points. They do need a lot of help. They do need a receiver, but I think Vegas, like this year in the draft, might be looking at getting a quarterback first round, wide receiver second round. Give yourself a franchise guy, hopefully under center. Give yourself a receiver, a playmaker that you can help build around. You went out and got Genti. You got Bowers the last 2 years. Now it's time to get the quarterback. It's time to get the wide receiver and go from there, because it's a terrible product that they're putting out every week. And if they can't take advantage of the Dallas defense and put up points against them, it's going to be brutal for them each and every week moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's going to take more than 1 year's draft class to fix the Raiders. Like, it's similar to my thoughts on, like, the Titans, is that, like, I talk about this all the time because I'm a Titans fan. Me and my husband are like, okay, what do we need in this year's draft? Like, we don't need to win any more games. Let's see what we need. We don't need a quarterback, but we need just about everything else, because that's what it feels like to the Raiders to me, is that they do have, a couple bright spots. But the NFL is the ultimate, like, team game where you need, guys at every position. And I do think the offensive line is not great either, because Geno Smith was under a lot of pressure. And here's the other question I want to ask. Do you think the Cowboys defense is better than maybe people give them credit for? Because I will say this. Quinnen Williams looks like he has made a difference on that defensive line. And you heard the announcers calling his name all night long. Granted, against a Raiders offense that's bad and the offensive line isn't really stopping anybody. Maybe there's not many takeaways there. But again, like, we're talking about two losing teams. So I know that, like, this talk is not, going to be parlayed to the postseason probably. But again, in the short term, talking about the Cowboys and maybe, like, what we think of them moving forward just from a betting standpoint, do you think this defense is going to be better down the stretch, or do you think it's just a product of playing the Raiders?
I do think it's going to be better. It's tough to know. It's tough to know when you're going up against the Raiders offense. I mean, and they're, like, you look at their last few games, and if you go all the way back to the Colts game in Week 5, they scored 6 against Indy, 20 against the Titans, shut out against Kansas City, had 29 against Jacksonville, but then 7 against Denver, and 16 last night against Dallas. So they've scored 7 or fewer points in 3 of their last 6 games. And I do think Dallas is better. I think they've made improvements. And Jerry clearly has made an emphasis on the interior defensive line. When he traded away Micah Parsons, he got Kenny Clark, and now he's gone after Quinnen Williams. So he feels like the big fix to this defense is the interior line, and they have gotten better in that area. Again, going into last night's game, though, they were the worst against opposing wide receivers, one of the worst secondaries in the NFL, and they were bottom 3 against the run. So they're better, but I don't think they're better to a point where now all of a sudden, like, I'm rushing to bet unders with Dallas, or now I'm rushing the window to just bet them in general. Like, I still don't think this is a great defense, and I think when they go up against better teams, those teams will score points on the Cowboys. But I do think you will continue to see them make strides, and I think that moving forward, the rest of the year, like, they are going to be a defense that gets better. Like, I look at the Bengals situation and how bad that defense is, and I don't think they're getting any better. I think Dallas is going to get better, and they're going to make improvements. So, still not a good defense, but it's going to be a better defense than what we've seen for most of the year.
Well, and here's the thing. They're going to be playing the top teams in the NFL for the next 3 games. So their next game, they play the Eagles. The game after that, they play the Chiefs. And then after that, they play the Lions. So here's the thing. The handicap on the Cowboys, I think, even going into last night's game was, okay, they've got a chance against bad teams, but I'm not trusting them, even that offense, against the best defenses in the NFL, because I fell into the Cowboys trap going against the Broncos. I put the Cowboys in a teaser saying, okay, at least this offense should be good. And they've got, like, these high impact pieces that even against the best defenses, you would think that in garbage time, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb can combine for a decent game. Wasn't the case. The Cowboys lost by 20 points in that game. So I think you were kind of leading into this in one of our other segments, is that maybe it's a good sell high point on the Cowboys, where people saw that offense last night. And again, it's very easy to fall into the trap of thinking, wow, this is a great receiver core. How do they not score 30 points every single week? But we've seen this line for their next game, the Cowboys, just 3.5-point underdogs at home to the Eagles. Is this where you say, okay, we don't believe in the Cowboys, it's time to bet on the Eagles?
I think it might be, especially because the last two kind of times we've seen the Eagles have been primetime games against the Packers and the Lions where they've scored a combined 2 touchdowns. So not only are you getting Dallas off a convincing performance where their offense looked good, defense looked improved. I mean, the Eagles, even though they beat 2 good teams, like they have looked terrible. And the thing is, Chelsea, when you're a team like Philly that won the Super Bowl last year and looked so dominant doing it, and your defense was great and the offense was scoring a bunch of points, it's tough for people to look at a team like that and, want to bet them, rushing to bet them to lay points. It's kind of similar with the Chiefs and how they've been the last couple of years, where it's a team that continues to win, but we've seen so much of Mahomes and that offense look so great that when they're struggling to score points, it's kind of tough for us to just accept, like, that's who they are kind of thing. So I think even though Philly, like, they are a bad offense, I think this could be a nice matchup for them because, they've played in 2 big games the last couple weeks against 2 decent defenses. Certainly the Packers on the road in Lambeau are a very good defense, but because kind of the Cowboys looked better than maybe they actually are, it feels like a nice spot for Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts has played really well against the Cowboys, especially in Dallas the last couple of years. So I think this could be a nice spot for the Eagles. I don't know if I'm going to lay the 3.5 with them, but I think I might look at like their team total over on Sunday. Could be a play for me.
Yeah, speaking of totals, total in this game is 49.5. So odds makers, I think, are kind of expecting the Eagles to score some points, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think so for sure. Dallas obviously being at home and how their offenses look for much of the year, they think they're going to score. When these two teams played all the way back in week 1 to kick off the season, it was like a 28-24 game. If you remember, that game was a shootout before we had the weather delay, right? So I think because of the matchup we had earlier and the way that Dallas's offense is playing, I think they're probably feeling like there are going to be some points. Do you think the under in that game is probably going to be the public side, the more popular play, just because of how Philly's offense has looked?
I don't think so, just because the public hates betting unders. And here's the other thing, like, this is an indoor game. And I feel like it always helps when, especially for like passing offenses for Dak Prescott, it's going to help the offenses, to score some points. I will say 49.5 feels steep to me, just because I think the problem with betting on overs with the Eagles is that they're very similar to the Chiefs in this regard, that they're very good at taking up a ton of time on their drives. Like, what was it? I think it was their last primetime game where they had like an 8-minute drive, and although they didn't capitalize on it, I think Jalen Hurts like fumbled down the stretch. Again, they're very good at dinking and dunking their way down the field to where you look up and you're like, oh my God, that's the whole first quarter. So those are teams that I'm kind of wary on betting the over on, just because it's one of those things you don't really notice until you bet on it, that can play a huge role in totals.
Definitely. So I think I'll end up staying away from the total. Again, I don't want to overreact too much to one game against the Raiders for Dallas and some of the new pieces that they have on defense. And Philly, I get it. The offense has looked really bad. They've looked bad more than they have been good this season, but they've really played well in these matchups against Dallas, and it is kind of a nice spot to buy in on their offense because of how putrid they've looked in the last couple primetime games. So I'm staying away, but I think my lean probably would be to the over. I'm tending to agree with you, Chelsea. I think we might get some points in the game.
Yeah, and let me say this. The Eagles are going to rush for more than 27 yards. I think we can guarantee that. PJ, I still can't wrap my brain around this. The fact that the Raiders only had 27 rush yards last night, like, this feels like it would be a box score from an Alabama versus the Citadel game. Like, what are you doing? I know it's a losing game script, but you still have to at least try to run the ball. Like, what's Chip Kelly thinking?
Geno Smith had the most rushing yards last night for the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't think that's a good thing if you're a Raiders fan, right?
No.
Gentry had 7. Mostert had 6. Your running backs carried the ball 8 times. You threw it 42 times, and you only ran it 8 times with your running back. Like, that is just an atrocious gameplay, especially off a bye week. I mean, you've had 2 weeks to kind of look at this defense, think about your game plan, how you're going to attack it. And they thought their best plan of attack would just be to just drop Geno back 40-plus times and throw it all over the field with Brock Bowers as like your only decent wide receiving option. It really is puzzling. It makes no sense. And I think Chip Kelly's a really good play caller, but the Raiders' run game has been so bad this season, but that just doesn't mean like you abandoned it and like you don't go to it. You drafted Ashton Genty 6 overall because he was supposed to be a guy that you were going to lean on for much of the season. And it kind of feels like, I don't want to say the Raiders are just giving up on the run game, but they're like, we've had no success like all season. I get Dallas has a bad pass defense, but you can't just like lean into that. My thought is they have such a bad pass defense. Could you imagine if you're running the ball well and then you get the play action game going and then you're almost going to shred them even more than you would if you're not getting the run game going? So, yeah, I mean, that definitely contributed to the Raiders losing last night. That was just a horrendous offensive game plan from Vegas against Dallas. I think they overthought it way too much and they just thought, oh, the addition of Quinnen Williams and all this, like we maybe can't run the ball and their pass defense is so bad, we'll just throw it all over the place. That was a bad game plan from Vegas.
Yeah, and it's not like Geno Smith was looking like all world out there. Like in no world should Geno Smith be throwing the ball 42 times. That is not a winning game plan. Like maybe if you have Matt Stafford, you can pull that off, but like, oh my God, Geno Smith didn't look good either. Like, is Geno Smith officially washed? Like, are we out on Geno Smith?
I think so. And I liked him a lot in Seattle. I thought the Raiders were going to be a playoff team this season. I was buying in. I thought he was going to have a great year. I think he's cooked. I think it's over for Geno.
I think it probably does not help that he's playing on the Raiders, but like he didn't do much to help himself out either last night. So it was just an all-around absolutely terrible showing from the Raiders, looking like one of the worst teams in the NFL. All right, coming up next, from worst to best, we talk about the Patriots. Tom Carroll from WEEI joins the show to answer all of our burning questions on Drake May and the Pats. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. And it's time to talk about one of the most interesting teams in the NFL this year, and that is the New England Patriots. PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll tag in Tom Carroll, who covers the Patriots for WEEI. So, PJ, I've just been talking about this. I'm going to try to keep it professional and not sound bitter, but, like, the Patriots are good again. Like, it feels like it's been 2 seconds. Like, oh, man, you had, like, 3 tough seasons. Really feel for you guys up in Boston that you had to face adversity for a few mere years. Meanwhile, some of us aren't even, like, to the level where, like, my Titans have never won a Super Bowl. Like, not a single Super Bowl. So, like, when I hear, like, Boston fans complain, like, yeah, we haven't been good for years. Oh, 3 years? Like, try forever.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, they got it good in Boston. I think what annoys me more is that it looks like they have another stud at quarterback, you know? Like, it's one thing if they were good again, but it's like now they have to have, like, another really good quarterback, and especially another one in the AFC, as there isn't already enough. Like, can we get some good quarterbacks in the NFC? We're a little too crowded over here in the AFC. So I think that's what's annoying is not only are the Patriots good, but they got a really good young quarterback who's only going to get better and better. But yeah, I mean, look, they're 9-2. They've won 8 games in a row, and they're looking like they're going to be here to stay once again. So I'm with you. I wish it was a little longer where the Patriots were bad, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
It also does not help that I am a Titans fan and Mike Vrabel's just up there killing it. So it never feels great to see somebody leave your team and go to another team and just immediately be one of the best coaches in the NFL. All right, so with that glowing introduction, let's bring in Tom Carroll. Tough crowd, I know. Covers the Patriots for WEEI. So what's the feeling in New England right now? I understand it is a tough crowd to please just because you guys have won so many championships, but it feels like the season could not be going any better. Like, where is the positivity and where is the mindset for Patriots fans right now?
Yeah, look, vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? This winning streak has been incredible to watch, even though the opponents haven't been all that solid. And you guys mentioned it. It's all about Drake May. The fact that this team seemingly has a franchise quarterback again is remarkable, given what you've seen across the rest of the NFL, where teams can go generations without replacing the guy, right? Like, look what's going on in Miami. Tua clearly isn't the guy. Look what's happened in Denver post Elway. It took them until, Peyton Manning had that neck injury in Indianapolis to miraculously fall in their lap. I mean, it takes years and years and years to replace the all-time great most of the time. And here in New England, all they had to do was go through the Mac Jones speed bump, and now here's Drake May. So it's been really cool to watch and cover. I know maybe the rest of the country is kind of annoyed by it, but realistically, this franchise hasn't been all that great since really the middle of the 2019 season. If you guys remember, they started 8-0 that year, and then down the stretch, it didn't look great, and it culminated with a loss to Mike Vrabel in the playoffs at Gillette Stadium, Tom Brady's last game as a Patriot. And since then, it's been a lot of mediocrity. I know they went to the playoffs in 2021, but that was a lot of fool's gold. That was also a weak schedule that they were able to eat wins on. And Bill Belichick ended the way he ended. So they finally get the coach. They finally get the quarterback. And here we are, Patriots, as one of the 2 best teams in the AFC right now, record-wise.
Yeah, 9-2, Tom. So Drake May obviously has gotten all the headlines and the accolades, and rightfully so. He's had a terrific season. Outside of Drake, if you could pinpoint like one player on the Patriots who has meant the most to why this team has been so good this season, who else would you contribute a lot of the success to besides Drake May?
I'll give you a guy on both sides of the ball. We'll start on defense. Milton Williams has been spectacular, and him hitting the IR is actually a huge loss for this team. They have been so stout against the run, and he has been a massive part of that. He has been a force in the middle and someone who came in with some question marks coming out of Philly because he was a guy that didn't have a ton of snaps for the Eagles last year. I think he only played 46% of the snaps on that Eagles defensive line, that vaunted Eagles defensive line. So coming in, people were saying, is he overpaid? Did they overpay because he just won a ring? No, it's not an overpay. The guy's one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. So him being out the next 4 games is going to be a big loss for the Patriots. It's going to be interesting to see how they kind of deal with that over the next few weeks here. So that's who I'm going with on defense. On offense, I mean, he's a name that we all recognize. It's Stephon Diggs. The Patriots haven't had a receiver like Diggs since Edelman's last healthy season. They haven't had that sure-handed guy where when the ball is being thrown his way, you're pretty confident that he's going to catch the ball. And, you know, that's been a huge talking point here in New England for years because this organization has continually whiffed on drafting receivers and passing on receivers. In Tennessee, A.J. Brown, one of those guys that the Patriots passed on that ended up getting drafted afterwards. That was the N'Keal Harry draft. They also passed on DK Metcalf and Terry McLaurin and a whole group of guys that year for a guy in N'Keal Harry who's no longer in the NFL. So Jalen Polk, the most recent example of that, they traded down with the Chargers, and then the Chargers picked Ladd McConkey in that spot. And Jalen Polk is, I don't know what he's doing right now in the Steelers. I assume he's still injured. So anyways, Stephon Diggs has been fantastic with Drake May. That chemistry has come together immediately. And, 2 offseason acquisitions, both hitting in a big way for New England.
It does feel like it's almost the team as a whole that just feels like it's, the driving point. And you hear the phrase the Patriot way, and immediately you think of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and it's hard not to associate, them with that. But to me, it almost feels like a resurgence of that, where it's like team first, and a lot of that is like the mentality of Mike Vrabel. But again, I'm not there in person, so I don't know the mentality of this team. Do you think the Patriot way is back?
Yeah, it's interesting that you frame it that way because Vrabel has made a point to not sort of connect to those old messages. He never says do your job. He never says the Patriot way. He never says any of that stuff that used to be plastered on the walls when Bill Belichick was here. He's made a real emphasis to kind of create his own thing, his own culture. With that said, there's pieces of that culture spread around everything that they do. It's definitely a team first mentality, but the big difference for Vrabel is humanity really matters, and not to sound like, really big picture, sort of like earthy crunchy podcast on you, but he's always talking about valuing the guy, and they have a family, and if they need personal time to do X, Y, and Z, he's going to give that to them. But when they're there, they're working, and he coaches each guy differently. Like when Christian Barmore goes down with an injury in the game that ends up not even being that serious of an injury, comes back on the field, I think the next defensive series or the series after that. But when he's down on the field, he's over there like holding his hand and making sure he's okay. Like you see big bad Mike Vrabel, you don't think of a guy that's like that, but he knows that every guy needs to be coached in their own special way because everyone is different. So it's been cool to see that. Because, again, you think of Mike Vrabel, the former linebacker, the former Bill Belichick guy, and you just don't think of him being this type of coach. But he really is a player's coach. And I think that's been surprising to see in person. But he's like the perfect mix of like that hard-nosed guy while also being a player's coach. And I know it's early, so we're sort of in the honeymoon phase, but how can you not love what he's done so far with them at 9-2? Given where this team was the last 2 years, winning 8 combined games in the last 2 years.
No, it's true. I mean, he's done a great job, right in the mix to win Coach of the Year. Tom, I'm curious, like in Boston right now, who's the team that you think Patriot fans that you feel like is the biggest threat in the AFC. Because if the playoffs started today, the Ravens and Chiefs would both be out. I think people are expecting them when the playoffs roll around. Both those teams are in. Certainly Buffalo, who's in your division, at the top there. Denver's having a great year. Indy. It just feels like the AFC playoffs could go so many different ways this year. Who's the team that you think poses the biggest threat to New England?
So I'll give you sort of two answers here. Depending on how seeding goes, I know that Patriot fans do not want to play a playoff game in Denver. So if they can avoid playing in Denver, that would be their preference, because Tom Brady and Bill Belichick had a really hard time winning in Denver. It's always been kind of a house of horrors for the Patriots as an organization. Even back to the LA days, this organization has struggled playing at Mile High. So if they can avoid playing in Denver, that's going to be key. I don't necessarily feel like this team would lose to Denver on a neutral site game or in Foxborough. I think these teams are pretty even, and I think ultimately the better quarterback would take them over the top. But in Denver, that's just always been a tough place for them to play. Outside of that, the Chiefs are always terrifying. So if the Chiefs are in the postseason, look, how do you bet against the Chiefs? I usually just make a blanket futures bet on the Chiefs as soon as the Super Bowl odds open. The Super Bowl ends, the futures will open for the next year. I always immediately put money on the Chiefs for the next year. And that's worked out for me pretty nicely in the last few seasons. And, going into the Super Bowl this past year, I was like, wow, this is really going to work out for me again. And then obviously it didn't. But yeah, so those are the two teams I would say Patriot fans are terrified of. I mean, they beat the Bills earlier this year, but the Bills have owned the Pats the last 5 years. So you can never count out Josh Allen. I mean, look what the guy did on Sunday. So, look, it's not like Patriot fans are sitting here cocky thinking they're going to cakewalk all the way to the Super Bowl. I think that Patriot fans with a brain recognize that the schedule has been easy. But it's okay to say, hey, the schedule's been easy, but also we have a great quarterback and a great coach. So, are they 9 wins good? Maybe not, but they're definitely an 11, 10 win type caliber team that's just playing a weak schedule right now. So they might end up with more wins than what they actually are, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's all relative. And you look at the NFL this year, and it just feels like there's not that many dominant teams. So, maybe they do have a chance this year. And I did want to ask you this because you see this across other sports where I think it's already difficult to go from, a bad team to one of the best teams, but it's even harder to go from a bad team to winning it all in the span of 1 year. It almost feels like you almost need 1 year to go to the postseason and lose in the first round or the second round or whatever. And then next year you come back and you have a better chance. We have a minute left here, so not a ton of time. But do you think it's in the realm of possibility for the Patriots to win a Super Bowl this year?
I don't see why not. Like you said, the field is completely open right now. I don't feel like there's a truly dominant team in either conference. So if you get in, I think you got a chance. So, yeah, I do think the Patriots could win a Super Bowl here. Am I putting money on it? No, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they come away with a 7th ring come February, when Super Bowl 60 happens.
And you guys have waited so long to claim the championship. I really feel for you. You've been wandering in the desert for so long. I know. The Patriots fans really deserve it. He is Tom Carroll. He covers the Patriots for WEEI. We know it's a busy time of year, so thank you for your time, and thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Tom.
I hope I didn't sound too bitter there. But, if they won the Super Bowl this year, you're like, come on, man. Give somebody else a chance. But it does feel like if there is ever a time for a changing of the guard, because it has been the Chiefs, it's been the Bills. The AFC Championship has basically been the Chiefs Invitational. If there's ever a year where it feels like maybe the torch will be passed, maybe it's this year. The Chiefs might not even make the postseason.
I know, certainly could be. Again, that's why I think the NFL playoffs in general, but especially the AFC side, is just so interesting. All the teams that won their divisions last year in the AFC. None of them are currently winning them. Houston in the South, Baltimore in the North, Chiefs in the West, and then the Bills in the AFC East. So there's a ton of parity. There's a ton of teams that could be hosting playoff games that we haven't seen host playoff games here in recent years. And I mean, we could see the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Bills all on the road potentially in the first round of the playoffs, or even the Ravens hosting like the Bills or the Chiefs in the first round. So it could be nuts, Chelsea, for sure. And I mean, like Tom said, it just feels like one of those years you get in and you got a chance.
Yeah, if the Patriots win the Super Bowl this year, the Titans owner should be forced to sell. That's what my take is there. All right, coming up next, we've saved our best for last best bets. Come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Final segment here on the Daily Tip on a Tuesday. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, and for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays of the day. And spoiler alert, we're going to be talking college hoops. I feel like a baby deer who's like wobbling on new legs for the first time when betting on college basketball, where I have to like double check things, and we just don't have that much ammo for our arguments, just because the numbers, when you're 3 games into the season, it's really tough to like look at KenPom like, this is the 32 ranked team in the nation when it comes to 2-point percentage, because you've only played 3 games, and a lot of it is like strength of schedule. But I will say at least both of these teams, in the Michigan State and Kentucky team, have at least played like somebody. Like Kentucky's already played Louisville, lost to them 96-88. That was a big time matchup. Michigan State at least played Arkansas as a team with, a little firepower. So at least we have seen them play against decent competition, but it does feel like tonight is like the biggest true test for some of these teams, at least the biggest test that we've seen thus far.
No, I agree. And don't be one of those people that only watch college basketball in March, March college basketball is the best, but like you get some terrific games early in the season too, and you're going to get two good games tonight. I am excited for this Michigan State Kentucky game. I think it's going to be good. Even without Darren Peterson, I think the Kansas and Duke game should be great as well. It's awesome they're playing at MSG, so that's always the NBA arena that has the best college feel, is Madison Square Garden. So I'm excited to watch the games tonight. Should be really good. And I love these games early in the season, Chelsea, because this really is the closest thing that we get to March basketball, whether it be the conference tournaments or March Madness, when you get these neutral site games between these really good teams and you get multiple fan bases in the arena and all this kind of thing. So it should be a fun night of hoops. Excited to watch it.
It's wild to me, the stark contrast between watching NBA games and watching college. Where you're like, oh my God, like these guys are playing for their lives out there. Do you see them? They're playing defense on every single possession. They're full court pressing. Are you kidding me? Then you watch the NBA game and it's like some rap song that's playing and they're just dribbling it down the court. Luka Doncic takes like 17 seconds to get down the court. Looks like he's had a full like tour of Italy before he played this game. I know he's slimmed down now, but still he is not a fast-paced guy. So it's one of those things where it just feels like college basketball has so much energy.
It does. It does. I agree. I mean, the NBA, like you said, 24-second shot clock. It's just constant pick and roll. Guy comes off a screen, kicks it out, three-pointer, right? College basketball, some of these coaches, like Dan Hurley, is living and dying with every possession. He is just screaming his head off constantly. So it's awesome, especially in these kind of games, because like NBA, this time of year, like the intensity really isn't there, but college basketball, like these games tonight, you're gonna see it. So I'm excited, and I like both games, honestly, from a betting standpoint, Chelsea. I think we're getting some good numbers on some of these underdogs tonight.
Do you ever think that the players' popularity is going to pass up the head coach popularity in college basketball? Like, as you see some of these, like, big-name head coaches, exit stage left, because we saw Coach K leave, we saw Roy Williams leave, and eventually it's going to be that time for, Tom Izzo. He's getting older. Do you think it's always going to be, like, the figurehead is the head coach, though? Because I feel like that's such a staple in college basketball, is that when you think of, the biggest names in college basketball, you always think of coaches.
Yeah. You do. I think it definitely depends on the program, and it also depends on the player, right? So if you get a freshman of like Zion's caliber or Cooper Flagg's caliber or somebody like that, I would say at their specific program, then definitely they're kind of the headliner. They're the person that you think of. And then for a certain program, like, you think Michigan State, you're thinking Tom Izzo. You think Kansas, you're thinking Bill Self. Like you think about certain programs, you're thinking of those head coaches. So I think it depends. I think, because nowadays some of these Hall of Famers are starting to get up there in age, that it's closer to the end for a lot of them than in the middle or the beginning. That I think maybe we see more and more players, but especially with transfer portal too, you could be great with the program for 1 year, and then another school offers you $4 million, and then you can be out the door. So I think it's still going to be, for the most part, coaches are kind of the faces of the sport and are the people that you think of when you think of programs. But definitely you make the exception for certain players.
Yeah, I think also it's just because they're not there for very long. You know, it's hard to have somebody as the face of a franchise when it's like, okay, we knew him for a year. He was great. Yeah, but that was 1 year. Meanwhile, some of these coaches have been there for 30 years. So I don't know if that's something that's sustainable either. But again, like if you're somebody making the graphics and you're like, hey, we're going to paint a mural of somebody, you know, across campus. Are you going to pick somebody who's going to be there for 1 year and then they go to another school? You have to paint a new mural.
Exactly. I know. It's crazy to think what, like, if Cooper Flagg played like 4 years of college basketball, like how good he would be, you know, or some of these people. So, yeah, the product's still really, really good, though, and we have some terrific freshmen this year in college basketball, and people will get a chance to see some of them tonight. So, should be a lot of fun.
The diaper dandies. All right.
Indeed.
So, without further adu, let's get to our favorite bets of the night.
Time to place your bets.
All right, PJ, why don't you get us kicked off here with your favorite college hoop play of the slate?
Let's go with Michigan State, plus 5.5 against Kentucky tonight. I really like the Spartans. I think they're live in this game. I take a look at the money line as well. I have a fear that it's the same old Kentucky this season, Chelsea. And what I mean by that is I don't think their defense is going to be championship caliber. That's what got so many people excited about this Kentucky team. You know, there are certain coaches in college basketball, like Mark Pope with Kentucky, Nate Oates with Alabama, Mark Few with Gonzaga. Like, you know, these teams every year are going to be elite offensively. It's just a question of how good are their teams going to be on the defensive side of the floor. And that's how you win big games like this. And that's how you ultimately go to the Final Four and win national championships. And what I saw out of Louisville, I did not like. If I was a Kentucky fan, I thought their defense would be much better. Now they are missing one of their best defenders, maybe their best defender, one of the best rim protectors in college basketball, in Jaden Quintons, who transferred over from Arizona State. Not expected to play in the game tonight. And I think because of that, again, going up against the Tom Izzo team in Michigan State, who prides himself on being physical, being the tougher team, rebounding the basketball, getting all those 50-50 balls, diving on the loose floor, all that kind of stuff, is just not the best matchup for Kentucky. So I think it's going to be fun to see Kentucky against this kind of team, to see if they're almost kind of tough enough, if they can kind of win this type of game in the mud. But something we talked about earlier, when you get this kind of game with contrasting styles, and one team that wants to play a game in the 90s and another that wants to play the game in the 70s, and the total is a 153.5, so it's kind of in the middle, but more so feels like a Michigan State type game to me. I think Sparty's the right side in the game, so I like them plus the points, 5.5, and again, think plus 180 on the money line, worth a look as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a squad play. So best bet for me also is going to be the Spartans getting the 5.5 against Kentucky. And we talked about how much we think coaching matters at the bookends of the season, where it's the very start and the very end when you think of March Madness. So early in the season, it's tough to get your rotation set. It's tough to draw up game plans for some of these players who are new. But if anybody can do it, it's Tom Izzo, especially when you're talking about a big primetime matchup in Madison Square Garden, especially against a Kentucky team that, like you said, has struggled defensively speaking. Like, anytime you give up 96 points to somebody, I know Louisville is good, but still, it is not great when your defense is giving up that many points. And plus, I think Michigan State can be even better offensively speaking. They've been really great down low so far with Jackson Kohler, but their three-point shooting has been abysmal. Like, one of the worst three-point shooting teams we've seen in a 3-game sample size, shooting 21% from the three-point line. But I do think we do see some regression because, again, we are only 3 games into the season. So if they can hit some threes, that'll make their inside game even more effective. And I do think they have the physicality down low to hang with the athleticism of Kentucky. And plus, we've already seen a game of a similar kind of opponent for Michigan State. Arkansas obviously is not quite as athletic as Kentucky, but they do like running the 4. And they slowed that game down and won it 69-66. So that's what I'm expecting tonight. Let's go Michigan State. Getting the 5.5 against Kentucky. All right, one more big game on the card tonight. And PJ, I think you're betting on it.
I am. I like Kansas plus 11.5. I just think this line is too much, too out of control. Darren Peterson for Kansas, probably not going to play. I think he's the best player in college basketball. I think he's the best freshman. I think if I was an NBA GM, he'd be my number one pick if I was a team. So he's the real deal. He's awesome, and he's not going to play in this game. And because of that, I think the line and the perception is that Kansas is now just a terrible team. What's telling to me, and the reason I'm betting Kansas in the game, Chelsea, is this game, Duke played Texas to open up the year in Charlotte on a neutral floor, and Duke was favored 11.5 in that game. And now Duke against Kansas without Darren Peterson, they're saying is the same as Texas. I just don't agree with that. Bill Self is a terrific coach, and I like to back these kind of teams that play without their star player. They tend to play better than you think. Other guys step up, and Duke, obviously a big matchup like this, they're going to be up for it at MSG, but maybe a little bit of a letdown because you're not going up against Darren Peterson. So I think Kansas is going to be up to the challenge. I think that's too many points, so I do like the Jayhawks tonight, plus the 11.5.
Yeah, when I initially saw both of these lines, I thought these lines were going to be a lot shorter, especially this early in the season, where I feel like not chaos reigns supreme, but it just feels like there is less deciding between these two teams just because everybody's kind of figuring things out. So we'll see for Duke. I'm excited to watch them play. I at least do want to see the Boozer twins in action. I have heard that at least Cameron is very skilled and technically sound. So even if you don't bet on these games, I think people should watch. Because, what else are you doing on a Tuesday? You're doing nothing.
Exactly. Got the college football playoff rankings, too, in between, which should be interesting and should be fun. But, yeah, I'm excited for these two games tonight. Rolling with both underdogs. I don't think Kansas is going to pull the upset, but I think Michigan State has a good chance of beating Kentucky tonight.
Yeah, I think so as well. So I am excited to dial into some college hoops, and I am glad that ESPN is finally back on YouTube TV, so I don't have to watch it on some janky stream that has 1,000 pop-up ads. So I am excited for that. Are you jazzed about these college football rankings? I'm not a huge fan of watching lists, but I am excited to see who's in it.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, as a Bama fan, as a Bama grad, want to see where we drop to. That's the biggest thing I'm looking for, but excited to see the rankings tonight, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, we're going to talk about it tomorrow. That's all the time we have for today. For me, for PJ Glasser, have yourself a great Tuesday. We'll see you same time, same place, 6 a.m. in the East on the Daily Tip.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a loaded show for you guys today. Two great guests. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us here in moments, talk Week 12 of the NFL. Then we're going to have Chad Bishop join us later on in the show, preview Georgia Tech and Pitt. Massive game in the ACC coming up on Saturday. I'll also give some of my thoughts on the Week 12 NFL slate. We'll look at half of the slate coming up today, the other half on the show tomorrow. We'll dive into some of the top 25 matchups we have in college football, and then two massive college basketball games tonight. We get the State Farm Championship between Duke and Kansas, Michigan State, Kentucky. We'll look at both of those games before wrapping everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, anything in the NFL, college basketball, college football, let us know. Chime in here on the show. You can reach out at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X, And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy Nick Kenyon. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon. BetMGM senior writer joins us each and every Tuesday right here on Send It In. Nick, before we get into some of the games this week, let's just start point blank, my friend. Who do you think the best team right now in the NFL is?
It's such a fascinating question, PJ, because I think if you were to look at the current Super Bowl odds and just check like who's the favorites to win the Super Bowl, there are flaws with every single one of the big favorites. That being said, I think as constructed, the Rams are the best team in the NFL right now. I think that scoreline was a little bit misleading against Seattle because they failed to convert on their first drive of the game from the Seattle 1 yard line. Yeah, the second half wasn't going great from a Seahawks standpoint or a Rams standpoint because you just had turnovers and punts and turnovers and punts. But I still trust this Rams team. I think the offense is one of the best in the league. And the defense, I'm not quite sure about the secondary. That's my only real concern with this team. But they seem to be very good at stopping the run. And I trust that Sean McVay can find a way to have this offense score enough points where it kind of helps counterbalance the weakness in the secondary.
Yeah, right now at BetMGM, Philadelphia, your slight favorite, plus 550 over the Rams, who are at plus 600. Then is the Bills at plus 850, and then the Kansas City Chiefs, Nick, and they've obviously been a big talking point the last couple days. Pretty shocking loss against Denver, right? Off of a bye week in desperation mode. They dropped that game to a last-second field goal to Denver, and now they got to get Indianapolis at home this week, and they're only laying 3. You think this is a nice time to buy in on Kansas City, or do you like Indianapolis to go into Arrowhead and take down the Chiefs?
I mean, it's good for me either way. If the Chiefs lose this game, it cashes my win total under bet. So kind of rooting for that to happen. But if we get a Colts loss and the Jaguars somehow win as road favorites in Arizona, that division race is suddenly interesting for me as a Jaguars backer this year. There's no way you're getting me to lay it with the Chiefs. I mean, the Colts, they've struggled this year when they turn the ball over and they put themselves behind schedule and they can't run the ball effectively. And I pointed this out in the game preview up on site right now that the Chiefs have very much struggled to defend the run against good running backs. James Cook, 114 yards on 27 attempts. I know that game was in Buffalo. It probably makes a difference that this game is in Kansas City, but the Colts have won every game this year when Jonathan Taylor runs for over 100 yards. And maybe that's oversimplifying the game state. And I do think it matters that the Chiefs are at home. But to be honest, it's Colts or nothing in this spot. The only knock against them is that they haven't really played anybody. And the Chiefs, despite what you think of their record, are at least tested. So no way I'm laying it with the Chiefs. But I think there could be some potential defensive regression for this Colts team. That being said, the Chiefs are an exclusively pass-heavy team, and the Colts just addressed that by acquiring Sauce Gardner. So I don't really know. If you force me to make a bet, it would be the Colts getting the points, but probably end up passing on this game entirely.
You just mentioned you think the Rams are the best team in the NFL. They host Tampa Bay this week as a 6.5-point favorite. Would you do anything in that game?
I bet the Rams team total over 27.5. Like, it doesn't, I normally like to sell teams coming off of a really bad defensive performance like we saw with the Bucs in Buffalo, but the Rams are just a better offense, man. Like, I don't really know if they cover this number. The thing with Tampa Bay is only Cincinnati is a more variant offense this year. And I don't really know which version you're going to get. So if you force me to pick a side, it would be the Bucs getting the points. But who knows which Baker shows up? Is it the Baker that scored 9 points against the Lions? Or is it the Baker that scored 38 against Seattle while acknowledging the Seahawks were banged up in the secondary in that game? But I mentioned earlier, the Rams scored 21 points against a very good Seattle defense. It could have been 28 if they convert that first touchdown drive. And Puka also fumbled when they were driving in Seattle territory. That could be an easy 10 points right there. So I think the Bucs defense is a little fraudulent, and they have a bunch of corners missing in this game. I think you see the Rams offense shine. So over 27.5 at minus 120, the bet for me in that game.
All right, so you mentioned you would probably go the Colts if you had to bet that game. Probably would go the Bucks if you had to bet the side of that game. Any underdogs that you have officially bet this week in the NFL?
I took the Vikings at market open at +6. It's obviously up to +6.5 now, so I still like it at that number. Look, JJ McCarthy, not good. I'm just going to come out and say that. Like, this is a problem. But the defense is starting to show some improvement. And we just saw Minnesota go to Detroit and win outright as a 9.5-point underdog when everyone was picking against them. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery did absolutely nothing in that game. We don't know if Josh Jacobs is playing. And the Packers, Jordan Love looked like a pumpkin against Brian Flores last year. And traditionally, Love has performed markedly better against man coverage schemes. The Vikings run almost exclusively zone coverage under Flores because it allows them to blitz heavy. So I don't understand this line at all. I like the Vikings getting the points. I don't know if they can win outright like they did in Detroit, but the Packers right now, they're just fraudulent. And I think the Giants showed some life against how you can exploit this defense. And I think you could see Minnesota run the ball, stop the run, and just make this an ugly game. So give me the Vikings getting the points in Green Bay.
I like it. And then, Nick, before I let you go, anything else that you like? Week 12 NFL.
Lots of totals I like. Don't really love the board from a side standpoint, but I think you have some good buy low, sell high opportunities. All of the analysis people can find on the BetMGM blog, which I'll point you to, but just to run through these quickly, Falcons under 19.5 points against the Saints off a bye week. That's going to be Kirk Cousins with no Drake London and a Saints team that can stop the run very well. Cleveland under 17.5 against the Raiders. I don't think the Raiders were as bad as they looked against the Cowboys last night, and they basically played exclusively good offenses this year. Cleveland has cleared this number twice. It was against the Dolphins and the Jets, and I think the Raiders defense is better than those teams. Favorite play of the week, over 47.5 was where I bet it in Panthers 49ers. The over on Monday Night Football, it is up to 48.5. I think this game has shootout potential. The 49ers offense is elite, and they've played almost exclusively very good defenses. I think they could get to 40 in this game. Not exaggerating, but when they get these leads, their defense, it still doesn't have Fred Warner. They still don't have Nick Bosa. I think Carolina can contribute enough that this game goes over the total. So over 47.5. Still like it at 48.5 on Monday Night Football, 49ers Panthers.
Love it. Great stuff from our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Joins us every Tuesday right here on Send It In. Nick, good luck this week, my friend. We'll talk again next week.
Sounds good. Good luck this week, PJ.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's keep talking NFL, talk about half of the slate that we have coming up in Week 12, and then we'll get to Chad Bishop. Going to join us to talk Georgia Tech and Pitt. Thursday night, we got the Bills taking on the Texans. Buffalo, a 5.5-point favorite on the road at Houston. Total in the game is 43.5. I like Houston at this number at 5.5. Keep in mind the Bills about 5 or 6 weeks ago were on the road in Atlanta in that Monday night game. They were a 3.5-point favorite. They lose outright. Now they're laying 5.5 on the road against Houston. I understand it's probably going to be Davis Mills again, but the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. We know the Bills have been very up and down this season. Right when it looks like they're going to turn the corner, they come back down to life, and then right when it looks like they look terrible, that's when they play really well. So off the heels of that really great performance against the Bucs, short week on the road, I like Houston plus the 5.5 against Buffalo. Sunday, we got the Steelers taking on the Bears. Chicago, a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. As of now, looks like Mason Rudolph probably going to be under center for the Steelers in that game. Would be cool to see Aaron Rodgers one more time against the Bears in this matchup. Steelers in a teaser feels like the play at +9. Bears play everybody close. They win every game in the fourth quarter, come from behind, 2-point wins, 1-point wins, 3-point wins. So I would lean Pittsburgh +3, but I think Steelers +9 in a teaser, really good bet this week against Chicago. New England's a 7-point favorite on the road against Cincinnati this week. Jamar Chase is going to be suspended for this game. He's trying to appeal, so maybe he ends up playing on Sunday.
Regardless, though, I just don't know how Cincinnati's going to get stops against Drake May and this New England offense. Travion Henderson is finally starting to get involved. He's had a monster last couple of weeks, so they got the run game going. Drake May's playing terrific. Bengals have probably the worst defense in the NFL and now might be without their top offensive weapon in Jamar Chase. So Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up. 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet. You want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7. And then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville, so probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams. I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker, so look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally. Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the 4th quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit on the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense. I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts as well. All right, let's get to Chad Bishop, kind enough to join us here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Chad, great having you on, man. And we got a big game on Saturday in Atlanta, Georgia Tech and Pitt. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the ACC, right? You have so many teams at the top. Can you tell us where Georgia Tech stands going into this game? Is it as simple as if they win, they go to Charlotte for the ACC title game?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Pretty simple from that perspective. Tech beats Pittsburgh on Saturday night. They advance to Charlotte to play in the ACC championship game. Now, there is a pretty wild scenario. If Pitt wins on Saturday, Georgia Tech would not be dead. They would need pretty much everyone else in the conference to lose the following week to get to Charlotte to that game. But simple fact is they win their home finale, they beat Pitt, they're going to Charlotte for the first time since 2014.
Now, do you think, obviously that's their best path, as we know, Chad, go to the ACC championship, get that auto bid out of the ACC. Do you think there is an opportunity, though, let's say they lose to Pitt and then they end up beating Georgia? You think there's a chance maybe the committee gives them an at-large bid, or you think their only path probably is to win the ACC?
It would probably depend on what else happens around the country, right?
Yeah.
Like, what does Miami look like? What does the rest of the ACC looks like? Who's in that title game? Who wins it? I think it'd be a really tough argument to have a 2-loss Georgia Tech team with really a 1 signature win against Georgia. It's not their fault, but they haven't played anybody this year. Colorado turned out to be not any good. Clemson turned out to not be any good. Duke has fallen off. They didn't have to play Miami, Louisville, SMU, Virginia, the top teams in their conference. Again, not their fault, but that's just how it worked out. So probably their best path is to get into the ACC title game. The Georgia game would be a bonus if they won it, but if they could get to Charlotte and win it, or if they get to Charlotte and have him beat Georgia and lose the ACC title game, there could be a path there too. But I really think it starts with beating Pittsburgh. I think that's step number 1 for them to make the 12-team field.
Yeah, Georgia Tech 2.5-point favorite in that game on Saturday. Chad, last couple games that Georgia Tech has played, their defense has really struggled. They gave up 48 points on the road in Raleigh. They just gave up 34 points against Boston College. Defense has been pretty good much of the year, but as of late, they've really struggled. What have you seen out of the defense that has given them issues in their last couple games?
Yeah, they've really regressed is the word that's been used a lot. It's just a lot of open receivers. The tackling has seemed to not been as good as it was early in the season. And to your point, I mean, red zone defense have been fantastic all year. Had a big game against Duke and only allowing 68 yards rushing. But I think North Carolina State sort of exposed them. They had sort of been a bend, don't break defense all year long. And the dam broke against NC State. And you could see Boston College sort of use a lot of that same blueprint, a lot of that same game plan against this Georgia Tech defense, which is just not playing with a lot of confidence right now. They've been banged up a little bit, but no excuses there because they got a lot of those guys back for Boston College, and they'll be back against Pittsburgh as well. So I think it's just a matter of maybe things catching up to them here late in the season. But they got 2 games left to fix it, and Coach Brent Key and defensive coordinator Blake Gideon, they've been adamant that they're going to fix these issues and make them right again to go out and get a couple wins to end the season.
Haynes King, I mean, anybody that watches college football, we usually think of him as a running quarterback, but he's had some big-time passing games in his last couple games that he's played. 408 yards, 371 yards, Chad, for Haynes King. Do you think that's just because of game script? Do you think it's because teams are just giving him looks and they're forcing him to beat them as a passer? Like, is that something you expect to continue? Is Haynes King maybe having these monster games through the air?
Yeah, I think both, but I also think he's a really good passer, and he's really underrated. I mean, his completion percentage numbers are through the roof, and he protects the football. I mean, one interception this year against Colorado was because his receiver got bumped. Another interception was a Hail Mary at the end of the game against North Carolina State. The kid makes really good throws, really on-time throws, and does a great job of throwing the ball away, which is an underrated aspect of his game too, right? Throwing the ball out of the end of the end zone, throwing it out of bounds. Taking what's given to him. There was one play against Boston College where he had a guy open downfield, but it would have been a tough throw, and he checked it down. So it's those sort of high percentage plays and high percentage throws that he's making that's really made him a complete passer. So it's really made this Georgia Tech team go and this offense go because he can throw it just as well as he can run it, and that's why Tech is leading the nation in total offense, and he individually is leading the country in total offense.
Chad, we just had James Franklin yesterday accept the Virginia Tech job. We've had all these rumblings about Lane Kiffin, what's going on with him. Obviously, the guy that you cover, Brent Key, a very popular name with the success that he's had with Georgia Tech. Even though, obviously, Georgia Tech's still got a lot to play for, they're hoping to get to the playoff. Being around the program every day, covering the team, do you get the sense at all that his name floating around? Like, is it a distraction at all for this team, or do you think they're doing a pretty good job of focusing on the task at hand?
I think they're doing okay. This is a senior-laden team. There's almost 30 seniors on this team, and one thing Brent Key has always said is he wants to be transparent with his organization. Like, his players have decisions to make for what's best for their families, right, through the transfer portal or staying with Tech, and he's no different. And he said if it comes to that, he'll discuss it with the team. I don't think it's reached a fervor pitch where he's had to sit down with the team and say, look, I'm interviewing for this, or I'm not taking this, or don't believe what you hear, any of that stuff. It really hasn't got to that point. So, he's an alum of the school. I'm 99% sure he wants to be here until his coaching days are over. You never say never in this profession. But I think Brent Key's focused on the task at hand, and I haven't seen any distraction or noticed anything different from the locker room here in Atlanta from Georgia Tech football.
Yeah, I'm sure he's focused on the game on Saturday. Chad, who do you think wins in Atlanta, Georgia Tech and Pittsburgh? Who do you got?
Man, it's so evenly matched. And you mentioned the spread being 2.5, right? I mean, that's pretty – that seems pretty accurate, right? I mean, Georgia Tech's defense hasn't stopped anybody. Pittsburgh's offense is outstanding. Georgia Tech's offense is outstanding. I would take the over, right, on paper. But Georgia Tech has played outstanding at home. They haven't lost a home game in 2 years. That's been one of the pillars of Brent Key's program, is to win home games. So that being a field goal margin, it seems about right. I could see Tech pulling this out just like they do a lot of games in the ACC with a last-minute drive and a last-second field goal.
Certainly feels like a game that's going to come down to the wire. Feels like a shootout as well. You mentioned total 62.5, so it should be a fun one. Pitt and Georgia Tech. Chad Bishop, give him a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Chad, great catching up with you again. Enjoy the game on Saturday. I hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, yeah, hammer the over, and it'll be a 20-17 game.
That's how it goes, Chad. That's how it goes. Love it. Great stuff. Yeah. Chad Bishop.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's keep talking about the college football top 25 matchups that we have coming up this weekend. We'll get to that Georgia Tech game in a bit. Got Mizzou and Oklahoma on Saturday. Sooners are 7.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. As the week goes on, I'm actually really kind of starting to like Missouri in this game. There's some rumblings out there that Bo Prabula might be back for Mizzou in this game at quarterback. But really, I think Oklahoma, they're an easy handicap, and also they're a difficult handicap in the sense that their games, every game that they play in, is all about turnovers. And we talked about it with the Bama game and the Tennessee game. They forced 3 turnovers in both of those games. They had a defensive touchdown in both of those games, and they pull off the upset in both of those matchups. Earlier in the year, though, against Michigan and Auburn, when they played those games at home or when they lost to Ole Miss at home, they didn't force turnovers in those games. Their defense wasn't getting off the field on third down and those kinds of things. So I think that's going to be the key to the game, really. Can Missouri protect the football? And if they can, I think they can hang around and keep it close. Also, Oklahoma off that big win against Bama. How are they going to handle that success? So Missouri plus 7.5. I like that against OU. Number 20, Louisville taking on SMU. Mustangs a 3-point favorite. Total in the game, 52.5. SMU has a chance to get right back to the ACC championship game. This is really a good spot for them. They're coming off a bye week. Louisville off 2 back-to-back really tough losses against Clemson and Cal. But if you know anything about college football and Jeff Brom, man, he gets his teams to play up to these kind of games. He's normally very good. As an underdog, he's very good against good teams. And SMU, even though they have a good record, they're a team that, again, regression should be coming. Their analytics aren't that great. I'm probably going to stay away from this game. I think it could be a good game to bet live. Number 17, USC taking on number 8, Oregon. The Ducks are a 9.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 59.5. Now, you guys that watch the show, you know if usually we get 2 ranked teams like this and the spread is this high, I'm normally taking the favorite at minus 9.5. I'm hoping we get a 10 with USC, though, because I'd like the Trojans in the game actually at plus 10. This line is kind of the same at what the Notre Dame and USC game was priced at, and I don't think Notre Dame and Oregon are even teams. I think the Irish are much better. Oregon, as we know, really their only signature win this season was on the road against Iowa. They got stomped at home by Indiana, got dominated by them for the most part in that game. Yes, Lincoln Riley has struggled as USC's head coach on the road, but more so in the Central Time Zone and Eastern Time Zone. When he plays these traditional Pac-12 games, he tends to be pretty decent. So USC, who normally plays well on the road in Eugene, I think can keep that close. So I like the Trojans plus the points. Arkansas taking on Texas. Longhorns were a 10-point favorite. They're down to an 8.5-point favorite now at some spots. Total in the game is 57.5. People are betting Arkansas. This is a funky spread. The fact that Texas is a 10-point favorite at home tells me if this game was in Fayetteville, they'd be like a 3.5-point favorite or something like that. Arkansas's defense is really, really bad, and this should be a defense that Arch Manning in Texas should make some plays against. On the flip side, Arkansas's offense is terrific, but Texas has a really good defense. Feels like Texas is a great money line parlay piece this week at minus 350. You parlay them with some other games on the board. I think they win the game, but I don't know if I want to lay 10 with them against Arkansas. Kentucky and Vandy talked about this game yesterday. I like the under, 53.5. I think this is too many points. Kentucky and Vandy, they're kind of mirror images of each other. They both want to run the football. They really don't have too many explosive playmakers on the outside. They're very well coached. Kentucky played Auburn this year, and that was a 10-3 type game. I see this matchup kind of being like that. The Missouri-Vandy game was 17-10. Like, I think these two teams are very similar to kind of what we could see. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a really low-scoring game. I like under 53.5. Georgia Tech and Pitt, as we were just talking about with Chad. Yellow Jackets, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 62.5. As Chad mentioned, Georgia Tech has not lost a game at home in 2 years. They're really good at home. This feels like such a good live betting game, right? Because the total is 62.5, so you should get a bunch of points. At one point in the game, there should be one of the teams is leading by double digits, and then I would just bet the other side in the game. So that's what I'm going to do, hold off and wait to bet the game live. Number 23, Tennessee, taking on Florida in the Swamp. The Vols have struggled the last 50 years in Florida. They cannot figure out how to win in the swamp. So I definitely wouldn't lay it with Tennessee. It would only be Florida or pass in the game because the Vols never play well in Gainesville. And then number 12 BYU taking on number 25 Cincinnati. BYU a 2.5-point favorite on the road. Total is 54.5. Cincinnati's got a great record. They're ranked. They really haven't beaten anybody this year. BYU probably going to be the best team that they play other than Utah. Utah smashed Cincinnati. I think BYU is going to take care of business as well. So I like the Cougars minus 2.5 in that game against Cincy. All right, let's talk a little college basketball. Go off the glass here on Send It In. We got the Champions Classic tonight at Madison Square Garden. Two great games, Michigan State, Kentucky, and Kansas and Duke. We're going to take Sparty tonight, plus the 4.5 against Kentucky, and I'd look at a little money line as well at plus 155. I am worried about this Kentucky team. Before they played Louisville, Kentucky was the number one team according to KenPom, and it just didn't make any sense to me. They did have a great offseason. They brought a lot of great guys into the transfer portal, and they're all really good individual defenders. I did not like what I saw against Louisville. And the Cardinals have a great offense, but Mark Pope, I just don't think as a head coach is ever going to have an elite defensive team. And in an early season matchup like this, when you're on a neutral floor, coaching and defense are so important. Michigan State has the edge in both of those. I think Michigan State covers the spread. I think they win the game. So I like Sparty plus 4.5 against Kentucky. Also would look at Denzel Aberdeen over 12.5 points for Kentucky against Michigan State. He had 28 against Louisville, 10 for 20 from the field. Jelon Lowe, as Isaac Shade mentioned yesterday, is going to be out. So I think Aberdeen's going to chuck. He's going to go over 12.5. Then we got Kansas taking on Duke. Duke is an 11.5-point favorite. Darren Peterson, star freshman for Kansas, isn't going to play in this game, which is why the spread is all the way up to 11.5. I think this is too many points. When Duke played Texas to open up the season, Duke was a 10.5, 11-point favorite in that game. You're telling me Kansas without Darren Peterson is the same team as Texas? There's no way. Kansas is a better team than Texas is, even without Peterson. I tend to like betting on teams whose superstar isn't playing. Those other guys tend to step up. They tend to play better, rise to the occasion. And maybe Duke, even though it's a big game, you're at MSG, maybe a little bummed that Peterson isn't playing. I like Kansas plus 11.5 against Duke tonight. So give me both dogs in the Champions Classic. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's college basketball no sweat token. Grab the rock and take your shot with the college basketball no sweat token. If you don't win, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's look at PJ's plays. Denzel Aberdeen, as I mentioned, going to be my prop lock for today, over 12.5 points at minus 130. Dog of the day, I'm taking Kansas plus the 11.5 against Duke. Think that is too many points. And then my best bet is going to be Michigan State plus 4.5 against Kentucky. I like MSU in this game. I'm just not sold on Kentucky yet. They got a lot of talent, but I think it's going to take them a little bit to bring it together. I like Izzo and the Spartans in this game with the rebounding, the defense. Also, the total is 153.5. When you get a team like Kentucky that wants to play in the 90s, Michigan State more so in the 70s, they're kind of putting the total in between, but it's more of a Michigan State total. I would look at the Spartans plus the points in that game, like Kansas as well. So that's what we're rolling with tonight as our favorite plays. Thanks again to Nick Kenyon, Chad Bishop for joining us today on the show. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a loaded show for you guys today. Two great guests. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us here in moments, talk Week 12 of the NFL. And we're going to have Chad Bishop join us later on in the show, preview Georgia Tech and Pitt, massive game in the ACC coming up on Saturday. I'll also give some of my thoughts on the Week 12 NFL slate. We'll look at half of the slate coming up today, the other half on the show tomorrow. We'll dive into some of the top 25 matchups we have in college football, and then two massive college basketball games tonight. We get the State Farm Championship between Duke and Kansas, Michigan State, Kentucky. We'll look at both of those games before wrapping everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, anything in the NFL, college basketball, college football, let us know. Chime in here on the show. You can reach out at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy Nick Kenyon. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick Kenyon. BetMGM senior writer joins us each and every Tuesday right here on Send It In. Nick, before we get into some of the games this week, let's just start point blank, my friend. Who do you think the best team right now in the NFL is?
It's such a fascinating question, PJ, because I think if you were to look at the current Super Bowl odds and just check like who's the favorites to win the Super Bowl, there are flaws with every single one of the big favorites. That being said, I think as constructed, the Rams are the best team in the NFL right now. I think that scoreline was a little bit misleading against Seattle because they failed to convert on their first drive of the game from the Seattle 1 yard line. Yeah, the second half wasn't going great from a Seahawks standpoint or a Rams standpoint because you just had turnovers and punts and turnovers and punts. But I still trust this Rams team. I think the offense is one of the best in the league. And the defense, I'm not quite sure about the secondary. That's my only real concern with this team. But they seem to be very good at stopping the run. And I trust that Sean McVay can find a way to have this offense score enough points where it kind of helps counterbalance the weakness in the secondary.
Yeah, right now at BetMGM, Philadelphia, your slight favorite, plus 550 over the Rams, who are at plus 600. Then is the Bills at plus 850, and then the Kansas City Chiefs, Nick, and they've obviously been a big talking point the last couple days. Pretty shocking loss against Denver, right? Off of a bye week in desperation mode. They dropped that game to a last-second field goal to Denver, and now they got to get Indianapolis at home this week, and they're only laying 3. You think this is a nice time to buy in on Kansas City, or do you like Indianapolis to go into Arrowhead and take down the Chiefs?
I mean, it's good for me either way. If the Chiefs lose this game, it cashes my win total under bet. So kind of rooting for that to happen. But if we get a Colts loss and the Jaguars somehow win as road favorites in Arizona, that division race is suddenly interesting for me as a Jaguars backer this year. There's no way you're getting me to lay it with the Chiefs. I mean, the Colts, they've struggled this year when they turn the ball over and they put themselves behind schedule and they can't run the ball effectively. And I pointed this out in the game preview up on site right now that the Chiefs have very much struggled to defend the run against good running backs. James Cook, 114 yards on 27 attempts. I know that game was in Buffalo. It probably makes a difference that this game is in Kansas City, but the Colts have won every game this year when Jonathan Taylor runs for over 100 yards. And maybe that's oversimplifying the game state. And I do think it matters that the Chiefs are at home. But to be honest, it's Colts or nothing in this spot. The only knock against them is that they haven't really played anybody. And the Chiefs, despite what you think of their record, are at least tested. So no way I'm laying it with the Chiefs. But I think there could be some potential defensive regression for this Colts team. That being said, the Chiefs are an exclusively pass-heavy team, and the Colts just addressed that by acquiring Sauce Gardner. So I don't really know. If you force me to make a bet, it would be the Colts getting the points, but probably end up passing on this game entirely.
You just mentioned you think the Rams are the best team in the NFL. They host Tampa Bay this week as a 6.5-point favorite. Would you do anything in that game?
I bet the Rams team total over 27.5. Like, it doesn't, I normally like to sell teams coming off of a really bad defensive performance like we saw with the Bucs in Buffalo, but the Rams are just a better offense, man. Like, I don't really know if they cover this number. The thing with Tampa Bay is only Cincinnati is a more variant offense this year. And I don't really know which version you're going to get. So if you force me to pick a side, it would be the Bucs getting the points. But who knows which Baker shows up? Is it the Baker that scored 9 points against the Lions? Or is it the Baker that scored 38 against Seattle while acknowledging the Seahawks were banged up in the secondary in that game? But I mentioned earlier, the Rams scored 21 points against a very good Seattle defense. It could have been 28 if they convert that first touchdown drive. And Puka also fumbled when they were driving in Seattle territory. That could be an easy 10 points right there. So I think the Bucs defense is a little fraudulent, and they have a bunch of corners missing in this game. I think you see the Rams offense shine. So over 27.5 at minus 120, the bet for me in that game.
All right, so you mentioned you would probably go the Colts if you had to bet that game. Probably would go the Bucs if you had to bet the side of that game. Any underdogs that you have officially bet this week in the NFL?
I took the Vikings at market open at +6. It's obviously up to +6.5 now, so I still like it at that number. Look, JJ McCarthy, not good. I'm just going to come out and say that. Like, this is a problem. But the defense is starting to show some improvement. And we just saw Minnesota go to Detroit and win outright as a 9.5-point underdog when everyone was picking against them. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery did absolutely nothing in that game. We don't know if Josh Jacobs is playing. And the Packers, Jordan Love looked like a pumpkin against Brian Flores last year. And traditionally, Love has performed markedly better against man coverage schemes. The Vikings run almost exclusively zone coverage under Flores because it allows them to blitz heavy. So I don't understand this line at all. I like the Vikings getting the points. I don't know if they can win outright like they did in Detroit, but the Packers right now, they're just fraudulent. And I think the Giants showed some life against how you can exploit this defense. And I think you could see Minnesota run the ball, stop the run, and just make this an ugly game. So give me the Vikings getting the points in Green Bay.
I like it. And then, Nick, before I let you go, anything else that you like? Week 12 NFL.
Lots of totals I like. Don't really love the board from a side standpoint, but I think you have some good buy low, sell high opportunities. All of the analysis people can find on the BetMGM blog, which I'll point you to. But just to run through these quickly, Falcons under 19.5 points against the Saints off a bye week. That's going to be Kirk Cousins with no Drake London and a Saints team that can stop the run very well. Cleveland under 17.5 against the Raiders. I don't think the Raiders were as bad as they looked against the Cowboys last night, and they basically played exclusively good offenses this year. Cleveland has cleared this number twice. It was against the Dolphins and the Jets, and I think the Raiders defense is better than those teams. Favorite play of the week, over 47.5 was where I bet it in Panthers 49ers. The over on Monday Night Football, it is up to 48.5. I think this game has shootout potential. The 49ers offense is elite, and they've played almost exclusively very good defenses. I think they could get to 40 in this game. Not exaggerating, but when they get these leads, their defense, it still doesn't have Fred Warner. They still don't have Nick Bosa. I think Carolina can contribute enough that this game goes over the total. So over 47.5. Still, I get 48.5 on Monday Night Football, 49ers Panthers.
Love it. Great stuff from our guy, Nick Kenyon. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Joins us every Tuesday right here on Send It In. Nick, good luck this week, my friend. We'll talk again next week.
Sounds good. Good luck this week, PJ.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's keep talking NFL, talk about half of the slate that we have coming up in Week 12, and then we'll get to Chad Bishop, going to join us to talk Georgia Tech and Pitt. Thursday night, we got the Bills taking on the Texans. Buffalo, a 5.5-point favorite on the road at Houston. Total in the game is 43.5. I like Houston at this number at 5.5. Keep in mind the Bills about 5 or 6 weeks ago were on the road in Atlanta in that Monday night game. They were a 3.5-point favorite. They lose outright. Now they're laying 5.5 on the road against Houston. I understand it's probably going to be Davis Mills again, but the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. We know the Bills have been very up and down this season. Right when it looks like they're going to turn the corner, they come back down to life, and then right when it looks like they look terrible, that's when they play really well. So off the heels of that really great performance against the Bucs, Short week on the road. I like Houston plus the 5.5 against Buffalo. Sunday, we got the Steelers taking on the Bears. Chicago a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. As of now, looks like Mason Rudolph probably going to be under center for the Steelers in that game. Would be cool to see Aaron Rodgers one more time against the Bears in this matchup. Steelers in a teaser feels like the play at +9. Bears play everybody close. They win every game in the fourth quarter, come from behind, 2-point wins, 1-point wins, 3-point wins. So I would lean Pittsburgh +3, but I think Steelers +9 in a teaser, really good bet this week against Chicago. New England's a 7-point favorite on the road against Cincinnati this week. Jamar Chase is going to be suspended for this game. He's trying to appeal, so maybe he ends up playing on Sunday. Regardless, though, I just don't know how Cincinnati's going to get stops against Drake May and this New England offense. Travion Henderson is finally starting to get involved. He's had a monster last couple weeks, so they got the run game going. Drake May's playing terrific. Bengals have probably the worst defense in the NFL and now might be without their top offensive weapon in Jamar Chase. So Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet. You want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville, so probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams. I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker, so look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally. Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the fourth quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit. On the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense, I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts as well. All right, let's get to Chad Bishop, kind enough to join us here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Chad, great having you on, man. And we got a big game on Saturday in Atlanta, Georgia Tech and Pitt. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the ACC, right? You have so many teams at the top. Can you tell us where Georgia Tech stands going into this game? Is it as simple as if they win, they go to Charlotte for the ACC title game?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Pretty simple from that perspective. Tech beats Pittsburgh on Saturday night. They advance to Charlotte to play in the ACC championship game. Now, there is a pretty wild scenario. If Pitt wins on Saturday, Georgia Tech would not be dead. They would need pretty much everyone else in the conference to lose the following week to get to Charlotte to that game. But simple fact is they win their home finale, they beat Pitt, they're going to Charlotte for the first time since 2014.
Now, do you think, obviously that's their best path, as we know, Chad, go to the ACC championship, get that auto bid out of the ACC. Do you think there is an opportunity, though, let's say they lose to Pitt and then they end up beating Georgia? You think there's a chance maybe the committee gives them an at-large bid, or you think their only path probably is to win the ACC?
It would probably depend on what else happens around the country, right?
Yeah.
Like, what does Miami look like? What does the rest of the ACC look like? Who's in that title game? Who wins it? I think it'd be a really tough argument to have a 2-loss Georgia Tech team with really one signature win against Georgia. It's not their fault, but they haven't played anybody this year. Colorado turned out to be not any good. Clemson turned out to not be any good. Duke has fallen off. Like, they didn't have to play Miami, Louisville, SMU, Virginia, the top teams in their conference. Again, not their fault, but that's just how it worked out. So probably their best path is to get into the ACC title game. The Georgia game would be a bonus if they won it, but if they could get to Charlotte and win it, or if they get to Charlotte and have him beat Georgia and lose the ACC title game, there could be a path there too. But I really think it starts with beating Pittsburgh. I think that's step number one for them to make the 12-team field.
Yeah, Georgia Tech 2.5-point favorite in that game on Saturday. Chad, last couple games that Georgia Tech has played, their defense has really struggled. They gave up 48 points on the road in Raleigh. They just gave up 34 points against Boston College. Defense has been pretty good much of the year, but as of late, they've really struggled. Yeah. What have you seen out of the defense that has given them issues in their last couple games?
Yeah, they've really regressed is the word that's been used a lot. It's just a lot of open receivers. The tackling has seemed to not been as good as it was early in the season. And to your point, I mean, red zone defense have been fantastic all year. Had a big game against Duke and only allowing 68 yards rushing. But I think North Carolina State sort of exposed them. They had sort of been a bend, don't break defense all year long. And the dam broke against NC State. And you could see Boston College sort of use a lot of that same blueprint, a lot of that same game plan against this Georgia Tech defense, which is just not playing with a lot of confidence right now. They've been banged up a little bit, but no excuses there because they got a lot of those guys back for Boston College, and they'll be back against Pittsburgh as well. So I think it's just a matter of maybe things catching up to them here late in the season. But they got 2 games left to fix it, and Coach Brent Key and defensive coordinator Blake Gideon, they've been adamant that they're going to fix these issues and make them right again to go out and get a couple wins to end the season.
Haynes King, I mean, anybody that watches college football, we usually think of him as a running quarterback, but he's had some big-time passing games in his last couple games that he's played. 408 yards, 371 yards, Chad, for Haynes King. Do you think that's just because of game script? Do you think it's because teams are just giving him looks and they're forcing him to beat them as a passer? Like, is that something you expect to continue? Is Haynes King maybe having these monster games through the air?
Yeah, I think both, but I also think he's a really good passer, and he's really underrated. I mean, his completion percentage numbers are through the roof, and he protects the football. I mean, one interception this year against Colorado was because his receiver got bumped. Another interception was a Hail Mary at the end of the game against North Carolina State. The kid makes really good throws, really on-time throws, and does a great job of throwing the ball away, which is an underrated aspect of his game too, right? Throwing the ball out of the end of the end zone, throwing it out of bounds. Taking what's given to him. There was one play against Boston College where he had a guy open downfield, but it would have been a tough throw, and he checked it down. So it's those sort of high percentage plays and high percentage throws that he's making that's really made him a complete passer. So it's really made this Georgia Tech team go and this offense go because he can throw it just as well as he can run it, and that's why Tech is leading the nation in total offense, and he individually is leading the country in total offense.
Chad, we just had James Franklin yesterday accept the Virginia Tech job. We've had all these rumblings about Lane Kiffin, what's going on with him. Obviously, the guy that you cover, Brent Key, a very popular name with the success that he's had with Georgia Tech. Even though, obviously, Georgia Tech's still got a lot to play for. They're hoping to get to the playoff. Being around the program every day, covering the team, do you get the sense at all that his name floating around, like, is it a distraction at all for this team, or do you think they're doing a pretty good job of focusing on the task at hand?
I think they're doing okay. This is a senior-laden team. There's almost 30 seniors on this team, and one thing Brent Key has always said is he wants to be transparent with his organization. Like, his players have decisions to make for what's best for their families, right, through the transfer portal or staying with Tech, and he's no different. And he said if it comes to that, he'll discuss it with the team. I don't think it's reached a fervor pitch where he's had to sit down with the team and say, look, I'm interviewing for this, or I'm not taking this, or don't believe what you hear, any of that stuff. It really hasn't got to that point. So, he's an alum of the school. I'm 99% sure he wants to be here until his coaching days are over. You never say never in this profession. But I think Brent Key's focused on the task at hand, and I haven't seen any distraction or noticed anything different from the locker room here in Atlanta from Georgia Tech football.
Yeah, I'm sure he's focused on the game on Saturday. Chad, who do you think wins in Atlanta, Georgia Tech, and Pittsburgh? Who do you got?
Man, it's so evenly matched. And you mentioned the spread being 2.5, right? I mean, that seems pretty accurate, right? I mean, Georgia Tech's defense hasn't stopped anybody. Pittsburgh's offense is outstanding. Georgia Tech's offense is I would take the over, right, on paper. But Georgia Tech has played outstanding at home. They haven't lost a home game in 2 years. That's been one of the pillars of Brent Key's program, is to win home games. So that being a field goal margin, it seems about right. I could see Tech pulling this out just like they do a lot of games in the ACC, with a last-minute drive and a last-second field goal.
Certainly feels like a game that's going to come down to the wire. Feels like a shootout as well. You mentioned total 62.5, so it should be a fun one. Pitt and Georgia Tech. Chad Bishop, give him a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Chad, great catching up with you again. Enjoy the game on Saturday. Hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, yeah, hammer the over, and it'll be a 20-17 game.
That's how it goes, Chad. That's how it goes. Love it. Great stuff. Yeah. Chad Bishop. All right, guys, let's keep talking about the college football top 25 matchups that we have coming up this weekend. We'll get to that Georgia Tech game in a bit. Got Mizzou and Oklahoma on Saturday. Sooners are 7.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. As the week goes on, I'm actually really kind of starting to like Missouri in this game. There's some rumblings out there that Bo Prabula might be back for Mizzou in this game at quarterback. But really, I think Oklahoma, they're an easy handicap, and also they're a difficult handicap in the sense that their games, every game that they play in, is all about turnovers. And we talked about it with the Bama game and the Tennessee game. They forced 3 turnovers in both of those games. They had a defensive touchdown in both of those games, and they pull off the upset in both of those matchups. Earlier in the year, though, against Michigan and Auburn, when they played those games at home or when they lost to Ole Miss at home, they didn't force turnovers in those games. Their defense wasn't getting off the field on third down and those kinds of things. So I think that's going to be the key to the game, really. Can Missouri protect the football? And if they can, I think they can hang around and keep it close. Also, Oklahoma off that big win against Bama. How are they going to handle that success? So Missouri plus 7.5. I like that against OU. Number 20, Louisville taking on SMU. Mustangs a 3-point favorite. Total in the game, 52.5. SMU has a chance to get right back to the ACC championship game. This is really a good spot for them. They're coming off a bye week. Louisville off 2 back-to-back really tough losses against Clemson and Cal. But if you know anything about college football and Jeff Brom, man, he gets his teams to play up to these kind of games. He's normally very good. As an underdog, he's very good against good teams. And SMU, even though they have a good record, they're a team that, again, regression should be coming. Their analytics aren't that great. I'm probably going to stay away from this game. I think it could be a good game to bet live. Number 17, USC taking on number 8, Oregon. The Ducks are a 9.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 59.5. Now, you guys that watch the show, you know if usually we get 2 ranked teams like this and the spread is this high, I'm normally taking the favorite at minus 9.5. I'm hoping we get a 10 with USC, though, because I like the Trojans in the game actually at plus 10. This line is kind of the same at what the Notre Dame and USC game was priced at, and I don't think Notre Dame and Oregon are even teams. I think the Irish are much better. Oregon, as we know, really their only signature win this season was on the road against Iowa. They got stomped at home by Indiana, got dominated by them for the most part in that game. Yes, Lincoln Riley has struggled as USC's head coach on the road, but more so in the Central Time Zone and Eastern Time Zone. When he plays these traditional Pac-12 games, he tends to be pretty decent. So USC, who normally plays well on the road in Eugene, I think can keep that close. So I like the Trojans plus the points. Arkansas taking on Texas. Longhorns were a 10-point favorite. They're down to an 8.5-point favorite now at some spots. Total in the game is 57.5. People are betting Arkansas. This is a funky spread. The fact that Texas is a 10-point favorite at home tells me if this game was in Fayetteville, they'd be like a 3.5-point favorite or something like that. Arkansas's defense is really, really bad, and this should be a defense that Arch Manning in Texas should make some plays against. On the flip side, Arkansas's offense is terrific, but Texas has a really good defense. Feels like Texas is a great money line parlay piece this week at minus 350. You parlay them with some other games on the board. I think they win the game, but I don't know if I want to lay 10 with them against Arkansas. Kentucky and Vandy talked about this game yesterday. I like the under, 53.5. I think this is too many points. Kentucky and Vandy, they're kind of mirror images of each other. They both want to run the football. They really don't have too many explosive playmakers on the outside. They're very well coached. Kentucky played Auburn this year, and that was a 10-3 type game. I see this matchup kind of being like that. The Missouri-Vandy game was 17-10. I think these two teams are very similar to kind of what we could see. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a really low-scoring game. I like under 53.5. Georgia Tech and Pitt, as we were just talking about with Chad. Yellow Jackets, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 62.5. As Chad mentioned, Georgia Tech has not lost a game at home in 2 years. They're really good at home. This feels like such a good live betting game, right? Because the total is 62.5, so you should get a bunch of points. At one point in the game, there should be one of the teams is leading by double digits, and then I would just bet the other side in the game. So that's what I'm going to do, hold off and wait to bet the game live. Number 23, Tennessee, taking on Florida in the Swamp. The Vols have struggled the last 50 years in Florida. They cannot figure out how to win in the Swamp. So I definitely wouldn't lay it with Tennessee. It would only be Florida or pass in the game because the Vols never play well in Gainesville. And then number 12, BYU, taking on number 25, Cincinnati. BYU, a 2.5-point favorite on the road. Total is 54.5. Cincinnati's got a great record. They're ranked. They really haven't beaten anybody this year. BYU, probably going to be the best team that they play other than Utah. Utah smashed Cincinnati. I think BYU is going to take care of business as well. So I like the Cougars minus 2.5 in that game against Cincy. All right, let's talk a little college basketball. Go off the glass here on Send It In. We got the Champions Classic tonight at Madison Square Garden. Two great games, Michigan State, Kentucky, and Kansas and Duke. We're going to take Sparty tonight, plus the 4.5 against Kentucky, and I'd look at a little money line as well at plus 155. I am worried about this Kentucky team. Before they played Louisville, Kentucky was the number one team according to KenPom, and it just didn't make any sense to me. They did have a great offseason. They brought a lot of great guys into the transfer portal, and they're all really good individual defenders. I did not like what I saw against Louisville. And the Cardinals have a great offense, but Mark Pope, I just don't think as a head coach is ever going to have an elite defensive team. And in an early season matchup like this, when you're on a neutral floor, coaching and defense are so important. Michigan State has the edge in both of those. I think Michigan State covers the spread. I think they win the game. So I like Sparty plus the 4.5 against Kentucky. Also would look at Denzel Aberdeen over 12.5 points for Kentucky against Michigan State. He had 28 against Louisville, 10 for 20 from the field. Jalon Lowe, as Isaac Shade mentioned yesterday, is going to be out. So I think Aberdeen's going to chuck. He's going to go over 12.5. Then we got Kansas taking on Duke. Duke is an 11.5-point favorite. Darren Peterson, star freshman for Kansas, isn't going to play in this game, which is why the spread is all the way up to 11.5. I think this is too many points. When Duke played Texas to open up the season, Duke was a 10.5, 11-point favorite in that game. You're telling me Kansas without Darren Peterson is the same team as Texas? There's no way. Kansas is a better team than Texas is, even without Peterson. I tend to like betting on teams whose superstar isn't playing. Those other guys tend to step up. They tend to play better, rise to the occasion. And maybe Duke, even though it's a big game, you're at MSG, maybe a little bummed that Peterson isn't playing. I like Kansas plus 11.5 against Duke tonight. So give me both dogs in the Champions Classic. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's college basketball no sweat token. Grab the rock and take your shot with the college basketball no sweat token. If you don't win, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's look at PJ's plays. Denzel Aberdeen, as I mentioned, going to be my prop lock for today, over 12.5 points at minus 130. Dog of the day, I'm taking Kansas plus the 11.5 against Duke. Think that is too many points. And then my best bet is going to be Michigan State plus 4.5 against Kentucky. I like MSU in this game. I'm just not sold on Kentucky yet. They got a lot of talent, but I think it's going to take them a little bit to bring it together. I like Izzo and the Spartans in this game with the rebounding, the defense. Also, the total is 153.5. When you get a team like Kentucky that wants to play in the 90s, Michigan State more so in the 70s, they're kind of putting the total in between, but it's more of a Michigan State total. I would look at the Spartans plus the points in that game, like Kansas as well. So that's what we're rolling with tonight as our favorite plays. Thanks again to Nick Kenyon, Chad Bishop for joining us today on the show. See you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day.
flag. Stafford has Parkinson. Colby Parkinson breaks a tackle and another for a touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, let's keep the NFL conversation rolling. Our buddy Will Brinson from CBS Sports, kind enough to hang out with us. Find him on social media by his name, at Will Brinson. Will, we were just talking about, of course, the 5-5 Chiefs. You know, for so long it's been this idea that, well, they're going to make it. They're going to make it. Well, they go from the 8 to now the 9 seed, and then here are the Colts looming. They're a 3.5-point home favorite against the Indianapolis Colts. When should we start to wrap our brain around the idea of, like, you know what? Maybe in this deep conference, maybe with the number of surprises that we're seeing in the AFC, and there's some weaker divisions, like the Baltimore-Pittsburgh winner is going to get in, maybe the Chiefs just don't make the playoffs. Is that viable?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely possible. Now, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, we live in a world where, and you got, you know, we're all old enough where, like, you know, it's not like, you know, we're not like fifth graders where it's like Patrick Mahomes is the only thing that's ever existed, right? I mean, like, we lived through I think actually living through the whole Tom Brady thing, and then Patrick Mahomes comes along, it's kind of difficult to wrap my brain around the idea that the Chiefs won't flip a switch at some point and make the playoffs. In fact, I've got my Bet It Now column up on CBSSports.com, and the very first and easy option was to hammer the Chiefs -3 because you can still find it out there. I think there's one spot. I know we're BetMGM show. I think it's 3.5 there, but you can get a 3 out there. I'm intrigued at 3. At 3.5, I'm kind of a little shaky. But, like, I mean, imagine saying that Patrick Mahomes is going to host Daniel Jones, and I guess they're not the favorite, but they're, like, you know, to earn the bye. But I mean, like, the AFC South leading Colts, and be a 3-point favorite at home with the Chiefs in a must-win situation. It's pretty crazy. And it's reflected. You see the odds right next to us here. The conference winner, aka the team to rep the AFC in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs have basically, like, similar odds to win the division as they do to win the conference, which just speaks to, like, Vegas is not going to get, you know, the sportsbooks are not going to get exposed by hanging a realistic Chiefs to win the AFC number, because 5-1 is a terrible number. They should be like, I mean, like, any other team would be like 5-1 to make the playoffs, and they're 5-1 to win the conference. So, like, that speaks to just what we know about Andy Reid, what we know about Patrick Mahomes. Having said all that, I mean, like, I like the Chiefs -3. I think they figure out a way to beat the Colts. The defense is good enough, and we've seen it. If you get Daniel Jones in a spot where he's not front running and you can slow down Jonathan Taylor, then you can absolutely beat the Colts and create turnovers. Now, I mean, like, if the Colts get up here, good luck. Jonathan Taylor might flex the MVP muscles. But I mean, I like the Chiefs, but I don't know if it's like I think it's more of a, like, look, Mahomes is going to get this done by 3 or more, I think, in this spot. But we also thought that last week. So
they've got to go 5-2 though to make the playoffs. 5-2, like, that's where I'm at. So you have to take a team that's been 5-5 through 10 and expect them to do everything right and stay healthy. I'm glad you brought up the Patriots though, because, you know, the fair price on the Chiefs to make the Super Bowl should be like 9-1.
No, I mean, like, literally, I was going to ask you guys about this. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but, like, I was going to ask you guys about this because I had just clicked on it just to see what it would, like, the Bills to win the AFC East and the Chiefs to win the AFC West. It's like 19-1, which is just, it's not enough, like, given where those two teams are. But the Chiefs' odds are longer to win the division than they are to win the conference. That is insane.
Yeah. Well, here's why. The Patriots went to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 conference championships in a row from 2011 to 2018. Brady ruined it for this Mahomes team. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Because Vegas is like, we're not doing this again. 5-1. You want to bet a 5-5 team to go to the Super Bowl? 5-1.
Right. I mean, like, what are they to win the Super Bowl? Probably like 6-1. I mean, it's insane. They're 5-5 now.
350.
No, are they really 350? Get the hell out of here. Okay, yeah. No. I mean, yeah, 8.5-1. Now, I will say this about the Chiefs. Like, I think if you go and look at their schedule in totality, am trying to. Yeah, there we go. Like you lose to the Chargers in week 1. Chargers look like the best team in football week 1. So like I'm not going to say it's a bad loss. Chargers very different team now. Lose at the Eagles in week 2. Eagles kind of just like physically imposed on them. The Chiefs weren't really clicking, but the Eagles are a good football team. You lose at the Jaguars in week 5. Fluky game. Jaguars aren't great, but Lawrence kind of stepped up his game, and Mahomes made a terrible mistake. You lose at the Bills in week 9, and you lose at the Broncos in week 11. Like those aren't really bad losses. Like you've lost to like all the good teams in football, basically. And they don't really have a hard schedule down the stretch. Like you could see, I mean, you can somebody is going to get really screwed by having to face Patrick Mahomes in the wild card round. I'll tell you that much.
Mm-hmm. I know. And we were just laughing at the idea of the quarterback matchup between what would be the 4-5 right now, Buffalo and Pittsburgh too. Like there's a lot of those, like
Mason Rudolph and Josh Allen. I mean, like night, Mason.
Yeah. No doubt. What do you think about this idea? We're entering week 12 and look at the top of the Super Bowl odds. We've got 2 NFC teams, not only 2 NFC teams, maybe ones that you weren't expecting. Rams and Eagles after their impressive performances, or let's say their big wins, I guess.
Well, I mean, I was bobbing my head to weren't expecting. Obviously, I mean, like it's great when when you're correct on the run out and your read on a team is right. I mean, the Rams are like that good. Now, the Seahawks played really well on defense. They just have a Sam Darnold against a good defense problem. And the Rams, I mean, they ran Sam Darnold out of Minnesota with that playoff game, and they wrecked his, season. And we saw him in week 18 against the Lions. Like Sam Darnold in these big spots, you have to worry about that. But the Seahawks defense was awesome. I thought the Rams, the one concern I have with the Rams, and this is just something that Sean McVay does, and it's something that NFL coaches have done for decades now, just way too conservative at the end of games. And he's sort of willing to toe the line, whereas I'd like him to be a little more aggressive in some of those spots, like just running the ball 3 times and daring Sam Darnold to beat you. That kind of screwed us on the cover there, right? I mean, like the Rams, like the Seahawks play, you could say the Seahawks played better overall statistically. Rams should have covered that game all day long. And same thing happened against the Eagles earlier in the season, week 3, when the Rams lost 33-26. Like the Rams should have covered that game. But yeah, like the Eagles, their defense, if it's not third best, if it's not second best, it's like third best. Adding Jalen Phillips and all the trade deadline moves that Howie Roseman made, that defense is a problem. The issue for Philly, I think, guys, is that their offensive coordinator is a problem too. And the A.J. Brown stuff, squeaky wheel game, you get 10 targets and then you don't really do a whole lot with them. That vertical passing game and whether it's going to come back and whether week 7 and 8 were just a blip on the radar, week 7 and 8 were just a blip on the radar, or like, can they do that again? Because we haven't seen them do it outside of those 2 weeks. Like that's the big concern for me with the Eagles. But that defense looks like it might be the best in football. And now Lane Johnson too, by the way, like he matters a lot for that offense. We saw it with Carson Wentz. We've seen it with Jalen Hurts a little bit less just because of, I think Lane's been healthier, but like when he goes out, that offense kind of falls off a cliff. So I'm curious to look at the Eagles offense moving forward. If they can get the passing game going, if Lane Johnson matters, I would flip the Rams and the Eagles if we don't see some sort of improvement from Philly on that offensive end.
Are we so sure the Lions are going to just win the North? I know the odds say that they will. Schedule doesn't get that much easier. And I know they've lost to some good teams, but are we sure they're going to just roll out of bed and win this NFC North?
No, I don't think so. I am pretty sure they're going to cover 10.5 on Sunday. You talk about, that was another item in my Bet It Now column. You talk about a prime spot for the Lions to bounce back at home against a bad defense, either playing with their defense playing angry, playing against one of 2 things. Jackson Dart, who, if he clears concussion protocol, you better believe Mike Kafka won't call any design runs for him. Like you want your job, buddy? Like that's part of why Brian Dable got fired. So you're going to lose Jackson Dart's legs at least in the intentional run game, which is a big part of what the Giants did with him. Or you're going to get Jameis Winston in the second game when he's starting, which is like past the YOLO phase and into the, okay, everybody thinks I'm a problem, but now I'm actually a problem for my own team phase. So I think the Lions, this is where they bounce back really well off a loss. As everybody knows, the stats are out there. I think they cover this by like another 10 points. Kind of easy.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you did put that also in your Bet It Now on CBSSports.com if people want to check that out. And you put it in one of your rules of life.
Yeah,
also,
did you get that? My coach, Coach Finstock. Yeah.
Never play cards with a guy who has the same first name as a city. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, that's a good rule. I like that one.
No, it's from Teen Wolf. It's never date a woman with a dragon with a dagger tattoo on her leg, on any part of her body.
Jesus,
never
Teen
play
Wolf.
cards. Yeah, you didn't watch Teen Wolf as a kid? Teen Wolf's a great
Of
movie.
course I did, but sometimes I need to check myself. I'm like, Sam, sometimes our references might be getting a little bit old.
No, we're old.
We're
We're old. They've rebooted Teen Wolf like twice since then. Yeah, we're old as hell.
Yep.
The other two that I'll just mention really quickly without you asking me. But Niners Panthers over, I like a lot on Monday, and I think that ends up getting closer to 50 than it is right now. Carolina wants to run, but the second you start scoring on them, which San Francisco will be able to do with Brock Purdy back and that the way that they attack now, the second you start scoring on them, they just get dragged into these tempo games. Like I didn't realize it till yesterday morning. I was in my car. I didn't even realize it. Bryce Young set the record for most passing yards by a Panthers quarterback of all time. Like I don't think the Panthers realized it till Tuesday morning either, or Monday morning
Makes
either.
sense.
Yeah.
Who did he break? Delhomme? Had to be Delhomme, right?
Cam. He did this is the quietest Cam. This is the quietest 448 yards I've ever seen in my life.
It's insane. Well, okay, so let's talk about them. Like the odds are interesting. Tampa Bay minus 800 to win the division, but Carolina's right there. Tampa has a soft schedule the rest of the way, but I mean, you're giving me Tampa 6-4, Carolina 6-5, and Carolina's plus 650. Puncher's chance.
And the Panthers get a week 14 bye, which I think is pretty big.
True.
They have the Saints one more time. And I mean, basically the division is going to come down to the two week 16 and week 18 games between Carolina and Tampa Bay. So can Carolina beat Tampa Bay? They probably have to beat them twice because they have San Francisco and then the Rams before their bye. Like, I think it's safe to assume Carolina could steal one of those. I don't think they will. I think they'll go 0-2 those games. LA's at home, so maybe that's a little bit different, but I don't know. I wouldn't bank on Carolina winning either of those games. So you go to 6-7. Let's say I think they'll beat New Orleans at New Orleans. I don't think they'll fall asleep for that one like they did at home. 7-7, lose to the Seahawks. You got to sweep. I think you have to sweep the Bucs to win it. So it's like, would the Panthers money?
Damn.
So you're about to say Panthers money line? I think he was about to say Panthers money line.
No, I need to know what he was going to say.
To be honest,
yeah, I thought we all were done. I wasn't sure, but then it was Will.
That was it.
Like
they decided. Odyssey said, "That's enough. Cut it."
I was hoping. Go ahead, Will. What were you about to say about Carolina? We're on the edge of our seat. Paul was guessing that you were going to say Carolina money line.
Yeah, my Chrome crash. I was going to say like the Panthers money line at home, and then parlayed with the Panthers money line at the Bucs. That's probably less than plus 550, right? So like if you think the Panthers sweep the Bucs, you would just bet the 550. Like that's basically, I think, what they have to do to win it. I would not want to bank on Bryce Young sweeping Baker Mayfield. I thought Baker looked like he was out for blood yesterday against Josh Allen, and then Josh Allen just did. By the way, another thing I like for Thursday night, Josh Allen anytime touchdown minus 115. Dude scored 9 touchdowns between week 10 and week 16 last year, 3 last week. That's way too low a price he's about to do the Superman MVP thing, and he's got a primetime game.
Mm-hmm.
We've got less than a minute. Bears, they're begging you to lay Chicago -3 at home against Pittsburgh. I'm not doing it. I know a lot of people will, though. What is this team? What are they?
I don't know. They're so weird. They're like the 2017 Bills, like the year before they got Josh Allen, or the like one of those teams or like the Giants the first year with Brian Dable. Right? Good coaching is kind of elevating them a little bit into this position where false expectations. If it's Mason Rudolph, I'll probably lay the 3, but like the Bears are going to lose some games down the stretch. Probably, maybe, potentially.
Maybe.
Packers twice.
Who knows? Maybe
Packers twice
they'll
coming up.
The Packers twice.
They'll split. They'll split.
I don't know.
They'll find a way to split that one, right?
Yep. CBSSports.com. Will Brinson. Will, thank you so much. We'll talk a couple weeks after Thanksgiving. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way in about 20 minutes. Joe Sammy P. I was looking at the make and miss the playoffs. And one thing that jumped out, Sam, to me in the NFC side is, okay, they're still high on Detroit. Detroit is out for the moment. They're the 8 seed in the NFC. They 6-4 record, but some books have them as a favorite to win the division still. It's kind of split right now. Some have Green Bay. Detroit is plus 325 to miss, so a heavy favorite to make the playoffs. Green Bay is plus 310 to miss, heavy favorite to make the playoffs. Chicago, a favorite to make the playoffs. Like last year, are we going to see a repeat? 3 playoff teams in the NFC North. Obviously, last year Minnesota was in and Chicago was out, but the numbers are telling us right now, Sam, that it would be Chicago in, Minnesota out, but the bottom line, 3 teams again from the NFC North are favored to make the playoffs.
If Chicago goes 3-4, they're in. The question is, do they win these swing games? I think that's what people are asking themselves. Now, if you ask anybody in Chicago, they're with Iceman, because that's the new thing now. Caleb Williams is the Iceman.
It's kind of pathetic, honestly, because they're trying to come up with a nickname that's going to stick with their franchise quarterback. Okay, we like him. He's good. He's got all these fourth quarter wins, blah, blah, blah. Now we need a nickname. Just let it happen. You don't need to make up a stupid ass nickname. Yes, Paul.
Go ahead, Paul.
I have a question. For the group. Let's, like we all have, I've been here for 10 years. You guys grew up with them. Like, we're all very close to the Bears. Like, let's just pretend they're, I don't know, the Jets. Or
I tried to.
They're not the Chicago Bears, and think about them that. And my other question is Ben Johnson Bears proof? Like, we've been waiting for the shoe to drop at every turn. Now it's too early to say 100% he's Bears proof, but for right now, do we have to give them that kind of benefit of the doubt? And not be
Joe, you take this first. I got something on this, but you first.
Were you willing to go that far when Matt Nagy was here at this point in his first season, and they were shocking a lot of people, and there were very high expectations? Nothing was going wrong. I think they go 12-4 that season, Trubisky's rookie year. Were we thinking that, or was it all the defense carrying them?
That was an elite defense. That was an elite defense. And I think when Nagy would let Trubisky play up tempo, we saw something. We also knew around this time of year that Parker was hitting goalposts left and right, and people were saying this is going to be a problem in the playoffs, and that's exactly 100%. What happened. Now, those same moron Bears fans think that Bears team was going to a Super Bowl if they win the double doink game, and that was never happening in a million years.
Correct.
So I think there's levels to it, obviously, but this defense is a problem. I think we got to give Caleb, and I've been saying this since the beginning of the season, let's rein in the expectations. I think he's doing enough good things that those bombs he missed by 5 yards on Sunday, he's got to hit those next year. The plays were there, and he's doing enough good things. If he doesn't hit them next year, okay, raise hell. Oh, he's not the guy, blah, 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 which I think is still maybe a little unfair. I think you got to measure the expectations, but I also think you've got to be pretty happy with what you're seeing at this point, and just being they're going to fall apart at some point.
They're
early
7
in the year.
7-3. How can you not be happy if you're a Bears fan? Of course.
Well, there were some that were looking at the numbers and saying, well, he shouldn't be this good. No. With what he's doing in big moments, this is a team that's never known how to win, right?
Right.
Now they're just finding ways to win. Now the conversation has been completely flipped. That's what's different. They know how to win, and that quarterback he creates chaos, right? Maybe it's controlled chaos a little bit. It sounds like it's something that the Bears are actually working on, but Ben Johnson has talked about it, this idea, without ripping on Jared Goff, that he was kind of limited. Even though it was a great offense, he was limited with what Goff could do. Caleb's abilities have opened up the playbook for him, and he could try different things. So I think that's fascinating. I look at this schedule, and I've interacted with some Bears fans that have said, oh, yeah, but it's great now. But look at the schedule. They've got Philly. They've got Green Bay twice. They've got San Francisco. They've got Detroit. Yeah, you're right. But situations have changed. You don't like going to San Francisco in week 17, but guess what? That defense sucks. And they should suck right now. They can't stop anybody. You don't want to facing Green Bay? That's not great, right? 2 times in 3 weeks. But who trusts the Packers? Again, trailing to Jameis Winston in the fourth quarter on Sunday. This Pittsburgh team, I don't know that Rodgers is going to be out there. I don't even know that that's even a good thing. Like, they don't have much. At Philly, that's obviously going to be a tough game. You've got Cleveland as well. I don't think the schedule is as tough as people want to believe that it is. And part of that is because there's nobody great in this league. I'll grant at Philly, Black Friday, that's a tough-ass game. They're probably going to lose that game. The rest of them, I think every game on this calendar is winnable for the Bears.
So, not to get too deep in the weeds on the psyche of a Chicago sports fan, but since we're here, let's do it. Most Chicagoans are not Blackhawks fans and didn't grow up as Blackhawks fans. They jumped on and held on for dear life because the team was really good and you can go out and drink with your friends. The puck goes in the net. We'll all jump around and have a great time. But like most Chicagoans are not Blackhawks fans and haven't been for a long time. The issue with the Chicago sports fan is that they don't know what a championship team looks like because there haven't been a lot of them in the last 50 years. And anytime there's a shred of success, they want to move from the second station to the 8th station. They want to just rush to be great again. And this team is not great. It's a good team. It's not a great team. But I think the annoyance for me is we start saying that Caleb Williams is Michael Jordan and that Ben Johnson's a Hall of Fame head coach. And like, that's what drives me insane. Mm-hmm. Like, there is so much left to develop and to sustain. And the Bears haven't sustained success since before I was born, since the mid-'80s. Last time they were able to string successful seasons in a row that were successful. Like, that's the issue with the fans. Like, they're so desperate for a winner that when a team is winning, it has to be too much. Here's what I said in the Sun-Times on Sunday. They're way ahead of schedule. A lot has broken their way, but it isn't easy to win games in this league. Just ask Mark Trestman and Matt Nagy. And then I continued with this. If the quarterback plays the way he's playing and they keep believing in this coach, they're going to win a lot of games. And it's been a long time since a coach has had a Bears team believing like that. And you could throw that 12-4 Bears team, fine. But before that, it was Lovey in 2005, 06, 08, 10, 11. Like, they're so desperate for winners that we have to be over the top about it. And that's been my biggest issue with the fan base. You can't just have nice things. You have to make the thing nicer than it really is.
Totally agree. It gets frustrating. Now, to my original question, the East, one team. That's a one-bid division, Eagles. The South, probably a one-bid division, right? It's going to be Tampa Bay or Carolina, likely the Bucs. And then you've got multiple bids in the West, multiple bids in the North. One of these two divisions is going to have 3 teams. And is it going to be Rams, Seahawks, Niners, or is it going to be Packers, Lions, Bears? If it's not the Niners, by the way, they're right now the 7-4 record, 7 seed. The Niners are 5-1 to miss.
You keep going there. Good luck, man.
I'm just surprised I'm surprised for the 7 seed that they're 5-1 to miss. Right?
Well,
like the market is saying
this is what's going to happen, Joe. This is literally what's going to happen. The Bears are going to beat the Browns. They're going to split with the Packers. And if they can beat San Francisco in San Francisco, they're going to the playoffs. Now, I've said this for weeks.
Is it going to be? It's going to be one of them. One of them in, one of them out.
That's
it. The game.
That's going to be. Yeah. That's the game. The winner of that Bears-Niners game on December 28th in Santa Clara is going to make the playoffs. The loser is not.
I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But my point is the Bears to miss is plus 120, and then the Niners to miss is plus 500. You know, that's kind of crazy.
Understand. Yeah. No, it is. It is. I think the Bears are going to win 3 and get in.
I think they're in too. Paul, are they in?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're going to get
because they're going to. I think they win this week. I think they're a playoff team, but I think what I expect the Bears to be, and the measuring stick I have is like, and again, Eagles aren't totally blowing teams out. Maybe we see like a Lions type game next Friday. I think Bears win this week, 8-3, and they get stomped by the Eagles, and it's like, okay, this is what this team really is. They're 10 points worse than the top of the conference, but they're probably still a playoff team. And like you guys have said, especially this week, a lot of bad teams in the NFL. Bears are a mid team. They're a mid team. They're probably a playoff. We're saying right now they're a playoff team. They probably can't hang with the top of the league.
Yeah.
And all of that is
Eagles
fine.
Game, they go to Green Bay. So you lose to Philly, probably. Then you go to Green Bay. And look, they've actually had success the last couple of years against the Packers. And that's with Eberflus, right? Like, Eberflus can't solve, for X. Like, find X, just circle X. He would know what to do with X. He can't find X. So if Eberflus can do it, why can't Ben Johnson do it? Like, that's where I'm at. That's why I think they're going to split with the Packers. So if you think they win against Pittsburgh, split with the Packers and beat the Browns, maybe the San Fran game won't matter. But knowing the Bears and knowing how they are and knowing their DNA, one of those games that we're penciling in for a win is going to be a loss. Because a lot of these games we penciled in for losses have turned into wins. Like, the NFL is not that easy, guys. It's just not that easy.
Correct. I agree with you. Joe O's MVP, BetSweat's BetMGM Network. We'll do lightning bets coming up in about 10 minutes. Okay. Was Brinson expecting Dart to play? That's kind of where he was going with that Giants-Lions game, right?
He wasn't ruling him out. I think he laid out both options, that it could be Dart, who will not run because the ownership group does not want him to get hit,
right,
or Winston off of that pretty decent performance. Not going to say great, but the Giants were leading against the Packers in the fourth quarter as a 7-point dog. We talked about this last week. Like, what's going to happen in Jameis's next game. Now people fall for Jameis. Oh, well, they were close last week. I think his main point was, if it is Winston, you're going to get bad Winston. And when you think bad Winston, you think 4 interceptions.
If Winston is in, I think we're going to have a bet on the big favorite. And we rarely take double-digit favorites, right? Because it's everything we talked about for a week.
Yeah,
Lions coming
100%.
back home, off a loss. So I totally understand where he's coming from. I bring that up because I wonder, obviously, about the Offensive Rookie of the Year race. Ibuka is still the favorite. He's plus 110. So not an odds-on favorite, but he is the favorite. Dart is the second favorite. Then you get to McMillan, Warren, then Henderson. Henderson, the 5th favorite now. After things settle in after week number 11, you could still find Travion Henderson at 14-1. So I'm hoping for Dart or Henderson. We shall see. It was a big move on Garrett for DPOY. Minus 185 now. The guy might set the all-time record. And then we could be looking back and say, hey, remember when he was less than $2? Minus 185, that feels like a cheap price. You've got to be on a great defense. He's on a great defense. And another odds-on favorite for a Brown here. Schlesinger, Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's $2. He was making plays all over that field in the game against the Ravens this weekend. As bad as the Browns are, Sam, it kind of makes me chuckle that we might have 2 Browns win awards this year.
Yeah, he's minus 275 at BetMGM. I believe he had 2 picks against Lamar as well.
He's awesome.
So, if you get the Browns in the right role as a dog, like, you can pull the trigger. How about that game on Sunday? Cleveland at Vegas. Vegas is a 3.5-point favorite.
Miles
Geno
Garrett
against that defense?
Miles Garrett against that offensive line?
And they can't run. I saw Dan Bernstein had over on Gentry's yards last night. Saw that. He doesn't make predictions, but now he's making predictions. And he had over on Genty. I believe it was 64.5 yards. Do you
It was.
have the Ashton Genty box score in front of you, Joe?
I don't have it, but I don't need it. I know he
6'7".
had 6'7", 6'7",
Yeah.
6 rushes, 7 yards. We need to
Yeah.
sick GRP, I think, on him. Let's track him.
Sure. He also had the Bulls to lose by 11-15, and I believe the Bulls almost beat the Nuggets or did beat the Nuggets. I don't care, but
I saw late. They were late. I don't. It was a close game. I forgot what I had.
I don't make predictions, Joe. I don't make predictions.
Well, Lightning Bets is next. You're going to make a prediction on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning Bet's coming up in about a few minutes from now. No football on the card, but there is college basketball. Some big college basketball games. So that's kind of interesting tonight. We've got the college football reveal. Curious how far Bama drops. There are some people thinking they're going to be the last team in. That big of a drop after the loss to Oklahoma. So that will be fascinating to watch. And in between, or like that's sandwiched with a couple of college basketball games. We got Michigan State, Kentucky, and Kansas and Duke. Duke laying a big number tonight, Sam, 11.5.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time stopping Boozer for Duke, and it's one of those games where they might just blow him off the court. I also think Michigan State is going to bring the physicality, and we'll talk about that in a second on Lightning Bets. I like where that number's at. I even thought about some money line on Izzo because Izzo's guys are tough. They play good defense. Yeah, I think Michigan State can definitely hang around in that game against Kentucky, and Kentucky's a good team. But Kentucky has a lot of things it sort of has to figure out right now. Talented roster, but certainly not a team that's extremely tough. Last night, this number was 5.5. Now we're down to 4.5 at multiple books. That's a good sign for Sparty. We got a lot of comments, by the way, on the leaf blower conversation, including our friend Mike Shope in Buffalo, who was listening. And I won't bore you with all the details, but Shope said, controversial take, I don't believe the leaf blower is plus EV. You still have to bag them. And I always wanted to blow them to the street at my old house, but that is perceived as bad form. So,
it is.
Yeah, well, right. He also says that he wants to listen to the Paul plan because somehow the earth survived centuries with nobody picking up the leaves, and some would say it flourished. So, I don't know. Thought that was funny.
It's very good. Very good.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it, man. There's so much crap outside. I don't want to deal with this. Paul's a big fan
but
of the
you
weather
know
that
what's
we're
going to
getting
happen.
right now.
You're in the middle of December. If you don't do the leaves, your wife is going to walk in. You're going to be enjoying a nice college football Saturday or an NFL Sunday. And she's going to say, Joe, the leaves are frozen on the fence. And then you're going to have to get out there. Oh, she's not? Oh, okay. Well, then,
no,
then
it would
do
be me that's bothered by the mess. I'm always the one yelling at everybody to clean their damn room, to do this. And like, this house is a disaster. Just sell it. Yeah, that's me. Because I just get to a point beyond frustration.
So would you rather get out there Saturday when you can do it in 50-degree weather or do it in December when it's 22?
No, it's happening. It's happening. My daughter's already pushing for the Christmas decorations because there are a lot of people in the area that already have them up. Lights are going. It's already time. I think that's for next week.
Like, Joe, I'm no parent, but I don't know. Chores?
I know.
Kids,
I know.
Get out there, rake the leaves.
That's I told him that, and then
man,
dropped the ball. Like, I had to go work and watch football, and it never happened, of course.
It's a tough
Here's what's going to happen, though. You're going to put Jack on Leafs duty. I keep doing that because I see maple leaves in the back of my mind. Leaves.
Okay.
My apologies. You're going to put Jack on leaves duty, and then he's going to quit travel baseball. Like, that's what's going to happen.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
Kind of similar thing happened to me. I was forced to take a piano lesson and miss a baseball practice. Never took another piano lesson again. And obviously baseball worked out, so that was a great decision by 12-year-old me.
Well, what were you going to do?
Imagine if you were an
country?
award-winning
piano man
pianist right now. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Think about if you were a piano player right now at a fancy club.
You know, maybe there's time, Sam. How many hours what do I need? 10,000 hours to become an expert? Get a keyboard. Neighbors will love that. It's the grand old piano in here.
I could see Paul at New York doing cover songs on his piano, like singing along with everybody. I could see that.
Little like undone bow tie with the jar up there.
Yeah, tip jar.
Definitely the undone bow tie for sure. Oh, New York. We had a night there, Joe. I had to get carried out of there at New York.
Oh man, that was a while ago. Yeah, that was That was a night.
2017. Yeah, good times.
Something like that.
Simpler times then.
Yeah,
good old
definitely.
days.
I'd like to admit that I am gambling with the show's livelihood tomorrow because apparently I have a vitamin D deficiency that I found out about.
Wait, I was right?
I do
put that
have
in
a
the
vitamin.
chat.
Yeah. Oh no,
Did you?
it's a vitamin D deficiency. So they told me on July 31st. It's so serious that my follow-up appointment is tomorrow. Very serious, obviously. I'm 1.1 milliliters away from normal, but they want to freak me out and tell me that, oh, you better up your vitamin D intake. So I've been doing the vitamin D gummies ever since. I'm probably going to be fine. And when they asked for my appointment time, they were like 8:20 a.m. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So I'm a favorite to make the beginning of the show tomorrow, but if I roll in at 9:01, so be it.
Oh, you
With
got
a tan?
poor bones. Poor
Maybe?
bone health?
I thought it was the sun.
No, it's Joe. I
vitamin
haven't been
D was the
outside
sun.
since Bush was in the White House. That's what it is. Like that's why my vitamin D is low.
Okay. I mean, getting outside now, is that going to help you much?
No, but apparently if I eat vitamin D3 gummies, everything will be fine, and then the hospital will leave me alone. But like the only thing they found wrong with me, believe it or not, was that my vitamin D was a little low.
Vitamin D deficiency, common condition linked to poor bone health, fatigue, muscle weakness, and mood changes. I got news for you. The vitamin D isn't the reason for the mood changes lately. Doc.
So I have to go in, give blood. The hospital's 5 minutes away. I should be here by tip off, but if I'm moments late, you'll know why. Because my bones are weak, apparently.
Are you guys like me? Because I had this moment yesterday where I'm like, I am being such a jerk to everyone I come in contact with. Like, I don't want to deal with anybody. I'm straight up mean because I'm so pissed off about things.
Certain people.
Yeah.
Depends on the day.
Sure.
Not everyone?
Yeah.
No, not everyone. Could be, though. Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe, it's kind of baseline, right? I mean,
no, I don't.
Is that different? I'm kidding.
I don't think so at all. No, but like extra mean. But yes, it depends on the person.
But like tone or like snapping at people and like yelling at people or like just like dismissive? Like what?
The latter. I'd say a lot of the latter. Yeah, snapping and it's good stuff.
Break the leaves.
Well, my
Happy
doctor
holidays.
would say if you take some vitamin D3 gummies, it will fix all that, Joe. Your mood swings will go out the window.
How about other gummies?
Well, that was a light in the mood. Some vitamin D foods for those wondering: salmon, tuna, fatty fish,
never.
some egg yolks.
No salmon.
Mushrooms. Never salmon.
No
Forgot
salmon.
about salmon.
You're no PJ Glasser, I'll tell you that.
No salmon ever.
Why? Did you have a bad experience? I rarely have it.
It smells unpleasant. That's why.
Yeah.
And it's all farmed and orange and in the Midwest, Joe. I'm not eating salmon. I gotta be honest.
No salmon.
It's rare. We got it.
What else, Paul?
I mean, you could do the fish liver oils, but like, who's doing that? Egg yolks, mushrooms, beef liver, milk. Obviously, the ones that say vitamin D on the side. I've seen those.
What kind of mushrooms?
All of them. Oh, funny, kind of related. So at the gym yesterday, dude was just like asking. It was like middle of the day. He's like, "Hey man, you already been upstairs? Is it pretty crowded?" I was like, he's like, "You wrap it up." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, is it crowded upstairs?" Like, "Nah, it's pretty empty. It's the middle of the day." And he was like, he's already sweating balls. I was like, "Are you just getting started?" He's like, "Yeah, man, had to hit the sauna." I was like, "Oh," he's like, "Get all the toxins out." I was like, "Oh, cool, man. Sunday fun day yesterday." He's like, "Yeah, something like that. Like we're at, I don't know, some bar." He mentioned that I'd never heard of. He's like, Molly and mushrooms. I was like, "Hell yeah, brother. Good for you."
That's a trip.
Like on a Sunday. Woo.
Man.
Wow.
Molly and mushrooms. It's the name of my my next album.
What's on the agenda tonight, Sam? What are we betting?
Oh, what are we betting? Michigan
Yes.
State plus 4.5. I missed the 5.5, but them's the breaks sometimes. Give me Sparty. I think they win outright.
Ooh, that's a good matchup. This is what Miss Sparty does. Always respect Izzo for it. Let's test ourselves. Let's see what we got this season. All right, I'll keep a close eye on that. Looking forward to that matchup. That Kentucky offense, Sparty defense should be good. All right, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to say San Francisco misses 5-1. The San Francisco 49ers miss the playoffs. That was the good version of Purdy. That's the best version of Purdy that we've seen coming off the injury. He was impressive, but the defense not so much. That's going to come back to bite him at some point. Paul, how about you?
No, really. I'll just say I've kind of pencil circled the possibility of Panthers money line for next Monday, so I'm intrigued. But no bets yet. It's Tuesday.
Jake, anything? You got a random NBA bet on the Charlotte Hornets or anything today?
Nothing random. There's a certain book that posted MLB awards already, and
boy.
some of these are laugh out loud
I'm not
funny.
Ready for this.
Does anyone want to guess
Ohtani.
the price? Does anyone want to guess the price on Ohtani MVP?
Minus 110.
I'll say minus 200.
I was going to go minus 150 or minus 250, so I'll claim both.
Sam nailed it. It is minus 110 on November 18th for Shohei Ohtani to win National League MVP.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to guess Trey Savage's price for AL Rookie of the Year? He's the favorite.
Really?
Yes.
Is it also a coin flip?
It is plus 190.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Go.
Very funny.
Plus 190.
Yeah. Wow.
Can't believe you're looking at MLB awards prices.
Yeah.
Not prepared.
Keeps the
Got some
existentialism
bat flips
at bay.
today? Maybe.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That was the beginning of the end. Damn it.
Should have known. Should have known. Talk tomorrow on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
You ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us in the usual spots on the program. Of course, the BetMGM Network, the free Odyssey app. You also have us on Twitch at BetMGM Network, on YouTube at the BetMGM Network, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, all the spots where we're hanging out. And if you want to listen to us, you can do it at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, hit me up on Twitter. Do it. At Femi Abebefe is where you can find me on Twitter. At Femi_Abebefe is where you can find me on Instagram. Hit me up throughout these 4 hours as we continue to entertain you here on You Better You Bet. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football game that saw America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, beat the Las Vegas Raiders on the Strip. It's a victory Tuesday for your boy, a Cowboys fan. It was fun to actually watch them win a game. I had no money on the game other than the first TD bets. It was just pure fandom watching the game, and felt weird, to be quite honest, just to watch a football game without having money on it. But it was fun to see them win nonetheless, and we'll break it down during this segment. But as always, let's lay out the guests that we have on the program. We have two of them. They'll be joining us on this Tuesday, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Odyssey NFL Insider, three-time Super Bowl champion, Mark Schlereth will check in with us with his weekly Tuesday spot. Stink does an awesome job as a color commentator for the NFL on Fox, Stink and Truth podcast. He will help us recap what we saw during week 11 and spin it forward to week 12 in the NFL. And then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern Time, betting analyst over at NBC Sportsbet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, our good buddy, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, will join us for his usual Tuesday spot to give us his best bets for Week 12 in the NFL, which gets underway Thursday night in Houston between the Buffalo Bills and the Houston Texans. I have a bet on that game. We'll talk about that coming up in 20 minutes in the next segment. Bills right now over at BetMGM, 5.5-point favorites against the Houston Texans. But let's go ahead and get into what we saw last night. Let's waste no more time and talk some Monday Night Football here on a Tuesday, because damn it, the Dallas Cowboys got into the win column. They beat the Raiders 33-16 on Monday Night Football. And before we get into the game and break down what happened and going forward for Dallas, going forward for the Las Vegas Raiders, on a more serious note, this was obviously a very emotional couple of weeks for the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, the passing of their teammate Marshawn Nealon and the tragedy that happened a couple of weeks ago in the Dallas area. Like, this team had talked all week long about how they were playing for a bigger purpose. And it was really inspiring, honestly. Like sports betting aside, sports fandom aside, like, I have the Cowboys helmet behind me. Obviously, I root for the team. I've rooted for the team since I was 5 years old. But like, all that aside, like, just seeing a team and a group of men rally behind what was, like, honestly a tragedy for the 24-year-old Marshawn Nealon, who was no longer with us, like, that was very inspiring. And I don't know how many of you guys have seen the Dallas Cowboys video that they posted on social media, Brian Schottenheimer doing the victory speech in the locker room. But Schotty, he got choked up and talking about, like, the journey these couple of weeks have been for this team. And this is just the start. And I thought Brian Schottenheimer did a really good job when we all found out of the tragedy initially, when he spoke with the media last week. And he says, like, we're not moving on, but we move forward. And that's what the Dallas Cowboys did last night. Like, I thought it was a really, really inspiring performance. They all seemed to at least find somewhat of peace on the field. Dak Prescott joined Scott Van Pelt last night on the ESPN postgame show. I thought he did a tremendous job talking about it. And think about Dak Prescott. Like, he lost his mother when he was in college to cancer. He lost one of his brothers to suicide. Like, he's lived a life of tragedy. And I thought he was like the perfect person to be kind of the voice of that locker room as the leader that he is, the Walter Payton Man of the Year that he is. I thought it was a really, really cool experience. And yeah, it hits home for me because it's my team and it's cool to see them do that. But even if you're not a fan of the Cowboys, like you're an Eagles fan who the Cowboys will play on Sunday, or a Commanders fan, a Giants fan, a Packers fan, whoever. I thought it was pretty cool to see the Cowboys play well last night, given what these last couple of weeks have been for everyone in that organization. So I just wanted to say that off the top because that was a really, really inspiring performance by the Dallas Cowboys. Now, on the football field, as we get back to what we saw last night and look at it more from a sports standpoint, the Dallas Cowboys, they did what they were supposed to do. They beat a team that was an inferior opponent. And that's good. That's a positive sign for this team because you know what? At points this season, I was like, I don't know if they can win these kinds of games. There's a reason why the point spread was 3.5 juice towards the Raiders because the betting market was like, yeah, Dallas should win, but can we truly trust them on the road to get it done? I mean, the last time we saw them out, we just saw them lose as a 3-point favorite at home to the Arizona Cardinals in pretty embarrassing fashion. So the Cowboys getting this done against an inferior opponent, that just checks one box. It doesn't check all the boxes, not even close, but it checks one box in this team's hope of potentially getting to the playoffs. Now, that's the conversation everyone wants to have today. Can the Cowboys, the team that we saw last night, get to the postseason? Pump the brakes, folks. Absolutely pump the brakes. I don't see that happening. And that's not me being pessimistic Dallas Cowboys fan and trying to emotionally hedge in my head of being they're not going to make the playoffs and then they can surprise me. No, it's none of that. I'm just looking at this thing objectively as a fan and as someone who loves to bet on sports. This is not a playoff team. They're an intriguing team, as the point spread for this upcoming week suggests, in their game against the Philadelphia Eagles. They have an offense that's very, very live that we saw last night, moving the ball up and down the field. Dak Prescott had one of his better games of the season, 268 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. George Pickens, 9 catches, 144 yards. We got to talk about George Pickens, by the way. That dude, he might be the best player on the team. Now that Michael Parsons is in Green Bay, George Pickens might be the best player on the team. And what we've seen of him so far this NFL season, top 5 in receiving yards, every single week he's getting better and better and better. Talent's never been the issue with George Pickens. It's always been, can we make sure that he's on the same page with everyone else? Is he going to be a part of the team? Is he going to just be kind of just a team guy? That's always been the question with him. And that's why Pittsburgh was like, see you later. We don't want any parts of you because we don't want to deal with this and have to deal with paying you. Talent-wise, though, George Pickens, a bona fide number 1 wide receiver. And that's what we're seeing every single week now with Dak Prescott. And thankfully, we get to see George Pickens with a good quarterback because prior to that, it was Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Mason Rudolph. No, Dak Prescott is a bona fide Pro Bowl quarterback. And now we're seeing how great George Pickens can be. I mean, honestly, this might sound like a hot take. I don't think it is because I've been watching the first half of the season. I watched this team really closely. I think talent-wise, George Pickens is a better wide receiver than CeeDee Lamb. Talent-wise, I think he is. Now, who do I trust more? For a week-to-week basis and over the course of an 18-game or 18-week regular season, of course it's CeeDee Lamb. That's why CeeDee Lamb gets paid and George Pickens gets traded. But talent-wise, George Pickens is an elite wide receiver. He is that good. That's why he was a big-time recruit all the way back in high school going to Georgia. That guy is legitimately talented. And if he can keep his head on straight, boy, that's 2 bona fide number 1 wide receivers for this Dallas Cowboys team, which is why Dak Prescott is enjoying probably his best or second best season of his career because Pickens, the cut that he made on the touchdown that he had, this guy's ridiculous. He's going towards the sidelines. All the defenders are pursuing that way. And then just a hard plant cut for a guy that's 6'3", almost 200 pounds. That's insane. That's a ridiculous run after the catch. He's so good and his talents were on display. I hope they extend him. I know that could be risky giving that guy that kind of money, but I hope they extend him because he actually is their best player that they have on the team. And the Cowboys, on offense, we know that they're awesome. They're a really good offense. Defensively is what we wanted to see. And once again, last night was a step in the right direction. How about Quinnen Williams, huh? Quinnen Williams with 1.5 sacks, putting pressure in the interior. Now, we must include the ever so important context that it is the Las Vegas Raiders who they were going up against. The Raiders' offensive line is like a bottom 3 offensive line in the league. Hell, they might have looked good without Quinnen Williams against that Raiders offensive line. So that's important context to have. But still, with all the context, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, the run stuffer that Jerry wanted, those guys dominated. Osa Odigizua, Donovan Ezeraku, the rookie. The Cowboys' defensive line actually put their imprint on a game for the first time this season. Once again, it's against the Las Vegas Raiders, so we're not going to get too crazy with this thing. And it's a much tougher test this Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles, although they might be a little bit banged up on that O-line. No Lane Johnson. We'll check up on Cam Jurgens. Maybe the Eagles are a little banged up and the Cowboys can dominate at home. We'll see. But it's an important context that it was against the Raiders. But the defensive line looked better, which made the secondary look better. Deron Bland, Troy Aikman did a great job of talking about it on the broadcast. Joe Buck as well. Like, that was the best game Deron Bland has played all season. He was horrible against the Cardinals. He bounced back after the bye week, locked in. He played well against the Raiders. And yeah, they're going to give up some yards to Brock Bowers. Everyone is. As long as Chip Kelly and that offense decides to give Brock Bowers the football, he's going to get the football because he's Brock Bowers. And he had a pretty good game with 72 yards on 7 catches. But outside of him, nobody else was doing anything for the Las Vegas Raiders. So kudos to the Cowboys defense last night, holding the Raiders to 16 points, which is why we did see a bunch of money coming in on the under at kickoff. I mean, this was 50.5 or 50. All of a sudden we get bang all the way down to 47.5. Thanks to the safety, it goes over. So the sportsbooks out there probably got middled on the total. Those of you who bet the over early and bet the under late, everybody was able to win. But a really, really good win by the Dallas Cowboys. And going forward, you want to believe that this team could become something, but when you look at the schedule, reality sets in. Like, it's just not realistic. It's home against Philly. Like, let's say, all right, maybe the Eagles' offensive line is incredibly banged up. Let's say Philadelphia Eagles. Let's just play along and say that. Thanksgiving, it's home against the Chiefs, a desperate Kansas City team that's probably going to be in like playoff mode. I don't see that going well, just being honest. Then it's at the Detroit Lions, the team I think is the best team in the league. I don't see that going well. So, like, what is this actually? Like, if the realistic outcome is likely to be 1-2 over these next 3 games, that puts them at 5-7-1. The best they could be is not, like, we're going to have teams that are 10-7, 11-6 vying for the 7th seed. They're not making the postseason. So don't get too carried away. I think the Dallas Cowboys can win some games. Maybe they beat the Vikings. Maybe they beat the Chargers. Who knows? Maybe they beat the Commanders or whatever. But still, like, it's just not going to happen for the Dallas Cowboys because, unfortunately, they put themselves in way too big of a hole earlier this season when they decided to trade Micah Parsons. Now, as for my adopted team in the city where I live, the Las Vegas Raiders. I hope this is the biggest whiff I ever have as a sports bettor. Like, there's been some big whiffs. I mean, I bet on the Lakers to win the title the year that they traded for Russell Westbrook. They didn't even make the play-in tournament. I bet on Penn State to win the national title this year. They fired the head coach in October. Like, I have some big whiffs. Like, we got some big wins, but we got some big whiffs as well. With all that, Lakers, Penn State, all that stuff, I don't think I have a bigger whiff than this Raiders team. I was so in on the Las Vegas Raiders to make the playoffs, to potentially be like second place in the AFC West. They're horrible. And that might not be strong enough of a word. They're barely an NFL team. It's that bad. What did I say all offseason? Man, they got adults in the room now. It's no longer Antonio Pierce and Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. It's now Pete Carroll, Super Bowl winner, national title winner. It's Geno Smith, comeback player of the year. This head coach quarterback combination is one you can believe in. Damn, bro. I was wrong about that. Geno looks terrible. And like last night wasn't even anywhere close to some of his worst. I mean, the game against the Chargers was bad. He's had some real stinkers, but Geno's bad. He's not good. The offensive line, like I just said, bottom 3 in the league. No running game whatsoever. Ashton Genty, I don't know. Can he play? I don't know. He has no chance. The minute he gets the ball, and this is against a Cowboys defense that has been struggling. The minute he gets the ball, bang, hit in the backfield. Like, what is he supposed to do with that? We don't know if he can play. And then defensively, outside of Max Crosby and maybe the occasional play inside the box from Jamal Adams, this defense sucks. The whole team stinks. And this week, they're laying 3 or 3.5 against Cleveland. I know it's Shedeur Sanders, but you tell me, what's the best unit on the field in that game? Browns defense by a country mile. Like, shouldn't we just take the 3 with Cleveland? That's where I'm at right now with this Raiders team. They absolutely stink, and I will be officially giving the eulogy of the Raiders here on November 18th. It's done. They need to blow it up because they have no hope in sight. We get to the top stories on the other side, including the breaking news out of Houston next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
And we got a little bit of shakeup in the PJ top 10, but not at the top. Ohio State plus 185. I'm telling you guys, I just think it's going to be one of those years. It's like in March Madness when, you know, some years you fill out your bracket and you're going matchup by matchup and you have no idea what your Final Four is going to be, who your national champion is going to be. And then there are other years where you just know exactly who your champ is going to be. You go right to the champion and you fill out that team. I think that's the way it might be this year for Ohio State. They do have Michigan, as we know, at the end of the year, and I'm hoping Michigan can keep it close, make it a fourth quarter game so we see how Ohio State reacts in that type of matchup. But right now, the clear number 1 team in the country. Indiana, I'll still have at number 2 just because of how well coached they are. Now, their schedule's been fairly easy. Really, the Oregon game is the only one that's been the real tricky game that Indiana's had to deal with. But they got an NFL quarterback in Mendoza, a terrific defense, so well coached, good running backs. Indiana, number 2. I'll put Georgia at number 3 and A&M at number 4 because I think if those two teams played head-to-head, Georgia would beat A&M. And the simple reason is I know Georgia isn't like as good as the Georgia teams in the past years that Kirby has had, certainly the ones that have won the national title. But let's be honest, if Georgia's playing anybody not named Alabama, wouldn't you probably trust Georgia to find a way to win that game? So I could hear the argument to maybe even put them 2 over Indiana. I'll put them 3, and I think A&M is going to be number 4. Still undefeated, unbelievable second half, great comeback win. A&M never wins those kind of games. They got Texas in 2 weeks. Excited for that one.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, coming at you here on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. Coming up in 40 minutes, it'll be Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football game. And honestly, not a whole lot to take away from that game last night. Cowboys win, great, awesome for the fandom side of it. It was cool for them personally. It was obviously amazing. But this is not a playoff team. You look at the schedule. Let's just be for real about it. They're not going anywhere. And for the Raiders, they're just going to continue to be terrible. And I have to wear the L on that one as somebody who was championing the Raiders ever since they traded for Geno Smith back in March. This is a hell of a lot worse than I thought it would be as the Raiders continue to trickle into the abyss at 2-8 and just 1-4. In games played at home. 20 minutes from now, though, we will break down the Heisman Trophy, which I think is really fascinating this week, the penultimate week of the regular season in college football, and the bet you need to make ahead of this weekend's game. It's been a couple of weeks since we've made a Heisman bet, but this week it's time to dive in the Heisman Trophy market, and we will do just that coming up in the next segment. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing, man? You had a victory Monday yesterday. I have a victory Tuesday today, man. Who said our teams on YBYB can't get dubs?
Well, Mike Brown does because he's a fan of the New York Jets.
Hey,
sorry, Mike. Got to take the shots when they're there.
Yeah, well, it's checks betting market. Oh, 2 touchdown underdogs on Sunday. Great.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders' passing prop is 25 yards higher than Justin Fields was his last game.
Oh,
so, not good.
Gosh.
Not
yeah,
good.
that is brutal. That is brutal. Given that Shedeur, we all saw it on Sunday. Now, we have to be fair. He didn't get the full week of reps, all right?
Right.
He didn't get the full week. Okay, so Shedeur, against all odds, will actually be able to get the reps this week. And if all indications are Gabriel's going to be in the protocol, we'll see what Shedeur looks like when he gets to practice and the game plan is centered around what he does well, which I'm assuming will be about 4 plays. But yeah, that's where we sit here with the New York Jets and the Cleveland Browns. But hey, I guess Shedeur has a chance to prove us wrong on Sunday. But let's waste no more time, though, Bill. Let's get into the big stories that we have coming up here this Tuesday afternoon. What's the number one thing we need to know?
We've got plenty to discuss, and as usual, we start in the NFL because the Steelers made it official what had previously been reported. Aaron Rodgers does have a fracture in his left wrist. They announced that today, that the injury, though, will not require surgery. Mike Tomlin said they're going to see how the week progresses and that he won't have an update on his status until Friday at the earliest. Looks like they'll be playing the game time decision thing with Rodgers this week. Tomlin also said pain tolerance isn't an issue with Rodgers. It's just going to be about how effective he can be. Now, Femi, with that news and based on how we know Rodgers struggles against the Chicago Bears, if Rodgers doesn't play this week, clearly he's ducking Caleb Williams.
Clearly, Rodgers says, I don't want to go to Soldier Field. Not like I've made that a second home. I don't want to go and do that. This is the team that scares me. The betting market, though, woohoo! This was 3 earlier. We are now down to 2.5 pretty much everywhere. Now, BetMGM still has a 3, but that's one of the last 3s that we have out there in the market. Like everywhere else I'm looking at, prominent domestics, sportsbooks here in Las Vegas where I'm at, I'm seeing 2.5. So if you like the Steelers and you believe Rodgers is going to play on Sunday, you can go ahead and make it legendary over at BetMGM and grab that Pittsburgh +3. To me, I'm not so sure how much of a difference there is between the two quarterbacks. And that might sound like Aaron Rodgers shade, but I think honestly, Mason Rudolph is probably one of the better backups that we have in the NFL, isn't he? Not like Mason Rudolph is a good player, but in terms of the backup quarterbacks that we have, I'd take Mason Rudolph on the Dallas Cowboys for sure. He's played a bunch of games. I mean, Mason Rudolph has even played in a playoff game. Didn't go well, but he at least has the experience. So to me, yes, it's a downgrade, but it is a massive downgrade. I don't know. I already kind of leaned towards Pittsburgh when we didn't know. Now, under a field goal, I think it's just a pass for me. The Bears probably should be favored in the game, even if Rodgers plays. So great. But at 3, that's when I was like, hey, maybe if Rodgers gets ruled out, we can get a 3.5, and then maybe we can bet the Steelers. But that doesn't seem like that's what's going to happen this week, barring something unforeseen coming up on Thursday or Friday. But bets aside, this is a massive, massive football game. I was talking to Bill about this earlier this morning when we were getting ready for the show. Did you know if the Pittsburgh Steelers lose this game, which is what the betting market expects, the Chicago Bears are the favorites. If the Steelers lose and the Baltimore Ravens beat Mike Brown's New York Jets, the Ravens will be in first place here in week 12 after starting the year 1-5. That's how pivotal this game is. And that's just the Pittsburgh side of it. On the Chicago side, the Bears have a chance to go to 8-3. If they go to 8-3 at that point, it's like, what, we got to win 2, maybe 3 more games to make the playoffs? Like, this is a massive, massive football game. I can't wait to watch this one. My gut instinct tells me, I don't know, man, the Bears just might have something cooking this season with these balls bouncing their way and these last-second wins in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams with his mobility, late in games, creating magic. I think the Bears might win this game, Rodgers or no Rodgers. I would love to bet Steelers plus 3.5 because I think the Bears probably win by a field goal, but that doesn't seem like that's going to happen. So to me, I'd be looking on ways to bet the Chicago Bears, whether it's on the money line or put them in a parlay or whatever. But the Bears got the juice this year, man. I'm done fighting it. I'm done fighting it. Do I think they're good? No. But they seem to have the juice, and I do think they beat the Steelers and take one step closer to a playoff berth in year 1 with Ben Johnson. Bill, hit me with the next story.
More quarterback news. The Houston Texans play on Thursday Night Football this week. They'll be welcoming in the Buffalo Bills. Big news today. Texans do officially rule out C.J. Stroud. He is going to miss his 3rd consecutive game with that concussion. Davis Mills will start once again. Buffalo, Femi, currently a 5.5-point road favorite over at BetMGM.
Oh, this was exactly what I was waiting for, baby. This is exactly what I was waiting for, because once we got the news of C.J. Stroud being ruled out, the betting market went to 6. And at 6, it's a bet for me on the Houston Texans. I love this setup. Now, for C.J. Stroud, this is obviously a bummer. He's going to miss a 3rd game, which, that's pretty brutal in terms of the concussion, but it was a good sign that he was back on the field today at practice. I'm assuming he'll be back on the field tomorrow, which is a good indicator for what's going to happen next week when they take on the Indianapolis Colts. My guess is that Stroud will be ready to roll in that really important divisional matchup against Indianapolis next Sunday. But as for Thursday night, to me, the best unit on the field is the Houston Texans. They're also at home, and you can get 6. Now, BetMGM has 5.5, but there are other sportsbooks out there. There's one here in Las Vegas that's pretty sharp. Actually, a couple here in Las Vegas that have 6. But I think the 6s might pop up because what do you think is going to happen tomorrow, Thursday, when recreational bettors get into the market? Oh, it's Josh Allen in primetime against Davis Mills. I'll lay 5.5. And great. I totally respect that. I understand. Josh Allen's amazing. We all saw him have 6 touchdowns last Sunday against Tampa Bay. But the Bucs defense is nothing compared to what Houston's defense is. And that game was also at home in Western New York. This game, raucous environment in Houston, where it's a Texans team that actually believes they have a chance to make the playoffs. And they should believe that. This defense is elite. And Davis Mills, I just got done talking about Mason Rudolph. Davis Mills is also a pretty good backup quarterback. Davis Mills has a bunch of experience. And Davis Mills is going up against a bad Buffalo defense. So you put a bad Buffalo defense against a Buffalo offense that's going to be a little bit shorthanded because Dalton Kincaid is likely to miss another game. How is Buffalo winning this game by margin? I think the Bills can definitely win, but this to me feels like this is Bills by 3, Bills by 4. I think Houston will very much be in this football game, so I love taking 6. I don't have any money line bets because I'm just not so sure that they're going to win the game, but this is definitely going to be a close game, so I like the Texans plus 6. I think they put a scare in the Buffalo Bills because that pass rush is getting after Josh Allen, and when you get after Josh Allen, sometimes, as we saw even last week, he starts to get back and revert to the old Josh Allen who throws the ball to the other team. Bill, hit me with the next story.
Here's a bunch of notes on the New York Giants. First off, Abdul Carter, who was benched, and he did play, but he didn't start against the Green Bay Packers. That was due to reportedly sleeping through the team's walkthrough. Carter today said that story wasn't accurate and that he did miss the walkthrough, but that it was, quote, an honest mistake. Also, Giants faced let's try this again. Giants face the Detroit Lions this week, and they may have QB Jackson Dart back. Dart has not cleared concussion protocol, but interim coach Mike Kafka says he's feeling good about his chances to play this week. Plus, you had Giants, including Cam Scadaboo, starting a brawl on Monday Night Raw. Got plenty of fans upset that Cam should be keeping his ankle rested. Femi, plenty of news coming out of the Big Apple with the G-Men.
Yeah, I saw the Cam Scatterbo tweet. You texted us in the show chat before the show. These young cats move different, I guess, is my response to the Cam Scatterbo tweet. That's all I'm like, we move different, I guess, when it's Gen Z. But the Carter story, this doesn't pass the sniff test. Something clearly happened, because there's no way because according to Abdul Carter, he was getting treatment. That's why he missed the walkthrough practice last week. You don't think the team would know that you're getting treatment, or that like the training staff wouldn't communicate that with the coach, or the coach wouldn't be like, hey, what's going on? Oh, you were getting treatment? Like, there's someone there that you could corroborate the story with? Like, come on. Like really? Because you were getting treatment? Get out of here. I don't know what happened, whether he was acting a fool and then they had to discipline him for a series, or if he was at home and just slept through it like the reports were saying, but something clearly happened and we're not getting the truth with this story. And also, too, on top of that, here's Abdul Carter, who was also with Cam Scatterbo at Monday Night Raw last night. Like, it's like, guys, I get it. We can have fun. We all have our hobbies outside of the jobs that we do. Who am I to criticize? I have hobbies as well. But like, the team stinks. You were benched, and now you're on Monday Night Raw. Cam Scatterbo, you broke your leg, and now you're on Monday Night Raw. It just doesn't look good, man. It doesn't. And sometimes, if it doesn't look good, you should probably pass on doing it. But for some reason, they're just like, whatever, I'm going to live my life, and I totally respect living your life, but you're also a professional, and you have a job, and that's why they pay you millions of dollars, and I guess in Scatterbo's pays hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, come on, man. Like, everyone needs to kind of just, like, mature here a little bit, as opposed to being what they're doing right now. Now, as it pertains to Sunday, they're going to get their ass kicked by the Detroit Lions. Like, that's what's going to happen. Dart or no Dart. I hope Dart plays so that we can maybe get like under 10. Like, let's give us a 9.5 or give us a 9, something like that. I will lay that till the cows come home. The Detroit Lions coming off of a loss, back at home, indoors. We don't have to worry about Goff outside, etc. Yeah, the Lions are going to destroy the New York Giants. The Giants, like, this team is just done. Dead cat bounce spot, great. Congrats, you covered against Green Bay. I don't think this is going to be sort of any indicator of what's to come later on this season. And clearly, this team doesn't have a whole lot of respect for Kafka or whoever the powers that be in that building, because this would not be happening if they actually did. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi, a little college football here, because reports have come out that the Ole Miss brass have given head coach Lane Kiffin an ultimatum that he needs to tell what his future coaching plans are by the Egg Bowl, which of course is Ole Miss's final regular season game next week against Mississippi State. Now, Lane Kiffin has spoken publicly and said that report is not true, but he's also been very evasive about whether or not he's going to remain at Ole Miss or take another coaching job. Femi, if Kiffin does leave Ole Miss, that would be his 6th head coaching job over the last 20 years.
Wow. I mean, he's been a coveted guy recently. So good for you, Lane. We all remember how it was with the Raiders and with USC when you got fired on the tarmac. So good for Lane Kiffin that he actually has been able to get this going at Ole Miss and to where other big jobs will want him. But that's the thing, and I probably misspoke there, because Ole Miss right now is a big job in 2025. Like, there's no more, like, big boy job or this job, whatever. No, with this new playoff and with the NIL and the portal, damn near every Power 4 job is a big job. And yeah, like Texas is obviously a bigger job than Vanderbilt. But like, still, you understand what I'm saying. Everyone now gets a seat at the table. So you can win a national title at Ole Miss, as opposed to during the BCS era or in the 4-team playoff era, when that was never going to happen. In this 12-team playoff era, why can't you do that if you get the right financial backing from the NIL collective? Now, the unfortunate part of this new era of college football is that it speeds up this process. And that's where things kind of get a little bit haywire, because the reason why Ole Miss wants an answer, it's yes, because of the CFP that's coming up if they're fortunate enough to make it, but it's also, bro, they got to recruit. I mean, we got early signing day coming in December. We got portal opening up in the wintertime. Like, we can't have a coach that's just in flux and everyone's wondering as you head to the playoff or an SEC title game saying, is Lane Kiffin sticking around? No, dog. We need to know by Thanksgiving. And that's what they're telling him. Now, all these other jobs, Florida and LSU, they also need to know as well. So, like, that's how we get here. I ultimately think that Lane Kiffin is going to stay. I think he's going to get the massive extension because it's just way safer than going to Florida or going to LSU, where it looks to be a lot more chaotic than even in Ole Miss. Ole Miss seems like a great fit for Lane Kiffin, and as he's shown this year, they can compete maybe even for a national title. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
Femi, two big injury notes in the NBA. One, LeBron James, according to Shams, aiming to play tonight against the Utah Jazz. That'd be his season debut. He's a game-time decision. But for the Bucks, Giannis suffered a groin injury last night, set to undergo an MRI. Doc Rivers said it didn't look great. Could be a death blow for the Bucks if he's out an extended period.
Yeah, if Giannis has to miss a lot of time, I mean, that's like, good luck, Milwaukee. That's absolutely cooked. And for the Lakers, I think these last couple of weeks have shown us they need LeBron James. I know people were getting cute and being like, hey, like, look at Luka and Reeves. Maybe they can get it done without LeBron. And even before the season started, I thought that might be possible. That ain't possible. LeBron needs to come back quickly for this Lakers team, and it might happen tonight. Who you need to bet to win the Heisman coming up next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
And we got a little bit of shakeup in the PJ top 10, but not at the top. Ohio State plus 185. I'm telling you guys, I just think it's going to be one of those years. It's like in March Madness when, you know, some years you fill out your bracket and you're going matchup by matchup and you have no idea what your Final Four is going to be, who your national champion is going to be. And then there are other years where you just know exactly who your champ is going to be. You go right to the champion and you fill out that team. I think that's the way it might be this year for Ohio State. They do have Michigan, as we know, at the end of the year, and I'm hoping Michigan can keep it close, make it a fourth quarter game so we see how Ohio State reacts in that type of matchup. But right now, the clear number one team in the country. Indiana, I'll still have at number 2 just because of how well coached they are. Now, their schedule's been fairly easy. Really, the Oregon game is the only one that's been the real tricky game that Indiana's had to deal with. But they got an NFL quarterback in Mendoza, a terrific defense, so well coached, good running backs. Indiana, number 2. I'll put Georgia at number 3 and A&M at number 4 because I think if those two teams played head-to-head, Georgia would beat A&M. And the simple reason is, I know Georgia isn't like as good as the Georgia teams in the past years that Kirby has had, certainly the ones that have won the national title. But let's be honest, if Georgia's playing anybody not named Alabama, wouldn't you probably trust Georgia, find a way to win that game? So I could hear the argument to maybe even put them 2 over Indiana. I'll put them 3, and I think A&M is going to be number 4. Still undefeated, unbelievable second half, great comeback win. A&M never wins those kind of games. They got Texas in 2 weeks. Excited for that one.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Cowboys' win last night over the Raiders on Monday Night Football. Dallas improving to 4-5-1. The Las Vegas Raiders, a putrid 2-8. Like Nick talked about it yesterday on the show, saying, "Oh, the Femi Abebefe ball," and honestly, it was. I'm thrilled the Cowboys won. I was rooting for the Cowboys. I had no money on the game other than the first TD bets, but I was thrilled. But also part of me, the betting side of me, the ego side of me that wants to be right about this stuff, which sometimes is even better than the money. That side of me took a big hit with how this Raiders season has been going, and for everyone to once again see it on national television, just how bad the Las Vegas Raiders truly are. But we'll put that off to the side. Nick will talk about that to begin the 4 o'clock hour. Let's talk some Heisman Trophy, because for the first time, I do believe there is a bet to be made in the Heisman Trophy. Not for the first time, but for the first time in the last few weeks. Because you know what? It feels like we've had this Fernando Mendoza Heisman Trophy kind of momentum carrying us through the back half of October and in the first half of November. But before we get into the betting market and who we should bet, let's talk about the Athletics Heisman straw poll that they put out earlier this morning. Now, of course, for those of you who don't know, the Athletic, their awesome publication, each week they do a Heisman Trophy straw poll where they poll about 27, I believe it is, of their voters or writers who are either writers or editors. Some of them might even have votes, but people who might think like the actual voting block for the Heisman Trophy, which is about 1,000 voters. And that's like actually what it is. It's not no hyperbole there. There's 1,000 people have votes for the Heisman Trophy. It's insane that they get that cross section of America to vote on the Heisman Trophy, but hey, that's where we sit. But 23 is what it is. 23 voters on the Athletic Heisman straw poll. And essentially it's just to kind of get a gauge of where things stand in the Heisman Trophy race, which is really interesting this time of year, now that we're at the penultimate week of the regular season. For those of you who don't know what that means the second to last week. But I just love the word, so I'm going to keep using it all throughout this week because it's awesome. But today, the winner of the Athletic Heisman straw poll was the guy who won it last week, the guy who won it the week before, and the guy that won it the week before that, Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza. But what's really interesting about this week, Mendoza, out of the 23 first-place votes, got 22 of them. Like, this was a runaway for Mendoza. 22 first-place votes, 1 second-place vote. Of course, nobody voted for him to be third. Julian Sain of Ohio State was got 1 second-place vote, rather. He was second, got 1 first-place vote, but finished second in the poll. Third in the poll, as we get back on track here, Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. He actually got 2 first-place votes, so shout out to Jeremiah Love. He was in fourth last week. Fourth in the poll, Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia didn't get a single first-place vote, moved up a little bit because, of course, Ty Simpson moved out after Alabama lost to Oklahoma. Fifth in the poll was Georgia Tech quarterback Haynes King, who received 1 first-place vote. Now, over the last month or so, we've kind of been taking the trip down Athletic Heisman straw poll memory lane, where we stood at this point in previous years. Last year, Travis Hunter got 26 first-place votes. He won the poll going away. He ended up winning the award, of course. A couple of years ago, Jaden Daniels was in third. Bo Nix and Michael Penix were 1-2 in the poll, those 2 Pac-12 quarterbacks, RIP the Pac-12. Those guys were the 2 guys going neck and neck. Jaden Daniels was third, although he did get 9 first-place votes. 3 years ago, Caleb Williams was your overwhelming leader in the poll. He ended up winning the award. 4 years ago, Bryce Young was your overwhelming winner in the poll. He ended up winning the award. So all indication, when you look at the history, it points to Fernando Mendoza being your likely Heisman Trophy winner. Now, I would usually say, great, it's time to bet Mendoza. But what's different about this year, I think at least, is that Indiana has this oddly timed bye week, which is this week. The Indiana Hoosiers will not be playing. Fernando Mendoza will be out of sight, out of mind. And I actually think that creates an opportunity for another guy, maybe a couple of guys, to enter the conversation for winning the Heisman Trophy. Now, Mendoza eventually will come back off the bye. They play Purdue, where they'll be a big favorite against Purdue. And then after that, it'll be the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. And that's the game. that everyone's looking forward to. That's the game where everyone's going to be, hey, 1 versus 2. I don't think it's going to be billed as like a Heisman Trophy bowl, and we'll get into that when we talk some Julian Sayin here. But like that's the game for Fernando Mendoza to leave no doubt to win the Heisman Trophy. And even if he loses the game and it's respectable, I still think he wins the Heisman Trophy. But if they get blown out, maybe that opens the door for somebody else. But Mendoza, of course, best story in college football, the Indiana Hoosiers. He's the quarterback of that team. He's the face of it. Statistically, makes a lot of sense. 4th in the nation in QBR. He checks all the boxes. Now, like the eye test wise, well, if he wins the Heisman, okay, we've had better winners. But in terms of his stats and the team success, checks all the boxes. Makes a lot of sense. Julian Sayin, he's plus 225 in the betting market. This is where like you kind of have to use a little bit of like art with the science here, because the art tells you, or sorry, the science rather, that tells you that this guy should actually win the award. Statistically, 2nd in QBR. He's awesome. Plays on maybe the best team in the country, probably the best team in the country. Extremely efficient, but nobody believes. It's that simple. And that's where I think the betting market has this wrong. That plus 225, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know, like, if he goes nuclear against Michigan and nuclear against Indiana, maybe he wins the award. But I just don't see it. The prevailing thought when it comes to Julian Sayin is that he's just a passenger along for the ride. And I think a lot of people think, oh, man, like 25, 30 quarterbacks would be undefeated on Ohio State. Fair or unfair, that's how people talk about Julian Sayin. And also, he's a freshman. Like, if there's any voter bias or if this is tied, I think people are going to say, you know what? We'll give it to you next year. Prove it next year. You're a freshman. Let's give it to this other guy. Like, those are things that are working against Julian Sayin. And this Saturday, they're playing. Ohio State's taking on Rutgers. That's the big noon kickoff game. They're a 31.5-point favorite. I don't know there's anything that he could do against Rutgers that's going to make people be like, oh, Sayin Heisman, and have this like epiphany or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. I don't see that. Maybe against Michigan, maybe in the Big Ten title game, but we're starting to run out of weeks for Julian Sayin to live up to what the betting market has been saying over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So Sayin, to me, I would never bet him, especially when you factor in the price. Marcel Reed of Texas A&M, come on. Like, no. Just no. No. It's not happening. It's not. 13th in the country in QBR. Still, nobody believes in Marcel Reed. Like the Athletics Heisman straw poll. Last week, he wasn't even in it. This week, massive comeback. Heisman moment. Where's Marcel Reed? He's 7th with 6 third-place votes. Not a first-place vote, not a second-place vote. Nobody believes with Marcel Reed. And you know what? It's rather unfortunate because he's actually been really good. But this week, they host Samford, a 1-10 FCS team. You might as well just go on bye week at that point, honestly. You might as well. The game is on SEC Network Plus. Good luck finding that. They play Texas. That's a monster game coming up next week. That'll obviously have a lot of eyeballs. Everyone's going to watch that. They beat Texas. They'll be in the SEC title game. That'll be another massive game. But still, nobody believes that Marcel Reed is a guy. Nobody seems to care, which means we shouldn't care, even though he's at plus 500. How about Diego Pavia? Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia. He's 22-1. This is the bet this week in college football to win the Heisman Trophy. It is Diego Pavia. We've talked about Pavia at earlier points this season, and the price was always short. It never really made a lot of sense. But this week, I actually do think it makes a ton of sense to bet the Vanderbilt quarterback. Because as we've talked about Mendoza, best story in college football, Indiana, Mendoza's the face of that. What's the second best story in college football this year? It's the Vanderbilt Commodores. It's a Vanderbilt team that's likely 2 wins away from making the college football playoff. You don't even have to be a college football historian or somebody who loves, like 5 years ago, imagine Vanderbilt potentially being in the college football playoff. That's absurd, but that's where they stand right now. 2 wins away from a likely berth to the CFP. And this Saturday, Diego Pavia and his Vanderbilt Commodores on Senior Day, might as well call it Diego Pavia Day. Who cares about the other seniors? It'll be Diego Pavia Day down there in Nashville. 9.5-point favorites against Kentucky. It is a 3:30 Eastern kickoff on ESPN. A lot of eyeballs will be on this game. Pavia, in terms of QBR, 5th in the country. So he's up there. He meets the statistical threshold for winning the Heisman Trophy. But most importantly, the Vanderbilt Commodores to make the CFP, plus 320. Diego Pavia to win the Heisman Trophy, 22-1 over at BetMGM. Now, it's not 1-to-1 correlated because you still have to worry about Fernando Mendoza. But if you think that Vandy can make the CFP, and I do, how is 22-1 not a bet on Diego Pavia? He's coming off the bye week. Last week, sight unseen. He's still 4th in the Heisman straw poll. People can't get enough of this guy. Like he is taking a traditionally horrendous program and has put them on the cusp of competing for a national title. Like, this is massive. And what do you think the pop will be? Like, let's say the betting market's right. They beat Kentucky. Next week, massive game, biggest game in the Vandy-Tennessee rivalry in the history of it. If they beat Tennessee on Rocky Top, that's such an incredible pop, to use the wrestling term. Like, people will go nuts if Vandy wins that game. Vandy's not going to be 22-1 to win that game. Like, I can tell you that right now. So for me, this week, and it's shaky because if one loss happens, boom, Pavia's done. But if they win this Saturday and they beat Tennessee next week, this guy will be right there in the conversation. And let's say Ohio State blows out Indiana. Do you think it's going to Julian Sayin? I don't. I think people are going to look around and say, who else can we give this to? And if Vandy does their job and Pavia does his job, I think we're going to have a very, very live ticket in a few weeks on a guy who's 22-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. So that's it for me this week. Diego Pavia at 22-1 to win the Heisman. There's other guys like Jeremiah Love is a big price. No, I don't want it. Like, positional value matters. We did the non-QB thing last year. It's going to another quarterback this year. For me, Pavia is the guy to bet at 22-1. And I think we got ourselves a live ticket. So let's go Doors. And Diego Pavia, one of the big stories in college football. Maybe he gets us to a window in New York in a few weeks. On the other side, Nick Costos joins us with his thoughts on the Cowboys' win last night over the Las Vegas Raiders.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Like to forget this or just like shove it under the rug just because Dan Campbell is so likable. And I think people don't want to poke holes in him, but you're right. Like a couple years ago, this was a very big reason, or at least one of the reasons that, was kind of their Achilles heel in the postseason is, the decisions to go for it on fourth down. And I'll say this, like they weren't even good on third downs last night either. 3 of 13 on third downs, 0 of 5 on fourth down. Like that's not going to cut it. But you're right. Like when your defense, and I think this is something to hang your hat on as well. Like the Lions defense is, had some hits and some misses, but the defense was pretty solid. You know, when you limit the Eagles, and I understand the Eagles have not had the best offensive showing this year, but still, you limit Jalen Hurts to only 135 yards passing, you're doing something right. So it's got to be disappointing for this defensive unit to continue to limit the Eagles to field goals for most of the night, and then you come away empty-handed because your offense can only score 9 points. Very few games are you going to win in the NFL when you can only put up a 9.
Chelsea, I think it's one of the most underrated parts of being an NFL coach that not a lot of people talking about, and it's the decision to go for it or kick a field goal. And as fans, we can sense, right? Like when you see the offense go back out there on 4th down and you're like, why are they going for it? Like, they're just not going to get it. Like, kick the field goal. You're going to get stuffed. Like, don't do that, right? I mean, you saw it so many times in the Washington-Miami game yesterday. Like, there's such important decisions that don't get talked about enough, but it's one of the biggest things a head coach does every Sunday or whenever they play, that decision to kick or go for it. And Dan Campbell, if he has the chance, is almost always going to go for it. And, like you said, it doesn't get talked about enough because of how likable he is, but usually it's the downfall of the Lions in big games.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm going to say something now that some may take as a hot take, and I don't really care because I know that I'm right.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
People make this like this is some grand conspiracy. Who shot JFK? What's happening with Shadur Sanders? And why in the world did Kim Kardashian date Pete Davidson? Some of the great questions in the storied history of this country. How about this? He's bad. No one's trying to sabotage him. That's not what this is. He's just not very good. Dan Campbell's been coaching this way for years. People hate when others are successful. People want to see Dan Campbell fail because he's doing something different. And it's awful. And it's pathetic. You should like it. It's different and it's worked. And he should not change the way he coaches.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on Sirius XM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. We're talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we've got news on Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers and his availability for Sunday's game at the 7-3 Chicago Bears. How does this news impact the way we want to bet this game? How does the news impact the way we want to bet the NFC and the AFC playoff picture? I think I've got really good answers to these questions, and I can't wait to share them with everybody as the show moves along. Man, we've got a ton of star updates in the NBA. Updates around star players. LeBron James, you know, the king. LeBron James could be making his season debut tonight for the Lakers. Upgraded to questionable. Hasn't played a game this season with sciatica. And let me tell you something. I'm 42. If I had sciatica, I'd be in bed for like 6 weeks. LeBron's going to play an NBA game possibly tonight with sciatica. Hashtag LeBron different. Will LeBron screw things up for the 10-4 LA Lakers? We'll get into it. And can Milwaukee and San Antonio, respectively, survive without Giannis and without Victor Wembanyama? Wemby out maybe upwards of a month. Giannis with the groin strain. We await the severity of that injury. We will talk about Milwaukee without Giannis, San Antonio without Wemby, and the Lakers with LeBron potentially back tonight. Coming up later in the show. Oh, baby. And Femi and I, in the final hour, in the power hour, we will roll through the biggest college football games coming up this weekend and give you our early bets, our early leans, our early betting thoughts. And one of the games that we will discuss, I always want to say the Pac-12 showdown, but the Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore. The Big Ten showdown in Eugene with Oregon and USC. We will hit the big college football games at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And in the power hour, in the final hour, it's all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. NBA, huge slate tonight in the association. We were just talking off air. I think Femi and I both have some bets that we will share with everyone. We're excited for that. We've got the National Hockey League, and we've got the Champions Classic tonight in college hoops. Duke and Kansas, with Duke as a huge favorite. No Darren Peterson, the prospective #1 overall pick in the NBA draft for the Jayhawks. Cam Boozer obviously going to play for Duke. That's why Duke is a huge favorite. And in the first game, we'll give you the picks for this game and the thoughts for this game at 6 o'clock Eastern because it starts earlier at MSG, Kentucky and Michigan State. And I've got a bet on that game. I can't wait to discuss it with Femi and with all of you at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. So all our bets for tonight will close the show in the power hour, in the final hour. And two tremendous guests join us as we move along. The whale capper Drew Dinsick, 6:20 p.m. Eastern Time from NBC Sports, and Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth an hour from now at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. But we officially begin terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with a Monday Night Football massacre. We're pretty early in this game. Maybe not after like the first couple drives, but certainly in the first half. We could have all sang, "Turn out the lights, the party's over." Dandy Don, the former Dallas Cowboy, I'm sure watching his team last night dominate the Las Vegas Raiders, turning out the lights, the party was over. And candidly, I stayed up for the whole game. We probably could have all gone to bed at halftime. This game was absolutely over. Like, the Raiders were atrocious in this game and probably could have all gotten a couple extra hours of sleep. But, you know, we love it. We got fantasy. We got props. Stay up for the whole thing as Dallas completes the 33-16 victory over the Las Vegas Raiders. And I texted the You Better You Bet group chat during the game, and I meant this. The Cowboys at points during last night's game looked like they could beat the 85 Bears. Looked like they could beat the 2007 Patriots. It was one of those games where it all coalesced and everything came together for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, if you're watching or listening and you are saying, well, Nick, of course they looked great. They played the Raiders. Duh. Of course that plays into it. And we will get to the Raiders part of this. And I've got what I think some people will consider a hot take to give about the Raiders. It is not a hot take. I used to, in another lifetime, do an NFL podcast for CBS Sports with my friends Will Brinson, Pete Prisco, and Jason LaCanfora. And we used to play a game on that show called Hot Take or Just Right. I'm going to give a take that some people may consider to be hot about the Las Vegas Raiders, but I guarantee that as time moves on, time marches on, for whom the bell tolls. The bell will toll for someone in the Las Vegas Raiders organization. And I think I've got the plan to fix the Las Vegas Raiders. But that is a story for about 20 minutes from now. For right now, let's talk about the winners. To the victors go the spoils. The now 4-5-1 Dallas Cowboys. And I said yesterday on the show, I don't think the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs. And we'll get to that. Can Dallas make it? Can they beat the Eagles on Sunday, where they're 3.5 point home dog? Very interesting betting market. I said yesterday, I don't think they can make it. I will give you my updated thoughts coming up here in a little bit. But one thing was for sure. If the Cowboys were harboring any hopes of making the postseason, they absolutely had to win last night's game. And they did. So now we can have the conversation, and we will do that in moments. Dak Prescott, magnificent last night. And as I'm watching Dallas's offense slice and dice and shred the Raiders' defense, and poor Patrick Graham on the sideline, looking like someone just ran over his dog, knowing that there's no way that his defense is stopping the Dallas Cowboys offense, I'm actually thinking, and I'm saying this out loud on the airwaves for the first time, should my favorite football team, the New York Football Giants, should the Giants interview Clayton Adams to be their next head coach? Should Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams be drawing head coaching consideration? I think the answer to that question is yes. He's an absolute stud. And Shoddy's done a great job also. And Dak Prescott looked amazing last night. And it's funny because, I bet the George Pickens over receiving yards prop. I give it out at the end of the show yesterday. And I play enough fantasy leagues where I've got Pickens in some leagues. I've got CeeDee Lamb in some leagues. Look, you play as much fantasy football as I do. You've got like every player in the league on one of these teams. So it kind of becomes like, what am I rooting for tonight in this matchup based on who's playing in the games? So I give the Pickens bet out at the end of the show. I bet George Pickens over receiving yards. And I'm watching the first drive of the game, and where's George Pickens? Where's CeeDee Lamb? What's happening here? No reporting that they were like, what the hell's going on? And then we get the Lisa Salters report that coach's decision that Pickens and Lamb don't play on the first drive. And coincidentally, or perhaps not, the Cowboys go 3 and out and punt the ball to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then Pickens and CeeDee Lamb come into the game, yada, yada, yada. They both annihilate the Raiders defense. Pickens goes over 100 yards and a touchdown. Lamb 5 for 66 and a touchdown. And all I keep thinking about is the Raiders, right? And that meme of like what civilization would look like, idealized civilization. Like civilization if this happened. And the picture in the meme is like this utopia setting. This futuristic setting where all the buildings are advanced and there's water and there's trees and it just looks absolutely beautiful. Like this is utopia. This is what society should look like. And I'm sure the Raiders, with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb not in the game, that's what society was like to them at that moment. Only having to deal with Cavante Turpin and Ryan Flower. How did they pronounce his name? Like Joe Buck was calling him Ryan, like Flournoy? I thought it was Flournoy. Like they added like 2 or 3 extra syllables to his name when he scored that touchdown. Flournoy, whatever. So I'm sure it was a lot easier for the Raiders to defend the Cowboys defense when Pickens and CeeDee Lamb weren't in the game. And just to toss this out there for our Cowboys fans, because I think that, Cowboys fans are the ones that would get pissed about this. 31 other fan bases love this sort of thing. The George Pickens extension should be an absolute no-brainer for Dallas this offseason. A no-brainer for them to re-sign George Pickens. But you know what's going to happen. You know what Jerry's going to do here. They're going to drag this son of a bitch out. Maybe they'll franchise tag him. They're not going to give him and if they do, it'll be an upset. Like, this is what Jerry does. He did it with CD. He did it with Dak. He freaking traded Micah Parsons. You think he's just going to give George Pickens his money? No. That's going to be a disaster. But that's the story for the offseason. And it wasn't just Dallas's offense that kicked ass last night. We always call a spade on this show. We have to be honest. The Cowboys' defense was really good last night. Really, really good. And that might be Quinnen Williams in his Cowboys debut. His best game in a couple seasons. What he was putting on tape as a member of the New York Jets. He was unstoppable. 1.5 sacks. And to a man after the game, you had Cowboys players talking about how awesome it was to have Quinnen Williams on the defensive line, drawing so much attention away from them. Kenny Clark said it. Osia Odigizua said it. They were all saying what a force Quinnen Williams was and how Quinnen is going to make all of them better. And it wasn't just Quinnen that was playing last night for Dallas. We talked about it yesterday on the show. DeMarion Overshawn. First game since him tearing his ACL last year in the Monday night game against the Bengals. When he's healthy and he's getting his legs underneath him, literally and figuratively, he's an absolute stud. I like Ravel, the young cornerback who made his season debut. And great job by Buck and Aikman highlighting that the Cowboys felt he was a first-round talent, but he tore his ACL during the process, right? So he goes in the third round. I think he's going to be a player for them. You had Logan Wilson, who's really bad. I mean, the Bengals traded him. Did you think this was going to be like Brian Urlacher here for the Cowboys? So Logan Wilson's not very good. But I think we can all agree, right? This was the best Cowboys defensive effort of the season. And it's borne out in the final score. Like 16 points. By far the least amount of points the Dallas Cowboys defense has allowed all season. And I'll say it. This defensive front, it looks pretty good. Quinnen, Odigizua, Donovan Ezaraku, Sam Williams, Jadeveon Clowney, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark. It's pretty good. And I loved how, with every play that like Quinnen Williams made, we get the shot of Jerry in the owner's box, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. And everybody is falling all over themselves to credit Jerry Jones. Wow, look what Jerry did. Look how he rebuilt this defense. Let me tell you more on something. This would be like if I burned down a house to embers, to ashes, and then rebuilt it. And you said, whoa, great job rebuilding the house. I burned the son of a bitch down. Why are you giving me credit for rebuilding what I burned down? It didn't need to be rebuilt. It didn't need to happen. He struck the match. He dropped the gasoline on it. He burnt the defense to the ground before week 1. And now, at 4-5-1, now it's acceptable, and now you want to credit Jerry Jones for rebuilding what he broke? For fixing what he broke? Is this serious? Really? You might be asking yourself, do we still need to talk about Micah Parsons? My answer, you're damn right we do. We'll do it next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
like to forget this or just like shove it under the rug just because Dan Campbell is so likable. And I think people don't want to poke holes in him, but you're right. Like a couple years ago, this was a very big reason, or at least one of the reasons that, was kind of their Achilles heel in the postseason is, the decisions to go for it on fourth down. And I'll say this, like they weren't even good on third downs last night either. 3 of 13 on third downs, 0 of 5 on fourth down. Like that's not going to cut it. But you're right. Like when your defense, and I think this is something to hang your hat on as well. Like the Lions defense is, had some hits and some misses, but the defense was pretty solid. When you limit the Eagles, and I understand the Eagles have not had the best offensive showing this year, but still you limit Jalen Hurts to only 135 yards passing. You're doing something right. So it's got to be disappointing for this defensive unit to continue to limit the Eagles to field goals for most of the night. And then you come away empty-handed because your offense can only score 9 points. Very few games are you going to win in the NFL when you can only put up a 9.
Chelsea, I think it's one of the most underrated parts of being an NFL coach that not a lot of people talking about, and it's the decision to go for it or kick a field goal. And as fans, we can sense, right? Like when you see the offense go back out there on fourth down and you're like, why are they going for it? Like, they're just not going to get it. Like, kick the field goal. You're going to get stuff. Like, don't do that, right? I mean, you saw it so many times in the Washington-Miami game yesterday. Like, there's such important decisions that don't get talked about enough, but it's one of the biggest things a head coach does every Sunday or whenever they play, that decision to kick or go for it. And Dan Campbell, if he has the chance, is almost always going to go for it. And, like you said, it doesn't get talked about enough because of how likable he is, but usually it's the downfall of the Lions in big games.
Blitz coming. Quinnen Williams got there. And welcome to the Dallas Cowboys for big number 92 and a loss of 9. Jerry loving every second of that sack.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call last night on ESPN and ABC. Yeah, Jerry is loving every second of it. I love this, right? Like, I broke something, and now I'm trying to put it back together. I didn't have to break the thing that I broke. The thing that I broke was perfectly fine. I would actually argue the thing that I broke was good. It was good. I broke something that was good. It did not need to be broken. And now I'm trying to fix it. And people are falling all over themselves, complimenting me. Wow. What a great job you are doing fixing this thing that is broken without acknowledging that I'm the one that broke it. The Cowboys defense needed to be fixed because Jerry Jones broke it when he traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. That is what we call in tennis an unforced error. Didn't need to happen. Could have extended Micah Parsons at any point in the last 365, 400 plus days for less money. Could have made it happen, but dragged it out till the very end and then decided to, because at the end of the day, this is something that everyone needs to understand about Jerry. I feel like some people do understand it. Jerry Jones at his heart, and we can all appreciate this on this show, Jerry's a gambler. And we all know different types of gamblers, right? There are gamblers who, and you, like wherever you, the person watching or listening, falls on the gambling spectrum, you have to acknowledge that what I'm about to say is true, whether you hate it or not. It's the truth. There are gamblers whose sole motivation when they are betting on sports is to win money. Now, you might be one of these hardos that's like, oh, what's the point of betting otherwise if you're not trying to... Okay. That's not the conversation here. What I'm saying is that there are people that... Do they want to win? Of course. But is winning the primary motivation? Or is action the primary motivation? The feeling that you get when your money's on the line and the ball's in the air and you don't know whether it's going in or not. That feeling of action is what a lot of gamblers chase. And I think that's what Jerry chases. And I think the action is more important to Jerry than the wins. And I think this is borne out in the way that he's managed this team. Where now, like, he's grinning like the Cheshire Cat in the owner's box because, like, his gamble was winning last night. Like the trade Micah Parsons and let's rebuild the defense on the fly, like it looked pretty good last night. Like he feels like it's winning. So of course he's happy. I mean, like I've made bets like this. I'll give you two examples, both conference championship games. Packers Seahawks. This is I remember all this. The Brandon Bostic, the tight end that fumbled the onside kick. The Jermaine Kearse touchdown catch in overtime. The Packers blew the game. Mike McCarthy kicking 2 18-yard field goals in the first quarters would ultimately screwed them. But sure, let's talk about the onside kick that they couldn't recover. Okay. That game closed Seahawks 7. I bet Packers money line. I could have bet Packers 7 and backed it up with a money line bet and won money on the game. But man, I wanted to bet on Aaron Rodgers to win the game. Or Vikings Saints NFC Championship game 2009. I think it might be one of the best five best football games of my lifetime. Saints win in overtime by 3. Close Saints 3.5. Did I bet Vikings 3.5? No. I bet Vikings money line because I wanted Brett Favre to win. A couple years ago, Lions-Niners NFC Championship game. We did it on the show, Ken and I did. I bet Lions money line. I thought the Lions were going to win. I could have bet Lions plus the points. No. I went with money line. And I can admit after the fact, did I think my bets were going to win when I placed them? Of course. I didn't think they were going to lose. But man, like Marshawn Lynch once said, I'm about that action, boss. Jerry Jones is about that action. He wants the action. And he's getting his action right now. And oh, baby. He's going to get that action coming up on Sunday. And think about that. Like the gamble that he's placed and the rush that he's going to feel. Call 1-800-GAMBLER if you have a problem. I'm just like trying to accurately describe like what I think he's feeling like. The feeling that he's going to have over the course of the next 5 days leading up to Sunday, where his football team with his rebuilt defense and his quarterback that has been playing at an MVP level and this offense that's humming right now hosts the reigning defending Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles. And what happens if the Cowboys win that game? And on Monday morning, Dallas 5-5-1. Right back in the thick of things in the NFC playoff race with momentum and a rebuilt defense and an owner that looks like he just struck gold like he did in the 80s before he bought the Dallas Cowboys, baby. How about him? Do you think the Cowboys are going to beat the Eagles on Sunday? First move in the betting market towards Dallas. I just refreshed my BetMGM screen. Philly, a 3.5-point road favorite, but those 3.5s are juiced towards Dallas. We might close Eagles -3. Ha 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 ha. Oh, baby. I mean, you want to talk about drama. and intrigue and excitement. It's going to be through the roof for this game. I can't wait for it. And I can't wait. Like that 80, who does that song? Bill will know. He was like 25 at the time. New Shoes, Nushooz. Baby, I can't wait. Dun 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 dun. Good song, man. Good song. I can't wait for this game. And I can't wait to lay it with the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, man. The Eagles -3 at Dallas in this economy? Look, great game for Dallas last night. I'm not taking anything away from them. I've just praised them for 20-plus minutes. It was the Raiders. Like, we're not taking that performance last night with a grain of salt. No. We're taking it the biggest damn, like the Guinness World Record breaking salt shaker. Like, shake it like a salt shaker. That's what we're doing here. Shake it like a salt shaker. Like, that's the salt. That's the grain we're taking it with. The biggest grain of salt in the history of grains of salt against the Raiders. And now we're facing the Eagles. 3? Stop it. And just to go back to Micah, and people may be like, look, it's been beaten into the ground. Like, we don't have to keep talking about it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. How many times have we come on the air this season, myself, Femi, and said, if Dallas had Micah Parsons, this is a playoff team in the NFC, period. Okay. Maybe the defense is close to what it might have been with Mike at the start of the year. It's November 18th. It could have been like this on September 4th. But no. Had to start behind the 8 ball. Because Jerry loves action. Since Jerry loves action so much, I'm going to pitch a script. And you know, the great thing about movies, it's not like real life. You write the script, you know what's going to happen. So on Sunday in Dallas, lights, camera, action. Eagles beat that ass. You bet on this Tuesday. Okay. Let's talk about the Las Vegas Raiders. What an absolute debacle. What a joke. So I'm wondering last night during the game, okay, like I get the idea of like, let's keep showing. And look, and NBC has done this for years, and I love it. If I were directing the games, I would do the same thing. Whenever you're watching a Cowboys game and something goes really well or really poorly, what happens? Here's Jerry, right? And we all love it. We all love it. When Tom Brady's at Raiders games, I forget about the Manning cast. Like, I want an entire channel of just Tom Brady in the owner's box, watching Geno Smith play quarterback and Pete Carroll coaching his team and Chip Kelly coordinating the offense. I would bet that last night, Tom Brady's watching this game with how psychotic he is and how badly he wants to win as the minority owner of the Raiders. And he's probably watching Geno take sacks and the defense get shredded and Carroll look clueless. And he's probably wishing, man, I'd rather be anywhere right now than here, including on a Comedy Central roast where everybody is making fun of the mother of my children in front of them. I'd rather that. I'd rather have my kids be embarrassed than watch this trash on the field. Terrible performance by the Las Vegas Raiders last night. And I started the show by saying, I got to take on the Raiders. And people, you maybe, you the listener, you the viewer, maybe you think this is going to be a hot take. It's not. Are you ready for it? The Las Vegas Raiders need to fire Pete Carroll. Full stop. Full stop. If you hear me say that and you're nodding right now, congratulations. You know ball. If you're like, wow, how could they do that? Oh my God, Super Bowl winning coach. No. National champion? No. It's only year one. How could you do that? Let's examine the state of this Raiders team. I'm going to ask everybody a question, and I'm going to lay out for a few seconds. And before I ask it, I will say Max Crosby is 29 next year. Okay? Max Crosby is 29. How many good young players do the Raiders have? Name them in your head. Name them. I'll wait. How many good young players does this team have? Is it 2? Bowers and Genty? Is that it? How many good young players do they have? Okay. Think like I've kind of made my point, right? In that regard. Okay. Coming into this season, this is like what I talked about with the Giants. You know, firing Dable, but keeping Joe Shane. It's the Mike Ehrmantraut line from Breaking Bad. No half measures. No half measures. The Raiders tried a half measure this offseason. Like, they should probably rebuild because they stink, but they tried to compete half-heartedly, right? With no good players on the roster, a brutal offensive line. They hired a 74-year-old coach, and I don't say that to be insulting, but like Pete Carroll is not the person that needs to be shepherding a rebuild. 74-year-old head coach. They paid an offensive coordinator $6 million for an offense that has 2 good players on it. That's it. And a terrible offensive line. And traded for a veteran quarterback where they should have gone another route, clearly. Half measure. Let's try and rebuild when we're not truly ready to compete, especially given the division they play in. All right. Let's go back now to the first question I asked. How many good young players do the Raiders have? 2? Maybe 3? Okay. So what should they do next year? Should they, A, try and compete, or B, rebuild and actually rebuild? What do you think they should do? You, the listener, you, the viewer. Like, there's no debate here. The answer is rebuild. They've got no chance of competing in this division with this current structure, this current group of players. 0. With the Broncos, the Chargers, the Chiefs, no chance. 0%. So they need to rebuild. Should Pete Carroll at age 75 come back to coach this team next year? What's the point? When the Raiders hired Pete Carroll, I said, you have an adult in the room now. The team can be respectable. Let me ask another question. If you watched that game last night and you didn't know who the Raiders head coach was, and I had told you after the game, Antonio Pierce, Josh McDaniels, Dennis Allen, Hugh Jackson, Tom Cable, hell, even a young Lane Kiffin, sending Sebastian Janikowski out for a 76-yard field goal. Would you have believed me? Did last night look more like an Antonio Pierce coach Raiders team or a Pete Carroll coached Raiders team? Pete Carroll's the coach. They're not respectable. They failed. And it's time to move on. They can keep the GM. He's Brady's boy, whatever. They need a new, younger head coach to shepherd and get this rebuild going. And the first thing that they should do at the end of the season is finally trade Max Crosby. Because like we said about Sauce Gardner, you can lose with Max Crosby and you can lose without him. On the other side, we'll bring you the latest news on Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bears are going to miss Aaron Rodgers,
the starting quarterback.
So,
Well, Rudolph was better than Rodgers yesterday, though.
yeah,
I get your
know,
point.
but it's just funny. It's just very funny how this keeps happening. These were the two trendiest teams of the offseason. Patriots over, Patriots make the playoffs. Bears over, Bears make the playoffs. And it's probably going to happen for both teams, at least with the win total. I mean, the Bears need 2 more wins. I'm going to guess they're going to get there. And the Patriots are already over the win total. So at least the early win total when it opened like 7.5.
It's wild, man. I know. It's insane. So you don't play Lamar in week 8. Week 9, you don't play Burrow. Week 10, Dart gets injured. If he stays healthy, the Giants probably win the game. They're already without Neighbors. Man. And then now you're talking about Aaron Rodgers missing this game. So Eagles, week 13. Careful, Eagles fans. One of your top players is probably going down because the Bears play them week 13.
Jalen Hurts concussion at Thanksgiving. He was cutting the turkey and he slipped and fell, and he's going to be out for the next game. Only one game against the Bears.
First, Aaron's got a fracture in his wrist. It does not require surgery. Really, it's just about bracing it and securing it for his comfort and safety. And then it's about how functional he is. And so we don't have the answers to that as we stand here today. But certainly I would imagine we're going to get some clarity as we push through the week.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
That the voice of Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin speaking earlier today about his starting quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. Also, shout out to whoever the reporter is that is just blasting that keyboard, like with reckless abandon. Just, Jake, let's do it. So, I don't know if people can hear this. I mean, I have like hypersensitive ears because I've been doing radio for, how old am I? 42? I've been doing radio for 24 years now, since I was 18. So I hear everything. I don't know if like the average ear hears this. It's just like, this is what I'm really good at, right? It's, you know, I'm suck at everything else in life, but I'm good at this. Jake, play the audio again and just like listen for how loud this person's typing, please.
First, Aaron's got a fracture in his wrist. It does not require surgery. Really, it's just about bracing it and securing it.
All right, I'm good. Whoever's typing, this person's going to town on that keyboard like it owes him money. Or her. Like slamming that thing. Smash the subscribe button. No, we're just going to smash all the keys. Like ruin your sound. Here you go. Hold on, everybody. Ready? This is my impression of that person. This is great audio. Anyway, I'll do the read coming back from break. Here we go. All right, today's NBA odds boost token, everybody, belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Catch up on everything from the show, including Femi's Hour, where he talked about a bet he made in the Heisman Trophy market. I said this to Femi off air. I'll say it to him on air. Are we still doing this with the Heisman Trophy? Just like, I guess we are. So Femi gave a bet out. His rationale is solid. We just talked about it during the break. If you missed it, check it out in podcast form. Okay. So Rodgers gets hurt in the Steelers' 34-12 win over the Bengals on Sunday. And we thought, he was going to miss some time, and maybe he still will. But fracture of the left wrist will not require surgery, and Tomlin won't rule him out for Sunday's game. Just selfishly, just as a football fan, bets aside, and I'll talk about my angle and what I like in the game in a second with the Bears and the Steelers on Sunday. Just as football fans, unless you're in the Rudolph family, you're Mason Rudolph's cousin, or you're one of the reindeer, Blitzen, Donner. I think that's all I've got. How many reindeer can you name? There's Donner, there's Blitzen, and Rudolph. On Donner, on Blitzen, on Rudolph. I don't know any. I don't know the rest of them. It's pretty bad. It's I can tell you, Giants Bills Super Bowl 25, January 27th, 1991. Oh, we have Dasher. Okay, there's Dancer. So now everyone's flexing on me in the chat. There's Dancer and Prancer. It's unfortunate. Are they brothers? Which is the worst name to have? Are they all men? Or are they male? Prancer is tough. Prancer is getting picked on in the reindeer schoolyard. So is Rudolph. His nose is red. Kids, they can be really mean. So Vixen, Vixen has to be a female, right? Vixen's probably the most popular of the reindeer. That's my guess. There's Cupid. No one likes a snitch. I feel like Cupid's a snitch. Cupid's trying to get in everybody's business. No one likes a busybody. Cupid's out. Donner. Yeah, I don't know. Dasher. What do you think you're cool, Dasher? Would you run faster than everybody else? Loser. So unless you're in the Rudolph family, you should want Aaron Rodgers to play on Sunday. Because this could be Aaron Rodgers' last game in Chicago. And as Aaron Rodgers has said on multiple occasions, including during games, I effing own you to the city of Chicago and to the Bears. And the Bears fans and on our show crew, Bill and Jake, sorry guys, I can admit that my team's a dumpster fire. Can all the Bears fans admit that Aaron Rodgers owns you guys? Sorry. 24-5 in his career against the Bears. Pretty good. And we don't know if Rodgers is going to play on Sunday. Now, the news that Rodgers might play, won't be ruled out, was met in the betting market with some optimism for the Steelers. As that 3, so Bears a 3-point favorite, the 3 is now juiced all the way towards the Bears. We might come off 3. This might go down to Chicago, -2.5. And if we get there, and I want to be clear, I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Mason Rudolph. And Rodgers, what I said last week was not that I'm burying Aaron Rodgers, but that if he plays poorly against the Bengals, I think we can bury Aaron Rodgers. I think it's over for Aaron Rodgers. And he didn't play poorly against the Bengals. But of course he didn't, right? Who would play poorly against the Bengals defense? You can make a case that the Bears defense, while not as bad as the Bengals defense, is not really that great. And if J.J. McCarthy could hit the broadside of a barn, the Vikings would have scored way more points and probably won the game on Sunday. I bet the Bears. My handicap was that J.J. McCarthy stinks. But I'm just saying, right? Bears defense, nothing to write home about. But neither is the Steelers. If this number is going to be 2.5, 2.5, I don't really care who the quarterback is. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. Until your good gets better and your better gets best. Bears on 3. Bears laying 2.5. Give me the Chicago Bears as we will move one step closer towards cashing our Bears to make the playoffs tickets from the preseason. You bet on this Tuesday. Yesterday, we had so much breaking news in the show that we didn't get a chance to talk about a couple hot button topics coming out of Week 11 NFL Sunday. We have to talk about the Atlanta Falcons for a few minutes. This dumpster fire of an organization who lose to Carolina on Sunday, just up 21-7 in the second quarter, lose 30-27 in overtime, make Bryce Young, look like Dan Marino. 448 passing yards, Panthers franchise record. The Falcons should be embarrassed. So they are now 3-7. And it wasn't that long ago, October the 13th, a little over a month ago, that the Atlanta Falcons on Monday Night Football wrecked the Buffalo Bills to move to 3-2. Think about what's happened since then. 5 straight losses. Now Michael Penix is done for the year with ACL damage, going to need reconstructive surgery, and Drake London has a PCL sprain and is week to week. And they are currently dogs on the road at Tyler Shuck and the Saints. That's where we're at with the Atlanta Falcons. But hey, at least they have their first-round pick. Right? Wrong. You might remember, they traded it to the Los Angeles Rams on draft day to take James Pierce. And they had taken Jalen Walker earlier. When you think about great defensive edge rushers this year, have you ever heard anyone say James Pierce and Jalen Walker? Huh. Interesting. Funny how that works. We said in the moment, the Friday after round 1 of the NFL draft, that this trade works and only works if Pierce and Walker are both studs and the Falcons pass rush is revived and they make the playoffs. Otherwise, it is a categorical disaster for the Atlanta Falcons. Guess what? We're in Cat 5 territory right now for the Atlanta Falcons because they ain't making the playoffs. Kirk Cousins has to play quarterback right now, and he has been maybe the worst quarterback in the league this season when he's played. This is going to be a top 10 pick, and it's going to the Rams. The Falcons aren't even going to get a pick. And this rot in this organization goes way beyond just that decision. The fact that Terry Fontenot is still employed as this team's general manager is an absolute disgrace and a sham. It's ridiculous. With all the blown draft picks, the Arthur Smith hire, and now Raheem Morris. This guy needs to go, and he needs to go yesterday. And as for Raheem, now when I worked for NFL Radio once upon a time, Raheem was coaching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I didn't work with Raheem, but I interacted with him quite a bit. I can tell everybody, this is one of, actually, the nicest people on the planet. Not a good dude, a great dude. A great dude. Someone you want to root for. Can we just be real? He's not a good head coach. We saw it in Tampa. We've now seen it for almost 2 full seasons in Atlanta. It ain't happening. The last 3 games, lose by 1 to the Patriots, back-to-back overtime losses, 1 to Carolina up by 14 in the game, controlled the game in Berlin against the Colts, lose 31-25. He's 32-54 as a head coach. Just what are you doing here? They're done and they're screwed. And I'll go back to something that I've said for a while. The idea that the NFL and the Falcons specifically, quote, voted Bill Belichick off the island. Those aren't my words. Those were the words used, and forgive me, I think it might be, is it Seth Wickersham who wrote that column? I could be, that column for ESPN about Belichick basically being like blackballed. That like the Falcons took pleasure in interviewing Bill a couple times and then naming Raheem Morris the head coach. Now, Bill has not exactly set the world on fire season 1 in Chapel Hill. And maybe Jordan Hudson would be involved in the Atlanta Falcons if he had taken. Who knows? Do you think the Falcons wish they hired Bill Belichick? Be honest. But no. They had to be the smartest guys in the room. They voted him off the island. And now, they're off the island. And the island that they're off of is the island of relevancy. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you. Coming up on the other side, we start the hour with Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
We're going to start with a team that's looked like one of the best bets in the NFL, one of the best teams in the NFL so far this season. Going to go the Patriots. So the line over at BetMGM is Patriots laying 7.5 on the road at the Bengals. So you tease that down to the Patriots laying 8.5 on the road. I don't know what else the Patriots have to do to prove it to us that they're a good team. Plus the Bengals, dealing with all kinds of things. Jamar Chase suspended for this game. So I think they're going to have a tough time going against that Patriots defense. Next up, we're going to go the Colts +3. So that's the initial line. So we tease it all the way up to Colts +9. This is going to be a real litmus test for the Colts to see if they're truly a contender in the NFL. And they have played some good teams. Maybe I'm being a little mean on the Colts. But they have all these great numbers. We know the Chiefs tend to play in close games. But also the Chiefs are a team that, of course, have great weapons. And it's not going to shock me if occasionally they have a blowout game. But we're going to go Colts +9. And then finally, I don't think there's going to be many points scored in this game. There is a reason that the total is 37 between these two god-awful offenses. So I'm going to go Browns +9 at the Raiders. Don't know if you tuned in to see the Raiders offense last night, but boy, was it terrible. And honestly, I don't think it's going to get better when you're facing a Browns defense that is pretty damn good. So I'm going to go Browns +9. So, PJ, here's the teaser. Patriots -1.5 over the Bengals. Colts +9 against the Chiefs. Browns +9 on the road at the Raiders. Who ruins my teaser?
business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show devoted to Monday Night Football. The Dallas Cowboys looking like the 85 Bears last night. Competition probably has something to do with it, but still, great performance from Dallas. We're crediting Jerry Jones for rebuilding a house that he burned down. I don't necessarily get it. And I do think it's too little too late for the Cowboys. I like the Eagles coming up on Sunday. And I told you why, and I think I'm right. The Raiders need to fire Pete Carroll and really, really, really go in on rebuilding. They desperately, desperately need to do it. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will talk some New York Football Giants and their rookie running back who was at Monday Night Raw last night. Good stuff. And the Bills-Texans game on Thursday night with major playoff implications in the AFC. Femi and I will break down the biggest college football games coming up next hour. All our bets for tonight will close the show. But joining us right now on this terrific Football Tuesday is our good friend, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the one, the only, Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What's going on, Stink? Welcome back.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hope you guys are doing well. Just a little fall cleanup, lots of leaves in the yard. So I'm out here working today, and that's why I'm not on video. I told Bill, listen, man, I'd love to be on video with you guys, but my wife will not let me in the house right now.
All right, so they're listening. As a married man, I certainly know how that works. I totally get it. We have a bunch of big topics, Stink, to get to with you in this interview, but let's start with last night with the Dallas Cowboys, because they did play really well in the game, and we can actually have a conversation now whether we think it's likely or not, and the betting market thinks it's very unlikely. Can Dallas make a run towards the postseason? I don't think so, but that doesn't mean that they can't. Where are you at on the Cowboys, Stink, following last night's game?
Yeah, I would put that on those odds at slim, but we know offensively, man, they've got some weapons, and Dak Prescott, I've always been a big Dak Prescott guy. I think Dak can really play. I think he is a professional quarterback. And, as long as he's healthy, I think he gives you a great chance to win. And then, obviously, kind of rebuilding some of that defense, the trades they made. Could it be done? I think it's very unlikely. But, hell, they've got some building blocks, and you never know going down the stretch who's going to stay healthy, who's going to get injured. So there's a chance. I think it's a slim chance, but a chance done the same.
All right, for the Dallas Cowboys to make the postseason. Stink, I am guessing you I don't know if you're a big wrestling fan, but I'm guessing you saw the clips, right, of Giants running back Cam Scatterbo, who's out for the season, at Monday Night Raw last night at Madison Square Garden in New York City, getting into, obviously, wrestling is not real, but some of the physical activity is real, and I'm a wrestling fan, just so the audience doesn't jump down my throat, the wrestling fans in the audience. And Scatterbo gets pushed by Dom Mysterio, and look, it's not like he's really getting, punched in the face or anything, but, Giants fans kind of look at it side-eyed. And then you had Abdul Carter, the Giants' third overall pick in the draft, the rookie pass rusher, gets disciplined a little bit on Sunday's game for sleeping through a meeting last week. When you see all these things happening with the Giants, and they just fired the head coach, does this speak to some sort of organizational dysfunction for you? What do you make of it? Do you like it, what's happening with the Giants?
Yeah, I my own, sense and sensibility, I wouldn't put myself in that position, especially being injured, being a rookie, like you said, slept through a meeting. And being that you guys aren't very good, see, I just like that for me would be like, no, I can't do that. I can't go there. So I get it that life goes on and you go out and you have dinner and you do some of those things, but I would always err on the side of, as a player, like I am not going to open myself up for criticism. I just refuse to do it from the standpoint of I've got to be as professional as possible. I'm not saying that they're not professional, but it's just a bad optics, It's
Do you think
bad
that's
optics,
unprofessional?
especially when you're losing?
Do you think it's unprofessional for Scatterbo is out for the season to be on Monday Night Raw getting into a physical altercation? Serious, that's what happened.
Yeah, I don't think it. I mean, it's all fake. So and I'm not a wrestling fan, so your fans can come after me. So
but he has a broken ankle. He got pushed with a broken ankle.
Wait, did he get pushed to where he had to hold himself? Like I didn't. I saw them, mixing it up on the rail, but I didn't know like to the extent of what happened. I would just say, hey, you've got to live your life. You got to go out there. You got to do those things. I get that. That's fine. But I am not. I'm just one of those guys that would never put myself in. Whether I was Cam or whether I was Carter, I would never put myself in that position, especially considering you guys aren't very good.
What'd you think of Shedeur Sanders' NFL debut on? What'd you think of Shedeur Sanders' NFL debut on Sunday, and your expectations for him this Sunday against the Raiders?
Yeah, I mean, it was awful. He looked terrible, and and I think that you look at where he's at right now from a professionalism standpoint. I mean, he's going to have to prepare and get ready to play. Listen, man, like I worked with Dion a little bit. I spent a couple days up in spring ball when Shedeur was there, and there's no question Shedeur can throw the ball. He understands offense. He gets all that stuff. It's just a matter of being a professional. And that's what it comes down to. You're going to have to be a professional. Now you get the lion's share, all the 1 reps and all that kind of stuff. So I think that a lot of that, when you're not getting those reps, it's hard to come in there and play well. But at the same time, I don't really care. When you're called upon, you've got to take mental reps. You've got to do everything you can do to get yourself ready to play, and then you got to go out and you got to perform. And so he's going to have a chance to go out there and hopefully play well. But I think at this point, like just watching him, I don't know that he's ready to play at this level yet.
Did you think he was an NFL caliber quarterback when you saw him at Colorado? Obviously, I know you're an Idaho guy, but you're obviously plugged in there in Denver. Know a lot of people who are close to that situation. Do you think he was an NFL quarterback when you saw him in college football last year?
I think he's got the skill set. Yeah, in regards to throwing the ball, absolutely. I don't think there's any question about it. Now, all the questions about professionalism and all the questions about, his draft process and not wanting to work out for teams or, there was reports about him not really studying the playbook when they gave it to him to answer the questions and all those things. And those things are the things that, will come back and bite you in the ass if you're, if you don't do that stuff. This is professional freaking football, man. It's more from the neck up than it is the neck down. And the guys who perform in this league, the guys who play for a long time in this league, can understand what the issues are, can see the issues, can process information, take it through their eyes, process it quickly, and then go out and perform and, instantly see something and instantly react to it. And you can't do that if you're not prepared. You can't do that if you haven't studied. You can't do that if you haven't taken all the mental reps and all the physical reps and all those things. So he didn't get the physical reps last week, but certainly didn't look like he was ready for the moment.
I guess we'll see if he's ready this Sunday when they take on the Cleveland Browns. This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with our Odyssey NFL insider, Mark Schlereth, 3-time Super Bowl champion, color commentator, NFL on Fox, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. How about the game we saw last Sunday? The Denver Broncos beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Denver now has big control of that AFC West division. 2-part question for you here, Stink. Are the Kansas City Chiefs going to make the playoffs? And then the second part, are the Denver Broncos legitimate Super Bowl contenders?
So, first part, are they going to make the playoffs? I still think they're better than Houston. Having called Houston last week, Houston's exceptional on the defensive side. They're very challenged offensively. I don't know that C.J. Stroud coming back is actually going to make any real difference for the Houston Texans. So I think that Kansas City is better than them. They both sit at 5-5. And I actually think Kansas City is probably better than Jacksonville. I just don't, at this point, think that Trevor Lawrence has really gotten to the point where he can be trusted, that he is, that he's a legitimate legitimate threat at the quarterback position from the standpoint of being able to consistently throw accurate footballs, consistently make the right decisions. So I think there's a lot of question marks in regards to him as your quarterback. So I would still think they're better than both of those teams. So I think I think they have a chance to sneak in as a wild card. But I still, what is it, 0-5 in one-score games this year for the Kansas City Chiefs? That's an issue. And so ultimately, and this was a huge game. I mean, they knew what they had in store. They knew that this was effectively for the AFC West, that they didn't win against the Broncos coming off a bye week where Andy Reid is 21-4. If they didn't win against the Broncos, their hopes of winning the West was going to be over, and certainly it looks as though it's over. So I think those are big things to talk about. I think those are big deals. But bottom line is I still think the Chiefs, when push comes to shove, will find a way to get themselves in the playoffs. As far as the Broncos are concerned, man, they've got a legit big-time defense without question. And think about this. Like, they missed their starting running back who's out for the season in J.K. Dobbins, so they really didn't run the ball. And they missed their middle linebacker, Alex Singleton, who is the right-hand man of Vance Joseph when it comes to calling the defense and understanding what they're doing, and, is the green dot guy, and the best cornerback, arguably, in all the National Football League. And they held the Kansas City Chiefs to 19 points, 5 of 16 on third downs, and they were phenomenal. And I'll do a breakdown on tomorrow's Stink of Truth podcast on the third downs. Vance Joseph put a master class together in shutting down an offense on third down. And part of it was, he just used the strategy of I'm better than you, and I know it. My guys are better than your guys. They lined up, I think to my count, it was of 16 third downs, 14 of them were man-to-man coverage, and they said, we're better than you. Bring it. And it was glorious to watch, man. They executed. They were awesome. And like I said, shut Kansas City down, only converting 5 of 16 third downs.
Should the Las Vegas Raiders fire Pete Carroll?
I would say no, they shouldn't fire Pete Carroll, but they have got to have an influx of talent without question on both sides of the ball. And then I think you've got to look at some of the questionable – I think you just got to look at the hires, right? They just need a professional O-line coach. They need more talent up front on the lines of scrimmage. I think you took over an organization that really, it just is really there's a dearth of talent there overall, offensively and defensively. And so I think you've got – this is not a, hey, rah-rah, Pete's going to fix it. This is going to have to be Pete along with your general manager, Spytek over there, and some hard decisions on who you're going to keep, who you're going to let go of, and the direction you're going to go. They just have, like I said, a dearth of talent, and they've got a lot of work to do. And the hardest thing sometimes is to admit it. You just got to admit you're not very good, and that you've got a lot of work to put in, and this may be, this may take 2 years before you get enough talent to be competitive.
What do you think of Chip Kelly in his first season as Raiders offensive coordinator in about a minute?
Yeah, I think that's another one. I think it's really hard for college coaches. Talking to Chip Kelly, I was like, what's the difference between calling a game in the NFL and calling the game in college? He said, college, when you're coaching at Ohio State, you're never in third down. You hand the ball off on first down and it's second down and 2. So situational football in college is non-existent. The whole game in professional football is situational football. You're always in third down. You're always in second down and long. It's always a situation. And he goes, it just really didn't exist in the college game. So I think he's struggling to figure that out, even though he's coached a lot and been a head coach in the NFL on multiple occasions.
Stink, we appreciate it. Enjoy the week. Good luck with the Leaves, and we'll catch up with you next Tuesday.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth joining us on the show, host of the Stink and Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Femi, you ever have to rake leaves in Vegas?
Absolutely not. I bought a leaf blower a couple of weeks ago, so like we'll blow that. But like, I mean, there's where we're at. We have palm trees back there, baby. We're not doing the raking leaves. That's a Pacific Northwest activity. No, not doing that.
Yeah, there's a lot of leaves on the ground here.
Mm.
People don't
You
like
out there?
it when like, come on.
Take the phone out there, watch the game.
No, I make the money I make so I can like pay people to do that. Like I'd rather
Ding,
pay
ding,
to
ding,
do
ding,
it and
ding.
not do it myself. Yeah, I'm lazy. Just being honest. All right, we'll take a quick break, and on the other side,
we rake leaves.
we got a lot of NFL content still to hit, including the Bills and the Texans on Thursday night, and we have an injury update on Bucs star Giannis Antetokounmpo.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
It's funny. A week ago, it's like, oh, the Bears just might make the playoffs. It's probably going to come down to them and the Niners. Like, no, then the Lions lose on Sunday Night Football, and now the Bears are in first place. Now the Bears are a favorite to make the playoffs. Is Carolina going to make the playoffs? I think if they're not going to win the division, I think that's a legitimate conversation to have. But it does remind you that bottom of the NFC is pretty damn weak.
I can't believe Carolina's only a half game back in the standings, though, and they're 550 in the division. Like that's disrespect.
So have they played yet?
2 of the last 3 weeks they play, so they got them twice.
Yeah, there it is. Man, that's wild. So they go to San Francisco next week. Then they've got the Rams. Man, they do have tough games left. Rams, Seahawks, maybe the two best teams in the NFC, arguably. And at San Francisco, that's never easy. Their defense stinks. We saw that yesterday with Brissett, but they're still damn good. New Orleans, they should win that one. They could split with Tampa, maybe. It would be tough, but, things could go their way. They certainly went their way yesterday.
the assignment. Giannis driving, can't get it to go, and scooped up and in off the offensive rebound by Kuzma.
So the last thing you want to see is him even grimacing at all.
He is not moving well.
It's a growing too. It looks like you can't tell, but look, he's going right to the bench.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
ESPN courtesy of the call. We'll talk about Giannis. We have an injury update. Doc Rivers says he's probably going to be out a couple weeks. Jay, can you play the highlight again? What song is that that's playing in the highlight? What rap song is that? Dun 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 na na dun na na na. Jay, can you play it here? And let's see.
Allen has the assignment. Giannis driving, can't get it to go, and scooped up and in off the offensive rebound by Kuzma.
So the last thing you want to see is him even grimacing at all.
He is not moving well.
It's a growing too. It looks like you can't tell, but look, he's going right to the bench.
Oh, jeez, you just hate to see this.
That's a Ja Rule song, right? Da na 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 na.
I don't think that's Ja Rule.
What is it?
I don't know who. I feel like I should know who this is, but for some reason, I can't.
I also should know who it is.
But I don't think it's Ja Rule. I don't. But it's definitely from our wheelhouse, so that mid 2000s,
that's what I'm saying.
Early 2000s range.
We're not mid 2000s, but we might be late 90s on that one. Very early 2000s. Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 01, 02.
Yeah, I don't even know any of the words to the song. Okay, no. So it's not Mesmerize. It's not always on. Is it a Ja Rule song? It might not be Ja Rule.
No, I don't think it's Ja Rule.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
But tweet us.
What you wanna know? Da na na na. Da na na na. Yeah, it's a pretty famous rap song. I know that. I know it as soon as I heard it. I just don't know what it is. Anyway. Giannis Antetokounmpo heard. Yeah, I did like the in that call. I mean, that's probably what everybody's thinking. This is the tweet from ESPN Shams Charania moments ago, per Bucks head coach Doc Rivers. Giannis sustained a low-grade left groin strain, and honestly, I'll just be I remember reading Game of Thrones. I read those books 20 years ago. Literally in 2002, I read Game of Thrones. So when they were announcing the show, I was way ahead of the curve on this, telling people for years it's going to be great. And this is not a spoiler. Jaime Lannister in the show gets his hand cut off, right? Did you watch the TV show? Did you read the books? So it happens in both, right? And in the books, in the chapters from Jaime's point of view, he talks about having a phantom pain in his hand. The hand's not there anymore, but he still feels pain in the hands. I think a lot of people talk about that. You lose a limb, whatever. You feel that phantom pain. I feel a phantom pain whenever I read the word groin strain. I feel pain down there. It makes me uncomfortable. Groin strain. You know how much that probably hurts? A groin strain? It just makes me it's not great. So Giannis has a low-grade left groin strain and will miss 1 to 2 weeks. It's being called a positive outcome by Shams. I buy that, actually. It could have been way worse for Giannis, and the Milwaukee Bucks absolutely need Giannis Antetokounmpo. So one of the conversations that we were going to have if things were worse for Giannis, because the reporting last night was that he was going to undergo imaging today. If he was going to be out a month, does this take Giannis out of consideration for MVP? If he's not going to play 65 games. It looks like he's only going to be out 2 weeks. So how many games? Is 5 games in 2 weeks? 6 games in 2 weeks? That's it? So this is worst case scenario, definitely averted for the Milwaukee Bucks. Now they're going to be up against it for a little bit here because unlike San Antonio, when we'll talk about Victor Wembanyama in a second, the Spurs have good players besides for Wemby. The Bucks don't really have that. And they've had a couple players really exceed expectations this season. Most notably, Seth's brother, Ryan Rollins. Burn it down. Miles Turner's been okay. But it's all about Giannis. 32, 11, and 7 this year for the Greek Freak. You take Giannis out of the equation from Milwaukee, and I know they had the game without Giannis when they beat the Warriors. Okay, that's a one game, no Giannis. Like maybe the Warriors felt like they could coast in that game, and the Bucks got them in that one game. So now Milwaukee has the Sixers in Milwaukee on Thursday night. The Sixers are playing good basketball. They didn't cover last night. I bet the Clippers. That was great, but they did win. And just like, that's Tyrese Maxey's team, everybody. It's not Joel Embiid's team. That's Tyrese Maxey's team, the Sixers. Then they host the Pistons on Saturday, who are the hottest team in the NBA, have won 10 straight games. They're 12-2. Host the Trailblazers on Monday night, at Miami next Wednesday, at the Knicks next Friday. Not an easy stretch coming up here from Milwaukee. Now, it's only a couple weeks, but I think we're about to find out just how important Giannis is to the Milwaukee Bucks in this stretch coming up for them. The other big news in the NBA today, we might get the season debut tonight of LeBron James. And you remember when there was that thought that Shams and Adrian Wojnarowski didn't like each other, right? And maybe it's true. And Woj just retired, and Shams is now the NBA insider for ESPN. And Woj used to do that. I'm sure he's a really nice guy. He did some stuff that really bothered me. Whether it was gambling is the devil and gambling's going to kill everything in sports, while he used FanDuel, and I'll use just to say that because it's the truth. He used FanDuel, one of our competitors for BetMGM, to drive up the price to get a new deal from ESPN. So he was okay with gambling with that, but then was not okay with what goes on with people like you and me betting a couple bucks or whatever on an NBA game. And then we would be doing the NBA draft, right? And he would try to be really clever. And he got the Paolo Banchero stuff all wrong, right? So that was another thing. Where it would be the Houston Rockets have zeroed in on Jabari Smith with their second overall pick. They're going to pick him. Why do they have lasered in? They've drawn their focus down too. Why are we doing this? People think that Shams and Woj don't like each other. How about Shams earlier today? LeBron James is aiming to play tonight. Aiming. Lasered in on playing tonight. The more things change, the more they stay the same. So maybe we get LeBron James making a season debut tonight for the Lakers, as they are a huge favorite against the Utah Jazz, who are in year 78 of a 900-year rebuild. The Lakers are 12.5-point home favorites. The total is 238.5. I'm not going to bet the game tonight. I'm not betting it. This will be, as Femi calls it, a fact-finding mission for yours truly. I'm fascinated to see how J.J. Redick Frankensteins this together. And maybe he's able to. I actually think he's a great coach. Not a good coach. I think he's a great coach. But this is going to be a really tough test for him. And it shouldn't necessarily be that way, right? This should be a good problem to have to solve. You've got another, one of the second best player of all time coming back. It's not a bad thing. I'm not trying to paint it as such. But now you have 3 players on this roster, right? They're 3 best players. Austin Reeves, Luka Doncic, and LeBron James. And it's not in that order. Reeves is clearly the third, right, of the 3. Luka, LeBron, Reeves. They all play really well with the ball. And they all kind of need the ball to play at the max of their abilities, play at the height of their abilities. There's only one basketball at the court at any given time. How's this going to work? How's he going to Frankenstein it? Maybe it's awesome. The Lakers are 10-4 despite no LeBron. Luka's been in and out of the lineup. Reeves has missed time. Been a dream start to, if you had told Lakers fans, Lakers bettors, you're going to be 10-4 after 14 games with no LeBron, Luka's going to miss time, and Reeves is going to miss time, you sign up for it in blood. It's not even a question. I'm just curious how it's going to go, which doesn't mean it's going to go poorly, but I don't know. Let's see how it goes tonight. We think LeBron's going to end up playing tonight. Not 100%, but we think we'll see LeBron James make a season debut tonight. And whether or not you hate LeBron or like LeBron, and he's obviously a lightning rod and people have strong opinions about him, we can all acknowledge, the league is more fun when LeBron's in it. It's way more interesting and more fun to cover. I hope we see LeBron James back tonight for the LA Lakers. I think that would be great. You bet on this Tuesday. A couple other notes from around the association. So yesterday we talked about Victor Wembanyama going to be missing time for the San Antonio Spurs, and Femi pretty astutely brought up, like, maybe he doesn't get to 65 games now to win Defensive Player of the Year. Maybe he doesn't get there. And the initial reporting was reevaluated after 2 weeks. The reporting that has come out since makes it sound a little more dire. Not that he's going to be out the whole season, but that this is probably closer to like a 3-week reevaluation. And keep in mind, reevaluation does not mean like he's going to play after 3 weeks. It's just like we're going to look again in 3 weeks and let's see where that's at. The other thing that I think you need to consider if you're considering betting awards, right, as it concerns Victor Wembanyama, and candidly, I think this is a Mitch Johnson conversation also, the Spurs head coach, who obviously has been like a hot bet in the Coach of the Year market because of the way San Antonio started. Like, J.B. Bickerstaff's the favorite now, but like Mitch Johnson can definitely win this award if the Spurs exceed expectations in a big way. And with Victor Wembanyama, you can make the case that they could do that. Without Wemby, probably not so much. And here's where I would really be concerned about San Antonio moving forward this season. If you told me that Wemby's injury was a calf strain, or was a groin strain like Giannis has, I'd say, okay, like I think he'll probably be back at some point, like they'll reevaluate him, he'll be back. The fact that it's a calf strain, this injury is now like DEFCON 5 for NBA teams. Jason Tatum, Damian Lillard, Tyrese Halliburton, all in last year's playoffs, all like pushing through calf strains or returning too early and popping their Achilles. We literally saw it happen 3 times in one postseason with 3 star players, including Halliburton in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, which feels like a fever dream. Like, did that actually happen? Yes, it did. Thank God it did for our OKC stuff. And also, I hate the Pacers. I don't want Halliburton to get hurt, but yeah, whatever. There is a 0.0% chance that the Spurs rush Victor Wembanyama back. 0.0%. They are going to err on the side of caution and then err on the side of caution's caution to make sure that Wembanyama is healthy. They will not put him on the court with his calf acting up at all and risk an Achilles tear. They will not do it. No chance. I don't think he's going to meet the threshold. I don't think he's going to win any awards because of it. And if he's out for a long time, like, yes, like Luke Cornett's a good player. And yes, the Spurs, like De'Aaron Fox is back. The Spurs have good players. Like, obviously, they're worse without Wemby. So I'm curious where they're going to be in the hierarchy of the Western Conference when Victor Wembanyama does manage to return. We can get to the Pistons at the end of the show. They're playing tonight against the Atlanta Hawks, but I want to bring Femi on here. So, like, a little bit of a different conversation, Femi, like with the new Wemby news, that this is now like maybe closer to a 3-week reevaluation, the calf strain stuff. Do you kind of agree with me now with the new info that, like, I don't think he's getting to 65 games now?
Yeah, that's where I would lean right now. Like maybe after 3 weeks they find out, hey, you're all good to go. But then also that means he needs to be healthy the rest of the way as well. Like, there's still a lot of season left to go. And this is what we're already doing. And it's November 18th. This guy is the franchise. Like, he is the future for Mitch Johnson, for R.C. Buford, for everyone in that organization. It all starts and stops with Wemby. They're going to be cautious with this guy because he has the potential to be the greatest player of all time. So they're not going to risk him like, let's have you go out there and really gun for it, especially in the year where I'm sure if they're honest with themselves deep down, they know they're not going to win the title this year. So I think that like this to me removes Wemby. And as you see at BetMGM right now, like in the MVP market, Wemby's 100-1. Like, he's not floating out to 100-1 off of just like, maybe he comes back and it's all good. No,
is he still the second choice? Is he still the second choice in defensive player behind Chet Holmgren?
He's still the second choice behind Chet Holmgren at 3-1. Like, that to me doesn't make a lot of any sense.
He's not going to play 65 games.
Yes, he literally is not going to be eligible to win the award. So, like you said, 24 hours ago, I thought, hey, maybe he comes back and we get him on a discount. Now it's no. If you have any Wemby out there, abort mission, I would be looking at other guys. Now, you can look at Chet Holmgren, and like this is obviously a larger conversation to have as we're running up against it here, but like Chet Holmgren's not like really the Iron Man either, given his build. So it opens things up to maybe a Lou Dort or someone else on the Thunder, or maybe it's another guy that's out there on a team that's playing really well defensively. But the DPOI market, if you're betting NBA awards, that's where I would be focusing right now with this Wemby news.
So shout out just very quickly to Marcus Brock in the chat for the song is Rough Riders, What You Want featuring Eve.
Yes.
I would do some of the lyrics, but like I will absolutely get fired if I do that. So I'm not going to.
Abstain.
Da na 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 na.
Yeah,
da na
to be
na na.
instrumental.
Dude, that's 90s, right? That's not in the 2000s. That's a 90s song.
It is
I think.
99. It's 99. I looked it up.
Yeah. All right. Thank you to Marcus Brock. All right. On the other side, a little more NBA, and we still have some news from Week 11 in the NFL to hit.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The best bet for me also is going to be the Spartans getting the 5.5 against Kentucky. And we talked about how much we think coaching matters at the bookends of the season, where it's the very start and the very end when you think of March Madness. So early in the season, it's tough to get your rotation set. It's tough to draw up game plans for some of these players who are new. But if anybody can do it, it's Tom Izzo, especially when you're talking about a big primetime matchup in Madison Square Garden, especially against a Kentucky team that, like you said, has struggled defensively speaking. Like, anytime you give up 96 points to somebody, I know Louisville is good, but still, it is not great when your defense is giving up that many points. And plus, I think Michigan State can be even better offensively speaking. They've been really great down low so far with Jackson Kohler, but their three-point shooting has been abysmal. Like, one of the worst three-point shooting teams we've seen in a 3-game sample size, shooting 21% from the three-point line. But I do think we do see some regression because, again, we are only 3 games into the season. So if they can hit some threes, that'll make their inside game even more effective. And I do think they have the physicality down low to hang with the athleticism of Kentucky. And plus, we've already seen a game of a similar kind of opponent for Michigan State. Arkansas obviously is not quite as athletic as Kentucky, but they do like running the 4. And they slowed that game down and won it 69-66. So that's what I'm expecting tonight. Let's go Michigan State. Getting the 5.5 against Kentucky.
halfway point of the fourth. It's Winston. It's a touchdown, and this game is tied again. They're playing intermediate right now. Here's Winston. Loading up. Gotta hurry. Hit from behind. Ball is out. And this game is over.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Fox Sports, courtesy of The Call, this past Sunday. I tried to tell everybody, I guess like the Packers didn't cover. They pushed on the closing number of 7. If you bet 7.5 with the Giants, good bet. They covered. But I tried to tell everyone, the Giants are not winning this game because they're bad. And it goes way deeper than just that. We'll talk about it in a second. But first, we got to tell you about our show sponsor, BetMGM, because today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download that app, and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Among the delectable sports betting content, a veritable cornucopia of it that you will consume if you do this will be Femi's bet for the Heisman Trophy. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Okay. I put out a tweet. That should just be the end of the point. I tweeted. So I tweeted during the greatest sitcom in the history of television, Giants offseason hard knocks for free agency and the draft. Do you remember the 21st night of September? I gotta stop with these music bits. I really like them. I enjoy it. Anyway, do you remember when Brian Daboll, it's the episode where they're talking about who they want to draft at 6 overall. And they have that really funny scene where Joe Shane's like, hey, do you want Jaden Daniels? And Daboll's like, hell yeah. Well, then you should have lost that game against the Packers with Tommy DeVito, idiot. Oh, chicken parm. So how much fun is this? Wow, it's great. Now he's the third string quarterback for the Patriots, and Drake May's a star and Jaden Daniels a star. That's awesome. Yeah, great stuff. And Daboll and Shane, they love Neighbors. And they also, in that episode, Daboll interviews Rome Odunze. And they're in Daboll's office. And Daboll has his feet up on the desk like a slob. I don't know if this was pre or post Ozempic Daboll, but you're I don't even care if you're skinny. If you are doing a legitimate business interview with your feet up on the table, you are a fat slob. Even if you're skinny, you're fat. You are a pig if that's what you're doing. And I tweeted, why does Brian, this is not what a leader does. And if you're out there watching or listening and you're oh, you're making too big a deal out of this, I guarantee that you're not winning in life the way you should be. If you think that's okay. That kind of conduct's okay. Feet on the desk while you're interviewing a guy that you wanted to be your first round pick. Because you're putting forth this notion that everything's cool. It's all we're lazy. Yeah, whatever. Put your feet up. No problem. Come on. This is the National Football League. Do you want to win or not? Also, he got fired. How'd it go? And I tweeted, this is kind of like a slob move. And the tweet got a lot of traction when I put it out. And for some, last night, and 2 days ago, I'm noticing that this tweet's getting passed around. It's getting quote tweeted and it's getting liked. It still is right now. What the hell happened here? Well, Giants fans have discovered it in the wake of Abdul Carter's discipline on Sunday, where he didn't play at the beginning of the game because he overslept for a team meeting and then was actually, well, it was an honest mistake. It's this is like being pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. You either slept through the meeting or you didn't. That's it. Don't make an excuse. You slept through the meeting, period. And also, Giants rookie running back Cam Scatterbo, whose ankle was facing, I don't even know, what degree angle, not the one it should, a couple weeks ago, and is out for the season, is at Monday Night Raw last night at Madison Square Garden, getting pushed by Dom Mysterio with comedian Andrew Schultz next to him. This is Mad Libs. Dom Mysterio, Andrew Schultz, Cam Scatterbo. What fever dream, what drugs are we all on that this is what's happening? And Scadaboo gets a ton of negative reaction to it, and he puts out like a very Gen Z tweet that starts A-Y-E. This is how I know I'm old. This is like my Colin Cowherd, like if you have your hat backwards, like you can't be a leader. Like I used to like roll my eyes and stuff like that, and now that the first digit of my age is a 4, I'm like, oh yeah, I think I agree. Maybe not with that exactly, but the A-Y-E. A. Like what are we in like Brooklyn in 19? What is that? Arthur Fonzarelli? Hey! Scadabo tweets. A-Y-E. Hey! What is it? Paulie Walnuts? Oh! A. Honestly, if you don't like that I'm having a good time while dealing with a tough time, I can understand that. Then just go ahead and unfollow and casually move on. I have to tell you something. I read things like this, and I fear for the world I'm bringing my daughter up in. Because, like, I don't even blame Scadabo. Like, this is part of their lexicon. This is part of the language of kids. I mean that. It sucks. The social media age. Anyway, I'm not able to play football and have the fun I've been having my whole life, so I am doing things outside the box, trying to find stuff to keep me happy. I get it. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week, and just don't talk about me if you ain't got nothing nice to say. I mean, I guess he's in the NFL, so he doesn't really need to, like, speak with proper grammar, so I guess it's okay. He has more money than I do, so whatever. All right. Like, I get it. I feel bad for him. Like, he's being vulnerable there. He's basically like, look, this sucks. I want to play football. I want to have some fun. I get it. Look, you have to understand the optics of something like this. And the optics of Abdul Carter doing what he's doing. And the optics of Brian Dable with his feet up on the table. And you have to understand that it all goes together. That this is an organization that is rotten. And look, I've been doing this shtick or bit or content for a long time on this show, except it's not a shtick and it's not a bit. It's how I feel. And I'm right. And I've been right since day one. Now, where's the betting angle for this? Cam Scadabo. Like, Cam doesn't understand that, like, people would be like, hey, like, dude, your ankle was facing the other way like 3 weeks ago, and now you're in a physical altercation on Monday night. Come on. Here's the betting application. Look. The Lions are a 10.5-point home favorite against the Giants on Sunday. We'll see what the Lions injury report has to hold, right? We'll see if, like, DJ Reed plays and Kirby Joseph and Terry and Arnold. You know, we'll see. Look, man, I don't know that much in life. And I mean that. Here's what I do know. This is going to be like you're not at Ford Field. You're in the Roman Colosseum. Like BC. Against actual lions. And you're a human. That's the Giants on Sunday. They're not playing in Detroit. They're playing in Rome. And the lion across the field is not Aiden Hutchinson. It's mother effing Mufasa. And it's Mufasa coming from one side, and then the safety blitz, here comes Scar. Like, forget about it. I'm going to wait. Maybe the Lions injury report is bad, and, like, the number goes down to 10. Oh, God, please. I'm laying it no matter what. And it's going to be one of my favorite bets of the week. And if you want to bet the Giants, good luck and Godspeed. Just understand, your boy Nicky K might be wrong about a lot, but when it comes to his football team, as I'm now speaking in the third person, he's always right. And by he, I mean me. If you smell what the Costos is cooking. You bet on this Tuesday. All right. Bills-Texans on Thursday night. We've got some movement in the betting market of this game, and I'm actually a little sad about it because I had this whole great thing planned to talk about with Buffalo winning on Sunday, beating the Bucs, and Josh Allen puts on the Superman cape, 6 touchdowns. We didn't get to it on the show yesterday. Honestly, the Bills defense still stinks, but if Josh Allen's going to be Superman, they're going to be able to win a lot of games, right? I think we all agree on that. And then you have Houston, where Davis Mills has quite literally, not figuratively, has literally saved their season. 3-5 when he has to take over for concussed C.J. Stroud. beats the Jacksonville Jaguars with the 26-0 fourth quarter. And look, like it took until the last second for them to beat the terrible Tennessee Titans, but they needed to win and they won the game. It's not the BCS. They had to win. They won. Beat them 16-13. This is a massive game as far as the AFC playoff picture goes on Thursday night. Buffalo 7-3 at 5-5 Houston. Now this point spread a couple hours ago was Buffalo minus 5.5. And I'm all ready to come on the show and talk about how I love the Bills minus the 5.5. And how I respect very much the Houston Texans defense, which is like a silly thing to say. Saying like you like respect a war hero. Like it goes without saying. Like the Texans defense is awesome. Of course you respect it. Who wouldn't respect it? It's silly. The dumb thing by me to say. Of course that they're tremendous. They're great defense. I think they're really good. Josh Allen plays like he did on Sunday. I'm actually like not sure it matters how good the defense is if Allen's going to do that. And on the flip side, I don't know if the Texans are the offense that is built to really take advantage of the deficiencies of the Buffalo defense, like run the ball down their throat with a terrible offensive line, even if I like rookie running back Woody Marks. And Davis Mills has been good. He's a good backup quarterback. And no matter what happens on Thursday night, he could do a Nathan Peterman game, or he could be the best quarterback ever. He's going to have a job for as long as he wants as a backup quarterback. He's a good backup quarterback. I mean that. But you would think at some point, like the clock is striking midnight on Cinderella here on Davis Mills. He's won 2 games in a row. The Jaguars won pulled out of the derriere. Is it happening against Buffalo? I think the answer to that question is no. Now, Femi, do you have the board? Are there any 5.5s or are we 6 across the board here?
I see 2 5.5s. Actually, no, 3 5.5s, but 6 is your consensus number. So there's still
now, I know
5.5 at a pretty prominent domestic that's heavily juiced.
I know that Femi likes the Texans in the game. He'll bet a +6. I'm looking to bet minus 5.5. I like the Buffalo Bills. If you agree with me, I think this is going to be 6 everywhere by tomorrow. Maybe look to lay that 5.5 with the Bills sooner rather than later. Final hour, power hour coming up on the other side. We will start the hour, Femi and I will, rolling through all the big college football games this weekend.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet you want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville. So probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams. I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker. So look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally. Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the 4th quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit. On the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense, I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. The whale capper Drew Dinsick joins us in 20 minutes. We'll talk NFL Week 12. Wow. That happened pretty fast. Thanksgiving's next week.
Mm-hmm.
Happened pretty fast, right?
Gobble, gobble. Yeah, man.
How about this?
Flown by.
So on Thanksgiving, we go to my mom's house and we hang out with like my family, my mom and my sister, whatever, my sister's family. So this year, my mother-in-law is not cooking Thanksgiving dinner, but she like loves to cook. When I left the house this morning to come here, she was making stuffing. So when I get home from the show today.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I I call people fat slobs sometimes on the show, which I'm saying for comedic effect, but honestly, like I'm getting there where I'm going to be a fat slob at some point soon here. I gotta get my ass
Thursday.
on the Peloton. Yeah.
See me next
That's
Thursday.
okay.
I'm gonna be a fat slob. Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm trying to decide, and I don't even know if I'm going to have time to do it, but I do this every Thanksgiving where it's why we were talking off air. Like, I love Instagram because, like, my algorithm is basically like all the things that I really like, right? So it's like video games and sports trivia and like food in New York City, like stuff that I see or my wife sees. We send it to each other. I'd like to go try this place, whatever. So I'm trying to decide. I want to get like a pie or a cake from somewhere special and bring it for Thanksgiving. And I think I've decided between one of two things. Number one, there's this great Italian bakery in downtown Manhattan called Venerio's that has an Italian cheesecake, Femi, that'll blow your socks off. I'm not an American cheesecake guy, which is made with cream cheese. The Italian cream cheese is made with ricotta, or as I say here in America, ricotta. It's creamier. Gotcha. It's not as heavy. It's delicious. It's light, delicious. Or
I do like a heavy cream cheese though.
Well, yeah. So listen, there's nothing. Look, like it's all like beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I'm not saying like American New York style cheesecake is bad. I just don't like it. Doesn't mean that other people can't like it. And there's this bakery in Brooklyn I think it's called 420 Blackbirds, that has this like brown butter. I think it's brown butter pecan pie. And oh my God, it's unbelievable. So I have to decide which one I want to get. I don't know how it got to this, like how this conversation came up, but there it is.
It was week 12. That's how we got here. It honestly is like Peloton season. Like that is like, because Thanksgiving's coming up and you're going to blink. It's going to be Christmas, and Christmas is even more eating and more drinking and all that stuff. Yeah. Like these next 6 weeks till 2026, critical. Resolutions should start now. It shouldn't start on January.
That's not how it's going to go. That's not because
but like
every year,
every
year I can't be the only one that has this, right? Every year I have this conversation with myself where you have to are you letting go of the rope? Like, are you just going ham? Like from now until like December 26th or December 27th or to New Year's Day. And that doesn't mean that you have to eat like a fat slob every day. But look, like I'll be honest, right? On Friday night last week, I went home and ate like a metric ton of Chinese food. And I even ordered, like I did the thing where I said, my wife's like, hey, what do you want? I said, steamed chicken and broccoli sauce on the side. And that's what they got for me. And then like everyone else got like 3 pepper chicken and lo mein and fried rice. And guess what I ate when I went home? Not the chicken and broccoli. Everything else. Then on Saturday, we went to like this Christmas farm. Do you think they serve healthy food on the Christmas farm? Or am I eating cookies and drinking hot chocolate and having a hamburger and french fries? Dude, it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat stuffing when I go home tonight. It's Tuesday, November 18th. I'm a fat pig. And I have to take this goddamn Invisalign out. I'm spitting all over the place. Can someone? I put them in before the segment. Like I can't do this. Can you take me off camera, please, Mike? I can't.
Keep him on. No, keep him on. Keep him on camera.
No, I'm taking them off. I'll take them off on camera. Here we go.
Keep him on camera, Mike. Yeah, there we are. There we go. Invisalign.
Look, they're off. I'm not wearing them.
There we go.
I can't wear them.
This past Friday, we ordered pizza because we're just like, what do we want to eat? And I was like, let's just
no,
order
Bill's
pizza.
hold on real quick. Bill's right. He goes, it was different when I put them in. I sound like I have a lisp, which is like nothing wrong with that, but like I don't have one.
No, yeah, it's like it's not your normal. Yeah, but you're doing it for you want to get the grill right. Yeah, that's why you're doing it.
I'm almost done. I think I have 2 weeks left, and then I get 2 crowns put in. Oh, I'm going to put them back in as soon as we're off the air. But I'm getting 2 crowns put in. Have I ever told the story? We'll get to college football in a second. Did I ever tell the story about how as I have a chipped tooth? Did I ever tell the story on air about how it happened? I think I had to have at some point in the history of the show.
I was going to say, I'm not so sure. We'll tell it again because I don't remember.
Okay. Is Bill Zimmerman here? Bill, I need you on the air here for a second. I need to ask a question before I tell the story.
What's up, Nicholas?
Typing in the chat. Okay, Bill is okay. Thank you. Bill, is it fair to say that Rangers-Devils Game 7, 1994 Eastern Conference Final, the Stephane Matteau game. Matteau, Howie Rose with the call on MSG.
Yep. Howie's call. Yep.
Yes. I just did it, and I said it was Howie Rose. I said Matteau, Howie Rose on the call. Bill responded with Matteau, Howie on the call.
We're off to a good start.
Is it safe to say, Bill, is that one of the most famous hockey games of the last 30 years? Or am I letting my New York bias get away from me a little bit?
I mean, I'm not the best person to ask with hockey history, but it's got to be up there. It has to be, especially with the call and that's become an iconic call in hockey. You hear it on like classic when they replay stuff. So I would think it's up there. I'm not going to be sitting there and be able to have a top 10 list for you, but it's definitely a recognizable game.
What would you say number one is, Femi? Like the most the biggest. Look, like we're all sports fans. Like I'm not watching the hockey regular season, but like we all watch the playoffs.
I guess to me it would be. I mean, the one that I resonate with the most is like the Bruins and the Canucks, the Game
Canucks,
7.
Game 7.
Yeah. When
the Bruins destroyed them in the game in like the city of Vancouver, they rioted.
That's
in
the only reason why I
the
remember
game.
that. Yeah. Because my college was like 90 minutes from Vancouver, so it was like a big deal, and everyone was talking about that. But hockey historian, no, that is. I mean, when the Panthers beat the Oilers a couple of years ago, that was pretty historic for me. But yeah, that's. I'm not going to give it to you for hockey.
So anyway, Game 7, 1994 Eastern Conference Final. Rangers beat the Devils. They were down 3-2 in the series. Messier makes the guarantee prior to Game 6. He scores a hat trick in the game. They win Game 6 in Jersey, and then they win Game 7 in the Garden to go to and then they beat the Canucks in 7 to win their first Stanley Cup since 1940. They haven't won it since. But anyway, my parents went to Game 7, like the Matteau game, and they got a babysitter for me. I don't remember her name, but like she babysat me a couple times, whatever. And my sister, I guess, was there too, although she's like not in my memory for the story. And we were playing hockey. Not like actual hockey, like we lived in like a small apartment on Northern Boulevard in Queens. But I remember like I had like a hockey net and like a Nerf basketball hoop. And I used to I created like entire seasons and created teams, and I like kept track of everything. I was like a psychopath with sports. And my babysitter hit me in the mouth, and it didn't hurt at all. Like it just hit my tooth and chipped my tooth. That night, while my parents were at Game 7. Rangers Devils, the Matteau game. And I never got it fixed. I have like goosebumps right now. In 3 weeks, I'm getting it fixed. How about
31 years later? Hell
31 years later.
Did she ever babysit you after that? Like, were your parents upset? Because that's more so like,
I don't,
hey, like we
I
come
don't
home
think
from the game.
so.
Great, our son has a chipped tooth. What the hell happened?
Because I wasn't upset. Like it didn't hurt. Like, it actually like didn't hurt at all.
Yeah. Okay, I could see. So like, I mean, I guess that's usually when parents get upset is like the kid's crying or the kid is upset.
I think her name was Lisa. I'm gonna ask my mom. I'll text my mom.
Yeah. Because Lisa, who I'm assuming was like probably like what, a teenager or early 20 something or
Definitely.
whatever.
All right, I'm gonna voice text my mom. Are you ready? What was the name of the babysitter that hit me in the mouth with a hockey stick and chipped my tooth? ? All right, so we'll see what she says. Hopefully she's has her phone by her. She'll get back to me. Yeah, I do it all the time.
I just like. Do you have the enlarged font? Like, are you?
No,
like
I'm not that old, man. Like my eyesight's really good, actually.
Hey, man,
but I do the voice text. Yeah, and I do it in public. Like it's really like honestly, like I was saying yesterday, how like some people need to get punched in the face. Like you could make the case that I need to get punched in the face. Honestly,
no.
I'll be in public doing it, and people look at me, and I'm just like, I don't even really care. Honestly, I should. No, it's kind of embarrassing.
Voice to text is whatever. The speakerphone people, but we've talked about that in the past. Like those are the people that
I don't do.
Face. Yeah, like those are the people where I'm like, bro, like you're violating the person's privacy who you're on the phone with. They could be saying who knows what, and now here I am at the grocery store and hearing them. Yeah, that's just boils my blood.
What were we going to talk about? But what? Oh, yes, that's where we were going with this. Okay, you bet on this Tuesday. Okay, so Champions Classic tonight. the nightcap. We'll do it at the end of the show. I'm actually not going to bet the game. Is Duke, Kansas. Kansas is Darren Peterson, who's maybe the best of all the fabulous freshmen in the country. He's out with a hamstring strain, is going to be out for a little bit for Kansas. And Kansas, this is not like a great year for Kansas, which doesn't mean they can't win the Natty. Just like they can't really survive against good teams without Peterson. The betting market tells you that. Duke's 11.5-point favorite in the game at Madison Square Garden. We'll do that at the end of the show. I know Femi's betting the game. I'm not. I'm not betting Duke and Kansas. But I do want to bet Kentucky and Michigan State. And Femi, that game tips in 20 minutes at Madison Square Garden. So Kentucky, not a great start to the season for them. Remember last week they lost to Louisville. Otega Owe, the SEC preseason player of the year. He has not gotten going yet this season and was not good against Louisville. And in typical Tom Izzo Michigan State fashion, they are undermanned and out-talented against John Calipari's Arkansas and win that game. And now Michigan State's the 17th ranked team in the country, and they have been getting bet Femi steadily over the course of the day. I think this was 5.5 late last night and this morning, 4.5 for most of the day. We are now down to Kentucky, a 3.5-point favorite. The game tips in 17 minutes, 152.5. How are you betting Kentucky and Michigan State, if at all?
Yeah, I think we're going to end up on the same side here. I'm rocking with Kentucky. I'll lay the 3.5 with Kentucky. Kentucky is actually a really good defensive team this year. And the exhibition stuff that they did in the preseason was really, really strong. Obviously, they beat Purdue, and we already see Purdue as one of the best teams. They went to Alabama last week and beat the Tide. I think Kentucky gets right here on a neutral floor. I know it's tempting to bet Izzo early season, Madison Square Garden. We've seen them have a lot of success here, but Mark Pope has this Kentucky team playing, I think, at another level this year, and that's going to start tonight when they take down Michigan State. I like the Kentucky Wildcats laying the 3.5.
I like Kentucky also. Michigan State's going to try and slow the game down, obviously, against Kentucky, and maybe they can do it. This feels like such a great. He is a good, and it feels like a great Kentucky spot, right? Yeah. Where Kentucky lose their big public data point is losing to Louisville, and Michigan State's big public data point is beating Arkansas. I'm going to bet Kentucky here and feel really good about it. I'm going to lay the 3.5 also with the Wildcats, Femi. This game starts in 20 minutes. If you want to fade us, go for it. Bet Michigan State. You'll be with the rest of the world on Sparty. That game tips 20 minutes from now. We didn't get to do a ton of college football. We'll do a lot of it tomorrow. Do you have a favorite bet on Saturday in college football to hit us with?
I think my favorite bet is Georgia Tech laying the 2.5 against Pitt.
I might be on the other side.
It feels like it could be I don't want to say a trap or whatever, since Pitt's coming off a blowout loss. I just think that this in these close games, the coaching matchup has to be a big deal. And Key is a better coach than Narduzzi. I think Narduzzi's a great defensive coach, but I think Key, with the better quarterback, the more experienced team, I think Georgia Tech at home, knowing what's at stake with the ACC title game on the line, I'll lay it under a field goal with the Yellow Jackets. I like Georgia Tech.
I think I'm going to get there with Pitt, but I would like to try and get 3 with the game against Georgia Tech. I'll give you a couple quick ones here. I said last week, I almost don't even care what the number is. Michigan's getting bet right now against Maryland. Maybe we see 14 here. It's 13.5 as the number juice towards the Wolverines. I'm going to bet Maryland plus the points. The look-ahead spot of all look-ahead spots with Ohio State on deck next week. And is Bo Prabula going to play for Missouri on Saturday? It feels like he might.
The win wasn't that authentic.
Missouri plus the points. Missouri money line on Saturday in Norman against Oklahoma. On the other side, bets for NFL Week 12 with our good buddy, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet. You want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville. So probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams. I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker. So look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally. Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the 4th quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit. On the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense, I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, Femi and I told you we're both betting Kentucky in Game 1 of the Champions Classic tonight at Madison Square Garden. That game tips in about 10 minutes. I'm not going to bet Duke and Kansas in the second game of the Champions Classic. I just think Duke's going to win by a lot. They're a huge favorite. Femi does have a bet in that game, and we've got bets in the NBA. We will share them with you, our listeners and viewers, coming up 20 minutes from now to wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet. But before we do that, joining us right now, and I have to say, he's resplendent in green. Green's my favorite color. And he's got a very nice green, like a plant green. That's not an actual color. Whatever. He's got a green shirt on. And it's our friend, the whale capper Drew Dinsick of NBC Sports and the Deep Dive podcast. That was a little weird, right? At whale_capper on Twitter. My friend, welcome back to the show. What's going on? Nice shirt.
Yeah, I'm matching the whole aesthetic of the branding of You Better You Bet. I'm on brand today and rolling into week 12 of the NFL, full of brimming with confidence. Sides just finally, I've been waiting for a week where every side broke in my favor and the coin flips landed heads when I picked heads, and everything except Chiefs went my way on on sides, which was more heavily staked. So I was just in heaven on Sunday night and ready to fire it up for Week 12.
Let's fire it up, my friend. What's the best bet on the board for Week 12 in the National Football League?
The best bet on the board, I think it's the Packers. I think this Vikings team is continued to be picked on a bit. I want to kind of comment, I guess, a little bit on the JJ McCarthy stuff. So last week took a stand with the Bears. Ended up being a little fluky. I had the money line, didn't have plus the points, so I needed them to get that final score and get the win, get out of there. And most of my handicap was really just, I know the Bears defense is a tire fire, one of the worst in football, but I don't think McCarthy can take advantage of that. And I watched a lot of that game. I rewatched a lot of that game. I've seen the clips of McCarthy missing passes recirculating on Twitter, and like it went the way I thought it was going to go, but not for the reasons I thought it was going to go. McCarthy's does look to me, at least, like he is growing as a player. He is less inclined to take sort of the bad pre-snap, stub your toe, make things harder for yourself, common mistakes that kind of being the quarterback you're required to be able to do. But and the accuracy is not, in this first stint, it was just absolutely spraying, making bad decisions and throwing terrible passes. And while the advanced data still suggests he is a very bad quarterback, he at least has a little bit more anticipation and is a little bit more decisive. And it just feels like they're stripping down the offense to give him easy looks. But he's still not completing the passes because he is putting his entire body. The mechanics are just so out of the norm for a way a quarterback would typically be winding up and delivering passes in sort of the 20 to 30 yard range, that it's just like there's clearly something going on with his mechanics, in my opinion, that is just, he's delivering uncatchable footballs. Even if he is making the right decisions, even if he is finding open guys, it's still not resulting in successful sustainable drives because he's putting his entire body to get the velocity he is intending on these passes that then can't be caught. So this is a long way to say, like, this can't be fixed overnight. This is not we need, because the Kevin O'Connell quote was like, yeah, we just really need to see some of the stuff that he's doing in practice.
I have the quote here. This is from today on KFan, which is the Odyssey station in Minnesota. Underdog NFL tweeted this about JJ McCarthy and developing his fundamentals. Quote, "I'm eager for the cement to start drying."
Yeah. Well, he's, don't hold your breath, OC, because it's going to take the entire offseason to fix these mechanics. Like, this is not something that you just wake up out of bed and you're like, oh, yeah, I was supposed to just use my arm strength and not like step up and wind up like Garrett Crochet out here to get a fastball to Jefferson 25 yards down the field. Like, he will get there maybe, but it's not there now. And now he's taking on a Packers team that's not going to have guys running around wide open like the Bears did. This secondary is much, much, much more talented than what Chicago had out there. And I think they matched up pretty well against the Vikings. And, to the degree that the Vikings offensive line got a bunch of guys there playing with injury, they're going to have their hands full against the Packers defense that's, itching to continue to get right with, Michael Parsons playing at an all-pro level. So I think the Vikings are drawing dead in this one. I don't know how they get up after that loss last week when they almost escaped again with victory against the Bears. And I think their season is pretty much over. I'm fascinated to see where this goes from here with the Vikings team where, so many players on that roster are really, really talented, but the quarterback is just not getting it right and needs a full offseason to fix his mechanics, in my opinion.
Tomorrow, I'm going to do a full deep dive on the NFC playoff picture. And I think some of the things that I'm going to say, I think some of the things that I say are going to surprise a lot of people. And I think I'm going to be right with the things that I have to say. And also, just like, people said, oh, you think Kevin O'Connell, do you really think he benched JJ McCarthy? What do you think? You bet on this Tuesday. Drew, give us another bet that you like for Week 12 in the NFL.
New England Patriots. I laid 8.5 with them. I think the Cincinnati Bengals defense is one of not just the worst in football now, but they're at current strength without Trey Hendrickson. This unit is like approaching like 5th percentile of all of the defenses that I've graded going into game day over the last handful of years here. So this is now we're getting into like rare air of bad defense territory, and the Patriots offense is fully oiled machine, well-oiled machine. Love what they're doing right now. Conceptually, on top of the quality of player getting out of Drake May, I don't think they're going to have any issues going into Cincinnati and getting points. And the New England defense, solid against the run. Beatable in some spots through the air. I'm not expecting Jamar Chase to get his suspension overturned, and I think Christian Gonzalez matches up pretty well against T. Higgins and really stymies Joe Flacco and company. Lost in sort of the fact that Joe Flacco won a head-to-head on a Thursday Night Football against the Steelers and shocked the world. Every other game he's played as a Bengal has been a minus, and this last weekend he had one of the worst games of any quarterback in the NFL, principally responsible for the loss in a lot of ways against the Steelers. And, I think the experiment is pretty much over there. So Patriots, I think, get a pretty comfortable win. My fare on this one would be closer to 10. So I laid 8.5.
What's another bet that you like this week, Drew?
Going head to head with you, Femi. Give me the Bills on Thursday night football.
Oppo Taco. All right, let's hear it.
Oppo Taco. The positive for the Texans is that their pass rush is pretty outstanding at home. They now draw the task of trying to get it done against the number one pass blocking unit in the NFL. This Buffalo Bills offensive line is back to full strength and in general, really, really doing an outstanding job of giving Josh Allen the time that he needs to be, in my opinion, in the MVP discussion, if not the future winner of this award. So I think the Buffalo Bills in general can kind of keep the Texans, a defense at bay enough for Allen to pick apart this, the weak spots in that unit. You can take shots on them downfield, attack the safeties, throw it away from Stingley, and find success against the Texans. Even though they are a great defense, I don't think they're like absolute world beaters. And then on the flip side, if you're able to generate pressure, you can take apart the Texans offense pretty readily. Davis Mills will be your quarterback, as we found out today. It sounds like Nico Collins may be available, but still a beat-up unit of skill position players. So Buffalo Bills defense is league average if you're being kind, and I do recognize that they could make the Texans look good, but they do rush the passer fairly well, and I think that pass rush is enough to keep the Texans into the 13-point range here instead of the explosion we saw from the Bills from the Bucks, which made that Bills cover last week pretty sweaty. So back to the well for me with the Bills. This one should be 7. And I think in general, if you don't already have a Josh Allen ticket in pocket at a better price, 5-1, which was available this morning, looks like a good bet to me.
Yeah, well, I want to ask you about that. I know we're going to talk about some more games, but in like 60 seconds, You just said that you think Josh Allen MVP 5-1 is a good bet. You see Buffalo winning this division because, once again, this is the second straight week we are Oppo Taco on a Bills game. You clearly like this team. Are they going to take down the New England Patriots with the Patriots soft schedule in about 60 seconds?
I don't really like the Bills. I just think all the good teams in the NFL are really flawed. Like everybody has warts. And if Josh Allen stands up and does what he did, plays Superman, people are just going to be like, this is the best team. Finally, a good team. Finally, a good team has shown up, and it's going to be a flawed team, but it's just going to look aesthetically impressive if Josh Allen is doing it. He has the anchor, having won the award last year. And my honest opinion here is that the Stafford wildly short in this market. Jonathan Taylor, laughable bet at price. Pat Mahomes, his case is in desperate stakes. Jalen Hurts going to get the 1 seed, does not realistically have a chance. This is up to May and Josh Allen, and the head-to-head with the Patriots coming off the bye, taking on the Bills in the rematch is going to decide the MVP. And if Allen beats him
even
in
if
the
the Patriots still win the division,
I think
because Buffalo can win that game, and the Patriots
decided.
can still win the division.
It's true. It's true. But the momentum is going to be tough for the Patriots to recover from, and in particular, the Patriots then draw the Ravens after that game. So tough for me to see a world where Drake May absolutely flexes on the Ravens defense the way that they're playing right now, which means if he loses to the Bills and then goes into that Ravens game and people are like, well, this is his test. Can he stay in the MVP race? It's kind of like what happened with Tua down the stretch 2 years ago, where he lost to the Cowboys and then lost to the Ravens. And it was like, it's over. Tua can't win. Or I might be thinking about Dak. Whatever the case is, like, when you're
you got
like
that right.
the
Dak
buzzy,
also was in that, but you're right about Tua.
and you lose 2 in a row late in the season, December, that's enough for people to pretty much write you off. Whereas Josh Allen gets a big head-to-head win against the Patriots and reestablishes 1 seed consideration and AFC East dominance. I think he's your guy. So it's not a slam dunk bet at all, but I do think this comes down to May Allen, and we'll look back and be like, it was decided based on that result.
Bills Eagles week 17, where Buffalo beats the Patriots. Like, that could be Allen beats the Eagles in a showcase game. Maybe that gets Josh Allen over the finish line. Man, it's all really exciting. I do want to ask you about Eagles Cowboys, even if you don't have a bet on the game. Philly 3.5 right now, but this might come down to 3 following Dallas's win on Monday Night Football. You have a thought on that game in about a minute?
If I had to take anything there, I would take the under. And it's mostly just not even excitement about the way the Cowboys defense looked, although it's clearly a lot less problematic than it was 4 weeks ago. But the Eagles defense is just playing out of their minds good right now. And I do think that they're going to have enough scheme and talent to keep the Cowboys passing attack in check. This looks like a game that's going to be decided by who's the more efficient running team, which is probably the Eagles, but could be the Cowboys. I get the market support here for Dallas. I agree that this is somewhere in the 3 to 3.5 range, but these types of games that are this close to what my fare is. I'm going to be watching it with no rooting interest on Sunday, and thankfully it's going to be hopefully a good game in that 4:00 window, which otherwise looks pretty bleak.
Well, hold on, because in that 4:00 window, we have the Raiders against Shedeur Sanders and the Browns. Would you ever consider taking Shedeur plus 3.5, or is this a Vegas bet, or is it a pass? Like 20 seconds for this answer.
I can, and I did take Shedeur at plus 3. I took plus 3, plus 103 here. And hopefully he has 5 attempts in this game and we learn nothing about him, because this should hopefully come entirely down to the Cleveland Browns defense taking advantage of absolutely lifeless offensive line right now for the Raiders, and a scheme that just looks wildly unimpressive at the NFL level from Chip Kelly so far. Geno Smith obviously making 1 or 2 critical mistakes a game. Can't do that against this Browns defense. And hopefully there are some shorter fields and maybe even some defensive points that help the Browns stay inside this number here. But I'm counting on the Browns defense to show up and keep this thing competitive, and hopeful that Sanders doesn't look quite as unprepared as he did last week. This is not related to my handicap, but 1 week of Sanders, like, kind of throwing everybody off the scent. Oh my gosh, he looked pretty good this week. He just beat the Raiders. And then just belly flopping the whole way in. It kind of feels life.
Drew, you're the best. At @whale_capper on Twitter. NBC Sports The Deep Dive Pod. Good luck this weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Best luck, guys.
The Whale Capper, Drew Dinsick, here on the Sun You Better You Bet. On the other side, Femi and I give you all our bets for tonight in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
going under at 53.5. Too many points here. Kentucky played Auburn and the final score was 10-3. And I think it's not going to be that kind of score, but I don't think that we're going to see a lot of scoring in this matchup. Kentucky did a lot of things that gave Auburn's offense fits, and I think they're going to be able to do the same kind of thing against Vandy. And then on the flip side, Kentucky's offense isn't very good, and I think Vandy is going to have some success against Kentucky. Vandy struggles with like mobile quarterbacks or teams that can stretch them out through the air, and Kentucky can't really do that. So I think Kentucky's going to have a tough time scoring. And then Kentucky is a team that really makes you work the ball down the field. They have a good run defense. They're always well coached on that side of the ball. I think 53.5, too many points. I'll take the under in Vandy, Kentucky. Illinois, we're going to lay the lumber with the Illini, minus 9.5 on the road at Wisconsin. I like getting this number under 10. Guys, the Badgers might be the most painful watch in college football. If you have watched a Wisconsin football game this season, I apologize to you. You can't get that time back. It's painful. Their quarterbacks they do nothing well on offense. If Illinois gets to 20 points, they will cover the spread. I don't think Wisconsin's scoring more than 10. So I just look at it, can Illinois get me to 20? And I think they can. Illinois' got 3 losses this year, but it was to Ohio State, it was to Indiana, and it was on the road at Washington. You really can't blame them for those kind of games. The other games that they've played, though, in Big Ten play, when they've gone up against Rutgers or Maryland or those kind of teams, Illinois is taking care of business, and I think they're going to do the same on Saturday. So give me Illinois.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. And we are underway at Madison Square Garden, Champions Classic game numero uno. Kentucky has just taken a 7-6 lead over Michigan State. We are way early in the game, obviously. Femi and I both laying Kentucky minus 3.5 right before tip-off. So let's go BBN. Let's go Kentucky against Michigan State. 2 terrific guests joined us on the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth and the whale capper Drew Dinsick from NBC Sports. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake Hassan. Has Jake said one word today?
We talked some World Baseball Classic during the 3 o'clock hour during one of the breaks. But outside of that, not a whole lot of words from Jake.
Where's Jake? Jake, are you here?
Oh. Grinding the WBC.
Yeah, when does it start?
That's a great question. I know it ends around March. So it starts in March and ends in March. What is it, a 3-week tournament?
I love that. We're grinding the World Baseball Classic. When does it start? March. Seems like a great expenditure of time in November. I mean, look, listen, I'm not, I shouldn't be, I'm grinding the NFL all year round. I understand. Jake loves baseball. I get it. All right. Jake is our engineer. Our associate producer is Addie Bates. Our video producer is Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Rob Brown and our guest at this time, the one, the only Brad Evans. Brad, happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy Team Huevos Tuesday to you fine gents.
Brad, will you be betting Duke and Kansas tonight in the second of the Champions Classic?
Am I alive? Am I a living, breathing human being? I love college basketball. Eat, sleep, and just consume all of it all the damn time. I'm riding a sweat right now with Michigan State. I know we're on opposite sides of the ledger. I bet them at plus 5.5. And they're rated threes. What is going on? They rated 21.7%. Then I'd have already splashed 4 triples in this game. Look, I will lay it. With the Dukies, baby. And the biggest reason why is simple. Darren Peterson's not going to play. He is an all-world freshman for Kansas, a scoring machine. I think they're just kind of a very average team without him on the floor, being a shot producer and a scoring provider. And you look at Duke, they got a bunch of wagons. Cam Boozer's, kids there are just amazing. The better of the Boozer brothers is going to probably go on and drop like 20 and 12 tonight. He's already in the front runner for the K-Ploy Offensive Player of the Year. That's Ken Palm's Player of the Year award. So I know the line has jumped from 7.5 to 10.5, but it is warranted. Duke is far and away the better team. Again, knowing that Kansas got issues on the glass. Again, knowing that Kansas is going to be without their best player in Darren Peterson. Go with the Dukies, baby!
All right, so Brad laying it with Duke. Femi will give you his bet for that game. I'll be passing the game. Femi will give you his bet coming up in a moment. Brad, let's play a quick game of Predict the Prop for Thursday Night Football before we get to our bets.
All right, Costas, let me go first. Nico Collins receiving yards against those Buffalo Bills. Predict the prop.
All right, so we bet his over the last 2 weeks. It's cashed over both times. Remember, we did this last week on the show, right? Did we talk about Collins, I think, for Sunday's game? Davis Mills has shown an ability to get him the ball. His number was what, Tyler, because we talked about it on Sunday morning, it was like 68.5 on Sunday? It's definitely higher than that because he's gone over twice. It's not going to be too much higher because Mills is the quarterback. I'll say 75.5 for Nico Collins. Maybe a little higher. 75, 76.5.
Okay. I was going to go 78.5, but now we're getting like the Price is Right territory. I'll stick with mine. I'll stick with my 78.5 for Nico Collins.
Both of you fine gentlemen. But Fibby, you're exactly right. And the number is 78.5. So you have honors, my friend. Over or under?
I mean, I'd go over. I like the Houston Texans in the game, so I'm going over. So it's an over for Nico Collins.
I just went to BetMGM. His number's 74.5.
Oh, it moved. It was 78.5 earlier today. It is now moved.
Action on the under.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Action on the under. How about that?
So, Nick, what are you going to do?
Over.
Yeah.
Can I answer your question a different way?
Sure.
We're asking the wrong question. The question is not Nico Collins over. The question is Jaden Higgins over. And the answer is yes. Yeah.
And what's the number for Jaden Higgins? Because I'm curious. I haven't even looked.
26.5 right now at MGM.
Oh, you know what that calls for? That's a Sledgehammer special, man. I'm with you on that.
What does Daddy want to do?
Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy got to have it. I will bet the over on Jaden Higgins.
Do you still do that bit or do you not do it anymore?
Oh, I always do the bit. I've been doing that bit for, I don't know, almost like 10 years now. And I love it.
But like you never do it on this show,
that bit will never die.
But you never do it on. Do you still have like the thing that you like the hammer?
Yeah, I'll show you the sledgehammer. There it is, baby. Daddy won. Yeah. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it. I always have the sledgehammer handy, man.
What's the sledgehammer's name? Harry?
Sledgy. And I think we're on like Sledgy the 12th because the 11 previous ones met their grade.
Who would win in a fight? Sledgy the Sledgehammer or Parlay Pete?
Oh, Parlay Pete. He's got sharper weapons. And that is an inflatable sledgehammer. A sledge has got no shot.
Brad, have a great show tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Gentlemen, Santa Clara minus 15.5. I'm out.
Who's Santa Clara playing, by the way?
It's a great question.
I don't even know. I laid it.
Yes, you did. Yes,
it didn't matter.
Is Gonzaga, Brad, is Gonzaga the best? Brad, is Gonzaga the best team? They won by 70 last night.
They played Southern Utah, brother.
Dude, they won by 70.
Yeah,
I understand that, but it's understandable why they won by so many. Gonzaga's damn good. The Zags would be in the conversation for the national title, bar none. But let me see them do that against a really meaningful opponent in enemy territory.
Your man's Ken Palm has them as the number 1 rated team right now. It's a
per possession basis. The numbers get inflated when you beat an opponent by 70 points.
Do you worship Ken Pomeroy?
Yeah, I'd make out with him if I saw him in person. He's a fellow meteorologist, by the way, in Boulder, Colorado. I'm just throwing that out there.
If you could choose you save one and send one to a fiery death, Bart Torvik or Ken Pomeroy, who gets saved, who burns to a crisp?
Bart Torvik gets saved. Bye-bye, Ken.
Wow.
What about Evan Maya?
From making out to being burned alive. That's a tough one for our guy Ken Palm. We got to get to the bets. Brad, have a great show. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Love you, gentlemen.
Brad Evans here with us on You Better You Bet. All right, let's get to the bets for tonight. Jake, please drop the dope ass beat. Today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Let's do college basketball first. Femi, one bet for me tonight in college hoops. I just want to, and Mike, you can toss the slate up. I just want to see what the line is right now in this game. It was what it was before. So I am going to lay Arkansas tonight against Winthrop. Arkansas, 22.5-point favorite, Coach Cal's team. Arkansas kind of not a great start to the year. Lost to Michigan State, barely beat Samford the other day. Winthrop is like a middling team. Winthrop is not really that good. They're not like a mid-major that you look at them and go wow, this is a tournament team potentially. I think Arkansas railroads Winthrop tonight. I'm laying it with the Razorbacks. I've got Kentucky right now. Femi, I'm passing Duke and Kansas. What do you have tonight in college hoops?
Yeah, before I get to the card, I just love that you just asked him, what does daddy need? And it's a totally normal question in this universe of You Better You Bet. I do like the under in Navy and North Carolina, under 161. North Carolina's defense has been really good, so I don't think Navy's going to score. Can Navy get to 40? I'm not so sure. I know North Carolina plays with tempo, that's why it's high, but I think they're going to lock them down. I like the under in the game. And I also like the over in Kansas and Duke. This might be a plug-your-nose special, an over, but Kansas, the scoring, it might be problematic without Darren Peterson. I think they're able to score just enough. And Duke, we're going to find out the Duke Blue Devils are one of the best teams in the country. I think everyone watching this game is going to learn about Cam Boozer, who I believe is the bet right now to win the Wooden Award. So go ahead and get it before the game tips later tonight at 9 o'clock.
All right, good stuff from Femi. You get a game bet and you get an award bet for Cam Boozer, National Player of the Year. All right, let's hit the NBA slate, Femi, and I'm just going to do a quick refresh here just to see who's in and who's out in these games. So notable stuff here. Let's see. Cade is playing tonight for the Celtics, so I guess that's the big one. Cade Cunningham playing. Porzingis out. Risache out for Atlanta. Let's see. Elsewhere, LeBron is probable. Drew Holiday, doubtful. That's about it for right now. What are you betting tonight in the association?
Yeah, got some good CLV and some negative CLV. The first one is with the Warriors. I laid 3. There's now a 2 out there in the market. Whatever. I think they're just much better than the Orlando Magic. They're relatively healthy. I think they take care of business against an Orlando team that has been playing better, but I still don't buy it. I also like the over between the Celtics and the Nets. You're going to see me betting these overs in these Nets games. They are putrid on defense. Boston pretty well rested as well, pretty healthy. Relatively speaking, heading into this season. But I like the over 221, and I also like the Grizzlies +6. No Ja Morant. I actually think that's a good thing. This is addition by subtraction. The vibes have been off with Ja. With Spurs banged up, no Wemby, no Castle tonight. Grizzlies +6. Grizzlies also win +205 on the money line. Those are my 3 NBA bets.
All right. Trying to decide what I want to do with this Pistons game. I kind of want to bet the Hawks, but Porzingis being out and Trae Young's obviously not playing. Tough. Pass for me.
It's a hell of a game.
Warriors Magic, I could see it going either way. Grizzlies Spurs, I could see going either way. I don't want to bet the Lakers game. Okay, how about this? Do you have a thought on the Blazers Suns game? Phoenix has been really good to start the year. They're 8-6 somehow.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, maybe the under if Portland's defense wakes up, but yeah, that's a pass for me.
How about this? You ready for this?
Really stand out.
A 2-team money line parlay on the Celtics and the Blazers. So Boston to win in Brooklyn and the Blazers to win at home against Phoenix. Even money, plus 100 at BetMGM. I'm in on that.
Oh, yeah. Also, Gabe Velarde was going to score a goal tonight for the Winnipeg Jets. And will Kyle Palmieri for the New York Islanders.
Lardy. Whoa. All right. For Femi and our entire crew, we'll see you tomorrow on a wonderful Whole Sports Wednesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Peace.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I want to throw this long shot idea at you. It's a long shot for a reason. Let's go to the AFC South. You've got Indy coming off a bye. They're 8-2 on the season. Jacksonville 6-4. Look good against the Chargers over the weekend. Don't know that that's going to continue with the number of injuries that they have on that team. Houston's just hanging out at 5-5. Just won a couple games without CJ Stroud. They play on Thursday against Buffalo. Tough matchup. But the Colts' schedule gets very challenging. If you look at the remaining strength of schedule, Colts have the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL. The Texans are 16-1. This week, the Colts have the Chiefs, and the Texans have the Bills in Houston. So that's a 5.5-point spread. Maybe they can end up winning that game. Don't know. But what do you think about Houston, who plays the Colts twice still? They're 3 games back, but catching the Colts, 16-1.
If I was betting $100 on the Texans, here's how I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do 70 to make the playoffs and 30 to win the division. That's how I'd split it. I would much rather stack chips on the 3-1 price, BetMGM 3-1 to make the postseason.
Sure.
I do 70% of my bet on that, and then 30% on them to win the division, which is a lot more unlikely.
That's a good look. And right now, Houston is the 8th seed, so they're right behind Jacksonville. They're 1 game out. That's a pretty good look, plus 310.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Listen, I don't know how to start the show without telling you what I was just told off the air as we were waiting for the introduction music to hit. You want to win? You want to make plays? You want to get dubs? You want to stack dollar bills, y'all? Let me tell you how you do it. What you do is you tune in and you listen to my guy Brad Evans when he gives you winners like what, Bradley?
Okay, so here was the story last night, folks. I was kind of half-ass watching the get of the Cowboys game. They were in such command. I already cashed 2 tickets. Took the over on Tyler Lockett, 27.5 receiving yards. Cha-ching! Also took a little same game parlay. For those of you who listen to the show regularly, Ashton Genty, 3+ receptions, and Dallas on the money line double. Cha-ching! So in order for the brooms to come out, I needed Dak Prescott to hit the over on 3.5 rush attempts. And what happened at the end of that game? Kneel down, kneel down, kneel down, and impossibly the ultra rare 4th down, kneel down. Winner, chicken dinner. We swept the card, baby. I couldn't believe it.
Absolute degeneracy of the most elite order. And ladies and gentlemen, that is why you are here every weekday night from 7 to 11 p.m. for BetMGM Tonight. Welcome in, people. I am not a slightly more irritating version of Ryan Horvat, or maybe I am to some people. I am Rob Brown, live in Greenville, South Carolina, filling in for my dog, Ryan. Great to be here. That other illustrious and seductive voice that you hear is, of course, the titan of the industry, Brad Evans. We are glad to be here with you on a whatever day. I got to tell you, I'm unemployed. I don't even know what today is. What's today? Tuesday, I think? Monday? Who the hell knows anymore?
Yeah,
Tuesday night. It really doesn't. Time's a flat circle and history repeats. Who the hell cares? Great to be with you, my dudes and dudettes. And listen, this is the start of the show. This is ordinarily where Brad and I would hit you with some headlines and here's what's happening in the world of sports. And we talk a little bit about, there's none of that right now because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if it is November 18th. You should not care if it is November 18th. Right now, on the television, we have got not just college basketball happening, Brad. We have got a top 20 matchup happening right now as we get already. Listen, I know people like to say January, February, meat and potatoes of college basketball season, and I get it. We're all waiting for conference play. We're all waiting to get to the point where we're stacking Q1 wins and Q3 losses and starting to put together bracket resumes, and that's great. I love that as much as you people do. I mean, honestly, there's not much better in the world of sports broadcasting, my dear friends, than to start screaming about who got snuffed in the March Madness selection. I agree with you. But my dudes and my dudettes, Michigan State and Kentucky are playing basketball right now with just over 7.5 left to play in the first half. It's Sparty and the Spartans up on top of the Wildcats, 25-19. Brad, I have to say, the college basketball gods hath smiled upon us because we've gotten a pretty kick-ass start to the college football or college basketball. I'm already talking Lane Kiffin. College basketball season so far. And while Sparty's jumped out to I don't want to say shocking lead, because as you pointed out, hey, if you knock down your threes, you're going to get a lead in most games. Sparty going up in early, nearly 10 on Kentucky is a little bit interesting to me.
This is astonishing. Okay, so let me give you the latest development. They're up more than 10. We got a timeout on the floor, 6:51 remaining. They're in New York City, 31-19 now. The Spartans are white hot. And why is that astonishing? They're a team that entering the night, Rob, they were shooting 21.7% from three. And that was the downside for them all of last year. They're going to hit the broadside of a barn from beyond the arc. So far tonight, 6 of 10 from way downtown against Kentucky. So Michigan State right in a hot hand. I gave them the advantage coming to this game. I thought they were going to be a live dog, primarily because I felt they were going to just crush Kentucky on the glass. That part is played out. They're out rebounding at 14-5. Already got a pair of offensive rebounds. Kentucky doesn't have a single one, and that is the MO. That is a calling card of a lot of Tom Izzo coach teams. They're generating a second chance right around 45% of their possession so far this year. But the fact that there was 7-11 from three is mind-blowing. They're probably going to, regress the mean at some point. That may leave the door wide open for Kentucky to come back, but they don't have one of their leading scorers, the outstanding freshman in Jalen Lowe, out with a shoulder injury. So that was another factor why I like the Sparty to party. So the keg has already been tapped. The music is blaring. I'm grinding inappropriately right now on a bedpost and loving the fact that Michigan State is out to a 12-point lead. Everything falling into place. And the fact they're hitting threes, you might want to go out and buy a lottery ticket tonight, folks.
So I'm 1,000% with you. And yet I'm looking for the line where I want to take Kentucky as a live dog, because this basketball team, a team that under Mark Pope outperformed last year in his first year on the ground, a dozen losses in total last year, and there were at least 2 or 3 that came in SEC play because the SEC was absolutely stacked last year. A Sweet 16 team this year. Granted, they've lost a couple of guys that have moved on, but they've got some of their bigger and better players back from last year that I think I think you're going to see put together a very good team. Otega Owe, the senior playing guard, is a dude I think is going to be threatening to be a household name by the end of the year, Brad. This is a cat averaging almost 17 points a game and 5 boards as a guard last year. There's a live line number somewhere for the Kentucky Wildcats, since we're just diving head first into the shallow end of the pool. Waiting on BetMGM to pull up so I can see what that number is. But I'm thinking if that number gets anywhere around double digits, Kentucky plus, Brad, I'm probably going to jump on board and take that one.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a recommendation if you want to do a little bit of a live dive. The one thing I would caution is this. Owe is out to a 2-4 start so far in this game. Got a couple of rebounds, too. That's encouraging. He's got 5 early points. But, man, he has been wildly erratic to start the season. I mean, he's got to go out there and be a dog, which he was last year. A guy just getting whatever he wanted at the rim, also beating off the bounce and splashing from outside consistently. We haven't seen that version of him consistently so far this year, but we'll see if it does arrive. I just know Michigan State is this. They're going to wear you down on the interior and the glass. Jackson Kohler stepping out, hitting some trees as well. That's the Chicago pronunciation of that word, by the way. And, you look at Kentucky right now, the live line, they're catching 6.5. I would abstain from taking it. I think Michigan State may go out there and make a statement. Now they're beating guys off the dribble, kiss off the glass, and knocking shots, and everything seems to be falling for Michigan State so far this first half as a collective, shooting 54.5%. And again, just the eyes pop out of the socket. 7 of 11 from downtown, and nearly have over a double advantage on the glass. So right now, the Sparty Party, man, it's continuing to bang, and I think Kentucky is going to have a pretty sizable deficit at halftime with about 5:30 to go in this first half inside the Garden.
Yeah, might take a look at that one. Might wait till halftime to see what that looks like. Just don't want to be subjected to a Kentucky run and give up that line if it changes. We do have some other top 25 games in action. Well, one other in action so far. North Carolina taking on Navy. They're out to a 12-6 lead with about 4 minutes played there. Number 21, Arkansas at the crib tonight hosting Winthrop. And then we've got another top 25 battle in the State Farm Champions Classic at 9 p.m. The Rock Chalk Jayhawk of Kansas is taking on the Blue Devils of Duke. Duke looking to maintain perfection at 4-0. Kansas at 3-1 out of the gate. As it stands right now, Brad, any early leans on this one? The Blue Devils minus 10.5, a total at 149.5, which I thought might be one of the higher totals we see tonight, but it's actually not. That's Arkansas Winthrop at 168.5, which feels big, even with the Eagles and Arkansas both out of the gate hot. Duke, Kansas, any early thoughts on that one live from MSG?
Yeah, I think Duke runs them out of the building, quite honestly. And the reason being is this. Well, the dynamic freshman in the country, and Darren Peterson's not going to be able to suit up for Kansas. And he is a scoring du jour. And without him on the floor, I don't know how they can hang bucket for one of the most explosive offenses in the country. And the Dukies, baby! They're already top 5. Nationally in adjusted offense efficiency. They're also excellent defensively, inside the top 10 in that category. You got the Boozer brothers there. Of course, Cameron Boozer, already a front runner to be your Ken Pom player of the year, according to that terrific site, and maybe the player of the year overall. They got dudes, they got depth, they got size, they have uber athleticism. Duke far and away the superior team. And I can't believe I'm saying this about a Bill self-coached club, but they are just kind of rather vanilla, rather mundane. I think Kansas is going to be one of those teams that'll barely have a single-digit seed come the month of March, and they may be lucky to achieve that. So I think Duke absolutely obliterates them, and that's why we've seen the line jump from an open of 5.5 to 7.5, and now at 10.5. I think they win by 20 plus.
That's an interesting one, and I like this. By the way, I like this Duke team, and this is not something that I know entertains the people often, Brad, but this team might be one of the better defensive teams we've seen in a very, very long time. I mean, they've got guys coming off the bench that would be All-American defenders anywhere else. Their starting 5 is going to be as good as you could ask for. John Shire has kind of taken over that role and to some degree morphed Duke. Not that they were ever a team that lacked defensively under Mike Krzyzewski, but kind of upped the narrative about Duke defensive basketball. And I think you're going to see that a little bit tonight. I think any team that's going to get by Duke, like you're going to have an NBA lottery pick to be able to put up points in bunches against the Duke Blue Devils. And I just don't know that Kansas is at that spot yet.
No, and the other issue here is this. I mean, you mentioned about the defense of Duke. They're turning everybody over and over again, and that's the biggest key for this team is their on-ball pressure. I mean, they're forcing a turnover 21.5% of opponent possessions. They're killing it on the glass. They're generating a lot of second-chance opportunities because they're active there in the paint, and they got a bunch of arc assassins on this team as well, and Isaiah Evans, no relation to me, although if he is related to my family, got all the length and athleticism, I can tell you that. A guy that's shooting nearly 35% from way downtown. Caleb Foster, 6 of 12 so far on the young year. Dame Sarr, 7 of 14 from distance. They can just beat you in a variety of ways, whether it's wearing you down in a half-court setting on defensive end, sprinting out in transition, or splashing some of those threes. They just can kill you, not by a death of 1,000 paper cuts. They just slice and dice you in a couple of different, various ways. And as a result, they depant the opponent in the process. And I think Kansas is going to learn that harsh lesson very, very soon there in MSG.
So then let me ask you this. 68.5 points team total for Kansas. We taking the under on that? Is this an underplay against the Jayhawks?
Yeah, I would. I'll give the exact number. I think they score 64 tonight, so I think it's going to fall 4 points, actually 5 points shy of what is needed to cash the over, which is a very nice 69, but ain't going to be nice if you do take that over.
All right, anything else on the hardwood? We're obviously going to check in throughout the course of the night, the Champions Classic, and of course, tournaments and regular season action all the way around the country tonight. We'll check in on a ton of games throughout the course of the night, but before we get out of here, because we've got college football to talk, we've got the playoff ranking reveal coming up here in just minutes from now. We'll have a live reaction to the next bracket set up after a crazy weekend in college basketball. Is there anything else on the hardwood collegiately, Brad, that you want the people to know about before we flip it over and start talking some pigskin?
No, just make sure you stick around for later on the show and another edition of Hoop Scoops. We'll talk a little NBA and a pair of monster matchups tomorrow night, including a certain team that, it's coming. Another mammoth battle. They're taking on Alabama, who's in the midst of quite the gauntlet there on the schedule.
Yeah, but I like Nate Oates, and I like this Alabama team, Brad. I really do. I'm not saying Alabama's on their way to being the next Duke, but that dude is just reloading the roster, man. Like, there's a new Brandon Miller popping up regularly. I like that team. Bama to win the SEC. It's not a layup, but like it feels like a good bet to me right now with a solid number attached to it.
Yeah, it could happen. I mean, their biggest issue you saw in the last game, Purdue absolutely destroyed them on the glass, out-rebounded them 52-28. You know what the formula is under Nate Oates. You live by the three, and you certainly die by it. He plays an NBA-style game, really spreads it out. You don't take any mid-range. Does not exist. In fact, I think your ass rides a pine if you do take like a 15-foot old-school jumper. So they attack the rim, and then they shoot an ungodly amount of threes. And when those threes aren't falling, at about a 37-38% clip, and you're getting killed on the glass in the rebounding category, you can lose and lose with ease. So that is a downside of Bama.
All right, we're going to check in on college basketball all evening long. We got your football playoff ranking reveals underway. It's going to be busy, y'all, so don't go anywhere. I'm Rob Brown in for Ryan Horvat. Brad Evans here as well. BetMGM tonight is live on the BetMGM network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
What's different about this year, I think at least, is that Indiana has this oddly timed bye week, which is this week. The Indiana Hoosiers will not be playing. Fernando Mendoza will be out of sight, out of mind. And I actually think that creates an opportunity for another guy, maybe a couple of guys, to enter the conversation for winning the Heisman Trophy. Now, Mendoza eventually will come back off the bye. They play Purdue, where they'll be a big favorite against Purdue. And then after that, it'll be the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. And that's the game that everyone's looking forward to. That's the game where everyone's going to be, hey, 1 versus 2. I don't think it's going to be billed as like a Heisman Trophy bowl. And we'll get into that when we talk some Julian Sayin here. But like that's the game for Fernando Mendoza to leave no doubt to win the Heisman Trophy. And even if he loses the game and it's respectable, I still think he wins the Heisman Trophy. But if they get blown out, maybe that opens the door for somebody else. But Mendoza, of course, best story in college football, the Indiana Hoosiers. He's the quarterback of that team. He's the face of it. Statistically, makes a lot of sense. 4th in the nation in QBR. He checks all the boxes. Now, like the eye test wise, well, if he wins the Heisman, okay, we've had better winners. But in terms of his stats and the team success, checks all the boxes. Makes a lot of sense. Julian Sayin, he's plus 225 in the betting market. This is where like you kind of have to use a little bit of like art with the science here, because the art tells you, or sorry, the science rather, that tells you that this guy should actually win the award. Statistically, 2nd in QBR. He's awesome. Plays on maybe the best team in the country, probably the best team in the country. Extremely efficient, but nobody believes. It's that simple. And that's where I think the betting market has this wrong. That plus 225, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know, like, if he goes nuclear against Michigan and nuclear against Indiana, maybe he wins the award. But I just don't see it. The prevailing thought when it comes to Julian Sayin is that he's just a passenger along for the ride. And I think a lot of people think, oh, man, like 25, 30 quarterbacks would be undefeated on Ohio State. Fair or unfair, that's how people talk about Julian Sayin. And also, he's a freshman. Like, if there's any voter bias or if this is tied, I think people are going to say, you know what? We'll give it to you next year. Prove it next year. You're a freshman. Let's give it to this other guy. Like, those are things that are working against Julian Sayin. And this Saturday, they're playing. Ohio State's taking on Rutgers. That's the big noon kickoff game. They're a 31.5-point favorite. I don't know there's anything that he could do against Rutgers that's going to make people be like, oh, Sayin Heisman, and have this like epiphany or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. I don't see that. Maybe against Michigan, maybe in the Big Ten title game, but we're starting to run out of weeks for Julian Sayin to live up to what the betting market has been saying over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So Sayin, to me, I would never bet him, especially when you factor in the price. Marcel Reed of Texas A&M, come on. Like, no. Just no. No. It's not happening. It's not. 13th in the country in QBR. Still, nobody believes in Marcel Reed. Like the Athletics Heisman straw poll, last week he wasn't even in it. This week, massive comeback, Heisman moment. Where's Marcel Reed? He's 7th with 6 third-place votes. Not a first-place vote, not a second-place vote. Nobody believes with Marcel Reed. And you know what? It's rather unfortunate because he's actually been really good. But this week, they host Samford, a 1-10 FCS team. You might as well just go on bye week at that point, honestly. You might as well. The game is on SEC Network Plus. Good luck finding that. They play Texas. That's a monster game coming up next week. That'll obviously have a lot of eyeballs. Everyone's going to watch that. They beat Texas. They'll be in the SEC title game. That'll be another massive game. But still, nobody believes that Marcel Reed is a guy. Nobody seems to care, which means we shouldn't care, even though he's at plus 500.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight, Rob Brown in for Ryan Horvath. Brad Evans here with you. We are a ways away from getting our college football playoff rankings this evening. The show doesn't kick off until 8:30 tonight, Eastern Standard Time. So we do have a little bit of time. Wanted to talk some college football anyway. Because, Brad, I have gotten just the biggest of spoons to stir the tea coming out of Oxford, Mississippi, surrounding Lane Kiffin, Ole Miss, and the Runnin' Rebels this week. I want to start with this. I don't know about you. I have thoroughly enjoyed the summer of Lane. I have thoroughly enjoyed the Lane Kiffin redemption arc. I have thoroughly enjoyed watching Lane Kiffin both as a character in this grand play of college football, but also is just a complete and utter psychopath anytime anybody puts a microphone around that dude. The post-game presser this past week had one of the funniest moments I've ever seen, where a reporter was asking Lane Kiffin questions after the show or after the game was over and said, yeah, we saw him when the clock hit 0 and it was a big win. They trailed Florida for a hot minute there. They come back, they get the win. We saw you run over and hug your kid and hug your wife. And, you know, it just looked like it meant so much to you. To which he stopped and he went, yeah, except for that was my athletic director's wife, not mine, but I guess all blondes look alike, ... And that's how rumors start. And then he just left the podium. Like, I adore this guy. But that was not the biggest story. The biggest story was a report came out earlier this week claiming that Lane Kiffin had been issued an ultimatum by Ole Miss saying, hey, we need to know by next week, Egg Bowl week, when you take on the Mississippi State Bulldogs, if you are staying or if you are going now. And, you know, I thought that was kind of interesting because, A, how the hell do you plan to enforce that ultimatum if you're Ole Miss, right? Like, if he doesn't give you an answer by next Friday, are you going to fire him? No, he's the best thing that's ever happened to Ole Miss football. So, like, no, that's not going to happen. On the flip side, I'm sure Ole Miss folks are getting a little frustrated right now because Lane Kiffin is the best thing that's ever happened to Ole Miss football. He's being courted by LSU. He's being courted by the University of Florida. It has not been openly reported that he's being courted by Penn State, but let's keep it a buck. It's not exactly a huge coaching pool candidacy right now, so I assume he would at least get a phone call. Everybody wants the guy. Lane Kiffin went from a cat that was coaching at FAU, FIU, WTFU, I don't even remember what university 7 years ago, to now the hottest coaching prospect in the game, and Ole Miss just wants an answer. So with all of that being said, it's very interesting. Lane Kiffin was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and said that there has been no ultimatum. He doesn't know where that rumor came from. He said, like I said, man, we're having a blast. The last couple of times that Lane Kiffin has been asked publicly to comment on LSU, Florida, etc., he's done a wonderful job of not saying I'm going anywhere while also not saying I'm not going anywhere. And sure, I get it. Like, it's a leverage move. Maybe you can get even more money out of Ole Miss. Indiana just gave Curt Cignetti a $96 million contract. He's probably thinking, well, if Indiana can do it, so the hell can Ole Miss. But the whole thing is interesting, Brad, not just because of the Ole Miss angle, the Lane Kiffin angle, Florida, LSU. It's interesting because it feels to me, when we are looking at, I believe now 14 Power 4 level jobs open and at least one more or two more coming open at the conclusion of the season, as many as 16 top level football jobs coming open, Lane Kiffin is obviously the biggest domino to fall for everybody else to start to scramble to find the next guy. And here we are with exactly and precisely zero answers or hints as to what is happening next. This whole thing kind of has a tentacle on every single potential or definitely open college football job around the entire landscape. Buddy, this is like the best bro soap opera we have seen play out in a very long time, and I'm here for it.
I am too. Just go ahead and have a camera on him at all times. I mean, it is a must-see reality TV playing out here on a daily basis here in the SEC. I mean, inevitably, it seems like he's going to wind up at LSU, right? Oh, the old governor's going to hike up his plans, and golly gee, I got to go out and spend some money on that dude from Mississippi. I mean, when you have the governor involved, and that's kind of how Louisiana's jam is, they're going to be able to back up the truck. They probably have a deeper purse, more money in the coffers there by comparison to Ole Miss. And I think Kiffin is playing this absolutely perfectly. I mean, would he go Northern Mason-Dixon line and play, the card and go to Penn State in the Big Ten? That's a possibility. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to remain in the dirty South. And I think he's going to make that trek eastward. It's not a very far drive as a result, or westward, I should say. Know your directions there, Evans, and wind up in Baton Rouge. So, there's a possibility he goes to Florida. I think that is very much on the table. But, let's, call a spade a spade. I think Kiffin is a bit of a glory hound. He likes the attention. He likes the bright lights. He likes hugs from the pretty ladies. That's evidenced by what transpired accidentally with the 80s wife. But I don't think he's going to be in Oxford here in short order. Again, I think he's going to make the short trek west to Baton Rouge and be the new head coach of LSU because the money is going to be downright irresistible.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think the wild card factor in this is. The wild card factor is how much money Ole Miss can come up with and is willing to part with. I think, and I believe I said this on your show as a guest, either the night of or the night after Curt Cignetti signed his contract. And the thought I had was, if Indiana can come off a $96 million deal, if Indiana can make Curt Cignetti the second or third highest paid coach in college football, I think Ole Miss can do the same thing. I mean, Ole Miss is sitting on, yes, Indiana has Big Ten money, sure. There's only one place that has more than Big Ten money, and that's SEC money. I mean, it's just they've got that resource there. On top of that, now, in fairness, I come from the Florida Panhandle, so I come from the Deep South. I got a lot of Ole Miss fans that are in my circle. And I will tell you that I've got people in my life directly, like shake hands buddies, that are Ole Miss people who have said, I haven't given much or I haven't given anything, and I am in to make it happen if that's what it takes to keep Lane Kiffin. Like, the Rebels are pumped up about keeping Lane Kiffin there. There's the rumor going around, and obviously with the lawsuit or threat of Brian Kelly, because, yeah, of course, Brian Kelly wants his whole buyout. Like, LSU saying, we want to figure out how to not give the guy we fired his whole buyout is like the funniest effing thing that's happened in college football all year. But the belief, the rumor going around is that the majority of the buyout from Brian Kelly, and the reason LSU wants to try to decrease the buyout, is because one guy, and granted, LSU is a hell of a lot bigger than Ole Miss is, but Ole Miss has got some alumni with some old money behind it. The rumor is one guy came out of the woodworks and said, I will fork over the lion's share of Brian Kelly's buyout if you guys will pull the trigger on getting him out of Dodge ASAP. If there was one guy willing to do that. And then at Penn State, again, I don't know how much stock to put into this, but the rumor at Penn State was that potentially a corporate sponsor was willing to fork over the majority of James Franklin's buyout. Now, keep in mind, when a coach is fired, that coach is obligated to look for work, and the buyout is usually decreased by whatever the salary from the next school is going to be. And there was a lot of confidence that if James Franklin left Penn State, like, he would get another Power 5 job. Maybe not the level of prestige of Penn State, but somebody wanted him. Well, step in the Virginia Tech Hokies, who probably won't have to pay James Franklin a ton because they just have to offset some of the salary. And he's probably perfectly happy if he has a check that says Virginia Tech and a check that says Nittany Lions on it hitting the bank account every single week. But the belief is, if those schools have that much money coming from such a small demographic, and if the Indiana Hoosiers are able to come off of enough money to make Kurt Cignetti the second or third highest paid coach in college football starting next year, if you're Ole Miss, like, maybe you can't compete with LSU and maybe you can't compete with Florida, but you can compete with everybody else. And I agree with your take, Brad, on Lane Kiffin is a glory hound and he loves the attention. And hell, I don't blame him. Look at me.
No,
every job I do involves a camera and a microphone. I'm not hating on the guy for it. What I am saying is he is currently actively right now getting that nationally at Ole Miss, Brad, with about 30% of the pressure on him to thrive as he shows up to LSU. He's got like 6 games to have it figured out. He shows up to Florida. He's got like 12 games to have it figured out. At Ole Miss, if he gets them to 10-2 every year, they might change the name of Oxford, Mississippi to Kiffin, Mississippi, if he just keeps them in a playoff hunt.
Yeah, they're going to build him a statue outside the stadium. I mean, you're totally right. It's like, what is his end game goal? That's the question that I would ask him publicly, privately, anyway. We're built up to a bar. It doesn't really matter to me. That's what Lane Kiffin internalizes, and he's probably going to be asking himself the same question. What do I ultimately want to achieve in my coaching career? Obviously a guy that dabbled in the NFL unsuccessfully there with the Raiders back in the day. Now he's, been reborn under this renaissance down there in the SEC. And you're right. The expectations would be sky high. They'd be stratospheric if he wound up in Baton Rouge with that, and just crazy fan base and the high level of expectations they bestow upon the Tigers. Go Tigers. So I understand that. And Florida's got high expectations as well. We're still not that far removed from the Tebow title years and Urban Meyer before he was done in the tactical shorts right around the Segway and ruining the Jacksonville Jaguars there at the NFL level, saying, get some to various pro players. That ain't going to work. Might be in college, never worked in the NFL. So if Kiffin is comfortable and he's making a boat ton of money right now, and he would get a boatload more money in an extension based on leverage play that he has, he is content. And that's a question he's got to ask himself. He will not relocate. He's going to stay in Oxford. He may stay there for the rest of his coaching career. But if he is hungry and he feels like he is wanting more, he feels like there's going to be more resources available, whether it's in Gainesville or in Baton Rouge, he is going to jump. And he's going to be able to deal with the pressure. And I feel the leash should be a little bit longer than 6 games at LSU, but not by a whole lot. It might be like 8 or 10.
I would agree. I think that, like I said, if I'm given a percentage of the likelihood Lane Kiffin's at Ole Miss, I honestly think it's like 70%, maybe 75%. I really think it's a good chance. And I think it's a good chance because, I think Ole Miss is going to make an offer that is going to have a lot of college football teams going, you offered how much? How does Ole Miss have that? Well, the answer is SEC and Big Ten teams have that now, right? Like, this is going to be.
They do. Yeah.
This is going to be another impact of the business side of college football moving forward. The unfortunate reality is that ACC, Big 12 teams, everybody who's not Big Ten and SEC teams, they're just not going to be able to make head coaching salary offers like even mid or bottom feeder teams in those two major conferences are. Ole Miss will be able to make a similar offer to Lane Kiffin that Indiana made to Curt Cignetti. And that's going to become the norm, not the exception, the way that Indiana felt like the exception. But I said at the time, guys, I don't think this is exception. I think this is the new norm, and Indiana just happens to be the first school that decided to embrace it. And the one thing I would make the point of is much like Curt Cignetti at Indiana, who I think understands, like, I am the celebrity in this town. I am the focus. This is my town. I am now the guy in this area. That's Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. And granted, Ole Miss may not have the resources that Florida has or the resources that LSU has. But if he goes and he makes 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive playoff runs, they will. They will, because they'll start getting all that extra money. If you make a run to the College Football National Championship, that's like $27 million that comes to you, not split up. It's just yours now. And if Ole Miss believes that keeping Lane Kiffin in the fold is how they are able to keep that going, they're investing all that money right back into football. They will put it all right back into equaling the facilities at those other schools. So, again, I know a lot of people are just working on the assumption Lane Kiffin's already gone. I would tell you pump the brakes a little bit. I would tell you to hold off a little bit. So we'll talk more about that when we come back in the next segment of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to give you our card. And I promise that if you stick around, Brad's going to say our card, but in that really aggressive way he says it that we all like so much. So, you'll get our 6 picks, and you'll get to hear Brad do that. If that's not worth the wait, I don't know what is. He's Brad Evans. I'm Rob Brown. This is BetMGM Tonight. This is the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I like Houston at this number at 5.5. Keep in mind the Bills about 5 or 6 weeks ago were on the road in Atlanta in that Monday night game. They were a 3.5-point favorite. They lose outright. Now they're laying 5.5 on the road against Houston. I understand it's probably going to be Davis Mills again, but the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. We know the Bills have been very up and down this season. Right when it looks like they're going to turn the corner, they come back down to life, and then right when it looks like they look terrible, that's when they play really well. So off the heels of that really great performance against the Bucs, short week on the road, I like Houston plus the 5.5 against Buffalo. Sunday, we got the Steelers taking on the Bears. Chicago, a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. As of now, looks like Mason Rudolph probably going to be under center for the Steelers in that game. Would be cool to see Aaron Rodgers one more time against the Bears in this matchup. Steelers in a teaser feels like the play at +9. Bears play everybody close. They win every game in the fourth quarter, come from behind, 2-point wins, 1-point wins, 3-point wins. So I would lean Pittsburgh +3, but I think Steelers +9 in a teaser, really good bet this week against Chicago. New England's a 7-point favorite on the road against Cincinnati this week. Jamar Chase is going to be suspended for this game. He's trying to appeal, so maybe he ends up playing on Sunday. Regardless, though, I just don't know how Cincinnati's going to get stops against Drake May and this New England offense. Travion Henderson is finally starting to get involved. He's had a monster last couple weeks, so they got the run game going. Drake May's playing terrific. Bengals have probably the worst defense in the NFL and now might be without their top offensive weapon in Jamar Chase. So Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet you want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville. So probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams. I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker. So look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally. Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the 4th quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit. On the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense, I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts as well.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown in for Ryan Horvat. Brad Evans here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay or ineptitude from yours truly, it's time to get into, Brad, my favorite part of the night, and there is absolutely no world in which I give any justice to saying what we're about to do. Because only you can pull it off. What are we about to tell the people about, Brad?
We're going to talk about our cards.
There it is. That is exactly correct. Our favorite 3 bets of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, Bradley, new style, new format. Hit the people. Uno, dos, tres, 1, 2, 3. Give them some winners, amigo.
Again, it broke out the brooms last night due to the miracle. 4 straight kneel downs on Dak Prescott hit the over on 3.5 rush attempts. So let's go ahead and build on that heater and my 3 picks on the card tonight. Game 2 in the Champions Classic. I'm going to try to live in the middle. This is me living dangerously on a same game parlay. Give me the Dukies, baby, minus 4.5. And I'll take Kansas on the alt line at plus 1.5. In other words, I need Duke to win by 5 to 20 points within that range. And that's an even Steven plus 100 juice built there at BetMGM. Again, Kansas without their best scorer on the floor, one of the diaper dainty extraordinaires, and Darren Peterson. They do have some size, 6'10", 6'11". They're along the front line, but Duke just gets after you in so many different ways. They can splishy and splash from outside. They're a top 10 defensive team. They're forcing a turnover over 21% of opponent possessions, and they arguably have the best player on the floor there. And dynamic freshman. And again, this is the best freshman class maybe in the history of college basketball, and Cameron Boozer. So give me Duke minus 4.5, Kansas plus 20.5. Again, I need Duke to win by 5 to 15 or 5 to 20 points, excuse me. and I cash in at plus 100. Numeros on my card. Give me the Grizz of Montana. Plus 18.5 is what I grabbed it at earlier today against Texas A&M. Texas A&M is way down. No Buzz Williams, of course, he is now coaching at Maryland. So this program, a little bit of a rebuild mode. They're number 155 so far this season, EFG offense, but it gets worse. 267 in EFG defense. They're not defending. They're giving up 37.1% along the arc. You look at Montana, they got one of the great names in college basketball, Money Williams. And I'm going to make some moolah on him. Hopefully, drain a lot of threes in the process. I think Montana keeps it nice and snug, as Billy Raft would say. Plus 18.5 on the road in College Station, taking on Texas A&M. And numero tres, my last play on the card. Let's go to the NBA. A couple of late night games tonight. Give me Luka the Don. 10-plus assists, taking on the Utah Jazz at a plus 135. Yeah, I'll roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. Why you look at the Jazz, they're rubbish defensively. They've allowed the most opponent assists per game this season, 29.8. And Luka's averaging 8.9 assists per game on the year, so a little bit south of the 10 needed. But he has gotten 10 dimes in 4 of his last 7 games. And on top of that, cherry on top, Utah, one of the faster teams in the NBA. They are top 10 in pace. So, again, a recap. Play number 1, same game parlay. Duke minus 4.5, Kansas plus 20.5 at plus 100. Numero dos, Montana plus 18.5 at Texas A&M at a minus 110. And numero tres, Luka the Don, also known as Luka Doncic, 10-plus assists. The alt market against the Utah Jazz plus 135. Rob, show me up. What do you got on your card?
I like it. I'm not going to show you up, Brad, because we're both going 3 for 3 tonight. The vibes are high. We ride. I am going to go do something that when I get an opportunity to sit on the show, I do my best not to do. And that is to put all 3 of my plays for the night into one contest. I'm putting them into one game. Now, in fairness, I was with you guys 2 days last week. I was with you a couple of days the week before that. And your boy, in the last 4 times I've been on the show, is hitting right now 6 of 7 in NHL picks. So I'm going to ride the hot hand. I'm going to stick with the NHL. I'm going to go out to the ice. Puck, baby. Let's get the damn thing. We're white hot. Let's stay that way. And I'm going with one contest. I don't advise this, but I'm going to do it because I'm a psychopath. Why the hell not? Let's start with the Dallas Stars minus 1.5. You're catching that at plus 135 on BetMGM. I'd also tell you, if you're the type to shop around, because I've seen that number as high as plus 150. I like it wherever you can get it. Give me the Stars, 5-game winning streak. They are taking on the Islanders tonight. And the Islanders are not good. Depending on what stat you're looking at, defensively, they're sitting around 25th or 26th best in the league. As of right now, the Dallas Stars are 25th in expected goal percentage at 5-5. On the road. This is also the 6th stop of a 7th game road trip for the Islanders, meaning the boys are gassed. The legs might be a little bit shaky. I think we've got all the makings for a Stars blowout tonight, and you're giving that to me at plus 135. I'm going to take it. I'm going to stick in that game and go with a pair of props. And since I'm doing all 3 bets on one game, why not put both props on one player? Mikko Rantanen. Give me over 2.5 shots on goal tonight. You're catching that at minus 125. He's recorded 3 or more shots in 5 of the last 7, 25 on 42 attempts. He is 92nd percentile of forwards on shots on goal. He is the number 1 skater on the Stars power play. And when you're taking on a tired and depleted team like the Islanders, you should get a higher than expected number of power plays. Give me a couple of shots on the power play for Rantanen. On top of that, the Islanders are allowing 29 shots on goal per game. I need 3 of those to go to the number 1 skater on the ice. Yeah, I think I feel really good about that. And what the hey, if you're going to have a dude that is going to shoot 3+ times, give me Mikko to score a goal as well. And here's my favorite part about that. The number should not be plus 140. But it is. Mikko Rantanen, over 2.5 shots on goal, minus 125, to score a goal at plus 140. And if I'm going that heavy on Mikko, give me the Stars minus 1.5 at plus 135 as my 3 bets. Feeling good about the hockey tonight, Bradley.
I know what that is called. Dropping the puck and trying to make some bucks. Absolutely love it. Put the biscuit in the basket, my man. And I think I'm fresh out of hockey phrases.
I think you hit them all. If you want to, you can call an assist an apple if you'd like. If you want to throw that one in there.
Okay. All right. We'll throw that in there. Take a bite out of the apple. I like it.
There you go. There you go. So I'm here to help. I'm here to educate the people. I am going to one day, if it kills me, I'm going to make hockey as big in this country as we can make it, people. I believe in us. We can do it. All right. Brad, kind of an interesting evening this evening because the college football playoff reveal has been pushed back to 8:30 tonight. Why? Because we got a pretty big matchup happening in the hardwood with Michigan State and Kentucky right now. By the way, Sparty and the Spartans 50-33 on top of the Wildcats with 16 left to play in the game. And as soon as I look over, a turnover, a missed layup for Sparty, but they get another rebound and get the foul and go to the stripe. At this point, and I don't know that it's surprising, Brad. Sparty's just pushing Kentucky around at this point. Like they're just out physicaling them, as my old basketball coach would say.
Yeah, again, that is for Shizo Maizo's, that's his game. That's his typical strategy is to go out and wear opponents down, booty ball down into the post, make sure you block out and just wear them out. And you do it with tireless defense on ball and just challenge shots continuously. And they have done that steady Eddie so far. I mean, Kentucky's only 10-33 from the floor in this game. That's 30.3%. Three's also not falling. So the great equalizer is really not in play for Kentucky. 4-16 from way downtown. Michigan State having an out-of-body experience from beyond the arc. The Arc Assassins 7-14 the game. All 7 of those came in the first half. But you mentioned the glass advantage. And I said that was likely going to be the upper hand exhibited by Michigan State in this game. They are outboarding Kentucky right now 25-16. Now, Kentucky will make a run here. I don't think this lead of 15 is going to be sustainable for Michigan State, but I think the Spartans are going to end up winning this thing by 6 to 10 points going away, and it will be a monumental win for one Tom Izzo on the resume. It will speak volumes on a neutral floor, and it will be of the quadrant 1 variety there in the committee room come March Madness.
I like it. I like it. We've got that one. We have got Navy, North Carolina, the Heels up 38-27. We got about a minute and a half until we start hearing the music play in our ears, Brad. So I will very quickly ask you, what do you make of this North Carolina team? Because it looks like a team to me that is a bit raw, but I really like the coaching they're getting right now, specifically considering you've got a coach who's likely back against the wall to some degree, and old Coach Hubert.
Yep.
What do you make of this North Carolina team? Is there any season-long bet we like out of this team, or are we just kind of looking at them as still trying to find their way back?
They could be a contender of the ACC. I mean, the Dukies, baby, are going to be able to take that conference through and through, but you just never know. The one calling card that I really like about this team is they've greatly improved defensively. They got a lot of length up front, a lot of mismatches they can create. And Caleb Wilson, I mentioned it, one of the greatest, if not the greatest freshman class in the history of college basketball. Wilson is a major reason why. At 6'10", he's super athletic. He's a tenacious defender, can beat you inside, can beat you outside. As a collective, Carolina's top 10 so far on the season in effective field goal percentage defense. They're limiting opponents inside the arc. And let me, again, say that one more time. Inside the arc, opponents are only shooting 35.1% against them. Now, granted, they faced the likes of Central Arkansas and Radford and NC Central, but they also play Kansas. So they have dominated there in the paint. That is something that has really jumped off the screen. And from what I've seen, the eye test certainly matches. Not shooting the ball particularly well from outside, only right around 32% as a group. They're going to have to show more improvement there. But offensively, they get up and down. They're going to be one of the fastest teams in the country, but it's that defensive improvement, the strides they have made on that end of the floor are the reasons why North Carolina is a team built, possibly got a long way to go to be at least a second weekend team come the NCAA tournament.
All right, we have got a lot coming up In the next hour, we'll take a look at some of the headlines out of the National Football League. Shannon Farron, sideline reporter for the LA Chargers, going to join us. We'll check in on the injuries and whatnot from that team, and we'll give you some more picks for the rest of the evening. He is Brad Evans. I am Rob Brown. We are glad to be here as we roll on through the four most electrifying hours of sports talk entertainment anywhere. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
What does the committee do with Ole Miss? Do they get dinged if Lane takes one of these jobs?
This is the most interesting part of this. So I'm gonna go, and guys know all I love to do is I go backwards to go forwards. But adding in the early signing period, adding in the playoff, plus the portal, Lane can't take any job right now. He's got a team that's going to be in the top 10. He cannot take any job. He has to finish the drill. And you look at the playoff now that we've expanded, it's 12 teams, right? When do those games get played? Sammy, can you tell me? When do those games get played?
December 20th, I believe.
Right. And if he wins, then the next game is what? We're going into January, aren't we?
10 days.
Basically.
So he can't take a job. So you can't hire him. You might want him, Florida. You might want him, anybody else. But he can't take that job. He got to finish the drill. So I don't think they get dinged for that. I think what happens is Lane is he's locked in at Ole Miss. I also think Ole Miss likes I think he likes Ole Miss. They got a little swashbuckler quality to them that is hey, we'll take it any way we can get it. And so he's doing that. But Ole Miss, that's a good football team. And they know what they're doing, and he's allowed to kind of play fast and loose, go out and make plays. So, and again, we talked about it with Georgia and Texas A&M. Those two teams are going to they'll probably play in Atlanta. Ole Miss is just going to be sitting there yeah, buddy. They'll probably host you mentioned Notre Dame getting to host a game in the playoff. I think Ole Miss might get to host a game as well. And they're just going to, you keep your kids on campus, you keep going, you keep moving, and they're going to be, again, they're sitting right there ready for action. So the only thing what Ole Miss doesn't need to have happen is them get squared up with Alabama. That's the one thing that Lane Kiffin is come on, give me somebody from anywhere else. Give me somebody from anywhere else. Please don't put Alabama on my ticket. So, don't put them on our dance card. I do think that Ole Miss is, we're looking at a 10-1 football team. They got the Egg Bowl, and they're ready to rock and roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But no, I don't think that Lane's going to take a job. I don't think they get dinged for that. I think that for them, as long as they take care of business against Mississippi State, we're talking about a team that doesn't have to go to the SEC championship game, and probably will be hosting one of those first-round games.
I want to throw this long shot idea at you. It's a long shot for a reason. Let's go to the AFC South. You've got Indy coming off a bye. They're 8-2 on the season. Jacksonville 6-4. Look good against the Chargers over the weekend. Don't know that that's going to continue with the number of injuries that they have on that team. Houston's just hanging out at 5-5. Just won a couple games without CJ Stroud. They play on Thursday against Buffalo. Tough matchup. But the Colts' schedule gets very challenging. If you look at the remaining strength of schedule, Colts have the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL. The Texans are 16-1. This week, the Colts have the Chiefs, and the Texans have the Bills in Houston. So that's a 5.5-point spread. Maybe they can end up winning that game. Don't know. But what do you think about Houston, who plays the Colts twice still? They're 3 games back with catching the Colts, 16-1.
If I was betting $100 on the Texans, here's how I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do 70 to make the playoffs and 30 to win the division. That's how I'd split it. I would much rather stack chips on the 3-1 price, BetMGM 3-1 to make the postseason.
Sure.
I do 70% of my bet on that, and then 30% on them to win the division, which is a lot more unlikely.
That's a good look. And right now, Houston is the 8th seed. So they're right behind Jacksonville. They're one game out. That's a pretty good look. Plus 310.
And sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And away we go, dudes and dudettes, amigos and amigas. Our numero dos of BetMGM Tonight is live on the BetMGM Network. I am not Ryan Horvat. I am Rob Brown, a slightly less talented and handsome version of Ryan, but I'm doing my best to try to meet the mark. And of course, standing alongside next to me, it's hard to be as handsome as I can when that fella right there, no, that side over there. The great Bradley Evans is here as well on an American Tuesday night, ladies and gentlemen. And Brad, we have not even yet touched the National Football League after a wild weekend in NFL football. We've got a bevy of questions that has been thrown at us by Brando and our elite crew of boys in the background, hitting us with everything they got, and I want to get to all of those. But before we get to some of the games upcoming, to some of the storylines written in this weekend, was there any one big takeaway for you from this past weekend? Was there any one story that jumped off the board? Was there any one thing that really stood out as, oh, this is something we should keep an eye on moving forward?
Again, it's a glaring issue with the Buffalo Bills, and we're going to see them on Thursday Night Football against the Houston Texans. And I've said this repeatedly here the last several weeks on BetMGM Tonight. Again, they have a gaudy record. They're 7-3. Josh Allen firmly back in the MVP conversation after single-handedly probably winning you your fantasy football matchup over the weekend with 6 total touchdowns. He was godlike, to say the least, and he didn't even have Keon Coleman on the field. Really didn't do much through the air necessarily. Didn't have Dalton Kincaid either. It was a lot of the action on the ground. But the issue with Buffalo is that defensive line is A, missing a bunch of key bodies, and B, they're a turnstile right now. Sean Tucker rolls up over 100 yards on him. Rashad White had a sizable YPC as well. I'm really curious to see how they perform on Thursday Night Football against Woody Marks, against Rub-a-Dub-Dub and the Chubb Club, who's already failed in numerous health inspections this season. It was really an afterthought. Only had 3 carries last week. But that Bills front line is going to lead to their undoing, going to lead to their season end, unless they really start tightening up and rectifying those defensive issues. So that, to me, continues to be a glaring eyesore for that franchise. And you got to tamper down expectations and hope that they can conquer some of those postseason demons, because right now they're not stopping a soul up front.
Does the performance, you mentioned it, 6 total touchdowns, 3 through the air, 3 on the ground. Josh Allen had for a hot minute there kind of fallen out of the MVP race. And so the question now is, are we putting him back into that mix? He is now sitting at plus 450, depending on where you look at him. He's sitting around second, third in the shortest odds race, which is a huge jump. But does this put him back into the mix? Right now on BetMGM, your MVP front runner is Matt Stafford at plus 135. Then it is, as we all knew it would be preseason, Drake May in second at plus 175. And then there's a pretty stark fall off down to Josh Allen third at plus 450, Jonathan Taylor plus 750. And then Mahomes is 20-1 in a distant 5th place at that point. If you want an Allen for MVP bet, I would make the argument now's the time to take it, Brad, because if he has another weekend where they fall off and lose a stupid game, I think he drops back to where Mahomes is at 20-1. But if he goes off and he has another 3, 4, 5 touchdown day, that plus 450 is going to look a lot more like Drake May's plus 175. If you want a Josh Allen for MVP ticket, I think you've got about another 2 days to push the number before this one starts to shift in the wrong way for you.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And you got an island matchup on Thursday night, right? So that's going to be the only game. Everyone's going to be glued to it that has a vested interest in the NFL. And if he goes out and balls out, has like 3, 4 touchdowns against the number 1 EPA per play defense in the NFL, that's going to speak quite glowingly about his prospects of maybe hoisting the hardware as this year's MVP. I will advise everybody, though, to circle a week on their calendar. Week 15, Buffalo travels to New England, and you got a toe-to-toe matchup there with Drake May. That game, quite honestly, may be a deciding factor who's going to remain in the MVP race and who is going to ultimately fall out of it. So, he is certainly not going to be through the woods, even with a glowing next couple of weeks. After Houston against Pittsburgh, they given up the most passing yards of any defense in the NFL. Should absolutely torch them, even there in Western Pennsylvania. They get the Bungles after that, and they're historically bad everywhere on defense. Josh Allen could be playing Madden on rookie level these next couple of games outside the Houston matchup. But again, Week 15 against New England, I think will be a key demarcation point on who is going to move forward in the MVP conversation, who's going to fall out, whether it's him or Drake May. Matthew Stafford remains a fixture in the category. And again, I think there's a strong argument there for Jonathan Taylor at plus 750, and he gets Kansas City this week on the road. Let's say Taylor goes out, runs for $150, has another 3 touchdown game, which I think would be like his 4th this season. I think the odds are going to see fall down dramatically. He could be like plus 250, plus 300 come Monday.
I don't disagree. Now, we've talked about one of the, it feels like always a front runner in the AFC. Let's talk about the other one, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs, now at 500, at 5-5. We mentioned Patrick Mahomes at 20-1. They're coming off of back-to-back losses now. The loss on the road at Buffalo, the loss on the road at Denver. And there's a part of me that says, all right, that's 2 AFC frontrunners, and they were both on the road. Like, I don't want to panic about it. Those are 2 AFC favorites, and they're both on the road. But I guess the thought I would be here, I would have in the brain here, Brad, is if we were looking at those were losses 1 and 2 or losses 2 and 3 for Kansas City, I might not be as panicky. I'm a little more panicky when their losses 4 and 5, and through 10 games, this team is at 500. I was with you guys last week, and I said, I think this is a bounce back spot. I think Kansas City plays the most uninspiring at the time 8-2 team I've ever seen in Denver. Denver wins the game, and granted, it was a very, very good, very close game, 22-19 your final. It kind of creates this world, and I don't think it's unfair to say the game this weekend against Indianapolis at Arrowhead kind of feels like this is a game that if Kansas City doesn't win, and 11 games into the season, they're below 500. On one hand, I want to say, it's a little dramatic to say the dynasty is over. On the other hand, they'll be 5-6. Like, what am I supposed to do with that other than say the dynasty is over? This Chiefs-Colts game feels like a big bleeping deal, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people would describe it as make or break, right? And even if they lose this thing, I still think they're going to make the playoffs. And here's the reason why. Because you look at the remaining schedule overall, let's say they lose, hypothetically, to the Colts at home. Very much there on the table. Kansas City is only favored by a field goal. And this game should be a high-scoring affair, indicative at BetMGM with a total of 50.5. So it could be kind of one of those last possession wins the game scenarios. But let's say they're on the losing end. Get the shorter end of the stick. You go to Dallas after that. And of course, the Cowboys are playing for their playoff lives, but I think Kansas City would win that game. And then you get Houston at home. That seems like a bit of a coin flip given the defensive acumen that the Houston Texans have. But I will give Kansas City the victory there at Arrowhead. Then you get the LA Chargers at home. Who knows what version will show up? The one that got absolutely their clocks cleaned. I got to say that slowly, so I say it appropriately. Against Jacksonville, or one that is trending toward a playoff spot. Who the hell knows? And then you get at Tennessee. That's practically a guaranteed win. Then Denver in a revenge game scenario, though at home. And then you're at Vegas, and you're probably going to win that one as well. So looking at it, you're looking at probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 certain wins out of that bunch. If you win 5 games down the home stretch, you got 5 wins down to your 10-win team, you're in the playoffs. So I would pump the brakes on saying it is a must-win scenario this weekend against the Indianapolis Colts, because the following games after that, very doable, very winnable. Everybody can write off Kansas City, but they're going to still make at least the wild card this season.
I don't disagree with that one. Let's take a look at the Sunday night game. Tampa Bay on the road at LA. The Rams 8-2, first place in what has been a interestingly tense division in the NFC West. The Rams have won 5 in a row dating back to their last loss to the 49ers. They won over the 49ers 2 weeks ago. They just got a huge win over Seattle. On the flip side, Tampa, for the first time this season, has lost back-to-back games. Again, kind of a spot that you go against 2 of the top teams in the NFL, 5 points to the Patriots. They lost on the road at Orchard Park to Josh Allen, who looked like he put on the cape and the underoos on the outside of his pants for the first time in a long time. I don't think anybody can write off Tampa, but I think they've kind of hit the point for me, Brad, which I said when they ended up with both Godwin and Evans both on the IL after the injuries started to stack up. There comes a point where there are diminishing returns. I like Egbuka a lot. Yeah. I like when you can move him around the field a little bit. But the reality is there's a long way to go before you can say he is ready to be trusted as the X, as the number one guy. And at the end of the day, I love Baker Mayfield, but the guy can only do so much when he's running with a rookie and a couple of who's-its out there at his primary wide receiver spots. This one is a game that if Tampa wants any chance at sticking around for, it's got to be by the same defense that just allowed Josh Allen to score 6 touchdowns. I don't know what to do with Tampa, but I'm very close to pushing the fade button on that team. I think they still win the division because the division is not good overall.
Oh, it's awful.
But I don't have a lot of belief in that team.
And I don't have a whole lot of belief that they're going to be highly competitive against the Rams either. I mean, the Rams, and a lot of people talking up Stafford, obviously got the dynamic duo wide receiver there with Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and Kyron Williams, really an unsung hero, a guy that is a consummate workhorse, and they saddle him up, and all that guy does is and the whole bunch of winning just over and over again. He'll probably get you another like 80 yards and a touchdown on the ground under the primetime lie. So that defense is underestimated. And a lot of the advanced data does back that up, as the Rams are number 2 in the NFL in EPA per play D. And they've really done a good job bottling up the run. So I think what you're going to see is the antithesis of what we saw with Tampa and Buffalo. It made them competitive. They ended up losing that game, but Sean Tucker goes nuts. Rashad White had a nice game on the ground. Hell, Baker Mayfield scored with the legs. They will not have that ground luxury against the Rammies. It is going to be on Baker, the touchdown maker. Can he go airborne early and often? Can he not only get the ball to Emeka Egbuka, but consistently to Cade Otton, who underachieved last week, to Tez Johnson, who has had his bright spots on occasion here last couple of weeks? That is to be determined. I think they get shut down in the game. I like the Rams. I think the Rams can win by 7+. And that will just stoke the fires even more. Matthew Stafford to be MVP again, folks, plus 135 in that category currently at BetMGM, the clear front runner, and he could add some distance, whether a prime time stellar performance. And I think that is very much in the cards against Tampa.
I think it is fair. All right, 2 things. Number 1, buddy, that's a solid A+ horse impression that you just pulled off there. I didn't know you had that one in the bag, but like, good performance there.
Yeah,
somebody give that man an Oscar. What do we do, Bradley, with the Pittsburgh Steelers? Aaron Rodgers, we learned today, no surgery. Mike Tomlin said in the presser, no surgery. Looks like he's going to give it a go when they take on the Bears on the road On the flip side of that equation, this Chicago Bears team is 7-3. It's almost like somebody told you preseason, Bears fans, that Caleb Williams can be a dude. You just need to get a guy in there who's not an absolute dumpster fire as your head coach. And like, maybe the Bears can do a little something with the offense. If you got this team with a playoff ticket, raise your hand. Oh, wait, what? Just Rob Brown? You're welcome. What the hell do we do this game in 80 seconds, Brad?
All I want to hear is this: exercise the demons, Chicago Bears. Aaron Rodgers has killed you. He has owned you. And the entire time he was with the Green Bay Packers and with other teams. It is time to take out the angst. It is time to take out the frustration and punish him. Punish him. And don't be a fraidy cat, Aaron Rodgers. Go out there and indeed play. We did see, though, Will Howard actually took some first-team reps in practice today, the rookie out of the Ohio State. So let's don't guarantee it's going to be Mason Rudolph either. Look, the problem with Pittsburgh is this. Back end defensively, they've been trash. They've given up the most pass yards of any secondary in the NFL. This should be a big-time game for Caleb Williams, who was on pace to become the first ever 4,000-yard passer in Chicago Bears history. And they're getting it done on the ground as well. The 1-2 punch there, DeAndre Swift and Common guy. I think Colson Loveland is going to be an X factor in this game. Oh, bear down all freaking day long. Somebody give me a shot of Malort stat.
The streak of Rob Brown believing in Chicago teams more than the dudes that work on the show that live in Chicago do continues. And also, Malort sucks. You know what doesn't? Shannon Farron, sideline reporter for the Chargers. She talks to us next on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM network. Malort is terrible. Fight me.
It is.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
What's different about this year, I think at least, is that Indiana has this oddly timed bye week, which is this week. The Indiana Hoosiers will not be playing. Fernando Mendoza will be out of sight, out of mind. And I actually think that creates an opportunity for another guy, maybe a couple of guys, to enter the conversation for winning the Heisman Trophy. Now, Mendoza eventually will come back off the bye. They play Purdue, where they'll be a big favorite against Purdue. And then after that, it'll be the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. And that's the game that everyone's looking forward to. That's the game where everyone's going to be, hey, 1 versus 2. I don't think it's going to be billed as like a Heisman Trophy bowl. And we'll get into that when we talk some Julian Sayin here. But like, that's the game for Fernando Mendoza to leave no doubt to win the Heisman Trophy. And even if he loses the game and it's respectable, I still think he wins the Heisman Trophy. But if they get blown out, maybe that opens the door for somebody else. But Mendoza, of course, best story in college football, the Indiana Hoosiers. He's the quarterback of that team. He's the face of it. Statistically, makes a lot of sense. 4th in the nation in QBR. He checks all the boxes. Now, like the eye test wise, well, if he wins the Heisman, okay, we've had better winners. But in terms of his stats and the team success, checks all the boxes. Makes a lot of sense. Julian Sayin, he's plus 225 in the betting market. This is where like you kind of have to use a little bit of like art with the science here, because the art tells you, or sorry, the science rather, that tells you that this guy should actually win the award. Statistically, 2nd in QBR. He's awesome. Plays on maybe the best team in the country, probably the best team in the country. Extremely efficient, but nobody believes. It's that simple. And that's where I think the betting market has this wrong. That plus 225, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know, like, if he goes nuclear against Michigan and nuclear against Indiana, maybe he wins the award. But I just don't see it. The prevailing thought when it comes to Julian Sayin is that he's just a passenger along for the ride. And I think a lot of people think, oh, man, like 25, 30 quarterbacks would be undefeated on Ohio State. Fair or unfair, that's how people talk about Julian Sayin. And also, he's a freshman. Like, if there's any voter bias or if this is tied, I think people are going to say, you know what? We'll give it to you next year. Prove it next year. You're a freshman. Let's give it to this other guy. Like, those are things that are working against Julian Sayin. And this Saturday, they're playing. Ohio State's taking on Rutgers. That's the big noon kickoff game. They're a 31.5-point favorite. I don't know if there's anything that he could do against Rutgers that's going to make people be like, oh, Sayin Heisman, and have this like epiphany or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. I don't see that. Maybe against Michigan, maybe in the Big Ten title game, but we're starting to run out of weeks for Julian Sayin to live up to what the betting market has been saying over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So Sayin, to me, I would never bet him, especially when you factor in the price. Marcel Reed of Texas A&M, come on. Like, no. Just no. No. It's not happening. It's not. 13th in the country in QBR. Still, nobody believes in Marcel Reed. Like the Athletics Heisman straw poll. Last week, he wasn't even in it. This week, massive comeback. Heisman moment. Where's Marcel Reed? He's 7th with 6 third-place votes. Not a first-place vote, not a second-place vote. Nobody believes with Marcel Reed. And you know what? It's rather unfortunate because he's actually been really good. But this week, they host Samford, a 1-10 FCS team. You might as well just go on bye week at that point, honestly. You might as well. The game is on SEC Network Plus. Good luck finding that. They play Texas. That's a monster game coming up next week. That'll obviously have a lot of eyeballs. Everyone's going to watch that. They beat Texas. They'll be in the SEC title game. That'll be another massive game. But still, nobody believes that Marcel Reed is a guy. Nobody seems to care, which means we shouldn't care, even though he's at plus 500.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It is BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. We are in a term I believe is only used in radio, efforting Shannon Farron, sideline reporter for the LA Chargers. We'll see if we can get her on here in just a minute and talk about this football team a little bit. And while we wait for the lovely Shannon Farron, Brad, let's talk a little bit about this team, where this team is, because I do think 35-6 they lose to the Jags. And even though your boy is, I'm relatively sure, the only remaining voice in radio trying to sell you that, hey, this Trevor Lawrence dude can be a dude, the Jags just need a little bit of long-term stability and we'll get there, that's still not a score that we expected to scroll on the little ticker across the bottom of the screen by the time we got to the conclusion of NFL Sunday. That offense looked about as cold as we've seen that offense look, as we've seen any offense look. They ended up, Justin Herbert, 10 of 18, 81 yards and a pick. On the ground, 16 team carries, 42 team yards. They had just 8 first downs in the game, right at 22 minutes of possession. This team might be the most hot or cold offense in the NFL. And it's wildly confusing to me, Brad, because when the Chargers offense has been on, they've looked every bit the Super Bowl winner as anybody else. The problem is they turn around and do whatever the hell this was that they did this past Sunday. I know that they've had some injuries. They went and they got Trevor Penning out of New Orleans for a 6th-round pick, which I got to tell you, they could have sent New Orleans like a 6-pack of Abita beer and they would have overpaid for Trevor Penning. He got stuck on an island and absolutely abused, which led to Justin Herbert getting absolutely abused. This team's got some problems they've got to deal with. And yet, anyway, Brad, are still 7-4 and second in the AFC West right now. Another team that I don't know what the hell to do with right now.
Yeah, they're almost indecipherable at the current moment. A bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. I'm still jarred. I'm still stunned and rather floored at what occurred there in Jacksonville. Duval County. I mean, they got just their butts kicked from beginning to end. Justin Herbert didn't even survive the fourth quarter. They sat him down and just threw in the white towel and said, all right, let's regroup. I think the bye week is perfect timing for them to reassess, to go ahead and, dissect their issues, diagnose them and remedy them in a hurry. The hope is, And hopefully we're going to be able to get Shannon on, because one of the questions I had for her was, what's the latest on Amari and Hampton, right? Not only for fantasy football managers that have had him sitting in an IR slot for the last several weeks, my hand is firmly raised. But for the sake of this team, they have got to establish a consistent ground game. Kamani Vidal was able to do it there for a hot minute. The last couple of games have been a bit of a struggle running the rock. And you might say, well, that is a repercussion of the offensive line, the numerous issues that have really littered that front, and why it is dragging them down overall. They can open a hole for a mouse right now. And that's understandable, but Vidal also isn't doing a whole lot in the pass game. He's just kind of running a brick wall after brick wall after brick wall. So not getting appreciable yards after contact per attempt, not showing the shimmy, the shake there, and the missed tackles. Amari Hampton is a load. Guy is like a beer keg with feet. And he's got supreme break tackle ability. And the handful of games that we saw him on the field, it looked like he was going to be, possibly in the conversation for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Then the injury amp struck, and we haven't seen him, in the last handful of weeks. So that's the big question, I think, for that team. Defensively, on the back end, they got some issues right now. But offensively, they have so much talent. And the other thing that was very perplexing to me last week, and we've seen this happen not once but twice the last, I think, 2 or 3 games, Quentin Johnston, donuts. He opened up a couple of Krispy Kremes in those 2 games, not catching a damn pass. I think he had like 1 target in Duval County there against the Jacksonville Jaguars. They have got to get him more involved in the offensive schematics. So that really opens some things up, not only with the big playability downfield, but also working then throws to Keenan Allen, who's still a savvy route runner. Maybe Rondé Gadsden, who's a guy that's been a breakout here last handful of weeks. And, of course, they got the McConkey donkey, who's always doing a lot of the dirty work and catching some big plays down the field as well. So those are the 2 biggest takeaways for me on offense. Amari and Hampton, when are you going to be back? Quentin Johnson, are you going to show and display some consistency? And I guess the third question, and might be the most important, the offensive line. Are they going to be suitable enough for this team to be competitive and Justin Herbert to stay upright?
You know what? I know exactly who we can ask those questions and more to. She is a sideline reporter for the LA Chargers, Shannon Farron, joining us here on the program. Shannon, phenomenal to have you here on BetMGM tonight. We appreciate it. And why not jump right in with one of the questions Brad got asked? I'll ask the same thing. Trevor Penning picked up from New Orleans for a 6th rounder. Got benched in the game, I believe, because he was left on an island. It was not going well. For a team that has a head coach that has said, we want to rely on the run, we want to be able to rely on the run, especially when you've got a banged up Amari and Hampton, what do you make of this offensive line as a unit? Is it injury? Is it just underperforming? And can they get to be a playoff caliber offensive line unit when the time comes?
Guys, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. I don't know when you're listening, but hey, that was the 13th combination of starting O-line the Chargers have had all season. The 13th. I mean, that's insane. 2 games ago, you had the guys at 6 and 7 on the depth chart starting to protect Justin Herbert. It has been a mess. They started the season with 2 all-pro tackles, and Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, and lost both for the season to injury. I mean, it's incredible that you have that kind of talent at both tackles on any line in the NFL. Tackles are hard to come by. When they needed one, when Joe Ortiz, the GM, had to go out and find one before the trade deadline, all they found was Trevor Penning. And by all the analysts' reviews, it was the best option. This was a former first rounder who struggled early on, had some early injuries his rookie year. He comes over, and like Greg Roman, the OC here in LA, said, this is a different language. It's an elaborate playbook. So last week, Trevor Penning was here. He was trying to pick up that language. He was on the sideline when the Chargers played Pittsburgh, and he did just that. He listened and he learned. Rashawn Slater was out there kind of walking him through different machinations of the playbook in real time. It was not a successful start for him in Jacksonville. But, I mean, name one player for the Chargers that had a successful start. I'm still processing the debacle that happened in Jacksonville. To your question about the run game, I know I brought up Greg Roman. When you look at the tandem of Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, the first thing you think of is strong running game. That's the way they've always wanted to structure their offense, and it's no different in L.A. It just hasn't materialized. What did they do in the offseason? They get Najee Harris. They pick up Amari Hampton high in the draft. They've got that 1-2 thunder lightning approach there. These are going to be a tag team effort in the backfield, and we lose them both to injury. You know, Vidal, for everything he's been able to accomplish, that's a guy who started the training camp deep in the depth chart in that room, and suddenly he's thrust into the number one running back position. Oh, and P.S., there's no help. But the good news is, to answer your question, sorry, long-winded, Omari Hampton, I saw him on the sideline, prime time against the Steelers. He had his boot off. That was 2 weeks ago. He was all smiles. They've been coy about when they're going to open up the 21-day practice window for him. I think he's good to go next week. He has got to be good to go next week.
Oh, that's
After
big
the
news
bye,
right
you know
there
what I mean.
for
Yeah.
us
No.
curious fantasy
I'm not
manager
saying I have
minds.
I'm not saying I have inside information. I'm just saying from a fan perspective, he has got to be ready to go.
Okay,
They're
all right. Well,
sitting in a wild card spot. Nothing will change, but they've got to have a run game to get that offense moving back and get that rhythm back again.
Well, trust your gut. I hope it is indeed correct, because we all want to see Omari Hampton back on the field, especially the fantasy football community, in the worst way. Shannon, let's talk about another guy that's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for this franchise, and Quentin Johnston. He's been more of an enigma here of late. A pair in the last 4 games of donuts. The manager there, the local Dunkin' in SoCal. What explains, in your estimation, the box score zeros, and how important are his contributions in this offense?
You're making me want a Krispy Kreme real bad. You're right. I mean, it is a question. My brother calls me. He's like, I've got Q. Should I sit him? What should I do? And I'm like, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea. I mean, you look at what Greg Roman has done from week to week, and you're scratching your head. Is that by design? Is that to keep defenses on their toes in terms of where Justin's number one target is? I don't know. You saw Ladd McConkey off to a really slow start. I mean, he was the rookie everyone talked about last season, blew everyone's assumptions away in that playoff game in Houston. The Chargers ended up losing, but McConkey was good for like 197 receiving yards as a rookie in a playoff game. He put the league on notice, and he also put all of his efforts on tape. And I think that defenses adjusted. So what did Ladd McConkey do? He adjusted as well. First 5 games, not a lot. Then he started picking up. Now going into that game in Jacksonville, and let's just flush that whole thing, because that was just not indicative of what this offense is. McConkey became again the number one target. You've got Keenan Allen, right, who they love to go to on third down. You've got now Oronde Gadsden, and I think that's a big difference in Q's start to the season, where he was a frequent flyer in the red zone, in those chunk plays. He was scoring a lot of fantasy points. But then you have the emergence of Oronde Gadsden. He is a tight end. He is a rookie. He is a monster at, 21, 22 years old? I mean, this guy is going to be a beast. Pen him in for your fantasy teams for the next 3 years, because by the time he's 25, he's going to be the size of a nose tackle, and he's a dual threat at tight end, and he can block, and they love him at that facility. So he's just going to get more reps and more snaps, and he's good across the middle. He's got sure hands. He's a massive target. And that was kind of Q's lane, that big target. Oronde's gotten a lot of those balls in recent weeks.
Shannon, last one. We'll let you get out of here on this one. Left out ahead of these Chargers are the Raiders. Eagles on the road at Kansas City, on the road at Dallas, back home for the Houston Texans, and then at Denver, the current division leaders in the AFC West. 2 games out in the division. What is the postseason fate for this team? Is this a wild card team? Is there enough runway to catch Denver? What do you think this team ends up the 2025 regular season looking like?
Had they won in Jacksonville, I'd say they'd give Denver a run for their money, but that Denver defense is too consistent, too good. Yes, Bo Nix makes mistakes, but I think it'll all iron out. I see Denver running away with this division. Although Kansas City, this is when they start screwing with us, right? This is when they start getting really good, but I just don't see it for them. I just don't see it in the cards. So I think the Chargers probably land in that wild card spot they're currently in. So that would be my prognosis.
Shannon Farren, sideline reporter for the LA Chargers. You can find her on X at Shannon Farren, Farre. And Shannon, you are the best. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Shannon.
Happy to do it. Shannon Farren, Chargers sideline reporter here on BetMGM tonight with Rob Brown and Brad Evans on the BetMGM network. Bradley, your numero uno takeaway from Shannon Farren, because I look at this team and I go, yeah, I think wild card feels about right. But as she pointed out, after what happened to the Jags, it's like, golly, it feels like a shaky foundation, though.
Yeah, and here's the good news. When you come off the 1 week siesta, you get Viva Las Vegas, and everybody's trouncing them. See the evidence last night of the Dallas Cowboys absolutely blew them out of the building. So that is a get-right spot in the definition of that phrase. And if Amari Hampton, again, she doesn't have any inside information, but she said, hey, we're seeing him do a little bit more on the sidelines. Obviously they can ramp up the workouts, and he can get through a couple of practices this week. Maybe, just maybe, fingers and toes crossed, he returns. Despite their offensive line issues, you could have some consistency on the ground, which they have not really had with Kamani Vidal. That really opens some things up. I mean, Justin Herbert has run a hell of a lot more than he did last year. So that is, a saving grace of sorts offensively, him calling his own number, and you have all the weapons downfield whenever Q does arrive and catches balls. And she mentioned Ronnie Gadsden being that X factor, and a guy that's really risen to the occasion here of late. Again, I like the construct of this team. They just got to fix a couple areas, get healthy, get right in a couple of different categories, and they could push. And they're not going to push Denver for the division lead, but they could easily push themselves into the postseason and possibly win a game or two.
Yeah, I would go one step further and say it is going to be so big to get Amari and Hampton back into this lineup, man. Like, I know we talked a little bit about him briefly setting that interview up. This cat is rushing. And remember, Horvat and I, we were on the same boat. We both loved Amari and Hampton. Like, that was one of my favorite picks of the first round. He was my breakout player of the draft this year. 314 rushing yards on 66 attempts with 2 touchdowns. The man's averaging 4.8 yards per rushing attempt right now. You're giving me a guy who's getting me 5 a touch. I'm giving you a guy who's getting 25 touches a game, and that is enough to change that game. All right, we'll talk some more NFL. We'll get you into some college hoops and more. Brad, Rob, you, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I like Houston at this number at 5.5. Keep in mind the Bills about 5 or 6 weeks ago were on the road in Atlanta in that Monday night game. They were 3.5-point favorite. They lose outright. Now they're laying 5.5 on the road against Houston. I understand it's probably going to be Davis Mills again, but the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. We know the Bills have been very up and down this season. Right when it looks like they're going to turn the corner, they come back down to life, and then right when it looks like they look terrible, that's when they play really well. So off the heels of that really great performance against the Bucs, short week on the road, I like Houston plus the 5.5 against Buffalo. Sunday, we got the Steelers taking on the Bears. Chicago a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. As of now, looks like Mason Rudolph probably going to be under center. for the Steelers in that game. Would be cool to see Aaron Rodgers one more time against the Bears in this matchup. Steelers in a teaser feels like the play at +9. Bears play everybody close. They win every game in the fourth quarter, come from behind, 2-point wins, 1-point wins, 3-point wins. So I would lean Pittsburgh +3, but I think Steelers +9 in a teaser, really good bet this week against Chicago. New England's a 7-point favorite on the road against Cincinnati this week. Jamar Chase is going to be suspended for this game. He's trying to appeal, so maybe he ends up playing on Sunday. Regardless, though, I just don't know how Cincinnati's going to get stops against Drake May and this New England offense. Travion Henderson is finally starting to get involved. He's had a monster last couple weeks, so they got the run game going. Drake May's playing terrific. Bengals have probably the worst defense in the NFL and now might be without their top offensive weapon in Jamar Chase. So Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet. You want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville, so probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams, I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker, so look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally, Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the fourth quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit on the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense. I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts as well.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It is BetMGM Tonight, and it is indeed live right here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Brad Evans with you today. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is college football season. In fact, our college football playoff rankings will be dropping here in just mere moments from now, and we'll react to them in just a moment. But as Bradley Evans would like all of you to acknowledge, if you will turn your attention to your big screen TVs across these great United States, it's college basketball season too, baby, as is evidenced by the fact that we've got multiple top 25 matchups. Michigan State just got done thoroughly trouncing the Kentucky Wildcats, and we're going to talk about that here in just a minute. But to talk about all the basketball, joining us now from the field of 68, Rocco Miller, here on the show. Rocco, my guy, good to have you, big dog. Let's dive right in. Another game happening right now. We're watching the North Carolina Tar Heels try to pull away from the Navy midshipmen. Hubert Davis is interesting. Has made the tournament 3 out of 4 years. Year number 1, they're runners-up. Year number 2, they miss entirely Sweet 16 the next year, one of the first 4 last year to get in. Obviously, expectations with a team like the North Carolina Tar Heels are a little bit higher than just your any other school across America, which is interesting in that the folks I've talked to have said Hubert Davis kind of back against the wall, which is weird for a guy who's gone to the tournament 3 out of 4 years, but it feels like it is. So I will ask you a question I asked Bradley Evans earlier in the show to get your thoughts now. What the hell do I expect out of this North Carolina Tar Heel program this year?
Well, I mean, what the reality is, and it's great to be on with you too, Big Dog. Great to be back on the show with you guys. I would say this, North Carolina fans pretty restless after last year. I think if you asked 50% of them, they would treat last year like they didn't even make the tournament and that Bubba Cunningham did them a favor to get in. 90% of the rest of the country would probably agree with that half of the fans. The others will probably take a little bit of pride in that one tournament win they had last year. But this is North Carolina, fellas. So the expectations, I think, are through the roof. It all comes down to what the pressure of the AD is at the end of the season. Is the Sweet 16 good enough? Is the round of 32 good enough? I think anything short of the round of 32 is probably going to spell doom for Mr. Davis. Just getting in again and leaving in the round of 64 or before is not going to cut it. So I feel like that's what they're up against. Now, on the bright side, Caleb Wilson is playing like one of the best freshmen in the country, probably is one of the best freshmen in the country, and he has been the guy tonight to lead this, as we speak, a 13-2 North Carolina run to take a 20-point lead. As we speak, Caleb has 21 points, 11 rebounds. What a nice weapon to have there. And Henry Visard, a big difference maker in the middle, came over from Arizona. There's plenty of talent on the team. We saw them beat Kansas in their first real test by double digits in the Dean Dome. But they're going to have a bunch of games coming up now in the next few weeks that are going to be away from the Dean Dome against some big-time competition. So it's wait and see mode, and I think it all comes down to, like I said earlier, how it plays out in March.
Rocco, Brad Evans here. Always great to hear you and see your beautiful face this time of the year, because it is the best time of the year with the confluence of sports and college basketball starting to chip away. Eventually, we'll take the main stage after the NFL wraps it up. And speaking of wrapping it up, that's exactly what Michigan State did in convincing fashion tonight. They're inside MSG, winning 83-66. Really wasn't particularly close at all in the second half. What were your biggest takeaways from the game tonight? And on top of that, where do you see Kentucky and Michigan State stack up in their respective conferences?
Well, Michigan State, first of all the credit to them. They came today, regardless of what was going on for Kentucky, focused and ready to win. They may have saw my tweet this morning that said Michigan State at 5-9, I believe it was, before tonight, had the worst record out of the 4 teams that are in this event every year. And tonight was round 15, so they get to 6-9. Obviously very difficult for them to beat Duke, Kansas, or Kentucky. Those are their 3 options each year. So the one, roster-wise, I thought the way Fears Jr. Ran the point, 13 assists, so unselfish, only took three shots. That's really good for the Spartan offense. Teed up guys like Jackson Kohler, who was super efficient with his 20 points, led the Spartans there. And I also thought seeing Trey Fort knock down, 3 triples himself. Tang also had 3 triples. This is a Michigan State team that's trying to show, especially in these bigger matchups, that they can shoot, space the floor well. They go 11 for 22 from 3. That's a great sign. And 50% across the board for the night. They also, I think, own the glass against Kentucky. Of course, Kentucky will be without Jayton Quinton until January, the beast Arizona State transfer. If he does get back by January, and I think Kentucky really needs him, you look at the rebounding numbers tonight, and it's 42-28 Spartans. That's a big problem if you're Mark Pope. This Kentucky roster is full of guys making several dollars. I think somewhere around 10 to 11 of them, maybe at $1 million or above on this roster. So Kentucky has huge expectations behind the scenes. Mark Pope has done nothing but ignite the fan base. Really, less talented team last year got them to the Sweet 16. And Kentucky, if they can get to full health, again, they're down two guys right now, with Jalon Lowe being out still, the transfer from Pitt. If they get those guys fully healthy by SEC play, the expectations will be, compete for the SEC championship and certainly a chance to get to the Final Four.
We're having a great conversation about college hoops with Rocco Miller for the Field of 68. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Rocco Miller 8. Again, on X at Rocco Miller 8. Rocco, tomorrow, my beloved ILL, the University of Illinois Fighting Illini, take on Alabama inside the United Center in Chicago. The Tide are in the middle of a schedule gauntlet at the moment. They just lost at home to Purdue, out-rebound on the game 52-28. They get Illini tomorrow in Chicago in a semi-away game, and they follow up with the Zags. Kudos to Nate Oates for challenging his youngsters in the early season. What are your thoughts on the matchup between the East Block Illini, where everybody calls them around my neck of the woods? I only live a stone's throw away from the State Farm Center here in Champaign, and Alabama. Currently at BetMGM, Illinois is a 3.5-point favorite. So scout this one for us, and please pick the orange and blue.
Well, Illinois, I think in the middle has a great size advantage with the Ivicevic boys. Tomislav, of course, at 7'1", and Big Z at 7'2". See how effective they can use that net. Now you see on the Alabama side, Noah Williamson at 7 foot doesn't get a lot of usage, so he's more of a stopgap versus a primary. Their primary is Taylor Bullblowen, the former Florida State Seminole, who's 6'10", and Aiden Sherrill at 6'11". I think right there in the middle of the floor, an edge for Illinois rebounding wise. Obviously, we know what happens on the perimeter at Illinois. Andre Stojakovic, my old neighbor at both Stanford and Cal, I'm out here in Oakland, California, is tearing it up early and often for the Illini. And Kylan Boswell, of course, is the straw that stirs the Illini drink. Plus, you have weapons like Ben Himaturis, who's been phenomenal since he got to Illinois via Evansville. I think Illinois is one of the most dangerous teams in the country because when they're playing at their peak, you can see them beating the elites of the country. And so, maybe we'll get that example tomorrow, especially being in the United Center. Should be a pro-Illinois crowd. I think with Alabama, they've already been through a couple of big battles, losing that one at home to Purdue. If I'm an Illini fan, I'm a little concerned about that because they have an excellent coaching staff. They're going to correct some things from that loss. Obviously, going up against Trey Kaufman-Renn in that game was a huge task, and Oscar Clough next to him. But that's where Illinois has the chance to exploit Alabama's interior, much like Purdue did. And so I'm curious about the game within the game, the adjustments to adjustments. But we saw when Alabama played in the Garden at St. John's, just how tough they are and tenacious they are. And I think the health of Latrell Wrightsell is really important as well, because I think he is their best on-ball defender if they're trying to slow down dribble penetration from Kylan Boswell or even Stojakovic for that matter. They need a healthy Wrightsell to help get stops. He had 4 big steals against St. John's, and so those are some of the players to watch.
I like that take. All right, I know we're kind of talking specifics here, Rocco, but Brad and I had a conversation, and I've been thinking about it ever since. He mentioned a minute ago, blame football. Sure, we all do. What's happening in football kind of runs college sports. But what does the future of college basketball look like to you as we watch conference expansion, as we watch what is happening with the money and the playoffs and all that? Because whatever happens in the football landscape, every other collegiate sport's going to be brought along with it. I think basketball has at least some level of survivability based on how much money the March Madness tournament generates, but obviously there's a lot of teams that aren't involved in that annually. What do you think is the long-term future of college basketball while we have these billions of dollars circling around in the football world that is going to drag it along one way or the next?
Well, I don't think it's all roses, that's for sure. For somebody who likes to look at the sport through kind of all levels, I tried my best to cover all 31 leagues, try to create a path to equality for everybody to have a fair shot at a bid. But we all know that that's just not real. Last year, UC Irvine led the country by far in true road wins. It's one of the most impressive resumes I've seen, and they did not even get a sniff from the selection committee for the first 4 out. So in Boise State, of course, being left out was well documented. I think they were the second team out, but right now it's just so hard because the powers that be, let's say the SEC and the Big Ten, just trickling over from football, They have so many more resources to pay their players. So would you rather be Alabama's 12th best player or be UC Irvine's best player for half the price, for half the amount of money you can make? Most of the players in the player population would love to just take their chances, take the bag now, and try to earn a spot in the rotation at training camp or in the 6 weeks of practices leading up to the season versus being the best player at one of these mid majors. We've never been in a situation like this before as a collective whole in college basketball, and the divide is continuing to deepen further by the day. And I think what we're looking at in the future, we already know we're going to have a 76 team tournament, but I believe those extra 8 spots, you would have to imagine 6 of the 8 at least are probably going to benefit the Power 5, if not the Power 2. And in reality, if Kentucky's got a $20 million player pool of money to work with, and even a school like SMU has $5 million, how are those schools going to accept the fact when the NCAA payouts come back to them that a school like a St. Mary's or like a even smaller school like a Robert Morris is getting just as much back in tournament residuals? I think that's a major problem, and I think there's real risk for an all-encompassing mid-major tournament to just eventually take shape and an all-power conference tournament eventually to take shape. I think that's the doomsday scenario if you're following the money closely like I am. I think the other side of my brain says, okay, we have the most beautiful tournament in the world. We have you have Jane in accounting. If you work at a full-time business that wants to fill out a bracket and watch these games, and that's what makes it worth $9 billion annually. And so I do have hope that they figure out some more equal ways to keep access. It's all about the access for all 31 leagues to at least have one team in the field.
I think that is a very solid take. Rocco Miller for the Field of 68. You can follow him on X at Rocco Miller 8. My man, great to have you back, big dog. Appreciate the time, my guy.
My pleasure. Let's do it again soon, boys.
Absolutely will. Rocco Miller here on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What does the committee do with Ole Miss? Do they get dinged if Lane takes one of these jobs?
This is the most interesting part of this. So I'm gonna go, and guys know all I love to do is I go backwards to go forwards. But the adding in the early signing period, adding in the playoff plus the portal, Lane can't take any job right now. He's got a team that's going to be in the top 10. He cannot take any job. He has to finish the drill. And you look at the playoff now that we've expanded, it's 12 teams, right? When do those games get played? Sammy, can you tell me? When do those games get played?
December 20th, I believe.
Right. And if he wins, then the next game is what? We're going into January, aren't we?
10 days.
Basically.
Yeah.
So he can't take a job. So you can't hire him. You might want him, Florida. You might want him, anybody else. But he can't take that job. He got to finish the drill. So I don't think they get dinged for that. I think what happens is Lane is he's locked in at Ole Miss. I also think Ole Miss likes the way. I think he likes Ole Miss. They got a little swashbuckler quality to them that is hey, we'll take it any way we can get it. And so he's doing that. But Ole Miss, that's a good football team. And they know what they're doing, and he's allowed to kind of play fast and loose, go out and make plays. So, and again, we talked about it with Georgia and Texas A&M. Those two teams are going to they'll probably play in Atlanta. Ole Miss is just going to be sitting there yeah, buddy. They'll probably host you mentioned Notre Dame getting to host a game in the playoff. I think Ole Miss might get to host a game as well. And they're just going to, you keep your kids on campus, you keep going, you keep moving, and they're going to be, again, they're sitting right there ready for action. So the only thing what Ole Miss doesn't need to have happen is them get squared up with Alabama. That's the one thing that Lane Kiffin is come on, give me somebody from anywhere else. Give me somebody from anywhere else. Please don't put Alabama on my ticket. So, don't put them on our dance card. I do think that Ole Miss is, we're looking at a 10-1 football team. They got the Egg Bowl, and they're ready to rock and roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But no, I don't think that Lane's going to take a job. I don't think they get dinged for that. I think that for them, As long as they take care of business against Mississippi State, we're talking about a team that doesn't have to go to the SEC championship game, and probably will be hosting one of those first round games.
I want to throw this long shot idea at you. It's a long shot for a reason. Let's go to the AFC South. You've got Indy coming off a bye. They're 8-2 on the season. Jacksonville 6-4. Look good against the Chargers over the weekend. Don't know that that's going to continue with the number of injuries that they have on that team. Houston's just hanging out at 5-5. Just won a couple games without CJ Stroud. They play on Thursday against Buffalo. Tough matchup. But the Colts' schedule gets very challenging. If you look at the remaining strength of schedule, Colts have the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL. The Texans are 16-1. This week, the Colts have the Chiefs, and the Texans have the Bills in Houston. So that's a 5.5-point spread. Maybe they can end up winning that game. Don't know. But what do you think about Houston, who plays the Colts twice still? They're 3 games back with catching the Colts, 16-1.
If I was betting $100 on the Texans, here's how I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do 70 to make the playoffs and 30 to win the division. That's how I'd split it. I would much rather stack chips on the 3-1 price, BetMGM 3-1 to make the postseason.
Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Tonight, entering our numero tres. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rob Brown in for the iconic Ryan Horvath. Joining me, I guess I should say I'm joining him. The illustrious Brad Evans is here on this wonderful American Tuesday evening. And ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you some have been waiting for, our college football playoff rankings dropped while we were on the break just a few minutes ago. Let's get into what it looks like and how they're stacked up. 25-20, Houston. And then the, as of right now, number 12 seed, the Tulane Green Wave, Roll Wave, busted out the best college football unis in the game with their absolutely obnoxious New Orleans Tribute City Connects a couple weeks ago. I love them. Judge me. They were great. Tulane right now in the 12 seed at number 24. Mizzou, North Texas, and James Madison are 23-21. Tennessee, Virginia, now at number 19, up a spot. Michigan hangs out at 18. Texas drops to 17, down 7 spots. And USC, how about Lincoln Riley, all the way up to 16? And by the way, and we'll talk about this in a minute, Lincoln Riley's name starting to get connected with a couple of those bigger open gigs. I don't know how much bigger you could be than USC, but the folks at USC, I am being told, not super interested in matching a top 5 paid head coach salary for Lincoln Riley. We'll get to that in a minute. Georgia Tech at number 15, 1 spot behind Miami at number 14. Utah at 13. The Vanderbilt Commodores up a spot to number 12. 11, BYU. Alabama, after their L this weekend, drops down 6 spots to number 10. 1 spot behind the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They hang out at number 9. Oklahoma with their win. That was a big one, up 3 spots now to number 8. Texas Tech moves up 2 spots to number 2. 1 spot behind number 6. Oregon. Ole Miss is at number 5. Your top 4 in the straight seeding format. The 4 teams getting the bye. At number 4, Georgia. At number 3, Texas A&M. They received 1 of the first place votes. Texas A&M 3, Indiana 2, and Ohio State 1. My idiotic self just realized I was looking at the AP poll because I switched screens during the break. So USC, Vandy, Miami, Utah, BYU, Alabama at 10. Then Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Oregon, Ole Miss, and Texas Tech at number 5. Georgia, A&M, Indiana, and Ohio State at number 1. The consensus nearly at number 1. Brad, I got to tell you, man, and you knew this was kind of going to be the case. The longer we went in the season, the closer to week 17 or the week 14 we got, the closer to the end of the season, the more I thought we would have our Macho Man Randy Savage, the cream raises to the top, format. There's nothing that jumps off the page as a misfire to me here. I think when you combine results, strength of schedule, where teams are in their conferences, etc., honestly, 1 through 15, I'm pretty good with. I don't really see anything that jumps off the page as a misfire here.
No, I don't really either. I don't think there was much of a cat out of the bag, jack out of the box kind of surprise moment that grabbed people's attention. They're like, "Ooh, you got to be kidding me!" All right, and started warning any kind of conversation. I think it kind of more or less went by the book. What we all anticipated and expected. I can tell you this: if it did shake out this way, and again, we still got a couple of weeks left before we see the final pairings of that Notre Dame Oklahoma game. And 8-9, oh, baby, it'd be a dandy. Same would be for Oregon and Alabama. I would definitely sit my butt on the couch and absorb every single second of that for all 3.5 hours of both of those affairs. Candidly, I think Ole Miss would wax Miami in a 6-11, and Texas Tech would destroy Tulane. I think Texas Tech is a team that very few people are talking about on the national scene. You might say, well, Evans are number 5 in this latest pecking order in the college football playoff, but there's not been a whole lot of fanfare around them. Maybe they're not the sexiest, but they have right now, if you look at all the advanced metrics, that are available, whether on Pro Football Focus, College Football Graphs, whether it's EPA data, PFF's efficiency data, they're elite defensively. You could argue they're right there with the Ohio State as being almost like a 1A, 1B scenario in terms of the best defenses in all of college football. And they ain't too shabby either when they're spinning the spirals and running the rock. So very balanced team that can push any of those big boys in the top 4. But yeah, in general, no surprises. And I will say this, my last point, BYU's game this weekend against Cincinnati, you want to talk about mammoth, you want to talk about colossal, you want to talk about must-have. That's a big one for them because that could really boost the overall resume and maybe get them off the bubble and into the field as they're one of the first 2 teams out of the latest college football playoff projection.
They are, as it stands right now, 11-12 are BYU and Utah. And of course, those teams would have to make way because the ACC and the Group of 5 champions today are not inside the top 12. And while we are in a straight seeding, you do still get the top 5 ranked conference champions, meaning that 11-12 right now would be out to make way for the ACC and Group of 5, which of course would be Miami and Tulane. Now, obviously, who goes into that Miami spot up in the air because Georgia Tech can still win that conference. Louisville can still, there are still potential winners out there in the ACC. And same with Tulane in the 12th spot. Navy is still alive. There are other teams from the G5 that are still available to go in that spot. The point is 11-12 right now, BYU and Utah would get bounced. So I think that game is absolutely enormous. I'll tell you another team came kind of hanging out in that region right now. Now, I will say, I do not think, Brad, that this team is necessarily the national championship contender that I wanted them to be. I absolutely do think they could be a team that shows up and plays. Spoiler, Vanderbilt's got one more top 25 game left ahead of them, too. Vanderbilt currently sitting at number 14. If Miami was to go, they're still in that spot. But Vanderbilt's at 14, and they are on the road at Tennessee. And I think Tennessee is a winnable game for the Vanderbilt Commodores behind Diego Pavia. This is likely going to be, because at this point, who the hell knows anymore? Diego Pavia's last game with the Doors, maybe he sues for like 8 to 10 more years of eligibility. I don't know. But if the Doors win that game, depending on what happens with BYU Cincinnati, depending on what happens with Utah down the stretch, depending on how the ACC plays out, there's still the door open for a Vanderbilt to slip in there. But that of course, means Alabama, Auburn. And again, Auburn's in a bad spot. They had to get rid of Hugh Freeze. They are looking to find out who the next coach is. But, and maybe this is me just kind of being cliche, sentimental college football guy, man, the Iron Bowl's a weird game. Like, the Iron Bowl is a weird game. It's a game that one team could be 2-10 and one team 12-0, and the 2-10 team every now and then jumps up and gets that win. So that game is not necessarily out of the equation as a possible weird spot. I would look down the stretch. If we're looking at the teams that I would say are in, Brad, like knockout range, right? That is, one more loss probably gets them out. I would say, and I don't think that there is one there. I don't think, as much as I'm with you, I don't think Texas Tech is being given enough attention for what they are. And they only have one game left, which is at West Virginia. But I don't think there's any runway for Texas Tech. In fact, I would go so far. Let me put it this way. Brad, let me float a theory that I just popped into the brain and see where you are on this. Any team that is not in the SEC cannot lose another game and stay inside the Big 12 or inside the top 12 in the playoff rankings. No team outside of the SEC can lose another game, with the exception of Ohio State and Indiana, obviously at 1-2 and out of the Big 10. No other team outside of the SEC can lose another game and stay inside the 12. Is that a hot take?
No, I think I was entirely fair and on the table, quite frankly. And I'm glad you qualified it, because Ohio State and Indiana are untouchable. They're going to be in no matter what occurs. And I cannot wait for those two teams to likely clash in Indianapolis. I think it's going to be in Indianapolis this year for the Big Ten title game, because that will ultimately determine, and might be a sneak preview of what the national title game will be. So, there is a lot to shake out still with the Big Ten, but I think you're not pulling it out of your ass. Theory that just popped into your dome a second ago is remotely outlandish. A lot of these teams are kind of teetering on the fence. It's a very small margin for error. So they just got to go out there, take care of business these last couple of weeks. And for the teams that do get another game in their conference title games, they got to go out there and win, not necessarily emphatically, just sneak by, get a 1-point victory, and solidify the overall resume. So, yeah, man, I think you're pinpoint in that overall theory that, again, just popped into your head.
Yeah, I think any team right now in the top four, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Georgia, they can drop one more. I think, honestly, even if Georgia was to lose one more, and don't say it's not possible, because that rambling wreck of Georgia Tech game at the end of the year is not just big, but Georgia Tech, while granted that game doesn't matter to the ACC, Georgia at 9-1 can still very much go win the ACC and get themselves in. If they do not win the ACC, a win over Georgia and finishing the year 11-1, maybe 11-2 with an ACC loss, I think that'd be enough to get Georgia Tech in. So while that game might not matter all that much to Georgia, that game may be a playoff puncher for the Rambling Right. They beat Georgia, finish 11-1 in the regular season. I don't really care what they do in the ACC title game. I think that they are a playoff team at that point. I think Georgia can drop a game, but if they do, and Georgia Tech gets that win, I think Georgia Tech becomes a top 12 team, and that might take away even more leeway for, I don't know. I mean, again, I don't think that there's a loss out there for the Oregon Ducks outside of the Big Ten championship game. I got to think that they're going to be mildly favored over USC and on the road at Washington, but both of those teams would love to knock Oregon back. I don't think there's much runway for the Ducks. Oregon or Oklahoma at number 8. They're already 8-2. Notre Dame 8-2. Alabama 8-2. I don't think any of those teams can afford a third loss in the regular season and still find their way in. I think everybody, and for the record, and this one might be the one that I don't know if it's fair to be contentious or not. Again, Texas Tech has only got the one game left. If Texas Tech loses to West Virginia, I would say 10-2 in the Big 12, Brad, probably drops Texas Tech out of the playoff 12 as well.
Yeah, that's fair. You can't lose to West Virginia. Very meek opponent, one in terms of the analytics, well outside, even the top 75, top 80 in a number of different categories. So that would be a major eyesore on the overall resume if the Mountaineers somehow fired a gun and knocked Texas Tech out. Let me throw out a question to you, because I'm curious what your response is. Tulane is the last of the non-power forward to get in as of right now. James Madison still in the conversation. Navy, you got a ticket that you revealed off air. It's a massive 60-1 for them to make the college football playoff. I would love to see the midshipmen get in with their style of play, just running down the throats of the old wishbone offense. That would be tremendous, and it would be great for you too, because you'd be buying the top shelf tequila and only the finest liqueurs that you would pour in your mouth as a result. But I went to College Football Graphs, and it's a great site. You can take in one team and match it up with another, and you get an instantaneous projection based on all the EPA data is out there. Right now, based on a Tulane Texas Tech matchup, Tech would win that game according to CFB Graphs 37-18. So I asked you the question: at one point, do a non-power 4 get an invitation to the college football playoff? At what point are they denied that invitation because they just simply do not match up against some of the power opponents that they are inevitably going to face?
Well, the answer that I will give as a cynical, jaded a-hole, Brad, is as soon as the SEC decides that they don't want them to. That is the correct answer to this.
Okay.
But the reality is, and we've seen this already, the SEC has made it clear that they would be perfectly happy to get rid of auto bids altogether, right? Like they would be perfectly happy to say, no auto bids. It's just the best 12 teams. And to be honest with you, this thing's going to 16 at minimum. It's going to 16. Now,
Agreed.
Agreed. Yeah. The Big Ten is postured and said, we'd like to talk about 20 or 24. It's posturing. The Big 12, I don't think the Big Ten wants to go to 20 or 24. I just think that when it goes to 16, they want to make sure the auto bids stay in. And I think that that's their bargaining chip because here's the reality. If there's no auto bids, the non-power 4 teams are out. They are done. They are cooked. They will not get an invitation. So for them, the only way to get a team in would be for it to go to 20 or 24 teams where they would get a team that's hanging around. How about this? Houston at 23, Tulane at 24. A 24-team tournament will get 2 teams in for the Power 4. That's the only way they'll participate without an auto bid available to them. So the SEC says none. The Big Ten is going to argue and say, we want to go to 24. It's not true. They just want to posture for the auto bid so that they know they have their setup. It's going to depend on that. If we go to 16 with an auto bid for the top 5 conference champs, you'll get 1 team in. Maybe occasionally you get like 2 11-1 or maybe a 12-0 non-conference champ and they fight their way in. But Brad, I think for any non-power teams, I think perfection is going to be the only way that they get invited to the dance moving forward. They will have to be 12-0 conference champs and naturally be ranked in the top 16 or 20 because I don't think you're going to see a lot outside past that. We will talk more about this. We will get you into some potential first-round matchups and more as we talk some college football playoff rankings. That's Brad Evans. I'm Rob Brown. You are incredible, and don't let anybody tell you different. It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network, y'all.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
What's different about this year, I think at least, is that Indiana has this oddly timed bye week, which is this week. The Indiana Hoosiers will not be playing. Fernando Mendoza will be out of sight, out of mind. And I actually think that creates an opportunity for another guy, maybe a couple of guys, to enter the conversation for winning the Heisman Trophy. Now, Mendoza eventually will come back off the bye. They play Purdue, where they'll be a big favorite against Purdue. And then after that, it'll be the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. And that's the game that everyone's looking forward to. That's the game where everyone's going to be, hey, 1 versus 2. I don't think it's going to be billed as like a Heisman Trophy bowl. And we'll get into that when we talk some Julian Sayin here. But like that's the game for Fernando Mendoza to leave no doubt to win the Heisman Trophy. And even if he loses the game and it's respectable, I still think he wins the Heisman Trophy. But if they get blown out, maybe that opens the door for somebody else. But Mendoza, of course, best story in college football, the Indiana Hoosiers. He's the quarterback of that team. He's the face of it. Statistically, makes a lot of sense. 4th in the nation in QBR. He checks all the boxes. Now, like the eye test wise, well, if he wins the Heisman, okay, we've had better winners. But in terms of his stats and the team success, checks all the boxes. Makes a lot of sense. Julian saying he's plus 225 in the betting market. This is where like you kind of have to use a little bit of like art with the science here, because the art tells you, or sorry, the science rather, that tells you that this guy should actually win the award. Statistically, second in QBR. He's awesome. Plays on maybe the best team in the country, probably the best team in the country. Extremely efficient, but nobody believes. It's that simple. And that's where I think the betting market has this wrong. That plus 225, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know, like, if he goes nuclear against Michigan and nuclear against Indiana, maybe he wins the award. But I just don't see it. The prevailing thought when it comes to Julian Sayin is that he's just a passenger along for the ride. And I think a lot of people think, oh, man, like 25, 30 quarterbacks would be undefeated on Ohio State. Fair or unfair, that's how people talk about Julian Sayin. And also, he's a freshman. Like, if there's any voter bias or if this is tied, I think people are going to say, you know what? We'll give it to you next year. Prove it next year. You're a freshman. Let's give it to this other guy. Like, those are things that are working against Julian Sayin. And this Saturday, they're playing. Ohio State's taking on Rutgers. That's the big noon kickoff game. They're a 31.5-point favorite. I don't know there's anything that he could do against Rutgers that's going to make people be like, oh, Sayin Heisman, and have this like epiphany or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. I don't see that. Maybe against Michigan, maybe in the Big Ten title game, but we're starting to run out of weeks for Julian Sayin to live up to what the betting market has been saying over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So Sayin, to me, I would never bet him, especially when you factor in the price. Marcel Reed of Texas A&M, come on. Like, no. Just no. No. It's not happening. It's not. 13th in the country in QBR. Still, nobody believes in Marcel Reed. Like the Athletics Heisman straw poll. Last week, he wasn't even in it. This week, massive comeback. Heisman moment. Where's Marcel Reed? He's 7th with 6 third-place votes. Not a first-place vote, not a second-place vote. Nobody believes with Marcel Reed. And you know what? It's rather unfortunate because he's actually been really good. But this week, they host Samford, a 1-10 FCS team. You might as well just go on bye week at that point, honestly. You might as well. The game is on SEC Network Plus. Good luck finding that. They play Texas. That's a monster game coming up next week. That'll obviously have a lot of eyeballs. Everyone's going to watch that. They beat Texas. They'll be in the SEC title game. That'll be another massive game. But still, nobody believes that Marcel Reed is a guy. Nobody seems to care, which means we shouldn't care, even though he's at plus 500.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight is live on the BetMGM Network, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown in with the lovely Brad Evans here on a wonderful American Tuesday night. We're talking college sports in the final hour of the show. We're going to talk a little pigskin here, a little hardwood in the next segment, but our college football playoff rankings are out. They are as followed. Ohio State, to the shock and surprise of exactly no one, maintains their stranglehold, baby, on the number 1 spot. Indiana, A&M, and Georgia replaces Alabama inside the top 4. Those would be the 4 teams on the bye if it finished this way. Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and Alabama round out your top 10. BYU, Utah, Miami, Vanderbilt, and USC are top 15. As it stands right now, the 11 and 12 seeds, BYU and Utah, would be replaced by the ACC and Group of 5 champs. Right now, that would be number 11, Miami, and number 12, Tulane. So BYU and Utah, your first 2 out as it stands right now, with Miami and Tulane getting the auto bids into spots 11 and 12. Now, with that being said, Bradley, We have got 2 more regular season weeks of collegiate football, and now some of these matchups are starting to appear really, really interesting and important. I'd like to go through a few of the big games on the weekend. We can take a look at the line and also talk about what they mean in the grand scheme of things. And we'll start in the Southeastern Conference. Missouri taking on Oklahoma. Boomer Sooner finds themselves back into a playoff spot. They had to work there, but there, as we talked about, not a lot of runway left to go. OU is favored by 7.5 in this game with a total set at 42.5. Here's the thing. A lot of teams have gotten a win over in Alabama, over in Georgia, like the spot they're in right now, but then turn around and had an absolute dog fart the next week of how much they, because of how much they emotionally invested into that game. Mizzou is a team. Yeah, they're down to their third-string quarterback, but Ahmad Hardy can run the bleeping ball. That Mizzou defense is criminally underrated in my impression. It would not be shocking to me, Brad, to see Mizzou jump up and pull the upset outright over Oklahoma and cancel their ticket to the playoffs. Oklahoma's got to find a way to avoid the letdown, which may be easier said than done, depending on how hard in the paint they went to make sure they got by Alabama, because a loss in that game would have bumped them from the playoff rankings.
Yeah, look, I don't think Oklahoma is going to fall in a grenade by any stretch of the imagination. And the one thing that, I've been harping on with this team all season long, Rob, is the fact that they are outstanding defensively. And, even if they don't really bring anything more than like a C- effort on offense, with their defense, playing consistently at a high level, they're never out of a game. And I think that will be the case. Now, the spread being at 7.5, frightens the bejesus out of me because, yar, shiver me timbers, Captain Hook is here and I'm coming. And that is a fear for me with the game. So, ultimately, I probably wouldn't lay it, the 7.5, but I think, Oklahoma will win that sucker in the end. If you look at college football graphs, they have the projection of 24-17. So, yeah, Captain Hook could come with the equation there, based on their advanced data and analytics, really steeped in a lot of the EPA stuff, and it really at a granular level. So put all together, I think they're evenly matched, but the difference here is Oklahoma's defense, number 4 in the country EPA per play D, Missouri number 21 in that category, almost similar ranking if you look at the EPA per play offense for both of these teams. And I think the Sooners will somewhat boom. Again, I'm not laying the 7.5, but I think they will win by 7 or fewer points. So I don't think you're going to fall on a sword at all. I will say this, Rob. The following week, though, for Oklahoma, they're on the road against Arkansas. That explosive offense, if they could start off hot, that's a team that could really shake some things up in the last week of the college football regular season and frighten the bejesus out of the Sooners. So don't sleep on the Hogs. I know they've been atrocious defensively and offensively, man. They're one of the best, not only in the SEC, but one of the best in the country.
I don't disagree with that. Let's take a look at another one. We have talked about the ACC and the way that this conference shapes up right now, because right now there are no ACC teams in the top 12, meaning right now the auto bid would go to the Group of 5 champ and nobody else would get in. Right now in conference, you have 4 teams with 1 loss. None of them are the Miami Hurricanes, interestingly enough, with a pair of conference losses. Georgia Tech, Virginia, Pitt, and SMU. Now, Georgia Tech and Pitt will play this weekend. The SMU Mustangs will take on Louisville this weekend. The Louisville Cardinal are another one of the teams. They have 3 losses in conference. So Jeff Brom's hopes of sneaking in the back door are likely dead and buried at this point. So with that being said, of the teams that play this weekend, looking for a bid to the ACC title game, Georgia Tech and Pitt, one of those two will take conference loss number 2. You've got Virginia hanging out at 6-1. You've got the SMU Mustangs hanging out at 5-1. SMU's got Louisville. Georgia Tech and Pitt have each other. And Virginia has to wait until Virginia Tech, after their impressive win over Duke this past weekend. Brad, who's most likely getting their ACC championship and therefore likely only path into the playoff hopes dashed? And who is the most? I'm leaning Georgia Tech is still my ACC champion favorite. They were my pick. I had Clemson as your winner. We all know what will happen with that. I've been on Ryan Horvat's ass about getting him to come over to the Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket side for like all season long at this point. I still like Tech. Virginia's right there. Pat Marduzzi's got this Pitt Panther team playing very well. SMU, for some reason, still isn't dead and buried, despite having the worst passing defense in the ACC. What the hell is the ACC right now with these playoff rankings the way they've shaped up?
It's going to be a wild race. I'm going to tell you this. I think SMU should be slept on. I think they're going to beat Louisville. I mean, they're actually favored the game this weekend. I think that's a team that a lot of people are just kind of overlooking, not really talking about out of Fort Worth. And I could see them winning the game against Louisville at home and then turning around and giving it right back and losing at Cal. That's a scenario I could see unfolding, but I could be very wrong in that assessment. A team that is top 30 in all of college football at EP per play defense, and they are top 50 at EP per play offense. Louisville is an excellent defensive team, but they've had some offensive issues and inconsistencies, wildly erratic in that category for much of the year. And what version of Cal are we going to see, right? You're going to see the one that, pulled off the improbable on the road recently against Louisville, or are you going to see the one that's kind of sloughed for much of the season? I just got a feeling in my gut SMU is going to go out there. They'll become the trendy and hot team. Oh, yeah, SMU, ride on those Mustangs. Let's sell them up. We're going to do it for Cortland Sutton and all the fellow alums that are out there. Cole Beasley and all those guys. Yeah, that's a great story. But I could see them, giving it right back, as I already mentioned, in Berkeley against Cal. But they shouldn't be slept on too hard. That is a team I just don't think is getting enough pub. And I'm still pulling for you, though, when you're rambling, right? Because I knew you are heavily invested in Georgia Tech. And I don't entirely disagree. They're going to knock off their intrastate rival there in the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, that one's going to be delicious. Here's the thing. If you're Georgia Tech, like beating Georgia, assuming you get by Pitt, and this is why I'm actually apprehensive about Pitt, Georgia Tech this weekend. A win over Pitt puts Georgia Tech into the ACC championship game. On the flip side, Pat Narduzzi, who said going into the Notre Dame game, I don't care if we lose by 100 as long as we win the next one. Because, again, Pitt very much is not dead right now overall. He said, I don't care if we lose by 100 to Notre Dame as long as we win the one after that. That, of course, being the ACC matchup against Georgia Tech. Narduzzi's got this team where if they win, they're probably going to the ACC title game. And I would assume right now for the Pitt Panthers, who are 7-3, in fact, I would say for everybody who's not Georgia Tech and I don't even know if Virginia can fight their way in, maybe Miami just outside looking in can. There's no runway left for anybody that's not Tech, Virginia, and I don't think Virginia can do it, but Tech, Virginia, or Pitt to find their way into the playoffs via ranking. You've going to have to win this conference. What do we make out of this game where Georgia Tech is -2.5? If this game was 2 weeks ago, I'd have hammered Georgia Tech -2.5 in this game because they can just slow this game down and do with Haynes King what they've done to everybody. My question is, even though I don't think it'll be the case because Brent Key is a football dude and he gets it, Brad Evans, I kind of do worry that maybe Georgia Tech is looking ahead to that Georgia game a little bit and going, hey, man, we had them last year and we grasped victory or a defeat from the jaws of victory going to 8 overtimes. I'm concerned Georgia Tech, maybe for the first and only time this season, gets caught with their pants around their ankles looking ahead to the Dogs next weekend.
Well, it's a distinct possibility. I mean, the total in that game, I don't know if you saw it. It's 62.5 at BetMGM. It is sky high, man. That seems like maybe the first to 40 possibly wins. And the biggest issue with your Ramblin' Wreck has been defense all year. They're an outstanding offensive team, but they're a bunch of Casper the Friendly Ghosts on the other side of the rock. It's evidenced by the EPA per play data. The number 74 in EPA defense. So that is a drag, right? they're going to have to at least play an average level of defense. And then if that offense plays at a B plus level, they should be able to get by Pittsburgh and then have that ultimate showdown against Uga with a possibility of really entering the conversation then in the college football playoffs. So, dude, I would relax. I wouldn't panic. Go ahead and exhale. I think Georgia Tech's got to take care of business. I think it will be a close game. I mean, it's evidenced by line. Tech's laying only 2.5. But I think they're going to win by more than the margin needed to cover the spread. I think they'll win by at least a field goal. Should honestly win by 7-10 over a talented Pittsburgh team coming off that letdown. So relax.
Hey, listen, it's college football, buddy. I will relax on January 21st. I'll relax. We'll get there. Let's look at the Big 12. Texas Tech checks in at number 12, BYU at 11, Utah at number 12, and we mentioned those are the first two teams that are out. You also have Houston hanging around at number 23, Arizona State at number 25. We've got a very interesting game for BYU coming up this weekend as they take on Cincinnati.
Massive.
Cincinnati is 7-3. Cincinnati will need some help to find their way into the Big 12 title game. They will have to have losses by Utah and Houston and likely Arizona State just to ensure their path there. One of the teams they could hand a loss and it would make a big difference would obviously be BYU and also give them another conference win to move them to 6-2, which would have them in the race because BYU would be 6-2. If Utah, Houston, and Arizona State all win, they'd all be 6-2. This game is massive. BYU favored by 2.5. Cincinnati must win. I mean, their only path is with a win this weekend. On the same path, you're looking at BYU, who also out of runway. They are the first team out. This is a BYU team that took the loss to Texas Tech. It is the only one on the docket. They had a big win over TCU this past weekend. This is BYU season. They lose to Cincinnati. I think they're cooked as well because they will not fight back into the top 12, and likely they would knock themselves out of the Big 12 title game. I'm going to tell you, I don't know that preseason you would have told me BYU Cincinnati is one of the most pivotal games in college football this year, but BYU Cincinnati is one of the most pivotal games in college football this year.
Yeah, it indeed is. It's a must watch. There's no question about it. I love watching desperate teams, no matter what the sport is, whether it's a Major League Baseball team trying to scratch and claw their way to get in the playoff race, that first week of October, last week of September, could be college basketball, in the conference tournament action and championship week. Some of the best basketball I can watch all year long, no matter what the sport is. I love the narratives. BYU is not going to fumble the bag, man. I think they're going to be able to take down Cincinnati. They have a fantastic offense, can really put up some points. Defensively, a little bit susceptible, and that is a problem. But you look at college football graphs, they got it projected as a 28-23 winner for the Cougs, and I think that narrative will play out. I don't think they'll win by 5, but I think they will win by at least a triple. So a field goal boot will probably, go ahead and quell the nerves. And they'll live to fight on another week. But you're right, man. It is a must-win situation. 0% margin for error. They lose, they're out of the playoff hunt. They win, it might propel them in because of quality opponent, and that quality opponent being on the road.
Without a doubt, we got a big weekend of college football coming up ahead of us. We'll open it up with Mizzou, Oklahoma at noon, Miami, Virginia Tech. That's a big one for the Canes. Ranked football all day long is, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the nuts. We're down to the bolts. All right, when we come back, final segment of our show with Bradley this evening, it is time for Hoop Scoops because we got some huge games coming up. We're going to take a look at some of the lines and totals in that one, the impact they'll have on the national perspective, and then the final hour, me and Brando got you here on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
like Houston at this number at 5.5. Keep in mind the Bills about 5 or 6 weeks ago were on the road in Atlanta in that Monday night game. They were a 3.5-point favorite. They lose outright. Now they're laying 5.5 on the road against Houston. I understand it's probably going to be Davis Mills again, but the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. We know the Bills have been very up and down this season. Right when it looks like they're going to turn the corner, they come back down to life, and then right when it looks like they look terrible, that's when they play really well. So off the heels of that really great performance against the Bucs, short week on the road, I like Houston plus the 5.5 against Buffalo. Sunday, we got the Steelers taking on the Bears. Chicago a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. As of now, looks like Mason Rudolph probably going to be under center for the Steelers in that game. Would be cool to see Aaron Rodgers one more time against the Bears in this matchup. Steelers in a teaser feels like the play at +9. Bears play everybody close. They win every game in the fourth quarter, come from behind, 2-point wins, 1-point wins, 3-point wins. So I would lean Pittsburgh +3, but I think Steelers +9 in a teaser, really good bet this week against Chicago. New England's a 7-point favorite on the road against Cincinnati this week. Jamar Chase is going to be suspended for this game. He's trying to appeal, so maybe he ends up playing on Sunday. Regardless, though, I just don't know how Cincinnati's going to get stops against Drake May and this New England offense. Travion Henderson is finally starting to get involved. He's had a monster last couple weeks, so they got the run game going. Drake May's playing terrific. Bengals have probably the worst defense in the NFL and now might be without their top offensive weapon in Jamar Chase. So Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet. You want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville. So probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams. I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker. So look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally. Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the fourth quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit on the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense. I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts as well.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight, live on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, Brad Evans with you on this glorious American Tuesday evening. We have talked just oodles and oodles of college football since our CFP rankings dropped a little while ago. But in case you missed it, and if you've been listening to this show, well, you haven't. It's basketball season, people, and we have got massive games going on, including right now, the Rock Chalk Kansas Jayhawks taking on the Duke Blue Devils in a good one, Brad. Jayhawks up 27-24 with just over 5.5 left to play in the first half here. We were talking a little bit during the break. I absolutely love what Kansas is doing right now defensively. You touch the ball wearing a white jersey inside the paint, and Kansas is just collapsing dudes down low. If you're going to beat us, Blue Devils, you're going to beat us from the outside, not from the inside, and I'm enjoying this. Now, whether Kansas is capable of doing that all night long, I don't know. That's going to be what is going to dictate whether or not I take a live play on this in the second half of the game, but I will say this, Brad. This is fun.
Oh, it's entirely fun. I live for these moments. I mean, this is the appetizer to feast week, and we got a lot of these monster matchups that are upcoming. Some of them in the MTE tournaments that are going to be out there. Some of them are going to be played on neutral court environments with some of the big basketball brands in the college game. So, America, if you have not gotten yourself re-indoctrinated with the world of college basketball, it's time to come back. It's more than just March. November is a great time to get yourself reacclimated. What college is cranking out right now, and we have a ballyhoo class of freshmen. Number of guys, Cameron Boozer, maybe the front runner of that class right now, the big man there for the Duke Blue Devils. Dad in the stands. He's got his brother, of course, on the team as well. And kudos and all the credit in the world right now to Kansas Jayhawks to get a turnover from the former Illini Trey White, pass it off, and then they turn it right back over right now. But the fact that Kansas is up a deuce with about 5 minutes to go in the first half, very impressive because they don't have their best player on the floor. And Darren Peterson, another outstanding diaper dandy, he's sidelined with a hamstring strain, and we don't know when he is going to be able to return. And soft tissue issues are always plaguing, so you got to make sure you get him right in time for the conference season. Of course, the stretch run there in the Big 12. But this is kind of what Duke is shown the last couple of games. They've had these sluggish points in the first half. They had that against Indiana State. The Sycamores hung with them in the last game in Cameron Indoor. Then they just flipped the switch. They put the foot on the gas, and they never got off the gas and just ran them over and ran them out of the gym. I don't know if you're going to do that at MSG tonight against Kansas, but I got a feeling Duke is about to go on a significant run. It may not happen this first half, but they could come out with guns ablazing in the second half and put Kansas away, much like Michigan State did in the first game. They were far and away the most impressive team of any of one of these Big Four programs so far tonight. So, yeah, Kansas up a deuce. They'll Boozer at the line, shooting 2 here. Potential to tie this up, 4:42 remaining in the first half inside MSG.
Real quick, I would also like to get some post-game thoughts on Michigan State, Kentucky, but we got an intriguing one here. 4 minutes left to play, and the Winthrop Eagles have tied the game up with Arkansas, 74 a pop.
Oh, really?
In this one, Brad. This one's really dicey. Arkansas, number 21 in the country, a basketball team in the SEC, expected to kind of take a bit of a step ahead, but here come Winthrop, kind of hanging close with Arkansas right now. Not a lot to jump out on. You're looking at 14 points out of Trey Brazil. You've got 10 from Darius Acuff Jr. Nobody else really do anything with the exception of Malik Thomas with 26 off the bench for the Hogs. And right now, the only reason that Arkansas is in this game now trailing by a deuce to Winthrop. What the hell are we doing with the Arkansas Razorbacks?
Oh, Cal's got a Cal, man. Again, he's not one of the ultimate tacticians at all in all of college basketball. He's a guy that would not win the battle in most cases. If you're Napoleon and you're looking for like a lieutenant to win you that battle, you're not counting on Coach Cal to come up with any kind of plan to get you the victory. Not exactly savvy strategically, to say the least. I will say this. Winthrop, they've drilled 14 triples. They've taken 31 threes. Arkansas is just 6 of 16 from outside, which ain't bad percentage-wise at 37.5%. But Winthrop is gunning, and they're hitting those outside shots, getting 14 to 31, and they're hanging on the glass too. They're only being out rebounded 28 to 24. Winthrop dropped more dimes than Arkansas, so sharing the sugar a little bit better, hanging on the offensive glass, not really committing a ton of turnovers either. They only have 8 turnovers to the Winthrop Eagles in the game, so I'm not stunned at all. And Arkansas has got some talented players. But ultimately, this team is probably going to slouch for much of the season, much like it did last year. And then they got the NCAA tournament, and they were surprise sensations in a second weekend team. That's kind of typical of a lot of these Coach Cal squads. But I think they're going to be middling at best this season in the SEC. Of course, they already lost against Michigan State, but that was a true road game at Breslin in East Lansing, and just kind of analyze the profile here in real time. They're not exactly a very good rebounding team, and they're only shooting 33.6% as a collective. So the fact they're shooting 37.5% tonight from outside, again, when they're shooting 33.6% in season, is a victory. It's just that Winthrop keeps gunning and keeps hitting, and guess what? Winthrop just nailed another 3. They're up 3 with just over 3 minutes to go. Arkansas is in trouble, taking body blows on the ropes right now. College basketball is back, and I'm so here for it.
Yes. By the way, Arkansas 1 L on the season so far, 3 points to the Michigan State team that we're going to talk about right now, because they knocked off Kentucky 83-66 in a top 17 matchup. It was the Wildcats that were ranked number 12, Michigan State 17 coming into this one. We watched the majority of this game live, Brad, and you talked about this one early in the contest. 50% from behind the arc for Sparty, 11 of 22. Only had 10 free throws in this game, converted 8 of them, shot 50% from the floor as well, 32 of 64. I mean, look, it was just a game that Michigan State did all the easy thing right. Hit from the floor, or not the easy things, the fundamental things right. Hit from the floor, knock down your threes, shoot high percentage, shoot open threes. They did that. You stack on a 32-22 rebounding advantage on top of that. Sparty looked like a classic Tom Izzo team tonight, man.
They did. And how about Jeremy Fears? Jeremiah Fears is 13 assists in the game, only 2 turnovers. I didn't have to score a whole lot because Jackson Kohler led the way with a 20, as you mentioned. Ford had 13. Tang off the bench had 15. And again, what they do is out-rebound you. They're going to outwork you on the glass. And they get a lot of second-chance opportunities. They had 10 offensive rebounds in the game, and they're going to D up as well. It's a very good Michigan State team. Big Ten is extraordinarily deep. That is a conference that may have 10, 11 representatives in the NCAA tournament. You're going to see my Fighting Illini and a massive game at the United Center tomorrow against the Alabama Crimson Tide, one of the marquee matches, the other one being Arizona and UConn. But yeah, Sparty indeed partied, man. I was really impressed with their overall performance, and I kind of half expected Kentucky. I didn't expect them to lose by that many. But I didn't expect them to really be firing all cylinders offensively, down one of their key players who was out with an injury at the shoulder there in Lowe. So as a result, they didn't really shoot the rock all that effectively, only netted 0.93 points per possession. But you mentioned it, the biggest takeaway, that was a shocker special of sorts. Entering the night, Michigan State was shooting 21.7% from 3. Tonight, they shot 50%, and it wasn't like 1 or 2. They were 11 to 22. That was the difference, and why for Shizzo my Izzo was going from ear to ear in the post-game interview after it.
Other top 25 game tonight, 73-61. North Carolina knocks off Navy. Brad, 2 big games set for tomorrow night. Actually, a number of big games tonight, but 2 specifically that we're looking at. And just because I know we're on a shot clock ourselves here, there's nowhere else I'm going to stop. A team that I love, the Alabama Crimson Tide, taking on a team you love, the ILL. I can't do it as good as you. That's the best I got in the tank. Illinois Illini, 9 p.m. tomorrow evening in Chicago, Illinois. Just give me the winner, bud, here. Just help me out. Just give me the winner.
Well, look, I think Illinois minus 3.5 is the way to go. And the reason why is they have an enormous size advantage. And if Tomislav Ivicic, who's been practicing lightly on the side, did a little pregame workout in the last game, if he returns to action, he's arguably the best center in all of college basketball. I have no clue how Alabama's going to be able to compete in the post against Illinois. They're going to have to shoot lights out, which they are capable of doing from way downtown. But they may need 15 made threes to knock off Illinois if Ivicic is on the floor with his twin brother in Big Z, with David Murkovic, who just had a 20-rebound game the last time out. With the East Block Illini, got a bunch of dudes that clogged the lane. They're one of the most efficient offenses on college basketball. And Alabama's coming off a game in which they got bludgeoned on the glass, 52-28. They lost that battle to Purdue. So the key will be the almighty three. If those are falling, Alabama's going to hang. If they're not, Illinois may win by double figures.
All right, we got about 60 seconds left, Brad. A game I have no doubt we'll hear you talking about a lot tomorrow because it's one that I am scrapping the schedule. There's nothing else I'm watching. Arizona, UConn, a top 4 matchup, baby. Welcome back, college basketball. We missed you dearly.
Yes, and I will take Arizona plus the 4.5. Way too many points. I think it's going to be a single possession game. UConn left that door wide open against BYU. Didn't have a real kill shot. Excellent three-point shooting team at 40.2%. Really get after on the defensive glass. And that's going to be critical because Arizona is one of the best second-chance teams in all college basketball. They're also shooting over 40% from way downtown. I just think Arizona, pound for pound, across the board, both teams very talented. Arizona, I think, has a little bit more. I'll take a plus of points.
Brad Evans, an absolute titan of the industry. My man, thanks for letting me share the airwaves, brother. Any parting words for the people?
I love you, and go Duke, and muchas gracias, mi amigo.
By the way, he meant he loves me, not you, but he also loves you, America. Hey, Brando and I are back. We got 60 more minutes of football talk next on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
What does the committee do with Ole Miss? Do they get dinged if Lane takes one of these jobs?
This is the most interesting part of this. So I'm gonna go, and guys know all I love to do is I go backwards to go forwards. But adding in the early signing period, adding in the playoff, plus the portal, Lane can't take any job right now. He's got a team that's going to be in the top 10. He cannot take any job. He has to finish the drill. And you look at the playoff now that we've expanded, it's 12 teams, right? When do those games get played? Sammy, can you tell me? When do those games get played?
December 20th, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Right. And if he wins, then the next game is what? We're going into January, aren't we?
10 days.
Basically.
So he can't take a job. So you can't hire him. You might want him, Florida. You might want him, anybody else. But he can't take that job. He got to finish the drill. So I don't think they get dinged for that. I think what happens is Lane is he's locked in at Ole Miss. I also think Ole Miss likes I think he likes Ole Miss. They got a little swashbuckler quality to them that is hey, we'll take it any way we can get it. And so he's doing that. But Ole Miss, that's a good football team. And they know what they're doing, and he's allowed to kind of play fast and loose, go out and make plays. So, and again, we talked about it with Georgia and Texas A&M. Those two teams are going to they'll probably play in Atlanta. Ole Miss is just going to be sitting there yeah, buddy. They'll probably host you mentioned Notre Dame getting to host a game in the playoff. I think Ole Miss might get to host a game as well. And they're just going to, you keep your kids on campus, you keep going, you keep moving, and they're going to be, again, they're sitting right there ready for action. So the only thing what Ole Miss doesn't need to have happen is them get squared up with Alabama. That's the one thing that Lane Kiffin is come on, give me somebody from anywhere else. Give me somebody from anywhere else. Please don't put Alabama on my ticket. So, don't put them on our dance card. I do think that Ole Miss is, we're looking at a 10-1 football team. They got the Egg Bowl, and they're ready to rock and roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But no, I don't think that Lane's going to take a job. I don't think they get dinged for that. I think that for them, as long as they take care of business against Mississippi State, we're talking about a team that doesn't have to go to the SEC championship game, and probably will be hosting one of those first round games.
I want to throw this long shot idea at you. It's a long shot for a reason. Let's go to the AFC South. You've got Indy coming off a bye. They're 8-2 on the season. Jacksonville 6-4. Look good against the Chargers over the weekend. Don't know that that's going to continue with the number of injuries that they have on that team. Houston's just hanging out at 5-5. Just won a couple games without CJ Stroud. They play on Thursday against Buffalo. Tough matchup. But the Colts' schedule gets very challenging. If you look at the remaining strength of schedule, Colts have the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL. The Texans are 16-1. This week, the Colts have the Chiefs, and the Texans have the Bills in Houston. So that's a 5.5-point spread. Maybe they can end up winning that game. Don't know. But what do you think about Houston, who plays the Colts twice still? They're 3 games back with catching the Colts, 16-1.
If I was betting $100 on the Texans, here's how I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do 70 to make the playoffs and 30 to win the division. That's how I'd split it. I would much rather stack chips on the 3-1 price, BetMGM 3-1 to make the postseason.
Sure.
I do 70% of my bet on that, and then 30% on them to win the division, which is a lot more unlikely.
That's a good look. And right now, Houston is the 8th seed, so they're right behind Jacksonville. They're 1 game out. That's a pretty good look, plus 310.
Welcome to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
60 more minutes of absolute chaos here on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown in for Ryan and Brad for the final 60 minutes of the broadcast. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to share these airwaves with you coast to coast across these great United States of America. I got my boys Brando and Monty in the background. The boys in the background hanging out with us as well. And we've got a lot to get into, a lot to talk about, hanging on quite a bit of collegiate football right now, because we did get just a few minutes ago, if you missed it, our brand new college football playoff rankings for week 13 are out. The Buckeyes of Ohio State are currently ranked at number 1. Indiana, Texas A&M, and Georgia round out your top 4. Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and Alabama are the remaining at-large positions today. And you go, wait a minute, Rob Brown, who are 11 and 12? Well, right now it doesn't matter, because 11 and 12 are reserved for the ACC champ and the Group of 5 champ, neither of whom today are ranked at 11 and 12, meaning that 11 BYU and 12 Utah are the first 2 teams out to make way for the ACC champ and the G5 champ down the line. Now, there is very much the possibility that the ACC champ, be it Miami, be it Georgia Tech, could end up in one of those spots and open up 11 and 12. It could be that they don't, and 11 and 12 remain locked for those 2. We will find out. ACC Miami, number 13. Vandy out of the SEC at 14. USC is ranked up at number 15. And by the way, I do want to get into this because there are rumors starting to swirl that Lincoln Riley could be on his way out of USC to go take one of those big jobs elsewhere, which is shocking to me, I think. And we'll talk about that here in just a moment. Georgia Tech at 16, Texas 17, Michigan at 18, Virginia at number 19, then Tennessee, Illinois, Mizzou, Houston, Tulane, and Arizona State. Round out your top 25. Louisville, Iowa, Pitt, South Florida, and Cincinnati are your next teams out who all just got dropped from the playoff rankings. So with all of that being said, and we talked a little bit about the, are there any shocks early? Brando had a couple of questions or a couple of thoughts on this that I find interesting and wanted to discuss here for a couple of minutes. And let's start, Brando, with one that you brought up. And when you typed it in the rundown, I thought we were about to butt some heads on the air between a couple of butt heads. I thought we were really about to get into it. And then I came to the realization that, no, actually, you agree with what I would have said when you brought this question up. And that is, should Bama have dropped behind Notre Dame? Alabama at number 10. Now, why is that interesting? Because, again, 11 and 12 right now reserved for the ACC and the G5 champ, meaning Alabama is the next last team out at number 10. Granted, I don't think it's going to matter. They do still have the Auburn game up there. They are 8-2. Notre Dame at 8-2. It matters a lot more for them because with no conference championship game that they could win and punch an auto bid, obviously that creates a world where they have to be a team that gets in at large. Sitting at number 9, no runway left for the Irish. Brando, I'll say this. You're absolutely right. There's no reason Bama dropped behind Notre Dame with the same record. And I would also say, I don't know that it matters because if they both win out, they're in. And if either one of them drops a game, they're out. Like at the end of the day, the difference between 9 and 10 is really only going to matter from the perspective of who do they square off with in round 1.
Well, the problem that I have with it, Rob, is that when you rank Alabama behind Notre Dame, so you have Alabama at 10, Notre Dame at 9. What you're telling me and what you're telling everybody else is that if somebody else sneaks in and Alabama maybe has some trouble with one of their final 2 opponents, that if a team is going to jump somebody, they're going to jump Alabama and not Notre Dame. And I have a problem with that. And I'm a Notre Dame fan. I love the Irish. I am very impressed with what Notre Dame has done all season long, even in their 2 losses early in the season with a true freshman quarterback. I think C.J. Carr has been impressive this season. I think Notre Dame, the way they are beating their opponents since week 2, has been impressive. And I'll tell you this, I think their 2 losses were kind of impressive too at this point. But when you look at a Georgia team or a Alabama team who beat number 5 Georgia, who beat number 15 Vandy, who beat number 14 Mizzou, who beat number 11 Tennessee, and then you compare that to Notre Dame's resume, it just doesn't add up. And I want the Irish in there. I think that the Irish could make some noise in the college football playoff. There are some teams in there I think they could beat, maybe even find themselves back in a national title game, dare I say. But if you're telling me, let's say there's only 2 spots available or 1 spot available, and it's either Notre Dame or Bama, as a Notre Dame fan, it's got to be Bama. And what you're telling me when you put Bama behind them is that you would choose Notre Dame. And I don't know what the committee's thinking there, and I can't believe that I'm saying or making a case for an SEC school, let alone Alabama, to get some treatment, favorable treatment. But with this schedule, their schedule just it's not comparable to what anybody else in the country has done this season.
Yeah, I think it's fair. First and foremost, I will respond by saying, Brando, you just hope that one day something good happens for the SEC. Like they're always just the poor little spat upon underdogs. You just really hope one day they get something good going for them. Now, I have 2 other breakaways for you. The first is, in case you're not watching it, I'm not saying that you should go away from us, but Kansas Duke has Red Panda performing right now at halftime, and I'm going to go ahead and say at one point I didn't understand the hype, and then last year I went up to a Charlotte Hornets game, and Red Panda was the halftime show, and I have to tell you, I am now 1,000% on the Red Panda stan. bandwagon. Like, she's an incredible individual in person. And if I check out and am distracted in any way, shape, or form for the next 7 minutes of broadcasting, it's only because Red Panda's getting her very much deserved TV time. We'll come back to that. Brando, the best thing in the world for you as an Irish fan is that Pat Narduzzi got the Pitt Panthers ranked before you beat them this past weekend. Because had it not been a ranked Pitt Panther team, you'd have had one ranked win. Granted, a good one against USC, but it would have been at home. I think it would be fair to ask the question. Let's take a look at the rest of the teams that are there sitting around that like 2-loss threshold, kind of in that bubble. I would say I'm actually okay with you being ahead of BYU. BYU's got one ranked win. It was over Utah. They got smoked by Texas Tech, the only other ranked team they've played. They've been in some fist fights with some unranked teams. Utah has a ranked loss to BYU. They have one ranked win over Arizona State. They also have the ranked loss to Texas Tech. I could make the argument that the 2 losses for Utah are pretty much equivalent to the 2 losses for Notre Dame. Their ranked wins are over Cincinnati and Arizona State. Buddy, I could make the argument that Utah Utes should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame right now, to be honest with you, just based on resume and performance. I could make the argument. I'm not saying you have to agree with it. I'm saying I could make the argument. I think what keeps them ahead of Miami is unranked loss to Louisville, unranked loss to SMU. The 2 losses for Notre Dame were both top 25 losses. And outside of that, Miami's wins are what? South Florida, who is now unranked, and Florida State, who is an abomination. So, like, I can get that. Vanderbilt, like, all right, Vanderbilt has a loss to Alabama, and they have a loss to Texas by 3 points. And that's it. They have a ranked win over Mizzou. They have a ranked win over LSU. They have a ranked win over, granted, another abomination, but over South Carolina. I think you could make the argument, and this is why these rankings are very interesting. I think you can make the argument that Vanderbilt hasn't been any less impressive than Notre Dame has been so far this season. Look at USC. USC has got a ranked loss to Illinois. Of course, Illinois would go on and get shellacked, and that's a different story. And they have the ranked loss to Notre Dame, but they've got a ranked win over Iowa. If USC beats Oregon this weekend, buddy, I could make the argument the Trojans deserve to be up there with Notre Dame. The point that I'm making here is when I look at these rankings, like, we can get upset about Notre Dame and Bama, but I would make the argument that BYU at 9-1, I could make the argument could and theoretically should be ahead of Notre Dame and Alabama. I could make the argument 8-2 Utah could be ahead of Notre Dame. It is going to be a problem for you, Brando, if there are a bunch more 2-loss teams stacked. The best thing in the world for Notre Dame is twofold. Number one, you got your 2 losses out of the way in weeks 1 and 2, because let's be honest, and this is a take I've had for a very long time. It is not important who you lose to as much as it is important when you lose to them. That means as much as anything else. And number 2, anybody who thinks that brand awareness and recognition doesn't play a factor in who gets in where and why is just dead ass wrong. I would make the submission, Brando. If you weren't Notre Dame, if you were Michigan, and not even Michigan, if you were not Notre Dame, if you were Virginia, if you were Illinois, if you were Missouri, you wouldn't even be inside the top 10 based on some of the teams that you're ahead of right now.
You know, when you start looking at the 2-loss teams with Notre Dame, the one thing that Notre Dame doesn't have that the other ones do have is losses to unranked opponents. And that's where I think that separation comes in. The loss at Miami in the first game of CJ Carr's career as a true freshman by 3 points in a rainstorm, I think holds a lot of weight. The 1-point loss to the only undefeated SEC team left in Texas A&M holds a lot of weight. And so when you're talking about a Miami team who has the 2 unranked losses, when you're talking about, Utah who has a loss to an unranked team, maybe Vanderbilt is probably up there. But then, the BYU and the Utah argument is where I have the problem with, right? Because look, not to shame any conference, but it's the Big 12, man.
That's fine.
We're
buddy,
not.
but like-
We're
whoa,
not
whoa, whoa,
talking
hang on.
about.
I'm not, dude. I don't want to time out you here, bud. But like, it's not exactly like Notre Dame gets to play the schedule they have right now as a non-conference team and go, oh, it's just the Big 12. Purdue, yeah, you played Arkansas, Boise State, NC State, USC, Boston College, Navy. And granted, I'm going to give you like I said, it's a saving grace that Pitt got ranked, but like, and the Pitt Panthers, like it's a fine schedule for a non-conference team, but let's not pretend it's any better than any of the Big 12 schedules, in my opinion.
Well, Boise State was a playoff team when the schedule was made. Boise State was a team that came off of a
Did you play the 2024 Boise State Broncos, or did you play this year's Broncos? Because this year's Broncos ain't a playoff team.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, once the schedule's made, you can't. That's where I have a problem with like the this team play. You play who's on your schedule, and the schedule is made ahead of time, right? And the thought was that Boise State, I mean, because Boise State was a top 25 team when we came into the year. I can't remember exactly what they were ranked. I think they might have even been a top 15 team ahead of that. You can't help that by the time you get to that game that they've already got 2 losses. You know what I mean? So it's not like they were trying. It's not like you look at the schedule makers and you look at Notre Dame and you're like, oh, they were just trying to schedule themselves some easy opponents. Same thing with Alabama even, right? Because who thought that Vanderbilt was going to be ranked 16th this season when they were 15th when they played them? Who thought Vanderbilt was going to have the season that they had? Who thought Mizzou was going to be a top 15 opponent when they played them? Well, ball, right? Like, so there's but I'm talking about for the most part, nobody really thought that these were, but they did have these seasons, and they were good opponents. And so you beat who's in front of you, and the way that Notre Dame is doing it is the impressive part. Notre Dame's run game, they can run on anybody in the country. They will be a problem for anybody in the country in this college football playoff. I don't care who it is. You can talk about Ohio State. You can talk about Indiana. You can talk about anybody you want. This Notre Dame run game is going to be a problem for everybody in the country, and that's where the eye test starts to come in. And that's where you start looking at them, and BYU and Utah on a neutral field would get murdered by Notre Dame.
I for the record, and I think we found our common ground here, completely agree with you here. This is one of the spots where, like I have said on back in the day when I used to have a local radio show, I have said for many, many times, Brando, that like anybody who says eye test is more important than resume is wrong. But anybody who says that resume is more important than eye test is wrong too. Like, I think it is. I think it's a cumulative. Like, I think you have to take into consideration both things. It is the same way that if you were a manager trying to decide who was going to get a raise and who wasn't, you would look at not just the accomplishments of someone while they worked for you, but you would also look at the situations that they have been asked to perform under in, right? Like, it's like if I handed you a team that historically looked at and you succeeded with it, that's one thing. It's another thing based on, did you have everything in the world to perform with? We'll talk more about this when we come back. I am Rob Brown filling in. It's BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's different about this year, I think at least, is that Indiana has this oddly timed bye week, which is this week. The Indiana Hoosiers will not be playing. Fernando Mendoza will be out of sight, out of mind. And I actually think that creates an opportunity for another guy, maybe a couple of guys, to enter the conversation for winning the Heisman Trophy. Now, Mendoza eventually will come back off the bye. They play Purdue, where they'll be a big favorite against Purdue. And then after that, it'll be the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. And that's the game that everyone's looking forward to. That's the game where everyone's going to be, hey, 1 versus 2. I don't think it's going to be billed as like a Heisman Trophy bowl. And we'll get into that when we talk some Julian Sayin here. But like, that's the game for Fernando Mendoza to leave no doubt to win the Heisman Trophy. And even if he loses the game and it's respectable, I still think he wins the Heisman Trophy. But if they get blown out, maybe that opens the door for somebody else. But Mendoza, of course, best story in college football, the Indiana Hoosiers. He's the quarterback of that team. He's the face of it. Statistically, makes a lot of sense. 4th in the nation in QBR. He checks all the boxes. Now, like the eye test wise, well, if he wins the Heisman, okay, we've had better winners. But in terms of his stats and the team success, checks all the boxes. Makes a lot of sense. Julian Sayin, he's plus 225 in the betting market. This is where like you kind of have to use a little bit of like art with the science here, because the art tells you, or sorry, the science rather, that tells you that this guy should actually win the award. Statistically, 2nd in QBR. He's awesome. Plays on maybe the best team in the country, probably the best team in the country. Extremely efficient, but nobody believes. It's that simple. And that's where I think the betting market has this wrong. That plus 225, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know, like, if he goes nuclear against Michigan and nuclear against Indiana, maybe he wins the award. But I just don't see it. The prevailing thought when it comes to Julian Sayin is that he's just a passenger along for the ride. And I think a lot of people think, oh, man, like 25, 30 quarterbacks would be undefeated on Ohio State. Fair or unfair, that's how people talk about Julian Sayin. And also, he's a freshman. Like, if there's any voter bias or if this is tied, I think people are going to say, you know what? We'll give it to you next year. Prove it next year. You're a freshman. Let's give it to this other guy. Like, those are things that are working against Julian Sayin. And this Saturday, they're playing. Ohio State's taking on Rutgers. That's the big noon kickoff game. They're a 31.5-point favorite. I don't know there's anything that he could do against Rutgers that's going to make people be like, oh, Sayin Heisman, and have this like epiphany or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. I don't see that. Maybe against Michigan, maybe in the Big Ten title game, but we're starting to run out of weeks for Julian Sayin to live up to what the betting market has been saying over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So Sayin, to me, I would never bet him, especially when you factor in the price. Marcel Reed of Texas A&M, come on. Like, no. Just no. No. It's not happening. It's not. 13th in the country in QBR. Still, nobody believes in Marcel Reed. Like the Athletics Heisman straw poll. Last week, he wasn't even in it. This week, massive comeback. Heisman moment. Where's Marcel Reed? He's 7th with 6 third-place votes. Not a first-place vote, not a second-place vote. Nobody believes with Marcel Reed. And you know what? It's rather unfortunate because he's actually been really good. But this week, they host Samford, a 1-10 FCS team. You might as well just go on bye week at that point, honestly. You might as well. The game is on SEC Network Plus. Good luck finding that. They play Texas. That's a monster game coming up next week. That'll obviously have a lot of eyeballs. Everyone's going to watch that. They beat Texas. They'll be in the SEC title game. That'll be another massive game. But still, nobody believes that Marcel Reed is a guy. Nobody seems to care, which means we shouldn't care, even though he's at plus 500.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight right here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown in for Ryan and Brad, taking you up until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which, of course, if you ask me as somebody who lives in Eastern Standard Time, is absolutely the worst time zone. It is infuriating that it is at 10:20 at night and I'm still seeing games that are just getting started. But hey, it was my decision to live here. I will live with the consequences. What the hell are you going to do? Rob Brown, my boys Brando and Monty in the background, rolling you through the final 40-ish minutes of the radio program. A little bit more college football, then we'll get over into some NFL to round out the show this evening. We talked about this a little while ago, and I don't know about you, Brando, but this year more than most years. I mean, like, I think every year I am intrigued by, interested in, entertained by, whatever word you want to go with here, the college football coaching searches. This year, maybe more than ever before, because not only do you have a historically high number of jobs that have come open during the regular season, but you have high-profile jobs that have come open, like a lot of them during the regular season, and the financial situation of these schools is more complicated, evolved, maybe lucrative than it's ever been before. You are talking about James Franklin with a $46 million buyout. You were talking about Brian Kelly with a 49, 48, whatever his buyout is. But you're also talking about all of these contracts that, like, even as a college football lover, and I am, I don't sit here and pretend that I go look over the details in the contracts of coaches when they sign them with the school. So we learn stuff like, for instance, James Franklin was obligated to go look for another job. How do you obligate someone to do that? I don't know. I don't ever get put in a position where my signature is the top one on a contract. It's always the bottom one. Obligated to go look for another job. And depending on what he got paid by the next school, that number would be deducted out of the $46 million buyout that Penn State owed him. Then we had the rumor going around that Adidas, who is taking over as the uniform supplier and partner of Penn State, was reportedly willing to pay all of, if not most of, the buyout of James Franklin. But now he's working on a deal to finalize the job with Virginia Tech. You've got to assume Virginia Tech was like, hey, man, like, we're not going to pay you as much as we might other people because you're still getting paid from Penn State, and you're going to get the same number whether we pay you $10 million or $20 million or $2 million. You're getting the same number. So, like, would you do us a solid and keep that salary down? Like, there's all these weird factors that come into this. And now as we sit here with the lawsuits going on allegedly between Brian Kelly and LSU, with the contract pending approval with Virginia Tech and James Franklin, while Florida sits on the outside looking in, while we've got all the drama surrounding Lane Kiffin, now there are people on the interwebs that are starting to suggest that Lincoln Riley might not be with the USC Trojans next year. Now, I'll keep it a buck. I don't believe that. I don't think that Lincoln Riley is leaving Los Angeles, California. However, despite the fact that USC finds themselves right now ranked at number 15, despite the fact that right now USC is technically not eliminated from the Big Ten championship game and therefore a ticket to the playoffs, despite the fact that at number 15, there is a realistic possibility with enough chaos inside the top 15, USC could theoretically still be an at-large team, that it took Lincoln Riley a very long time to get here. And if USC was to drop another game somewhere down the line, and they only have 2 left, although one of them is against and on the road at Austin against the Ducks, that the folks at USC might go, we are paying you way too much gosh dang money to not have made a playoff yet. We are paying you too much money to not have done anything with this program. You have got too much in the way of alumni, booster, fan support to not have performed yet. And a lot of folks saying that there may be at least one SEC school who is interested. And I don't think it would necessarily be Arkansas that is looking at Lincoln Riley. So could that mean it is Florida? Could that mean it is LSU? I don't know the answer to any of that. What I do find very interesting is that while Lane Kiffin is very much the biggest domino to fall, and when we are looking at right now, I believe 14, and that number could get as high as 16 power teams on the way out the door, Brando, there's going to be a lot of college football teams that are absolutely rolling the dice on either paying big name coaches that maybe don't have accolades attached to their name to get them out of schools like Lincoln Riley at USC, or some big name schools that are going to be making speculative and experimental hires that they never would have made 4, 5, 6 years ago, because there's just not a huge pool of candidates and there is a huge pool of available jobs. The coaching carousel this offseason is going to be like the best bro soap opera of all time, dude.
Yeah, It really is. And when you look at some of these vacancies, right? And if you're Lincoln Riley and you're going to leave USC, which I'm with you, I don't think he leaves USC. But if he does, you're not leaving it for Florida. You're not leaving it for Arkansas. You'd probably leave it for LSU, though, right? Like you're not going to leave USC, who's a team that is going to compete in the Big Ten every single year that you're there, to go to a team like Arkansas or Florida, who realistically probably isn't competing in the next 5 years in the SEC, right? I mean, you're going to go in there, you're going to build a program, and you're going to do what you need to do, but they don't have enough talent to where you're going to be a problem even next year or even the year after. So I would have to assume that LSU would be that spot. Now, maybe it's not an SEC school. Maybe it's another Big Ten school. Maybe it's Penn State. You know what I mean? Like, I could see something like that because it's just a more predominant job, per se, right? Now, there could be other coaching vacancies that become available. There's a lot of college coaches in really good spots that have been linked to some NFL teams, and one of them's right there in South Bend, Indiana. And I'd hate to see him go, but now all of a sudden the Notre Dame job opens up, you're going to have a whole lot of people with big names, with big predominant jobs that all of a sudden become interested in this Notre Dame gig as well. I can't wait for the carousel to actually kick off. I'm excited. I was stunned at the James Franklin hire so quickly, but I thought it was a home run hire for Virginia Tech. I think that James Franklin goes to a lesser conference than what the Big Ten is in coaching Virginia Tech in the ACC. It's a very winnable conference. It's a school that is looking to spend money. It's a school that is looking to get back to ACC dominance. So I like the hire, and I like the move for James Franklin as well. You look at the rest of these openings and these people available. Does Lane Kiffin leave Ole Miss? I don't think he does either. I think Ole Miss would be crazy to let Lane Kiffin walk and not just give him a bag. I think that the USC one, it's interesting because there's a lot of jobs that I look at, and when I look at this at the landscape of college football and the vacancies that are available right now, and quite a few of them are more appealing than USC is to me.
So a couple of thoughts to respond to there. I will start with this. You said you don't leave USC for Florida. Now, I will acknowledge that. I do my best as a sports talk radio show host. I do my best not to let my bias get involved in the conversation. But at the same time, I'm a human being. It's going to happen to everybody. I grew up in Florida. I grew up in SEC country. I will tell you, man, I can't stand the Florida Gator, all right? They were my arch rivals growing up. They're the Joker to my Batman. I can't stand them, but I also know what that program is. Florida can put every dollar on the table USC can put on the table, and I would make the argument that everything else between Florida and USC, with the exception of the glitz and the glamour, because at USC, you've got starlets in Hollywood, and in Gainesville, Florida, you got Tom Petty and jorts. Now, don't get me wrong. I grew up in the Florida Panhandle. I love me some Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, and I have absolutely been guilty of wearing jorts back in the day. Been a long time. Don't judge me. It was the 90s. We were young. Shut up. Leave me alone. What I will say is everything you can get at USC, with a couple of exceptions, you can get in Gainesville, Florida, and I think Gainesville could put just as much money on the table. And on top of that, the folks in Gainesville, Florida are restless right now. They are ready for a big name hire, which is why they are all in on Lane Kiffin. Like, they want Lane Kiffin, and they will put a blank check on the table. I can't tell you how weird, interesting, entertaining it was, Brando, to watch the end of that Ole Miss Florida game as Lane Kiffin and his Rebels walked off the field victorious over the mighty Gators of Florida, to hearing the Florida fans chanting the name of the head coach who just beat them on their own field. Do you understand the level of desperation that screams? Yeah. Like, what are we doing here? Now, My question would be, if we start looking at head coaches that are available, and I want to start with the obvious one. Go ahead and take Nick Saban off the table, all right? All right, the Nick Tater's not coming out of college football retirement. He's just not. I've heard it. I'm telling you right now. Nick Saban is perfectly happy being the straight man to Pat McAfee on game day. I promise you game day's paying him damn good money. And I promise you Miss Terry is more than happy to have Nick at home to do the pressure washing and to rake up the leaves in the backyard. I promise you they're doing just fine. Nick's not coming back. So if we genuinely look at the fact that Penn State right now, let's talk about this team. They're going to end up hiring Brian Hartline, the OC at Ohio State. You know why? Because there's not anybody else. Like, really, think about it. There's not anybody else. Matt Rule locked in at Nebraska. Kurt Cignetti locked in at Indiana. Those were the top two names. Matt Rule said, Nebraska can pay me enough to keep me in Lincoln, Nebraska. Indiana said, we're going to figure the hell out how to pay Kurt Cignetti and keep him here. If those guys had an opportunity to go to Penn State and they said, no, we're going to take big old dollar bills, y'all, to stay right where we're at, that's it. That's it. Like, that's the list, right? They're going to go with an OC out of Ohio State who, yeah, has been important and, yeah, has made Ohio State wide receiver U and all that. That's all great. And I'm not even saying I wouldn't take a swing with Hartline. Like, but that's the thing is, that's the best name available, right? Like, that's the best name. So Lane Kiffin right now is the biggest domino to fall. I am sure somebody at a smaller school is going to hire Brian Kelly to come be the you-know-what he is wherever they're going to pay him to do that at a Wake Forest or whatever. But outside of that, you've got a bunch of schools who pulled the trigger rapidly to open up their head coaching spot, and the pool of candidates isn't that deep, man. Like, some big-name teams are going to have to take a swing and an experiment. And the reason I go back to that, Brando, is because let's look at it this way. If you are a Florida, and Lane Kiffin was to say, I'm staying at Ole Miss, does Lincoln Riley not almost by default become the biggest name available? Like, even if he's not available, if it's even just a rumor, like, by default, Lincoln Riley becomes the biggest name available if James Franklin's off the board to Virginia Tech. He just has to be. That's why this is compelling to me. Not because it's like, oh, will Lincoln or will he won't leave. It's compelling to me because almost by default, he's the biggest name on the board remaining.
Yeah, and look, Lincoln Riley would make a lot of sense for a lot of teams when he's available. Lincoln Riley's a hell of a coach. And I just don't know that he wants to leave USC. And I'm with you when you say that. I think that he stays at USC. I wish Brian Kelly would just fade into the darkness and just never appear ever again. But I know that he's not going to. You actually want to know where I think he ends up? I think you end up with him. I think he's a Seminole. I think the Florida State Seminoles move on and Brian Kelly takes over that program.
I'm going to go with, and I do want you to know that the gut reaction for me is no bleeping thank you. Okay? Let me just say that, no bleeping thank you. But I'm also going to say this. I don't know, because Mike Norvell is owed a bigger buyout than Brian Kelly was owed at LSU. That's the signature they got on the paper from Mike Norvell after Florida State got left out of the 2023-24 playoffs. Mike Norvell has bigger than James Franklin, bigger than Brian Kelly. And I've said this a couple of times, the only way Florida State moves on is if they can get a hell of a deal on a coach that is not a bargain coach because somebody else is paying him via the buyout. That absolutely puts Brian Kelly. To be honest with you, I kind of thought Florida State was going to make the move on James Franklin. Brian Kelly, for the same reason, makes sense. And I want you to know, I will vomit both in and then outside of my mouth. We wrap up BetMGM tonight next on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
like Houston at this number at 5.5. Keep in mind the Bills about 5 or 6 weeks ago were on the road in Atlanta in that Monday night game. They were a 3.5-point favorite. They lose outright. Now they're laying 5.5 on the road against Houston. I understand it's probably going to be Davis Mills again, but the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. We know the Bills have been very up and down this season. Right when it looks like they're going to turn the corner, they come back down to life, and then right when it looks like they look terrible, that's when they play really well. So off the heels of that really great performance against the Bucs, short week on the road, I like Houston plus the 5.5 against Buffalo. Sunday, we got the Steelers taking on the Bears. Chicago a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. As of now, looks like Mason Rudolph probably going to be under center for the Steelers in that game. Would be cool to see Aaron Rodgers one more time against the Bears in this matchup. Steelers in a teaser feels like the play at +9. Bears play everybody close. They win every game in the fourth quarter, come from behind, 2-point wins, 1-point wins, 3-point wins. So I would lean Pittsburgh +3, but I think Steelers +9 in a teaser, really good bet this week against Chicago. New England's a 7-point favorite on the road against Cincinnati this week. Jamar Chase is going to be suspended for this game. He's trying to appeal, so maybe he ends up playing on Sunday. Regardless, though, I just don't know how Cincinnati's going to get stops against Drake May and this New England offense. Travion Henderson is finally starting to get involved. He's had a monster last couple weeks, so they got the run game going. Drake May's playing terrific. Bengals have probably the worst defense in the NFL and now might be without their top offensive weapon in Jamar Chase. So Patriots feels like they'd probably be the play at -7. Might be another good teaser look this week at -1, -1.5. Giants taking on the Lions. Detroit 10.5-point favorite at home this week against New York. Again, we talk about it every time, but Detroit off of a straight-up loss, 13-0 straight up, 13-0 against the spread that following game. No team is better in the NFL at bouncing back off of a loss than the Lions. Yes, they're getting the Giants off of a tough game against the Packers, but Jameis Winston, again, this is the kind of team you want to bet. You want to bet Detroit against because of the volatility of Jameis and all the turnovers that he could have. Feels like the Giants are going to have a real tough time slowing down that Lions offense that only scored 1 touchdown against Philadelphia on Sunday night. So I like the Lions. I'd lay the 10.5 in that one. Also get the Vikings at the Packers. Green Bay laying 6.5. I agree with Nick. I like the Vikings in this game. I haven't bet it yet. I'm hoping we get a 7, and then I'd really like Minnesota in the game. But J.J. McCarthy, he's already won 2 divisional road games this year, one at Chicago, and he won at Detroit. So now he gets his 3rd crack at a divisional road game. Last couple of years, Minnesota's played really well in Lambeau. Kevin O'Connell, Brian Flores, normally very good in these matchups against Green Bay. And the Packers are just not a team I'm interested in laying 6.5 with right now. So I do like Minnesota in that game. Seahawks, a 13-point favorite on the road against Tennessee. They're calling for some rain this weekend in Nashville, so probably look at some running back props, especially Darnold. The fact that he's coming off a 4-interception game against the Rams, I think it's going to be a lot of Charbonnet. It's going to be a lot of Kenneth Walker, so look at that. And then McDonald and Seattle going to lean on their defense. And then Chiefs and Colts finally, Kansas City favored by 3. Total in the game is 50.5. I like KC on the money line. I know everybody's leaving them for dead. Everybody thinks the season's over. Everybody thinks Kansas City stinks. They're 0-5 this year in 1-score games, which is obviously very un-Kansas City-like. They're normally unbelievable in coin flip games that come down to the fourth quarter. Haven't been able to win any of those games. This is also a fade at Indianapolis. I think out of the bye week, their schedule gets much tougher. We've seen Daniel Jones in his last couple games start to struggle a little bit. On the road in Arrowhead against Spagnuolo and that defense, I think Mahomes makes some plays as well. So I like Kansas City money line. I probably lay the 3 against the Colts as well.
Not in a fun way.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Can I tell you how depressing it is that Dak Prescott doesn't do the here we go thing anymore? Like, it's really sad that that's a thing that's just gone from our lives now. It's disappointing. It was one of my favorite things. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown in for Ryan and Brad. Wrapping up the show here. We have talked a ton of college football on the show this evening. Let's flip it over and get into the professional ranks right now. As it stands today, this very day, November the 18th of the year 2025, if the National Football League playoffs were to begin today, what you would be looking at in the AFC, the Broncos are the number 1 overall seed. They'd be catching the bye. The 2-7 matchup would be the Patriots and the Jags. The 3-6 matchup would be the Colts and the Chargers. The Steelers and the Bills would be the 4-5. Couple of different thoughts, couple of different questions about the AFC. We'll do this for a minute, then we'll flip to the NFC. Brando, you will notice that a team that I did not mention there was the Kansas City Chiefs. As it stands, they will be outside of the playoffs, currently sitting at 500 at 5-5. I said going into this past weekend, I really thought that they would knock off the Denver Broncos. They did not. Instead, handed them their 9th win of the season. That team, as much as they may not be inspiring, are figuring out ways to get it done. On the flip side, and we talked about this earlier in the show, the Chiefs have lost 2 in a row, but they were at the Bills, and they were at the current AFC 1 seed, the Denver Broncos. The Chiefs could theoretically make the playoffs now, or miss the playoffs now. Here's the good news for Kansas City. Left ahead of them, they've got an opportunity to make up some ground by knocking off the Colts. Then they're on the road at Dallas, a winnable game. Then the Texans are coming to town, a winnable game. Then the Chargers, which might be the most hot and cold team in the NFL, a winnable game. Then they're at Tennessee, a winnable game. They've got an opportunity to make up a lot of ground against the Broncos. Now, I will say this. I don't think the division title is in play anymore for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's a quest for the wild card at this point, but beating the Broncos would go a long way, and then they end the season on the road at the Raiders. So, at 5-5, best worst case scenario. Worst case, this team absolutely can outright miss the playoffs because it is not just a matter right now of not winning the division. It is a matter right now of they are behind the Chargers. They are behind the Broncos. They are behind the Jags, the Colts. They are tied with the Texans. They are tied with the Ravens. They are behind the Steelers. They are behind the Buffalo Bills. Hell, they are just 1 game up on the Miami bleeping Dolphins right now. Worst case scenario, Brando, this team can absolutely miss the playoffs. Best case scenario, of the final 6 games of the year, they go 5-1. They end up as a 10-7 team, and they are absolutely in as a wild card team. And to tell you the truth, I don't know which one of those is more likely, to be honest with you.
Well, Rob Brown, as a man on his 3rd marriage, I don't often get to talk about how much I'm right. And I don't often get to say, I told you so. But before this season started, right here on the BetMGM network, right here on BetMGM Tonight, we did our NFL predictions, myself and Ryan Horvat. And I said in those predictions, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to have a down year. This division is going to be between the Broncos and the Chargers. Now, I thought that the Chargers were going to be a lot better than what they've portrayed to be so far this season. I know their record looks okay, but they've been very hot and cold. But I was right about this Kansas City Chiefs team. It is a down year for this team, and it's okay. People are afraid to talk about the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs are probably going to miss the playoffs. I think they lose this week to the Colts. I think they lose the game to the Chargers. I think that this team is looking at 8 or 9 wins, and I think they are on the outside looking in. This defense is not very good. It is suspect at best, and this offense looks like it's in shambles. They can't stay healthy. You have Travis Kelce, who every once in a while decides he wants to catch a football. And Patrick Mahomes does not look like he's got the same magic that he's had in the first 6 seasons of his career. I love Patrick Mahomes. I think he's quickly become one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time in his first 6 years. I get it, and I know what it looks like. But it's okay, people. It's okay to admit that this team is having a down year, and it's okay to say, wow, I don't think this team can make the playoffs. And I've heard people on this network, even today, even yesterday, talk about go ahead if you want to. If you want to bet against them, go ahead. Well, guess what? I already did. And I'll double down again. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs.
Honestly, dude, like I don't think you're necessarily going to be alone in that, and I don't necessarily think you're going to be wrong with that. I'm intrigued by what the Chiefs are right now, but I want to get another couple of questions in here before we hit the end of the show. This one I'm intrigued by. The Buffalo Bills are 7-3. This is a team that feels like they are being talked about, Brando, as if they're like 2-8, right? Because they've had a couple, and they had a real bad game a couple of weeks ago. Like, there's no denying that when the Bills have been at their lowest, like they were when they lost, not just lost to the Dolphins, but lost 30-13 to the Dolphins, like when they lost to the Atlanta Falcons. I know a lot of people want to write them off. Question mark is can they catch the New England Patriots with Drake May now the second shortest odds to win the MVP? This is a Patriots team that's won 8 consecutive at this point. But I would also point out that in that 8 consecutive, they had a road win at Buffalo. They had a road win at Tampa Bay. In those 8 wins, the Panthers, the Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, and the Jets. I am cautioning people. I like the Patriots. I like the breakout of Travion Henderson. I love what Drake May is doing. I owe him an apology letter and an edible arrangements for some of the things that I said about him in the run-up to the draft and even during his rookie year. The guy's been phenomenal. But I am cautioning people on declaring the Pats the champs of the East, Brando, because I think over the past 8 weeks, they've had the easiest schedule in football. And granted, they've capitalized on it. They've won them all. They're 5-0 on the road. That is impressive no matter who those 5 are. The Patriots haven't exactly played a who's who. I would caution people, especially if this past weekend was the return of the Josh. If Josh Allen's back, I very much think the Buffalo Bills are game to win the AFC East with a handful of games left to play.
I would agree with that, and I don't think you owe Drake May a bit of an apology. I think that you are absolutely right when you say that they've taken advantage of a weak schedule, especially over the last however many weeks. Look, 2 good wins this year against the Buffalo Bills and against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both of those good wins, without a doubt. In neither one of those wins was Drake May overly impressive. Neither one of them. He has done a lot against some really bad defenses. I've said it a couple of times on this show. I don't know that we know what Drake May is yet, and I don't think we're going to be able to evaluate Drake May until next year when he's playing a first or second place schedule as opposed to a last place schedule in which he's seen the Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, and the Jets in 5 of the last 6 weeks. Like, that's when I think you're going to be able to judge what this Patriots team is and what Drake May is. I still think, that being said, I still think the Patriots are game to win this division, and here's why. Remaining schedule, Bengals, really terrible defense. Giants, decimated by injury. They do have the Buffalo Bills one more time, which could be the difference in this division. But then they get the Ravens, the Jets, and the Dolphins at the end of the season. If they win one of the 2 against the Bills and the Ravens, and they win the rest of them like they should, I think that the Patriots take this division just because their schedule is that easy moving forward. So I think by default, the New England Patriots look like they're going to be the team to win that division. That being said, I'm not sleeping on Buffalo in the playoffs. I'm not sleeping on what Josh Allen can do in January. And just the same way I'm not going to sleep on a Kansas City Chiefs team if they were to get into the playoffs. I wouldn't sleep on Patrick Mahomes to not do something special. I wouldn't sleep on a lot of very talented quarterbacks to do something special. So just because they would be a wild card team doesn't mean this team would not be dangerous in the playoffs.
Do not disagree. Over in the NFC very quickly, the Eagles currently the 1 seed on the bye. The 2-7 matchup, Rams and Niners. Bears, Lions would be the 3-6. Bucks, Seahawks would be the number 4, number 5. You wrote in as a question, and I am so here for it, Brando, because gosh dang it, I am tired of being the only SOB on this network that has any faith in the Chicago Bears. I did it preseason. I'm doing it now. None of you jump on board and start now saying, oh, look at me, I'm a big Bears fan, because your boy was telling you preseason this team is a legit threat, Brando. And the Bears are now 7-3 and in charge of the NFC North. And to answer the question you wrote down that I don't even have to read on the air, Yes, they can win this division because the Packers can't stop stepping on their own genitalia. The Lions can't figure out how to string wins together. And the Vikings are still rolling out J.J. McCarthy. You're damn right the Bears can win this division, bud.
Yeah, and look, the Bears' schedule down the stretch is kind of a gauntlet, right? You've got the Steelers this week. We don't know whether or not Aaron Rodgers is going to be out there. God, I hope he is, because I would love to stump a mud hole in that guy. And then you get the Eagles on Black Friday, and then the Packers, Browns, Packers, Niners, Lions to finish out the season. They play the Steelers this week. You beat the Steelers. You remain that game ahead of the Lions and the Packers at the very least, as long as those two teams win their game. Then next week, when you play the Eagles on Black Friday, the day before on Thanksgiving, the Lions and the Packers go head-to-head. So one of those teams is not gaining ground on you. And if you find a way to beat the Eagles, who right now, if you can put up 24 points in this Bears offense, very capable of putting up 24 points, you're going to beat this Eagles football team. So I think the Bears are going to win this division. I think they take one of the two, if not both of them, from the Green Bay Packers, like they should have done last year. I think they beat the Browns. And I think they beat the Lions to end the season. Bears are winning the NFC North. Take it to the bank.
All right, let's do this. Broncos, Patriots, Jags, Colts, Chargers, Steelers, Bills, Eagles, Rams, Niners, Bears, Lions, Bucks, Seahawks. Which of the teams currently in would we pick to be out when it is all said and done? I have gone over this list a number of times. I've got a couple of thoughts.
I bet we have the same team.
Okay, let's find out. It's not going to be Tampa Bay. That's only because the rest of that division stinks. Brendo, I think it might be the Seattle Seahawks at 7-3. And I know, hear me out on this. This one's a weird one because a lot of people.
We don't have the same team.
We don't have. This is one of them. We'll see if the other one's in there. I think the
Steelers.
Seahawks might be there, because I think the 49ers are going to be better. The other team I was going to say is absolutely the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that team is going to, A, run out of gas, and B, do what they do every year. They're going to get to the 9, and then they're just going to bail out. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. I am Rob Brown. Follow me on social media at The Rob Brown Show. I appreciate you having me. Brad and Ryan will be back tomorrow, or not. I don't know. Who cares? I won't be unless they need me to be. For Brando, for Monty, for Brad, for Ryan, for everybody, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, it's your own fault. Get better taste in radio. See ya. It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Later.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What does the committee do with Ole Miss? Do they get dinged if Lane takes one of these jobs?
This is the most interesting part of this. So I'm gonna go, and guys know I love to do is I go backwards to go forwards. But the new adding in the early signing period, adding in the playoff plus the portal, what Lane can't take any job right now. He's got a team that's going to be in the top 10. He cannot take any job. He has to finish the drill. And you look at the playoff now that we've expanded, it's 12 teams, right? When do those games get played? Sammy, can you tell me? When do those games get played?
December 20th, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Right. And if he wins, then the next game is what? We're going into January, aren't we?
10 days.
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically. So he can't take a job. So you can't hire him. You might want him, Florida. You might want him, anybody else. But he can't take that job. He got to finish the drill. So I don't think they get dinged for that. I think what happens is Lane is like he's locked in at Ole Miss. I also think Ole Miss likes the way – I think he likes Ole Miss. Like they got like a little swashbuckler quality to them that is like, hey, we'll take it any way we can get it. And So he's doing that. But Ole Miss, that's a good football team. And they know what they're doing, and he's allowed to kind of play fast and loose, go out and make plays. So, and again, we talked about it with Georgia and Texas A&M. Those two teams are going to they'll probably play in Atlanta. Ole Miss is just going to be sitting there like, yeah, buddy. They'll probably host you mentioned Notre Dame getting to host a game in the playoff. I think Ole Miss might get to host a game as well. And they're just going to, like, you keep your kids on campus, you keep going, you keep moving, and they're going to be, again, they're sitting right there ready for action. So the only thing what Ole Miss doesn't need to have happen is them get squared up with Alabama. That's the one thing that Lane Kiffin is like, come on, give me somebody from anywhere else. Give me somebody from anywhere else. Please don't put Alabama on my ticket. So, like, don't put them on our dance card. I do think that Ole Miss is, I mean, we're looking at a 10-1 football team. They got the Egg Bowl, and they're ready to rock and roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But no, I don't think that Lane's going to take a job. I don't think they get dinged for that. I think that for them, as long as they take care of business against Mississippi State, we're talking about a team that doesn't have to go to the SEC championship game, and probably will be hosting one of those first-round games.
I want to throw this long shot idea at you. It's a long shot for a reason. Let's go to the AFC South. You've got Indy coming off a bye. They're 8-2 on the season. Jacksonville 6-4. Look good against the Chargers over the weekend. Don't know that that's going to continue with the number of injuries that they have on that team. Houston's just hanging out at 5-5. Just want to